Chapter 1 The Master Returns. Intelligently embrace oft hem morning soon soft trace cascadedon, accompanied beamol breezethot sturadoten velofdust tathier reminiscenta smokient. An old rusted bust-up sign worn and mottled with age stewed beneath a canopy of trees, amid stack arpad fallen leaves, creating garothard soleil tessin. Beep. Beep. A bus bound for Meng City gradually approached, and upon enticing the absence of waiting passengers, the driver prepared to accelerate away from the station. Wait a moment, please. With a sharp scrick of brakes, the cloud of exhaust billowed towards Yicheng, Hawasha still a trailing Thebes. Strangely, the fuma seemed topart around him, creating an invisible barrier on either side. Fortunately, none witnessed this extraordinary scene, or they might have been thoroughly alarmed. As the thick smoke cleared, a bald-headed driver leaned to toft Hugh window. Is this bus going to Meng City? A fair-skinned, sunny youth with an innocent smile stood at her, causing the driver, who had near Lyshot in reprimand, to swallow his words. Yes, hopun. Thank you, sir. Yichen nodded his appreciation, and as the driver opened the door, he strode into Thebes with determination. Thebes was sparsely populated, and Yichen found Asiat with the window in Thebacro. Finally escaped that little sister of mine, he exclaimed, stretching his arms and rolling his neck, settling into a comfortable position. Ever since had a shed away from his master yesterday, his little sister had been tailing him incessantly. Thankfully, today had managed to shake her off. Just the thought of that mischievous little sister made he a shed spin. Having nearly spent an entire sleepless night avoiding her, they gindle sway off him moving vehicle soon lulled him into drowsiness. Hey, what do ya think you're doing? As Yicheng wasn't the verge of sleep, a girl's shrill voice jolted him awake. He opened at his eyes, irritation evident as she glanced up, and through Fish's hazy vision, he caught sight of a graceful silhouette. Thought he on Lysor from behind, felleth a figure and melodious voice convinced them see must be beauty. It appeared this beauty had found herself in a bite of trouble. A group of colorful-haired delinquents encircled her, seemingly intending to flirt or take advantage. However, Befarethi cold make a move, the girl's voice orangutan protest, attracting the attention of their passengers. Yet, as the observant the apparent thugs, must were reluctant to intervene. Don't be afraid, little sister, were not badges would just want to friends. One of the elves, with bleached hair, grinned like Slyashanata at the girl's fear. Ignoring her distress, Harry acted out with a hand, attempting to grab her. What do you want? Don't call me any closer. The girl gasped in fright, instinctively retreating. Harry is filled with panic. At that moment Yicheng, who had intended to remain uninvolved, was startled, his recognition dawning. Ting. In an instant, he vanished from Isiat. Smack! Just as the miscreant was about to seize the girl, a firm hand clasped around his arm. How shameful for a grown man to bully a girl. A voice requitres emerged, and as striking out appeared beside the girl, blocking the delinquent's advances. Thatiath was noni other than Vanish Chichung. With a gentle shove, Hezin Thethard sprawling backward, hopeful with the Thudanto the ground. Boss, his companions rushed to help him up after witnessing the stern of events. Damn, having regained his footing, Thethard cursed dunderous breathe and then bellowed at Yicheng, what hell do I think you wart him to learn business? Wish old they care where, Yicheng scoffed unfazed with aggressive outburst. You'll tell you who I am, I'm Big Blade from the City Brotherhood, now you should be quaking in your boots. Better scram before I teach you a lesson. The purported Big Blade proclaimed, puffing himself up in arrogance, seemingly eager to frighten Yicheng with his name. Unfortunately for him, Yicheng remained unfazed, nonchalantly replying, Big Blade, sorry, but I've never heard of ya. While Yicheng may not have off Big Blade, the other passenger certain lidded, whispers syrup te throughout Tebus. My goodness, has that Big Blade from this city it's a disrud lesson doesn't facilitate to see knife. How'd have a thought we'd actually run into him, I think we should steer clear. As those who recognized Thena me began to retreat toward the back of Tebus, fearful after Wingheiser, Thyrunis was palpable. Damn, how brazen. Brothers, let's teach him a lesson so he knows Big Blade isn't some to be trifled with. Seeing Yicheng's disdainful demeanor, the so-called Big Blade unleashed a davaraji of curses, barking orders to his friends. Got it, boss, well make sure to break his third leg. Instantly, several thuggish youths approached Yicheng with malicious grins. The next moment, with a collective shout, they swing their fists toward him. Had those punches landed, Yicheng face would surely have suffered. The girl, terrified, screamed anshutheries, dreading the sight of her savior being harmed. Yet, in an unexpected turn of events, before the called strike, Yicheng had already countered, delivering swift kicks that sent the assailants flying before they could comprehend what was happening. They crashed painfully against the side of Tebus, howling in agony. Hearing the crease, Fajirl hesitantly opened her eyes, expecting first, but Shakwa Shedever Harasiva Halfevigs not Hianisant Tharisi of Engendoff punishment unbelievably gazing get teaching. Wow, this gets not to be underestimated, no wonder has arrogant. However, Yori unfortunatito hopcrossed pades with Big Blade. With that, Big Blade a skull dan swung his spunchet Ichung. His punches were tan powerful, a clear mark of Simeone experience seating combat. Yet, against Yicheng, Hugh was simply outmatched. Yicheng merely observed the approaching fist with a cold detachment, tilting his slight light to evade a blow. In that same instant, Yicheng retaliated, his fist landing squarely in Big Blade's abdomen. Boom, the immense force struck like a bull, sending Big Blade tumbling backward into the roar of Tibus with a resounding crash. Chapter 2 The hero saves the beauty. At that moment, Yicheng took a few strides to stand before Brother Dedeo, who wore an expression of profound anguish grasping the collar of his shirt. Yicheng coldly inquired, "Do you still wish to teach me a lesson?" "And no, not anymore." Upon witnessing Yicheng's frosty smile, Brother Dedeo felt an icy chill enveloping his heart. He realized he had truly encountered an immovable obstacle this time. "Humph, be gone, I do not wish to see you again." Only after hearing Brother Dedeo relent did Yicheng decide to release him, throwing him to the ground before turning to leave. However, in that fleeting moment as Yicheng pivoted, a glint of malice flickered in Brother Dedeo's eyes. A small knife, akin to a woodpecker, swiftly materialized in his hand, and with a bellow, he lunged it toward Yicheng's back. "Watch out!" The girl gasped in alarm at this unfolding scene. Yet, Brother Dedeo was too close, and his strike was executed with such swiftness that it almost seemed instantaneous as he approached Yicheng from behind. Just as everyone believed Yicheng would be pierced by Brother Dedeo's blade, an unexpected spectacle occurred. Yicheng spun around with remarkable speed, extending his arm to seize Brother Dedeo's wrist, halting the blade mere inches from its target. "Seeking death." Yicheng's voice was a cold reprimand as he forcefully twisted Brother Dedeo's arm, the unmistakable sound of a bone snapping echoing through the air as he broke Brother Dedeo's hand. The woodpecker knife clattered to the ground. Yicheng had initially intended to spare him, yet Brother Dedeo's attempt at a sneak attack warranted this consequence. "Ah, my hand is broken," a harrowing cry erupted from Brother Dedeo's lips as he instinctively clutched the injured appendage, which now hung limply, revealing the stark whiteness of bone. "Brother!" At that instant, Brother Dedeo's lackey sprang into action, rushing to his side and eyeing Yicheng with wariness. A few among them brandished knives, their faces contorted with rage, pointing threateningly at Wang Xiaobing. Nevertheless, they hesitated to strike, having witnessed their leader's hand being broken for resorting to violence. "I despise being threatened with a knife more than anything. I shall grant you one last opportunity, refrain from pointing your weapons at me, or you will suffer the same fate as him." As he spoke, Yicheng cast a frigid glare towards the incapacitated Brother Dedeo. The lackeys began to waver. "What are you afraid of, brothers? Charge at him, eliminate him." Seeing his lackey's indecision, Brother Dedeo roared with desperation. The moment they heard Brother Dedeo's bellow, his underlings were jolted into action, shouting as they rushed towards Yicheng, knives drawn. A flurry of cold glints surged forth, yet rather than fear, Yicheng's demeanor grew ever more sinister. He had contemplated letting them be, but their audacity to provoke him was intolerable. Thus, Yicheng swiftly maneuvered, creating countless afterimages as he struck down their arms with precision. Bang, 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 a series of sharp sounds rang out, and in an instant, the lackeys felt a searing pain in their arms, as if struck by a hammer, howling in agony as they cradled their nearly severed limbs. Yicheng, however, paid them no mind. Instead, appearing before the retreating Brother Dedeo, with a powerful grip, he lifted Brother Dedeo and coldly remarked, "Why did you wish to flee just a moment ago, yet now you are so eager to escape? Be brother, I beg you, spare me. I swear I shall never dare again." This time, genuine fear radiated from Brother Dedeo, who disregarded the pain in his hand to plead for mercy. When he saw no reaction from Yicheng, he hurriedly added, "I promise, the next time I see you, I will keep my distance." His voice dripped with an uncharacteristic reverence, perhaps even more so than when addressing his own father. "And what else?" Yicheng inquired, his expression still frigid. What else is there?" Brother Dedeo asked, a look of confusion and helplessness crossing his face. Yicheng furrowed his brow, his countenance darkening further. Witnessing Yicheng's displeasure, Brother Dedeo suddenly understood. Oh, I swear I will never bully girls again, nor will I harass the weak," Brother Dedeo hastily promised, trembling with fear. "Then hasten to apologize to that young lady," Yicheng commanded, forcefully tossing him aside. In that moment, Brother Dideo dared not hesitate. He immediately called upon his underlings, disregarding the pain in his arms as they approached the girl to offer their apologies. Having done so, they scurried off the bus like frightened stray dogs, fully aware of the gravity of their misdeeds. Clap, clap, clap. As Yi Chang expelled the ruffians from the vehicle, the cabin erupted with enthusiastic applause. Such acts of bravery in defense of the innocent were a rarity. Kid, remember this, we will return for revenge. However, once the ruffians disembarked, their demeanor shifted dramatically, led by Brother Dideo as they began to shout threats. Yet, as soon as they finished, they fled in haste, seemingly terrified of Wang Xiaobing descending upon them for retribution. Yi Chang, on the other hand, paid them no mind. Such petty thugs hardly warranted his concern. His earlier chastisement stemmed from their infringement upon his bottom line. Hey, thank you. Once the troublemakers had retreated, the girl approached Yi Chang, her cheeks tinged with crimson as she expressed her gratitude. She appeared somewhat bashful. Ting, when did you become so polite with me? Yi Chang replied with a smile, his gaze softening and filled with excitement upon encountering the long-lost girl once more, stirring emotions within him. The girl paused, momentarily taken aback by Yi Chang calling her name, before scrutinizing him closely. Suddenly, recognition dawned upon her, and she exclaimed, "Why, you are Yi Chang." She stared in astonishment at the familiar yet strange visage before her. Indeed, Ting, it has been far too long. Yi Chang smiled warmly at her, nodding in acknowledgement. Ah! It is truly you have finally returned. Upon confirming his identity, the girl joyfully embraced him. She had sensed a familiarity in Yi Chang's voice earlier, and now it all made sense. Yet, after a brief moment of surprise, Yi Chang reciprocated the embrace. However, the next instant, the girl seemed to realize something, her face flushing as she pulled away from his hold. Meanwhile, Yi Chang noticed the curious gazes of onlookers fixed upon them. He cleared his throat awkwardly. Ting, let us save the hugs for later. Seeing her shy silence, Wang Xiaobing grinned and added, yes. Yi Chang, you are insufferable for wanting to hug. The girl, recovering from her surprise, playfully punched Yi Chang's chest with her small fist, her cheeks still flushed. Chapter 3. Where have you been? Ha ha. Yi Chang seemed unbothered, reveling in the sight of the girl, and chuckled softly. It had been years since Wang Xiaobing had witnessed such a smile, and he gazed at the girl with a sense of nostalgia. What are you looking at me like that for? The girl, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to Yi Chang's scrutiny, blushed slightly. Ting, you look even more beautiful now. Yi Chang's gaze was profound as he regarded her. Yi Chang, may I ask you something? Liang Xiaoting leaned over from the chair beside Yi Chang, her eyes fixed on him. Sure, go ahead. Yi Chang nodded, still looking at the girl. Where have you been all these years? Liang Xiaoting hesitated for a moment before inquiring. This question strayed into the territory of personal privacy, yet she couldn't help but ask, driven by an overwhelming curiosity about Yi Chang's whereabouts during that time. Where have I been? Upon meeting Liang Xiaoting's gaze, Yi Chang pondered for a moment, lost in memories. Ting, may I share this with you later? After some contemplation, he spoke, his words tinged with a hint of sadness. He could not divulge anything related to that place, for it would endanger her. All right. Liang Xiaoting perceived that Yi Chang harbored some unspoken troubles and decided not to press further, nodding in acquiescence. Then, to celebrate your return, may I treat you to some milk tea? Noticing Wang Xiaobing's suddenly somber mood, Liang Xiaoting changed the subject. Absolutely. Where shall we go? Upon hearing Liang Xiaoting's offer, Yi Chang immediately agreed, the earlier heaviness dissipating entirely, or perhaps just concealed. To the Mingzhong fragrant milk tea shop. After approximately 10 minutes, as a car slowly pulled into the Mengcheng bus station, a pair of youthful individuals emerged from the vehicle. It was Yi Chang and Liang Xiaoting. However, as they disembarked, they caught the attention of a group of unsavory youths. Among them was a familiar face, one of the ruffians whom Yi Chang had previously reprimanded on the bus. He lifted an ancient mobile phone resembling a brick and dialed a number, keeping a watchful eye on Yi Chang and Liang Xiaoting as they descended from the vehicle. Boss, they've gotten off. Yes. After a brief exchange, he nodded respectfully and hung up the call. Ting, please lead the way. Once off the bus, Yi Chang walked alongside Liang Xiaoting. Having been away for several years, he was somewhat unfamiliar with the area. Sure, follow me. Liang Xiaoting nodded and guided Yi Chang toward a safe passage. Hey, kid, stop right there. Just as they were about to exit the bus station, they were inexplicably intercepted by a group of individuals, each exuding an intimidating aura, unmistakably bloodthirsty. Is there something you need? Yi Chang, however, showed no fear, his expression cool as he regarded them. Xiao Dao, is that him? A gruff voice rang out from the crowd. An injured youth, his arm wrapped in bandages, nodded submissively toward a burly man beside him. Yes, Boss Hua, that's the one who injured my brother and broke my arm. At that moment, Yi Chang turned to look, recognizing the man who had claimed to be Brother Dedeo and had suffered at his hands on the bus. Beside him stood a rugged man in his 30s or 40s, emanating a fierce energy. Interesting, I didn't expect to encounter a martial artist so soon after my return, but I wonder how skilled he truly is. Yi Chang couldn't help but smirk inwardly at the sight of the man. Is it you who harmed my associate? The man swaggered up to Yi Chang, his voice low and menacing. After sizing up Yi Chang, who appeared to be merely a 17 or 18-year-old student, his interest waned. How formidable could a high school student truly be? Yet, his disinterest shifted upon noticing Liang Xiaoting beside Yi Chang, his demeanor changing to one of lewd fascination, his gaze fixated on her as if he intended to devour her whole. Liang Xiaoting, feeling the weight of his gaze, instinctively shrank behind Yi Chang. Frightened, seeing this, Yi Chang's anger flared, and he stepped forward protectively, positioning himself in front of Liang Xiaoting. If you continue to stare at her like that, believe me, your hand will end up like his. Yi Chang pointed at Brother Dedeo and the man beside him, his voice devoid of emotion. The way the man had been leering at Liang Xiaoting had irked him. Ha! Li Zihua was taken aback, not expecting this high school-looking student to speak to him so boldly. Before he could erupt, Brother Dedeo interjected, Hey, do you even know who you're talking to? You must be tired of living. He attempted to roll up his sleeves to confront Yi Chang but quickly hesitated, recalling Yi Chang's formidable skills and his own injured arm, causing him to retreat. Not bad, kid. You've injured my man and still dare to speak to me like this. I can assure you, there are no more than 5 people in the West City who would talk to me like that. Li Zihua disregarded Brother Dedeo's antics and took a step toward Yi Chang, his tone cold. And what of it? Yi Chang replied icily. What do you want? Speak quickly, I have no time to waste on you ruffians, I have milk tea to enjoy. His impatience was evident, he had no desire to squander time with these lowly thugs, especially when reconnecting with an old acquaintance. Ha, you think you're off to drink milk tea? You might not even be able to crawl out of here. To his surprise, Brother Dedeo burst into laughter, deriding Yi Chang. Did this kid not grasp the gravity of the situation? They had surrounded him, and whether he would even survive to sip that milk tea was uncertain, especially with Li Zihua, known for his volatile temperament, leading the group. As Brother Dedeo prepared to speak again, he was silenced by a fierce glare from Li Zihua, signaling him to shut his mouth while the boss was still addressing the matter. Seeing the fierce look directed at him, Brother Dedeo immediately broke into a cold sweat and quickly apologized. Sorry, boss, you take it from here. Humph. Li Zihua snorted dismissively, turning his focus back to Yi Chang. Chapter 4 A complete overthrow. I've heard whispers of your prowess, young man, shall we place a wager? Upon uttering these words, Li Zihua cast a meaningful glance at Liang Xiaoting, who was cowering behind Yi Chang. At the moment their eyes met again, Liang Xiaoting instinctively recoiled even further. Oh, pray tell, what grounds do I have to wager with you? Yi Chang ignored Li Zihua's gaze, feeling tempted to gouge out his eyes if he continued with such insolence. Simply the company I keep, Li Zihua declared, gesturing to the throng of his lackeys surrounding them. He was convinced that as long as Yi Chang possessed a modicum of sense, he would accept the challenge. Oh, just these pitiful miscreants? Yi Chang scoffed, surveying the group of unruly youths encircling him with disdain. These individuals could only bully the ordinary. To think they could intimidate him, Yi Chang, was utterly absurd. Was he an ordinary person? No, he was not, though he wished to lead a life of normalcy. Then enlighten me. What exactly do you propose we wager on? Although Yi Chang held little regard for the notion of gambling with him, he was curious to hear what Li Zihua had in mind. If it were a simple affair, he might as well agree and swiftly resolve the matter, allowing him to reminisce with Tingting. Now you're speaking my language. Upon hearing Yi Chang's acquiescence, Li Zihua assumed he had struck fear into the young man's heart. He thought to himself that the only thing worse than acceptance would be refusal. With Yi Chang's agreement, half of his plan was already in motion. The thought of the enchanting student behind him left Li Zihua parched with desire, wishing he could resolve matters right then and there. Then speak up. I have no time to waste on idle chatter. Yi Cheng's impatience began to surface. Such precious moments could not be squandered on these ruffians. Very well, since you were so eager for your demise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Li Zihua's irritation simmered beneath the surface. Everyone knows I am a man of fairness. Here is the deal, we will engage in a duel. If I win, the girl stays with me. If you win, I shall let you all go, what say you? Ah, so this is his true intention. Yi Cheng chuckled inwardly, realizing that all the preceding banter had merely been a trap set for him, yet, he mused, let us hope the trap ensnares him instead. What's the matter, boy? Are you afraid? Seeing Yi Cheng's prolonged silence, Li Zihua mistook it for trepidation. It was no surprise. Anyone familiar with the streets knew of Li Zihua's notorious reputation as a ruthless enforcer. Years ago, he had pursued a rival leader, relentlessly chasing him through several streets until he was finally vanquished. From that day forth, Li Zihua's name had spread far and wide. Therefore, it was only natural for this young man to quail at the sound of his name. However, Yi Cheng's next words left him momentarily stunned. Fear? Ha, I, Yi Cheng, have never known fear. You want to fight, do you? Then let us get on with it, enough with the prattle. Yi Cheng waved his hand dismissively, eager to engage without further ado. Good, good, I hope your strength matches your bravado. Li Zihua, incensed by Yi Cheng's arrogance, shed his shirt, revealing a body sculpted by rigorous training. At that moment, Brother Dedeo, ever perceptive, caught Li Zihua's discarded jacket and retreated, shouting, Boss, crush him, destroy him. Brother Dedeo was elated, eager for revenge. Cheng Liang Xiaoting glanced at Yi Cheng, fear etched on her face. Could he truly defeat Li Zihua? Ting Ting, do not be afraid, this will be over quickly, Yi Cheng reassured her, sensing her trepidation. Boy, if you wish to beg for mercy or concede, now is your chance, Li Zihua, brimming with newfound confidence after exposing his formidable muscles, taunted. Humph. Spare me your nonsense, if we're to fight, let us do it. Yi Cheng remained unfazed, beckoning him forward. He thought it peculiar how these individuals felt the need to chatter endlessly before a brawl. Then prepare to meet your end. Li Zihua, incensed, tensed his muscular arm and hurled a punch toward Yi Cheng. His speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he was upon Yi Cheng, ready to strike. Yet, just as his fist was about to make contact, a gust of wind swept past, and suddenly, Yi Cheng was nowhere to be seen. Li Zihua was perplexed. Where had he gone? Hey, I'm right behind you. Yi Cheng's voice rang out from behind Li Zihua. Indeed, when he turned, he found Yi Cheng standing there with a smile, the enchanting girl closely following him. In that moment, Liang Xiaoting was more astonished than Li Zihua. Just a moment ago, she had experienced a sudden darkness, only to find herself standing behind Li Zihua now. What the hell? Li Zihua cursed under his breath, bewildered by Yi Cheng's astonishing speed. How had he managed such a feat? Humph. Undeterred, Li Zihua grunted and swung his fist once more at Yi Cheng, this time with even greater speed, determined to land a hit. Smack! Although Yi Cheng did not evade, it was not due to an inability to do so. Rather, he simply chose not to. With effortless ease, Yi Cheng reached out and caught Li Zihua's punch in his hand, neutralizing all the force behind it. You possess speed, but your strength leaves much to be desired, Yi Cheng remarked with a hint of disappointment as he seized Li Zihua's fist. Damn! Li Zihua muttered, disregarding Yi Cheng's commentary, stunned by how firmly Yi Cheng held his fist, rendering him unable to withdraw. Perfect. Allow me to show you what true strength is, Yi Cheng's voice resonated calmly, and before Li Zihua could react, Yi Cheng's palm struck his chest with force. An indescribable power surged through him, akin to being rammed by a bull. In the next instant, Li Zihua was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. Ah, boss. Witnessing Li Zihua being sent flying, Brother Dedeo hurriedly rushed over to assist him while barking orders to the surrounding lackeys. What are you all standing around for? Seize this boy. Yes, yes, boss. The lackeys, jolted from their stupor, rallied together, fists raised, charging toward Yi Cheng. Though there were more than a dozen of them, none wielded weapons, which only served to facilitate Yi Cheng's triumph. Within mere seconds, he dispatched them with ease, leaving them sprawled on the ground. Chapter 5. Seeking assistance one by one, they lay on the ground, writhing in agony. Meanwhile, Liang Xiaoting, who followed Yi Cheng, gazed at him with a mixture of admiration and astonishment, unable to fathom the extent of his prowess. It was truly remarkable how effortlessly he had dispatched so many adversaries. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, she might have thought it was merely a scene from a film. Just moments ago, she had been worried about Yi Cheng, yet he had seemingly dismissed them all with ease. Am I free to leave now? Yi Cheng asked nonchalantly after effortlessly resolving the situation, as if it were an inconsequential task. He clapped his hands and turned to depart. At that moment, Li Zihua wore an expression of shock, though it was overshadowed by rage. Not only had he been defeated, but also his numerous subordinates had fallen before Yi Chang. If word of this got out, how could he ever maintain his standing in the underworld? Stop right there! Li Zihua bellowed at Yi Chang, his voice almost a howl. Oh, are you still unconvinced? Or perhaps you haven't had enough of a beating? Yi Chang halted, turning slightly to fix a cold gaze upon Li Zihua. Have the courage to reveal your name. Under Yi Chang's piercing stare, Li Zihua felt an icy chill run down his spine, akin to being hunted by a wild beast. Yet, he steeled himself against the fear and shouted defiantly. Yi Chang! Yi Chang uttered the name dismissively before taking Liang Xiaoting's hand and walking away. He was entirely unconcerned about any potential retaliation from Li Zihua. Just you wait, Yi Chang. I, Li Zihua, will not let you escape unscathed. Li Zihua glared at their retreating figures, his fists clenched in fury. Boss, what should we do next? De Daoge, feeling a twinge of fear, inquired of Li Zihua after Yi Chang's departure. What else can we do? We need to regroup. Li Zihua replied tersely. And Xiao Dao, you take some men and follow them, keep track of their whereabouts and report back to me on their every move. With that, Li Zihua led a group of underlings away from the bus station, while De Daoge discreetly trailed Yi Chang and his companions, keeping a watchful eye on their activities. Yi Chang, of course, sensed the presence of their little followers behind him, yet he remained unfazed, continuing to converse and laugh with Liang Xiaoting. Should they dare to provoke him again, he would ensure they received a bloody lesson they would never forget. At the headquarters of the Loyal and Righteous Hall, the injured Li Zihua, supported by his subordinates, entered the building. Good day, Hall Master Li, greeted a passing underling upon seeing him. However, still seething from his injuries, Li Zihua paid him no heed to the underling, undeterred, continued on his way, accustomed to the aloofness of high-ranking figures like Li Zihua. Cough, cough, wait a moment. Li Zihua called out just as the underling had taken a few steps. Did you call for me, Hall Master? The underling turned back, somewhat surprised. It was indeed an honor to converse with the illustrious Hall Master. Is that a question? Who else would I be calling? Before Li Zihua could respond, one of the underlings supporting him interjected sharply. Ah! The sudden rebuke startled the underling. What does Hall Master Li want from me? He stammered, anxiety evident in his voice. Li Zihua waved off the support, signaling he no longer required it, then turned to the nervous underling and inquired, Is the Hall Master in the main hall? The Hall Master has gone out, the underling replied, a hint of tension in his demeanor. Gone out? Li Zihua frowned slightly. What about Leader Lin? Well, Leader Lin has also stepped out, the underling answered truthfully. Damn it, why is everyone out? Li Zihua muttered a curse under his breath. So, who is in the main hall now? Currently, only Hall Master Lin who is present. Lin who? That will suffice. Li Zihua mused for a moment before waving the underling away and making his way to the rear courtyard. Since I can't find the Hall Master or Leader Lin, seeking out the tiger should suffice, as his skills are said to be inherited from Leader Lin, and he should not disappoint. As Li Zihua contemplated this, he treaded towards the courtyard. Upon entering the rear courtyard, he was greeted by the thunderous roars of men, their voices reverberating with a commanding presence that left one feeling utterly awestruck. Upon closer inspection, he beheld a robust man training vigorously, his punches powerful and forceful, creating a sound reminiscent of friction in the air. This man was Lin Hu, the Hall Master of the Loyal and Righteous Hall, and the younger brother of Leader Lin Feng. Tiger brother. Upon spotting Lin Hu, Li Zihua called out, feeling a surge of hope for vengeance. If he could enlist Lin Hu's help against that brat, victory would surely be swift. However, Lin Hu continued his training, seemingly oblivious to Li Zihua's presence. Tiger brother. Swish. Just as Li Zihua was about to call again, Lin Hu launched a swift punch in his direction. The force was so intense that even Li Zihua, who had some martial training, found himself utterly defenseless against it. Ah, Tiger brother, it's me, Zihua. Li Zihua shouted in panic, retreating frantically. Yet, his speed was no match for Lin Hu's, though Lin Hu halted his punch just a centimeter from Li Zihua's forehead. Whoosh! As the punch missed, Li Zihua exhaled deeply in relief. Tiger brother, it's me, he exclaimed, still trembling from the close call. I told you not to disturb me while I train. Consider this a warning. If you interrupt again, your head will meet the wall. Crash. Lin Hu punctuated his words with a punch that smashed into the wall behind Li Zihua, leaving a gaping hole in its wake. Why yes. I promise not to disturb you again. Li Zihua stammered, utterly startled by the display of strength. How terrifying it was to discover that the hall master was so formidable. This was his first encounter with Lin Hu in action, and it left him profoundly shaken. Had that punch connected, his head might have exploded like a watermelon. Speak, what business do you have with me? Lin Hu turned coldly, his back to Li Zihua. Tiger brother, our loyal and righteous hall has been wronged. Even I have been attacked. Li Zihua recounted the incident involving Yi Chang and the members of the loyal and righteous hall, carefully placing all the blame squarely on Yi Chang, portraying him as a villain of the highest order. Upon hearing this, Lin Hu was instantly incensed. Such audacity, Li Zihua, tell me where he is, and I shall deal with him at once. Lin Hu, a man of raw strength, was quick to seek retribution for the grievances suffered by his comrades. Boy, just you wait. Your doom is nigh. Li Zihua said with a sinister grin, before leading Lin Hu directly to Yi Chang's location. Chapter 6. Beautiful girl, could you share your WeChat? When Li Zihua accompanied Lin Hu to find Yi Chang, he was leisurely sipping milk tea and engaging in light conversation with Liang Xiaoting. Unbeknownst to him, trouble was gradually encroaching upon him. Even if he had been aware, he would have remained indifferent. The milk tea shop where Yi Chang and Liang Xiaoting were located was the Piao Piao milk tea shop near their high school, bustling with patrons, primarily students, especially on weekends. After much effort, Yi Chang and Liang Xiaoting managed to squeeze into a seat near the window. This place is really crowded, Yi Chang remarked, surveying the throng of people in the shop. That's to be expected. After all, it's Sunday. By the way, Yi Chang, what would you like to drink? I'll order for you. Liang Xiaoting stood up and offered. No need, Xiaoting, just stay seated, I'll take care of it, Yi Chang replied, turning to make his way to the service counter. After glancing at Yi Chang's retreating figure, a faint smile graced Liang Xiaoting's face as she rested her chin on her hands, waiting by the window for his return. As Yi Chang approached the counter to order milk tea, a group of suspicious individuals outside the shop whispered among themselves. Brother Dao, they've gone inside. What should we do next? A youth with dyed red hair inquired of a man wrapped in bandages. This group was none other than the followers of Brother Dao, the very people who had been tailing Yi Chang. Don't rush. Just keep a close watch on them. I'll call the boss first, Brother Dao said, extracting his phone to dial Li Zihua. Yi Chang was aware of Brother Dao's attempts to follow him, but he chose to ignore them out of disdain. He believed that the best way to instill fear in them was to lure out the big fish and deal with them all at once. However, it was possible that when the big fish appeared, there would be no need for a confrontation. Yi Chang sneered at the group of sneaky youths outside the glass window. You'd best not provoke me again, otherwise, ha! Yi Chang scoffed, turning away to disregard them. Hey, buddy, it's your turn, hurry up. The people behind are waiting. A voice called out, breaking into Yi Chang's thoughts. Turning back, he noticed that the line he had been in was now packed with people eagerly awaiting his order. Sorry about that. Yi Chang said sheepishly to the young man behind him, hastening to the front. 2 cups of original milk tea, please. Just as Yi Chang was placing his order, Liang Xiaoting found herself in a bit of a predicament. Hey, beautiful, could you share your contact information? A youth with green hair was trying to strike up a conversation with Liang Xiaoting. She, however, chose to ignore him, but the persistent green-haired youth continued to pester her, causing her to grow increasingly irritated. I'm sorry, but I already have a boyfriend, Liang Xiaoting firmly rejected him. Yet, as she mentioned her boyfriend, her cheeks flushed slightly. I don't mind, as long as you're not someone else's wife, I still have a chance. So, beautiful, how about adding me on WeChat or QQ, the green-haired youth insisted. In truth, he had observed Liang Xiaoting for several weeks and was convinced she didn't have a boyfriend, as he frequently saw her alone or only with female friends. You can't just do that. I told you I already have a boyfriend, Liang Xiaoting retorted angrily at the unrelenting green-haired youth. She had never encountered someone so shameless before. Her clear rejection seemed to fall on deaf ears. Hey, don't raise your voice. It sounds like I'm bullying you. I just asked for your contact to make a friend, the green-haired youth said, unfazed by Liang Xiaoting's anger. Give it up, I won't give you my number. Just leave me alone, or else when my boyfriend returns, you'll regret it. Oh, do you really have a boyfriend? Why don't you call him over, maybe he'll even let you add me as a friend. The green-haired youth puffed out his chest, convinced that a high school student would be no match for him. As he plotted, a sudden voice pierced the air. Buddy, were you looking for me? The unexpected sound startled the green-haired youth. Turning around, he found a high school boy holding 2 cups of milk tea standing next to him. Ah, Chang. Liang Xiaoting exclaimed joyfully upon seeing the boy. Ting, here is your milk tea. Yi Chang nodded towards Liang Xiaoting, handing her the drink. Who the heck are you? The green-haired youth glared at Yi Chang, initially startled but quickly filled with anger for daring to speak so intimately to the girl he had his eye on. Yi Chang, however, chose to ignore him, casually sitting beside Liang Xiaoting, crossing his legs and taking a sip of his milk tea before saying, "I'm her boyfriend, didn't he, you know?" He then playfully wrapped an arm around Liang Xiaoting's slender waist. Ah! Liang Xiaoting gasped, taken aback by the sudden embrace in front of so many people, her cheeks flushing crimson as she quickly wriggled free, shyly protesting, Chang, don't!" To the green-haired youth, this scene appeared as a flirtatious exchange, igniting a fire of anger within him. His belief that the girl he had been watching for weeks was an untouched flower crumbled upon witnessing her with a boyfriend. "You little punk, how dare you touch the girl I like?" "You re-asking for it," the green-haired youth shouted furiously at Yi Chang. His outburst drew the attention of others in the shop, most of whom were students, with some recognizing the green-haired youth. "Oh my, isn't that green hair from Beicheng? What is he doing here? That kid must have crossed paths with green hair. He is doomed." Students began to murmur among themselves, yet, rather than feeling intimidated by their whispers, the green-haired youth held his head high, arrogantly addressing Yi Chang. "Did you hear that? I am not someone to be trifled with. If you know what is good for you, keep your distance from this girl, or else." Chapter 7. Stealing my lines. Not wanting to mix anymore upon finishing his statement, the green-haired one glared threateningly at Yi Chang while cracking his knuckles. He firmly believed that upon hearing his name, this individual would surely back down. To his astonishment, however, Yi Chang nonchalantly replied, "What if I don't?" "Ha!" Greenhair was momentarily taken aback by Yi Chang's unexpected retort. "You insolent brat, it seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Very well, I shall make you aware of the consequences of crossing me, Greenhair." With that, he unleashed a powerful punch aimed squarely at Yi Chang's head. "My goodness, Greenhair has made his move. How impressive, that kid is finished," murmured the onlookers, who were once again drawn into the spectacle. Yet, just as Greenhair believed he would surely knock Yi Chang down, an unexpected darkness clouded his vision, and a fist the size of a sandbag slammed into his eye socket. Bang! The impact sent Greenhair reeling backward, stars dancing in his eyes. The spectators, who had been watching intently, were left agape, unable to comprehend how the tables had turned. Wasn't Greenhair the one who was supposed to deliver the blow? Now, it was he who had been struck down. Meanwhile, Yi Chang appeared utterly unfazed, casually sipping his milk tea, while the precise nature of his counterattack remained a blur to everyone, even to Greenhair himself. "You dare to hit me!" Greenhair exclaimed, clutching his swollen eye as he rose to his feet, directing his fury at Yi Chang. "Hit you? I haven't laid a finger on you. Did anyone here witness such a thing?" Yi Chang feigned innocence, a look of bewilderment etched across his face. Indeed, no one had clearly seen how Greenhair had been bested. They had only heard the sound before he stumbled back. "And no, I am certain you struck me." Greenhair hesitated for a moment before resolutely asserting, despite not seeing who had hit him, he was convinced it had to be Yi Chang, for he had made his move to strike first, only to find himself on the receiving end instead. "Ha, you claim it was me without even witnessing the event? By that logic, if my pig at home were to become pregnant, could I not also say it was your doing?" Put. Liang Xiaoting nearly burst into laughter at his last remark. In stark contrast, Greenhair was seething with rage. He felt utterly humiliated. "You wait, brat, Greenhair of North City, am not to be trifled with. I shall exact my revenge in due time." With that, he spat his final words in fury, pushing through the crowd and storming out of the milk tea shop. Although he yearned to teach Yi Chang a lesson, he recognized that, given the mysterious speed of Yi Chang's counterattack, he was no match for him. Nevertheless, he would not let this matter rest. He intended to call upon his boss for assistance. The onlookers, witnessing the anticlimactic turn of events, began to disperse, realizing there was nothing more to see. "Ha!" Yi Chang cast a cold smile at Greenhair's retreating figure before resuming his enjoyment of the milk tea, unfazed by the earlier threats. "Ah!" Just then, Yi Chang let out a sudden yelp. Someone had fiercely grabbed his arm. "What are you doing, Xiaoting?" Yi Chang cried out, turning to Liang Xiaoting, who wore a mischievous grin. "What am I doing? Just take a look at what your hand is doing." Liang Xiaoting pointed at Yi Chang's arm, which had been resting on her waist. It was acceptable when Greenhair was present, but now that he had departed, she felt justified in chastising Yi Chang for his presumptuousness. Ha! Yi Chang, suddenly aware of the position of his hand, awkwardly retracted it, though not without surreptitiously giving her a quick squeeze. This gesture caused Liang Xiaoting to blush fiercely, unable to suppress a mutter, "Big pervert." Yi Chang, appearing oblivious to her comment, continued sipping his tea, yet inwardly he relished the sensation he had just experienced. The tactile pleasure was quite delightful, reminiscent of his little junior sister. No one could fathom the impure thoughts swirling in Yi Chang's mind. "By the way, Xiaoting, were you serious about what you said earlier?" After taking a sip of milk tea, Yi Chang suddenly grinned mischievously at Liang Xiaoting. "What do you mean?" she replied, utterly perplexed. "I mean when you said I was your boyfriend. Is there any truth to it?" Yi Chang raised an eyebrow, a playful glint in his eye. "Ah, how annoying, of course, that's not true." Liang Xiaoting hastily denied, feeling flustered. She had merely spoken in haste, and her true feelings remained concealed from everyone. Upon hearing her denial, Yi Chang feigned disappointment. "Oh, is that so?" Seeing his forlorn expression, Liang Xiaoting felt a pang of guilt and began to explain. Chang-eyed, however, before she could complete her sentence, Yi Chang reverted to his playful demeanor, exclaiming, Just kidding. You're such a fool. Now, let us hurry and drink up. I still need to register for school later." This time, Yi Chang's return was not merely for the sake of attending classes. He had a task entrusted to him by his master to fulfill. Once completed, he would finally be able to embark on his journey as a true free man. Thus, he was determined to accomplish this task swiftly. Outside the milk tea shop, as Tadeoga kept watch over Yi Chang, the individual he had been waiting for finally arrived. "Boss." Spotting Li Xiaohua's vehicle approaching, Tadeoga rushed over to assist in opening the car door. However, the next moment, he was thrilled to see another figure emerge, none other than the esteemed Lin Hu, the true leader of their brotherhood. To his surprise, Lin Hu had personally come out today. With utmost respect, Tadeoga greeted Master Hu, and immediately bowed deeply, for aside from his own boss, Lin Hu was the individual he held in the highest regard. Although they were both part of the brotherhood, encounters with Master Hu were rare, making this meeting a stroke of fortune. Lin Hu nodded at Tadeoga, then turned his gaze to Li Xihua, who had also exited the vehicle, and inquired, "Is that kid you mentioned inside?" With a gesture towards the modest milk tea shop before them, Lin Hu indicated its location. "Yes, Master Hu, they are indeed inside." Tadeoga, perhaps overly excited by Lin Hu's presence, interjected before Li Xihua could respond. This prompted a slight frown from Li Xihua, but with Master Hu in attendance, he refrained from voicing his discontent and could only comply, stating, "Brother Hu, Tadeo is correct, that kid is indeed within." With that, Li Xihua shot Tadeoga a fierce glare, as if to say, "You dare to steal my lines? Do you wish to be dismissed?" Chapter 8. The arrival of Lord Tiger. At this moment, however, Brother Tadeo was oblivious to the expression on Li Xihua's face. His gaze was entirely fixated on Lin Hu. "Very well, you may enter and bring him out," Lin Hu stated, leaning against the vehicle with his arms crossed. Having grown accustomed to his elevated status, he had adopted a rather haughty demeanor. "Yes, Lord Tiger." Upon receiving Lord Tiger's command, Brother Tadeo responded with fervor, as though he had just received an imperial decree. "You lot, come with me and fetch that brat." With a grand gesture, Brother Tadeo beckoned his subordinates and swaggered toward the milk tea shop. However, just as they were about to enter, they spotted Yi Chang emerging from the shop, engaged in cheerful conversation with Liang Xiaoting. Yet, upon noticing Brother Tadeo and his entourage, they opted to disregard them entirely, circumventing their presence as they headed toward the school. Witnessing their dismissal infuriated Brother Tadeo. "That's them." At that moment, one of his lackeys reminded him. "Do you think I'm blind? Quickly, stop them." Brother Tadeo bellowed, gesturing emphatically toward his underlings. With Lord Tiger's backing, Brother Tadeo was no longer intimidated by Yi Chang, and his minions shared the same sentiment, eagerly surrounding Yi Chang and Liang Xiaoting. "Have you not had enough of a beating?" Surrounded by these individuals, Yi Chang remained unperturbed, exuding an air of nonchalance. "This time, it is not us seeking you out. It is Lord Tiger who desires your presence, so do accompany us." At that moment, Brother Tadeo approached Yi Chang, his tone dripping with arrogance. Bolstered by Lord Tiger's protection, he felt emboldened, for had it not been for the injury Yi Chang had inflicted upon him, he would never have dared to speak so boldly. "Lord Tiger?" Yi Chang paused, momentarily taken aback by the name. Was there someone known as Lord Tiger in the Loyalty and Righteousness Hall? He couldn't recall hearing that name during his departure years ago. Observing the deference with which they regarded this Lord Tiger, Yi Chang contemplated the significance of his status within the hall. He wondered if he might know him. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Yi Chang quickly reached a decision. "Very well, lead me to him." "Ah." Surprisingly, Brother Tadeo was taken aback by Yi Chang's enthusiastic acquiescence. When had he become so amenable? If he were this agreeable, perhaps he would not have suffered such a beating. Was it possible that he was intimidated by the mention of Lord Tiger's name? All right, let us be off. Yet, Brother Dideo quickly regained his composure and led Yi Chang toward Lord Tiger. Lord Tiger, the young man is coming, Li Zihua hurriedly informed Lord Tiger upon seeing Yi Chang being escorted over. At that moment, Lin Hu was not focused on what lay ahead. Instead, he had his head lowered, feigning sleep. Lately, he had been diligently training, leaving him often fatigued. Had it not been for the news of Li Zihua being severely reprimanded, he would not have emerged from his repose. Upon hearing Li Zihua's words, Lin Hu lifted his heavy eyelids and raised his head to look ahead. However, when he spotted Yi Chang approaching, Lin Hu's previously drowsy eyes suddenly sparkled with vitality. Brother Chang. Upon seeing Yi Chang, Lin Hu was instantly filled with excitement. This scene startled Li Zihua, who stood nearby. Lord Tiger, what is the matter? Who is this Brother Chang? Li Zihua asked in confusion, yet Lin Hu paid him no mind and strode purposefully toward Yi Chang. As Yi Chang caught sight of Lin Hu, a smile broke across his face, a smile that only an old friend could evoke. Brother Chang, you have finally returned. In front of everyone's gaze, Lin Hu dashed forward to envelop Yi Chang in a hearty embrace, his enthusiasm rivaling that of a long-lost son reuniting with his father. Luzi, splendid. You have grown even stronger. Yi Chang exclaimed, equally exhilarated. After 3 long years, they were finally reunited. However, this display left all present in a state of shock. Whether they were members of the Loyalty and Righteousness Hall or Liang Xiaoting beside Yi Chang, all gazed at the two in astonishment. Who was this individual, so familiar with Lord Tiger? Lord Tiger, who is this young man? Brother Dideo, wearing an expression of confusion, interjected, pointing at Yi Chang, yet his inquiry earned him Lin Hu's ire, who swiftly slapped him away, exclaiming, What do you mean, young man? He is my brother, show him some respect and address him properly, call him Brother Chang. It was no wonder Lin Hu was so incensed. Yi Chang was the person he admired most, and to have him referred to dismissively was a slight upon his honor. Upon hearing Lin Hu's reprimand, Brother Dideo and the others quickly composed themselves, despite their confusion, and obediently called out, Hello, Brother Chang. Ha, let us keep it low-key. Yi Chang replied, his heart warmed by the reunion with an old friend. Li Zihua, come here at once. Lin Hu suddenly roared in anger. Brother Hu, Brother Hu. Li Zihua approached Lin Hu, trembling with trepidation. How dare you bully my brother? With that, Lin Hu delivered a resounding slap to Li Zihua's face. Apologize to Brother Chang at once. Left with no choice, Li Zihua, nursing his cheek, turned to Yi Chang to offer his apology. Yi Chang accepted it without a second thought. After all, he had not suffered any loss. Brother Chang, it has been far too long since we last met. How about we grab a drink together? Lin Hu suggested eagerly, his excitement palpable. Sure, well, not just yet. Yi Chang was about to agree when he suddenly remembered he still needed to register for school. Luzi, let's postpone that. I have matters to attend to at the moment. Upon hearing Yi Chang had other business, Lin Hu glanced at Liang Xiaoting and instantly understood, responding with an expression of camaraderie, All right, we shall gather later. Brother Chang, you go on with your tasks. With a knowing wink, Lin Hu added, Make sure to come find me afterward. With that, he discreetly slipped something into Yi Chang's hand before leading his group of followers away. Yi Chang, however, was left puzzled, contemplating Lin Hu's earlier expression and what it might have implied, yet, upon glancing at the item Lin Hu had pressed into his palm, realization dawned upon him. What on earth is this loot item? Yi Chang remarked, bemused by the taotao in his hand. Ah Chang, what are you holding? At that moment, Liang Xiaoting snatched the object from Yi Chang's grasp. Ah! Yi Chang, you perverted fiend! As she recognized the item, her face flushed crimson, and in a fit of embarrassment and indignation, she hurled the taotao back at Yi Chang. Chapter 9. The schoolflower Liang, this has nothing to do with me, it was that rascal Lin Hu sent it over, Yi Chang explained with a seemingly innocent expression. Oomph, you are all perverts, big bad wolves. Liang Xiaoting retorted, her face flushed with embarrassment. Well then, shall I just throw it away? Yi Chang said as he prepared to discard the item. However, Liang Xiaoting stopped him, saying, Why are you being so wasteful? Then what should I do? Just keep it for now, Liang Xiaoting replied, her cheeks still burning. All right, Yi Chang agreed, putting the item into his pocket. Yet, after this incident, Yi Chang grew considerably quieter on their journey, perhaps still feeling the lingering awkwardness from earlier. In truth, Liang Xiaoting was shyly pondering why she asked Yi Chang to keep the item instead of throwing it away. Did she perhaps want him to? Oh Xiaoting, how have you become so brazen? No one could fathom Liang Xiaoting's thoughts, but soon they arrived at the school. Hey, isn't that Liang, the school flower? Why is she walking into school with a guy? Could he possibly be her boyfriend? As Yi Chang and Liang Xiaoting entered the high school campus, they drew countless gazes, for Liang Xiaoting was indeed a figure of admiration, her every move attracting attention. Seeing her engaged in cheerful conversation with a boy shattered the hearts of many infatuated students. Heavens, my goddess has a man now. I don't want to live anymore. Some students even began to pound their chests in despair, yet they dared only to watch from a distance. After all, Liang Xiaoting was not someone they could easily approach. She had already caught the eye of a certain school bully. Humph, what a beautiful flower growing amidst the muck, a plump, greasy boy remarked enviously from afar, eyeing Yi Chang and Liang Xiaoting. Xiaoting, it seems you are quite popular, Yi Chang observed with a smile, noticing the students' reactions. Not at all. Liang Xiaoting shyly protested, clearly embarrassed by the attention, especially with Yi Chang by her side. Oh my goddess is actually shy. What on earth did that guy do to her? I can't let my goddess be tarnished by that guy, I must teach him a lesson. Some students were ready to confront Yi Chang, but fortunately, they only spoke of their intentions, for if they had acted, the consequences would have been dire. Yi Chang was not someone to be trifled with. Meanwhile, in a corner of the campus, two pairs of eyes were fixated on Yi Chang and Liang Xiaoting. To be precise, they were monitoring Liang Xiaoting. Hey, isn't that the big sister? Why is she walking with another man? These pathetic losers have no fear, daring to compete with Wei Gu for a woman, said a tall student with a lecherous appearance, glancing in Yi Chang's direction. Who cares if they're afraid or not? If they dare to touch Wei Ji's woman, they're asking for trouble. Lao San, go tell Wei Gu about this. I'll gather some people to teach that kid a lesson, replied a shifty-eyed student. After the tall student left, the shifty-eyed student summoned a few rough-looking individuals to surround Yi Chang and Liang Xiaoting. Kid, you're quite bold. After encircling them, the shifty-eyed student swaggered over to Yi Chang, speaking arrogantly. Liang Xiaoting instinctively felt fear and stepped back behind Yi Chang. Zheng Feng, what do you want? She asked, her voice trembling. Don't be afraid, big sister, we're here for this kid, it's none of your concern. You can leave now, the shifty-eyed student said, showing a degree of respect towards Liang Xiaoting, as she was favored by Wei Gu. You don't call me your sister, Liang Xiaoting quickly clarified, worried that Yi Chang might misunderstand. Zheng Feng merely smiled and turned his attention to Yi Chang. You'd better come with us willingly, or else where are you taking me? Yi Chang replied casually, seemingly unfazed by the threat, having already surmised their intentions. However, since they were merely students, he didn't feel inclined to engage. Had they been more seasoned individuals, Yi Chang would have dealt with them decisively. Yes, we have some matters to discuss. Follow me, Zhang Feng pointed towards a small grove beside the pathway. The scene of Yi Chang and Liang Xiaoting being cornered did not go unnoticed by many students. Isn't that Zhang Feng, one of Song Shouwei's right-hand men? Looks like that kid is in for a rough time. Who told him to mess with Song Shouwei's woman? Some students began discussing the situation. Who cares, a good beating would do him well. After all, he stole our goddess. Some students who admired Liang Xiaoting said disdainfully. Though they feared the school bully Song Shouwei, they would not hold back against Yi Chang. Let us discuss it here. I am in a hurry, Yi Chang dismissed, showing no intention of following Zhang Feng. You don't get to decide that, a thug-like student interjected before Zhang Feng could speak. Oh, are you saying you won't let me go? Yi Chang scoffed, then turned away from them, taking Liang Xiaoting's hand. Xiaoting, let us go. Ignore these fools. With that, he began to walk away, but Liang Xiaoting anxiously glanced around at the group. You punk, you're asking for it. Zhang Feng and his companions erupted in fury at being called fools. Zhang Feng shouted and swung a fist towards Yi Chang's back. Oh no, that kid is done for. Zhang Feng is from the Taekwondo club, he won't withstand that punch. Students began to mourn for Yi Chang upon witnessing this scene. However, the next moment was beyond their belief. Zhang Feng, who had lunged forward, suddenly stumbled backward as Yi Chang executed a precise sidekick to his flank. Though Yi Chang had not used much force, it was sufficient to inflict pain. Zhang Feng didn't utter a sound, merely grimacing in discomfort. Everyone, get him, teach him a lesson. Zhang Feng roared at his companions, charging at Yi Chang once more, determined to retaliate for the earlier humiliation. He leapt into the air, aiming a fierce kick directly at Yi Chang. A glimmer of malice flashed in Zhang Feng's eyes. Chapter 10 Eyes in the back. It was as if Yi Chang had eyes on the back of his head, as he swiftly evaded Zhang Feng's kick while guiding Liang Xiaoting out of harm's way. However, as he maneuvered, a group of ruffian students surged towards him. It seems that without a lesson, you lot will remain oblivious to my identity, Yi Chang sneered coldly. Without moving an inch, he deftly struck out with his palms in rapid succession. Bang, 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 with each strike, a ruffian student was sent sprawling, leaving them battered and moaning on the ground within mere seconds. You little brat, die! Just then, Zhang Feng seized the opportunity to launch a powerful kick from behind Yi Chang, one far more formidable than the last, capable of snapping even a 5-centimeter wooden stick in two. Overestimating yourself. Yet Yi Chang, without turning to look, snorted dismissively and swept his fist backward. Bang! The impact echoed as Zhang Feng let out a cry of anguish, stumbling backward before collapsing to the ground. Yi Chang, indifferent to the chaos he had left behind, took Liang Xiaoting's hand and departed, swiftly vanishing into the campus. You bastard, Zhang Feng, will never let you off. Zhang Feng roared in fury at Yi Chang's retreating figure, his fist smashing into the ground in frustration. Meanwhile, the onlookers, filled with fear, quickly scattered. Before long, Yi Chang and Liang Xiaoting arrived at the teaching building. The earlier encounter weighed little on Yi Chang's mind. After all, they were merely a few students, hardly worth his concern. His priority now lay in completing the enrollment process. However, Liang Xiaoting was not as unconcerned. She was well aware that Zhang Feng was a subordinate of the school bully, Song Shouwei. Yet, observing Yi Chang's relaxed demeanor eased her worries considerably. Chang is so formidable, he will surely be fine, she reassured herself inwardly. Brother Wei, it's bad, big sister has been pursued by someone. Inside the gymnasium, a tall figure rushed in, breathless and alarmed. Bang! Bang! Meanwhile, on the basketball court, a student clad in sportswear was making shots. He possessed a handsome visage and stood approximately 6 feet tall. He was none other than one of the school's top bullies, Song Shouwei. Just as the tall man barged in, the basketball he shot swooshed through the net. Panting heavily, the tall man reached Song Shouwei's side. Wei, it's terrible, big sister has been pursued, he gasped, struggling for breath. What? Repeat that. Song Shouwei, who had been wiping the sweat from his brow, immediately paled upon hearing the tall man's words. He harshly grasped the man's collar, demanding answers. Big sister has been pursued, the tall man stammered again. Damn it, which bastard is it? Is it someone with the surname Wang? Song Shouwei, now fully understanding, erupted in rage, his grip tightening unconsciously. The Wang he referred to was one of the school's bullies, someone whose strength could rival his own. Yet, that didn't add up. Wasn't that Wang fellow enamored with Fang Xionyou? Why was he vying for Liang Xiaoting? However, the tall man's next words clarified everything for Song Shouwei. Brother Wei, it's not him. There is another person. Another person, if not him, then who could it be? Song Shouwei pondered another possibility, but the tall man quickly dismissed it, saying, it's not Li Jun either, but rather a kid we've never seen before. A kid we've never seen? Damn it, does he not know Liang Xiaoting belongs to me? This is simply outrageous. Song Shouwei cursed vehemently, then shot a glare at the tall man, barking, you better take me to him right now. Yes, I'll take you there at once. The tall man hurriedly led Song Shouwei through the campus. Brother Wei, there's no need to rush. Before I came to find you, Zhang Feng had already gone to teach that kid a lesson. Why now? That kid is probably beaten to the point of not recognizing his own father. Humph. I hope so, but daring to lay a hand on my woman is no trivial matter. A glint of cold light flashed in Song Shouwei's eyes. They soon arrived at the very corridor where Yi Chang and Liang Xiaoting had encountered Zhang Feng, but to their astonishment, they found Zhang Feng writhing on the ground, clutching his leg in agony. Surrounding him lay several of his companions, groaning in pain, familiar faces, all subordinates of Song Shouwei. Mark my words, I will avenge this. As Song Shouwei arrived, he witnessed Zhang Feng unleashing his frustration, striking the ground with his fist. Unfortunately, the ground remained intact while his hand did not. Consumed by anger, Zhang Feng had failed to notice Song Shouwei and the tall man approaching until he heard Song Shouwei's voice. Zhang Feng, what happened? Weren't you supposed to teach that kid a lesson? The tall man, who had arrived with Song Shouwei, questioned Zhang Feng, sensing the gravity of the situation from their demeanor. Don't mention it. We were all beaten by that kid. Zhang Feng, supported by the tall man, stood up, seething with indignation. What, you were beaten by him, Zhang Feng? Aren't you a black belt master? How could you be defeated by him? The tall man exclaimed in disbelief,
and even Song Shouwei looked slightly astonished. Defeating Zhang Feng would not be difficult for him, given Zhang Feng's martial arts background, but to hear that a fellow student had bested him was indeed surprising.
Could it be that this kid is also a martial artist?
A frown creased Song Shouwei's brow as he began to ponder. Alas, as much as I hate to admit it, that detestable kid truly is stronger than I am. Zhang Feng sighed, begrudgingly acknowledging Yi Chang's superiority.
Brother Wei, you must avenge us. Humph, naturally. Not only did he steal my woman, but he also laid a hand on my brother. That kid is as good as dead.
Song Shouwei replied coldly.
Where is that kid now? Brother Wei, it seems they headed towards the teaching building. The teaching building?
Very well, you all go and keep an eye on him, inform me the moment you have news.
As he spoke, Song Shouwei clenched his fists tightly.
Kid, I don't care who you are.
Daring to snatch a woman from me, you are doomed.
Due to his injuries, Song Shouwei took Zhang Feng and the others to the infirmary, leaving the tall man alone to monitor Yi Chang and Liang Xiaoting. Meanwhile, Yi Chang and Liang Xiaoting had arrived at the entrance of the principal's office. Chapter 11 Purity of my brother Chang. Just as they were about to knock on the door, a breathy sound filled with embarrassment reached their ears, and the innocent Yi Chang immediately grasped the situation.
However, Liang Xiaoting appeared somewhat perplexed. What on earth is Ah Chang doing in there? Is something wrong with him? Do you really not understand? Yi Chang gazed at Liang Xiaoting with a hint of curiosity. Indeed, what is happening inside?
Liang Xiaoting replied, her face a canvas of confusion.
Well, it's nothing much. Since Liang Xiaoting was oblivious, Yi Chang chose not to elaborate further.
It would be unfortunate if she misunderstood him.
If it's nothing, why aren't you knocking? Aren't you supposed to handle your enrollment procedures?
Liang Xiaoting observed Yi Chang with a peculiar look, recalling that he had consistently mentioned the need to complete his enrollment, yet now that they were at the door, he hesitated. Did something truly occur inside? This thought stirred doubt within Liang Xiaoting's heart.
Let's wait a bit longer. Yi Chang responded with a hint of embarrassment, intending to imply that they should wait until whatever was happening inside concluded. What are we waiting for? Why are you being so indecisive? To Yi Chang's surprise, Liang Xiaoting took it upon herself to knock on the door. Knock, knock. Don't. As the knocks echoed, Yi Chang's attempt to intervene came too late.
With the sound of knocking, the commotion inside abruptly ceased, and he even caught a muffled curse from within.
How strange, why hasn't anyone opened the door yet? Liang Xiaoting knocked a few more times, and finally, after half a minute, the door creaked open.
What bewildered Liang Xiaoting even more was the sight of a disheveled woman, her face flushed, emerging while clutching her skirt. She dared not meet Liang Xiaoting's or Yi Chang's eyes and hastily slipped away, her head bowed.
Hey! Isn't that teacher Zhang? Why is her face so red?
Watching the hurried departure of the female teacher, Liang Xiaoting was filled with questions, wondering how her complexion could be so flushed. Meanwhile, Yi Chang felt an urge to chuckle.
This silly girl! He thought to himself, observing Liang Xiaoting's puzzled expression. Cough, cough. Just as they both stared at the retreating figure of the female teacher, several coughs emanated from the principal's office.
Upon hearing the sound, both Yi Chang and Liang Xiaoting turned to look inside. They beheld a man, approximately in his 50s, with thinning hair and an air of authority, seated at his desk. His gaze occasionally drifted toward the doorway. Despite having just experienced a tumultuous encounter, he managed to maintain a facade of composure.
Do you require something? Principal Li inquired, glancing at the two standing at the door.
Principal, I brought this student to complete his enrollment procedures, Liang Xiaoting quickly replied.
Enrollment? You? Principal Li regarded Yi Chang with an inquisitive expression. Yes, here are my documents. Yi Chang extended the paperwork in his hand toward Principal Li. Your name is Yi Chang? Principal Li raised an eyebrow in slight surprise upon reviewing the documents. Yes, that's correct. Yi Chang nodded.
He had heard from his mentor that everything regarding his enrollment had already been arranged, and judging by the principal's expression, he seemed to be aware of the situation. After listening to Yi Chang, Principal Li nodded subtly in acknowledgement. He then turned to Liang Xiaoting, saying, Liang, please step outside for a moment, I have matters to discuss with Yi Chang.
Once Liang Xiaoting exited the office, Principal Li's demeanor shifted to one of nervousness. Brother Yi, did you? Principal Li began, though his words trailed off. However, Yi Chang understood the implication of his unfinished sentence.
Rest assured, Principal, your affairs will remain confidential with me, I will rely on your guidance in the future.
Yi Chang offered a knowing glance to Principal Li. Don't worry, Brother Yi.
Your matters will be my priority. As long as you're within this school, there is nothing I cannot handle, Principal Li assured him, seizing the opportunity to make a promise.
Well, that's good to hear. Yi Chang reclined on the sofa in the principal's office, casually sipping tea. This tea is quite delightful, he remarked, not forgetting to compliment it.
If you enjoy it, I can send you a box as a gift, Principal Li proposed, though he felt a twinge of regret at the thought of parting with a box of tea, yet he knew it was necessary to cultivate a relationship with Yi Chang.
Thank you, but I generally do not have a taste for tea. Yi Chang declined the offer, revealing that he was not particularly fond of tea. Now, let's get on with arranging my enrollment, shall we, Principal? All right, Brother Yi, please bear with me for a moment. With that, Principal Li picked up the phone and Ms. Li, could you come over, please? Shortly thereafter, a woman in her 20s entered the principal's office. Principal, you called for me?
Ms.Li inquired, glancing at Yi Chang. Upon meeting her gaze, Yi Chang couldn't help but admire her beauty.
Yes, Ms.
Li, this is the new student transferring to your class. Please assist him with the arrangements.
My class?
The young teacher regarded Yi Chang with a curious look before replying to the principal. Understood.
That settles it.
Yi Chang, this is your homeroom teacher, you may follow her to the classroom, Principal Li stated, having organized everything. Yi Chang then followed Ms.Li out of the principal's office.
Ah Chang, Ms.Li. As they emerged, Liang Xiaoting approached them eagerly. Wait, Xiaoting, could the student you mentioned be Yi Chang? Ms.
Li inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Liang Xiaoting before looking back at Yi Chang, sensing an unusual connection between them.
Indeed, Ms.Li. By the way, how did you both end up together?
Liang Xiaoting was unaware that Yi Chang had transferred to their class. Because she is my homeroom teacher.
Yi Chang interjected before Ms. Li could respond. What, you really transferred to our class?
Liang Xiaoting was taken aback, considering that she was already in her final year and wondering how Yi Chang would adapt. Indeed, Yi Chang is now a member of my class. Xiaoting, as the class monitor, please extend your assistance to our new student, Ms. Li stated, despite not fully understanding the timing of Yi Chang's transfer. Nevertheless, she treated all her students equally.
Got it, teacher, Liang Xiaoting replied with a nod.
From now on, I shall rely on you, class monitor, Yi Chang added playfully, adopting a relaxed tone with Liang Xiaoting. Chapter 12 of The Girl with Hobbies. Thus, the matter of Yi Chang's enrollment was considered complete, after which he accompanied the female teacher, Liang Xiaoting, to the classroom. Although it was still only 6 o'clock, for the seniors preparing for the college entrance examination, it was already time for revision. The classroom was filled to capacity with students, each one diligently immersed in their studies. Above them, the blackboard proclaimed that there were only 100 days left until the examination, signifying that these students would soon face a pivotal moment that could alter the course of their lives. Perhaps due to their intense focus on revision, no one noticed when the female teacher entered the classroom with Yi Chang and Liang Xiaoting. It was only when the teacher cleared her throat that the students began to pay attention.
Ahem, may I have your attention for a moment, everyone?
Upon hearing the teacher's voice, the students turned their heads.
Hey! Who is that person next to Xiaoting? Could he be a student from our school?
As the students caught sight of Yi Chang, speculation began to ripple through the room. Judging by his appearance, he might be a student in our class, remarked a rather portly boy standing at about 6 feet tall.
Surely not.
Why would he transfer here in his senior year? Countered a leaner student beside him.
Ahem, everyone, please quiet down.
At this moment, Li Xiaoyan interjected, let me introduce our new classmate.
She gestured toward Yi Chang, saying, Yi Chang, would you please introduce yourself? Go for it, A Chang.
Liang Xiaoting encouraged him with a supportive glance and gesture.
All right, Yi Chang nodded, but inwardly he felt exasperated with Liang Xiaoting.
Was he not old enough to need encouragement for something as simple as an introduction? Thus, he simply stated, hello everyone, my name is Yi Chang. His introduction was exceedingly brief, merely stating his name. This left the entire class speechless, and Liang Xiaoting could not help but mutter to herself, what a waste of my encouragement.
Humph. Yi Chang's succinct introduction incited a wave of teasing from his classmates. Hey, Yi Chang, could you elaborate a bit more on your introduction?
Li Xiaoyan prompted, sensing that his introduction was far too concise, especially since they would be together for several months.
Yi Chang, puzzled, replied, what else should I include? Gender, age, hobbies, and so forth. Fine then. With all 40 pairs of eyes upon him, Yi Cheng continued, I am Yi Cheng, male, 18 years old, and I have a fondness for women, The classroom erupted in astonishment at his final words. He truly is a character, some male classmates gasped in surprise. Such a statement was audacious, even for the class's boldest student. Is there something wrong with that? Yi Cheng asked, genuinely confused by the shocked expressions surrounding him. Was his preference for women truly inappropriate? Ahem, all right, everyone, please settle down. Yi Cheng, you may take a seat now, Li Xiaoyan said, feeling quite exasperated by his introduction. Initially, she thought highly of him, but after hearing his self-introduction, she began to reconsider. This student seemed to be problematic, and she resolved to guide him more carefully moving forward. She then turned to Liang Xiaoting and said, Xiaoting, you should also take a seat. As Liang Xiaoting and Yi Cheng descended together, she shot him a reproachful glare, as if to say, what on earth were you thinking? Yi Cheng, however, merely shrugged in response, perplexed. Humph. Just another cocky brat, muttered a boy resembling a pretty boy, who cast a scornful glance at Yi Cheng. His voice was low enough that the other students did not catch it, but Yi Cheng's keen ears did not miss it. He could hear even the faintest buzz of a mosquito from 100 meters away, let alone the disdainful scoff from the boy beside him. This pretty boy, Zhao Yi, was the vice class monitor, known for his arrogance and self-importance, as well as his crush on class leader Liang Xiaoting. Most of the class was aware of his infatuation, yet due to the imposing presence of Song Xiuwei, he dared not act on it. Nevertheless, he often sought opportunities to flirt with Liang Xiaoting, which only served to annoy her further. Seeing Yi Cheng enter alongside Liang Xiaoting led Zhao Yi to wonder if there was something between them. Coupled with Yi Cheng's earlier introduction, it deepened Zhao Yi's disdain for him. However, Yi Cheng remained indifferent to Zhao Yi's contempt. It was his problem, not Yi Cheng's. As Yi Cheng prepared to leave his seat, Zhao Yi suddenly extended his foot in an attempt to trip him. Yet, Yi Cheng was fully aware of Zhao Yi's actions. He maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, feigning ignorance of Zhao Yi's foot. Instead, he lifted his own foot and stepped squarely onto Zhao Yi's. Zhao Yi yelped in pain, drawing the attention of the entire class. Feigning concern, Yi Cheng asked, Are you alright, fellow student? Those unaware of the situation might have thought Yi Cheng was a kind-hearted individual, but Zhao Yi, fully aware of the circumstances, seethed with rage at Yi Cheng's audacity. Yet, he dared not reveal the truth about his foot being stepped on, as doing so would expose his own attempt to trip Yi Cheng, thereby tarnishing his reputation. Instead, he could only endure the pain and wave it off, saying, I'm fine, I'm fine. The classmates regarded Zhao Yi with confusion. His sudden outcry followed by claims of being fine left them bewildered. However, with the looming college entrance examination, they quickly returned their focus to their studies. Since you're fine, I'll take my leave then. Do take care, Yi Cheng said cheerfully before departing. Behind him, Zhao Yi glared furiously, muttering, I'll remember you. Soon, Yi Cheng found an unoccupied seat and settled down. Chapter 13, Do you know the school bell? His deskmate was a rather portly individual, who, upon seeing Yi Cheng descend, regarded him with a curious gaze that made Yi Cheng feel quite uncomfortable. I apologize, but I am not interested in such pursuits. Yi Cheng felt compelled to clarify his stance in light of the chubby boy's scrutinizing look. Get lost. I have no such inclinations either, the boy retorted almost immediately, retracting his gaze with a huff. Oh, well, that is a relief, Yi Cheng replied, appearing somewhat reassured. Next to Yi Cheng sat not only this corpulent classmate but also Liang Xiaoting on the other side, with merely a narrow aisle separating them. Everyone, please prepare yourselves. We shall begin our review. As Yi Cheng is a new student, I trust you will all assist him moving forward. Now, I will take my leave. Please study diligently, Li Xiaoting instructed before exiting the classroom, leaving the students to their own devices for revision. Being Sunday, the students were expected to attend evening study sessions, though the first period was typically reserved for self-study, with actual classes commencing in the second. Yi Cheng sat in his seat, feeling rather listless. His presence here was merely to accomplish a specific task, not for the purpose of studying, thus there was no need for him to peruse any texts. He initially considered engaging Liang Xiaoting in conversation, yet upon observing her earnest focus on her studies, he felt it inappropriate to intrude. Consequently, he could only sit there in a daze. As for reading, he could effortlessly recite the contents of the textbooks without even glancing at them, for during those 3 years, he had not only completed his high school curriculum but had also tackled university-level courses. Of course, this was all due to the relentless pressure exerted by his mentor. Otherwise, with Yi Cheng's penchant for procrastination, even a decade of study might not suffice. Hey, why are you staring at me like that? When Yi Cheng turned to face his deskmate, he was startled to find the boy gazing at him with an expression reminiscent of admiration for a beautiful woman. I find you quite intriguing, the chubby boy stated without hesitation. Intriguing?
I must confess, you are not my type, Yi Chang feigned a retreat, expressing his disdain. Get lost, I don't fancy you either, but I can't help but be curious about you. It's the last half year of senior year, and yet you transfer here without even glancing at the books, the boy countered. I suspect you must harbor some secret. Eh? Yi Chang was momentarily taken aback by his deskmate's deduction. Did this boy somehow discern his true intentions? However, Yi Chang maintained a facade of nonchalance, chuckling lightly. You must be watching too much Conan. I am merely here to study. Ha, no need to explain. I understand completely. The truth is, you are here to pursue the school belle, the boy proclaimed dramatically, mimicking a television character. PFF. At the sight of his deskmate's antics, Yi Chang could barely contain his laughter. All right, if you believe I am here to chase the school belle, then so be it. Yi Chang, observing the boy's dramatic flair, could not be bothered to clarify. Yet, he was not entirely dishonest. Pursuing the school belle was indeed one of his motivations for returning. As expected, but let me warn you, my friend, the school belle is not easily won over. Ha ha. No worries, with my dashing looks, any girl I set my sights on is bound to be mine, the boy boasted with unrestrained arrogance. You are not even as handsome as I am, the chubby boy shot back, unable to agree. However, his own appearance, laden with excess weight, did little to lend credibility to his words. All right, enough jesting, what I genuinely wish to convey is that the school belle is already taken. The boy lowered his voice, sharing this tidbit with Yi Chang. Oh? By whom? Yi Chang's surprise was palpable. He had never heard of Xiaoting having a boyfriend. Let me tell you, that individual is not to be trifled with. He is the school's ace, Song Shouwei, the boy whispered. The mere mention of this name seemed to instill a hint of fear in him, indicating the formidable reputation Song Shouwei had among the students. Ah, so it's him, Yi Chang realized, connecting the dots. Oh? You know him? The boy's surprise was evident. Not really, Yi Chang shook his head. He truly did not know him, having only heard of him today. I see, but let me advise you, it would be wise not to provoke him. He is not someone to mess with, the boy cautioned kindly. Thanks. Yi Chang suddenly felt that despite his bulk, this boy was quite decent. No problem. By the way, my name is Zhou Feng, he said, extending a plump hand toward Yi Chang. I am Yi Chang, Yi Chang replied, shaking hands with him in a symbolic gesture. Hey, Chang, what are you two discussing? Why aren't you studying? At that moment, Liang Xiaoting, having just finished a segment of her reading, turned to Yi Chang and inquired softly. She had wanted to see what Yi Chang was up to, only to discover him chatting with the chubby boy. Nothing much, just fostering camaraderie with my deskmate. What could two grown men possibly need to bond over? Liang Xiaoting responded, somewhat dismissively. It's nothing significant, Yi Chang replied with an awkward smile. We are still in class. You should focus on your studies and refrain from chatting. After her admonition, she resumed her reading, as the class monitor could not be the one to lead in conversation. All right, you focus on your studies, Yi Chang nodded in agreement. Damn. Yet again, when Yi Chang turned back, he was startled by his deskmate's gaze, which had returned to its previous vacant stare. Why do you keep fixating on me, you fatso? Yi Chang began to truly question whether this boy was peculiar. Goodness, Yi Chang, you are actually conversing with Liang, the school belle, the boy exclaimed, astonished. And what of it? Yi Chang replied nonchalantly. All right, I concede defeat. Are you acquainted with the school belle? Zhou Feng probed. Indeed. Is there a problem? Yi Chang did not shy away from admitting it, as it seemed harmless. Heavens, you know the school belle, no wonder you two entered together, Zhou Feng realized, piecing together their earlier entrance. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Zhou Feng's mind, and he boldly inquired, Yi Chang, you two aren't involved, are you? As he posed this question, his heart raced with anticipation. You may take a wild guess. Yi Chang chuckled, choosing to keep the details of their relationship under wraps, as it had yet to evolve into anything beyond friendship. All right, I understand, Zhou Feng replied, his expression deflated. Nevertheless, he offered Yi Chang an encouraging gesture. But bro, I've got your back. Thanks, Yi Chang chuckled lightly, bringing the topic to a close. Just as he was about to reach for a book, the bell signaling the end of evening study rang out. Chapter 14. After school hours. However, for the senior students in their final year, even the ringing of the class bell does little to disrupt their diligent review sessions, with only a few exceptions. As soon as the bell rang, Yi Chang, who had been seated for an entire lesson, felt a twinge of discomfort in his back and decided to stretch. He let out a rather loud yawn, which immediately drew the attention of those around him. Their gazes were laced with malice, as if to silently communicate, "Don't disturb our studies. If you must, take your noise elsewhere." Yi Chang, feeling rather embarrassed, quickly apologized, saying, I'm sorry. It's just the first day of class, and I'm not quite used to this chair yet." Only after his explanation did his classmates turn back to their books. With nearly 100 days left until the college entrance examination, this was their most precious time. Only by excelling in the exam could they hope for a brighter future. "Ah Chang, what are you doing? Please refrain from making so much noise," Liang Xiaoting said softly from beside him. She too felt that Yi Chang's behavior was inappropriate, especially during such a crucial period when concentration was paramount. "But it's already break time, I was merely stretching," Yi Chang replied, shrugging his shoulders in exasperation. He had no idea that his peers took their study breaks so seriously. "Don't you all take breaks?" Yi Chang inquired, puzzled. "Not really, it's just that during this special time, everyone is keen not to waste a moment." After chatting with Liang Xiaoting for a few moments, Yi Chang learned that a significant examination was scheduled for the next day, one that would determine the ranking of all senior classes in the school. Moreover, as Liang Xiaoting explained, the class that performed the best would be rewarded with 2 days off for an outing, accompanied by their homeroom teacher. This incentive was one of the most coveted among the students. For the seniors, an outing was a dream come true. Hence, witnessing the hard work of his classmates, Yi Chang realized that most of it was merely a fade. During regular breaks, many students vanished without a trace. Also, Chang, be sure to study hard and don't hold everyone back. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me, Liang Xiaoting added gently before returning to her studies. From this, Yi Chang could tell that Liang Xiaoting was likely a very diligent girl. "Those two undoubtedly have something going on," muttered the chubby boy, Zhou Feng, seated beside Yi Chang, his expression darkening. He had been observing the conversation between Yi Chang and Liang Xiaoting, and from their exchange, he was convinced that their relationship was anything but ordinary. "Why is it that I'm so handsome, yet the school beauty doesn't fancy me?" Zhou Feng thought to himself, resting his chin on his hand as he gazed at Yi Chang and Liang Xiaoting. Fortunately, he kept these musings to himself. Had he voiced them, both Yi Chang and Liang Xiaoting would likely find his self-proclaimed handsomeness quite laughable. Given his appearance, he was a hefty one, weighing in at around 180 pounds and standing only 5 feet 3 inches. "Oi, you fatso, why are you staring at me?" Yi Chang felt an unsettling gaze on his back and turned to find Zhou Feng fixated on him. Could it be that this chubby fellow truly had a crush? Yi Chang furrowed his brow at the thought. If that were the case, he might need to change seats to avoid being taken advantage of by Zhou Feng in moments of inattention. Just as Yi Chang pondered this, Zhou Feng's voice broke through. "Get lost, who is looking at you? I'm just admiring Liang, the school beauty." "Liang, the school beauty? You mean Liang Xiaoting?" "Well, go ahead and look," Yi Chang said, deliberately shifting his body to provide Zhou Feng a better view. Ironically, this only made Zhou Feng feel awkward. Alright, I'm starving, so I'll stop looking." "Yi Chang, how about I treat you to something at the cafeteria?" Zhou Feng stood up from his seat. "You're treating me? Of course, anyone who turns down a free meal is a fool." Yi Chang stood up as well, eager to escape the oppressive atmosphere of the classroom, where silence was enforced and conversation was stifled. As Yi Chang and Zhou Feng exited the classroom, they passed by Li Yi's desk, where Li Yi shot Yi Chang a cold, piercing glare. However, Yi Chang chose to ignore it and hastened his steps out of the classroom. Their movements were subtle, so most of the studious classmates, including Liang Xiaoting, remained oblivious to their departure. Upon seeing Yi Chang and Zhou Feng leave, Li Yi also stood up, phone in hand, and followed them out. He cast a venomous glance at their retreating figures before stepping into a shadowy corner to make a call. "Hey, fatty, where is this cafeteria you mentioned?" Yi Chang had followed Zhou Feng halfway through the teaching building but had yet to spot the promised cafeteria. "It's right across. We just need to traverse the little grove outside the teaching building," Zhou Feng replied, gesturing towards the illuminated building across from the small grove. This building had 3 stories and was indeed the school cafeteria. "Oh, I see. Let us hurry then." Yi Chang nodded in agreement, having spotted students milling about the cafeteria entrance, many with food in hand. Trusting Zhou Feng's directions, he followed him into the grove. However, unbeknownst to them, a pair of eyes was watching intently from the darkness of the campus night. As they made their way toward the cafeteria, the owner of those eyes smirked. "Let us see where you think you're running to this time." He then pulled out his phone to make a call. Beep, beep, the line connected. "Hello, Wei Ge, it's Gao Zi. Yes, I see him. He is heading to the cafeteria with that fatso. Alright, I'll wait here for you." After hanging up, he concealed himself, awaiting the arrival of his accomplice. Before long, several students clad in school uniforms swaggered into view. Upon spotting the lead figure, Gao Zi hurried over and called out, "Wei Gu."
"Yes, Gao Zi, you actually saw that kid going to the cafeteria?" Song Xiuwei inquired.
"Yes, I saw it clearly.
He went to the cafeteria with a fat boy."
Since the path could only lead to the cafeteria, he was certain he hadn't mistaken it.
"Hey, Zhang Feng, you're here too?
I thought you were injured." Gao Zi noticed Zhang Feng, who had been previously hurt, joining them, his leg wrapped in a bandage, indicating the severity of his injury. Chapter 15. A trivial matter. Humph. "That insolent brat dared to injure me. This time, I shall relish the sight of him weeping and wailing after being beaten," Zhang Feng declared, his face a mask of fury, evidently still seething over Yi Chang's attack on him. "Rest assured, my brother, I will certainly deliver a few more kicks to him,"
Gao Zi said, patting Zhang Feng on the shoulder, observing his enraged demeanor.
"No need for that. I shall personally use these fists to deal with him," Zhang Feng retorted coldly, clenching his fists tightly. "Very well, brother," Gao Zi nodded in agreement, refraining from further comment.
"So, Wei Gu, what shall we do next? Should we wait for him at the cafeteria?" Gao Zi inquired, turning to Song Xiuwei.
"That won't do, the school cafeteria is too crowded, and we must avoid drawing too much attention. We'll hide here and charge out when he arrives," Song Xiuwei replied. He considered the situation carefully. Although he was indeed formidable within the school, he could not act so brazenly. Thus, the group concealed themselves within the thicket, confident that this route, being the closest to the teaching building, was the one Yi Chang and his companions would undoubtedly take. At that moment, Yi Chang was blissfully unaware that someone would seek trouble with him on this late evening, and especially that they would ambush him en route. He had already entered the school cafeteria, following the rotund student. This cafeteria was quite spacious, far larger than any he had encountered during his junior high days. Though it was nighttime, a considerable number of students were still present in the cafeteria, albeit only 2 counters were operational. Consequently, Yi Chang and Zhou Fang found themselves enduring a lengthy queue. After several minutes, they finally reached the front. "I can't take it any longer, let us head back to eat, otherwise, we'll be late," the rotund student exclaimed after glancing at the time. With less than 5 minutes until class began, they would have no time to return if they lingered here. "All right," Yi Chang agreed, though he harbored no concerns about being late. After all, he had the principal's backing.
Bang!
"Watch where you're going, you fool." Suddenly, as the rotund student turned around, he collided with someone, who immediately erupted in a tirade.
"Excuse me, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to."
The rotund student hastily apologized, realizing he was at fault for the collision. "Sorry, if apologies were sufficient, what need would there be for the police?" retorted the victim, a slender student whose gaze conveyed a sense of menace. As this student shouted, several companions who had accompanied him closed in.
What do you want?"
The rotund student stammered, his anxiety palpable at the sight of so many people.
"What do we want?"
"It is simple, you just need to kneel and apologize," the slender student replied with a cold smirk, casting sidelong glances at Yi Chang.
What? The rotund student was taken aback. Did he not merely bump into him?
Why should he be the one to kneel in apology? It seemed not only he, but also Yi Chang, was expected to bow in contrition. What sort of nonsense was this? Feeling utterly beleaguered, the rotund student was left at a loss. "Step aside, fatty, they're after me," Yi Chang suddenly interjected, pushing past the rotund student. From the earlier conversation and the expressions of these students, Yi Chang surmised that they were deliberately seeking trouble, and even the collision had been orchestrated. Their sole purpose was to provoke him.
What do you mean they're after you?"
The rotund student gasped, bewildered. Did they know each other? But that couldn't be. Yi Chang had only just transferred today. "Yes, step back," Yi Chang nodded to the rotund student and turned to face the ringleader. "I wasn't mistaken, was I?" he said, a cold smile gracing his lips as he addressed the student. The student, taken aback by being seen through, attempted to maintain his bravado. "I don't know what you're talking about. If you don't kneel and apologize, don't blame us for being rude." As he spoke, he and his companions brandished their hands menacingly, attempting to intimidate Yi Chang and the rotund student. The latter, frightened, sought refuge behind Yi Chang. Yi Chang, perhaps we should just comply with their demands," the rotund student suggested, trembling with fear. And meanwhile, the commotion had attracted the attention of other patrons in the cafeteria, who began to gather around. However, the group of students remained brazen, demanding, "Will you kneel and apologize or not? Are you seriously expecting me to kneel?" Yi Chang replied coolly, a smirk playing on his lips. It seemed these individuals were quite audacious. They needed a lesson to understand their place. Do you think I'm joking? Act quickly, or we won't hold back, the student opposite Yi Cheng threatened once more. Very well, then, I hope you can withstand the consequences. Yi Cheng's gaze hardened as he swiftly executed a powerful kick forward. The speed of his movement was such that no one could properly comprehend it in an instant. The student who had been standing in front of Yi Cheng let out a cry and was sent flying, crashing into his companions behind him. Boom, the impact knocked them all to the ground, eliciting a chorus of wails. I told you, you couldn't handle it, and now, fatty, let us go. Yi Cheng said, giving the astonished rotund student a pat on the back as he walked past the writhing figures on the floor without a second glance. You little brat, remember this. Wang Xiao will not let you off easily, shouted the student who had been kicked, watching Yi Cheng and his companion depart. Wang Xiao, oh my, he is actually one of Wang Xiao's subordinates. The onlookers gasped in shock at his outburst and promptly scattered. The individual known as Wang Xiao was not someone they could afford to provoke. You gluttonous fool, why are you looking at me like that again? Once outside the cafeteria, Yi Cheng noticed the rotund student staring at him with an expression that seemed to convey something more. Yi Cheng, you're simply incredible. Finally, the rotund student exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. He had never anticipated that Yi Cheng could be so formidable, delivering a kick that sent a person flying. Although the individual was slight, he must have weighed at least 100 pounds. It's nothing. Merely a trivial matter, Yi Cheng replied nonchalantly in response to the rotund student's astonishment. Chapter 16. Surely, you are not infatuated with her. He was acutely aware of his own strength. Just moments ago, he had deliberately minimized his power, otherwise, that individual would have long since reported to the King of Hell. Oh my goodness, I truly admire you. From now on, I shall acknowledge you as my leader, exclaimed the corpulent fellow, his face alight with excitement. With such an impressive leader at his side, who would dare to bully him again, in an instant, he felt as though his days of bliss were returning. Apologies, but I do not take underlings, Yi Cheng flatly rejected, unfazed by the fat man's enthusiastic gaze. I do not care. I shall call you boss from this day forth. Be boss. The rotund man shouted, seemingly concerned that others might not hear him. Faced with such a raucous declaration, Yi Cheng could only helplessly cover his ears and walk away. Hey, boss, wait for me. Seeing Yi Cheng depart, the stout man hurriedly quickened his pace to catch up, his excess flesh jiggling with each hurried step. Boss, why are you so formidable? Have you practiced martial arts? Could you teach me a few moves? As they made their way back, the corpulent fellow incessantly bombarded Yi Cheng with questions. Yi Cheng felt on the verge of losing his sanity. Enough, you insufferable oaf, if you pester me further, I swear I'll kick you into the next week. With that, Yi Cheng feigned a kicking motion. Please, boss, I was wrong. I won't ask anymore. Believing Yi Cheng might actually strike, the stout man quickly backtracked. Only then did Yi Cheng retract his foot, yet, upon seeing Yi Cheng's foot return to the ground, the corpulent man resumed his inquiries. Boss, how on earth did you become so incredible? Yi Cheng furrowed his brow and glanced at Zhou Feng. Alright, I won't ask. I promise, I won't ask anything. Zhou Feng quickly waved his hands in a panic. Despite his ample physique, he knew he couldn't withstand a kick from Yi Cheng. With Zhou Feng no longer nagging him, Yi Cheng found some peace. However, just as they were about to exit the small grove leading to the teaching building, a group of individuals suddenly surged forth from the surrounding foliage. Upon seeing them, the corpulent man gasped in shock. What do you want? But he quickly remembered that Yi Cheng was an impressive figure, and straightened his posture, bravely declaring, You'd best not provoke us. Do you know who stands behind me? If you leave here in tears, don't say I didn't warn you. Oh, since when did you, fatso, grow a backbone? At that moment, a tall man emerged from the crowd, flanked by two others, one particularly tall and slender, and the other of average build but limping with a bandaged foot. Upon seeing one of them, Yi Cheng immediately understood the situation. These flies truly haven't learned their lesson, they clearly lack fear. Yi Cheng thought coldly as he regarded the group. It seemed he would have to teach them a more severe lesson this time. Otherwise, they might continue to regard him as an easy target. While Yi Cheng contemplated this, the stout man suddenly gasped in awe. Song, big brother Song. The corpulent fellow stared in astonishment at the individual speaking before him. Indeed, he was none other than Song Shouwei, the notorious bully of the school and suitor of the campus belle, Liang Xiaoting. He was also Yi Cheng's adversary and rival. Fatso, you'd best get lost, or don't blame our fists for being indiscriminate. The tall and imposing figure behind Song Showei spoke with an air of disdain. Meanwhile, Song Showei remained silent, his gaze fixated on Yi Chang. Noticing Song Showei's penetrating stare, Yi Chang returned the look of buzz. However, Yi Chang's gaze was as cold as the icy winds of winter, piercing into Song Showei's eyes and sending a shiver down his spine. He hastily averted his gaze, though internally, he was astonished at the encounter. Despite his shock, he managed to maintain a composed facade. Observing this exchange, Yi Chang couldn't help but smirk slightly. This young brat dared to engage him in a contest of glances. In the past, even the strongest man had refrained from meeting his gaze so boldly. This moment transported Yi Chang back to memories of a time long past. Yet now, he had wholly extricated himself from that life, no longer needing to tread the perilous path of survival. Unbeknownst to anyone, Yi Chang's recollection had been sparked by a mere glance. In the midst of this, Song Showei finally spoke. "Fatty, you'd best step aside, I have no time for you today." With that, Song Showei advanced, pushing past the stout man to stand before Yi Chang, a distance of less than a meter separating them.
"You are the one who struck my underling and dares to pursue my woman?"
Song Showei said coldly. The reason he had refrained from attacking immediately was that he sensed Yi Chang was a formidable opponent, particularly after that unsettling look, which instilled an inexplicable fear within him. Nevertheless, that did not mean he would shy away. He would never easily let go of anyone who dared to cross him. "Are you referring to the waist behind you? If so, I admit that I did indeed give him a beating," Yi Chang remarked, casting a casual glance at Zhang Feng, his tone indifferent. "What did you call me, waist?" Zhang Feng, the one insulted, erupted in fury. He was already incensed from the earlier beating, and now to be called waste was intolerable. Had he not been injured, he would have already launched himself at Yi Chang. Thankfully, his companion, Gao Zi, managed to restrain him, or he might have charged at Yi Chang in a fit of rage. "Zhang Feng, don't be impulsive. You're still injured, let Wei Ge take care of your revenge," Gao Zi advised, prompting Zhang Feng to rein in his anger, though his eyes still glared at Yi Chang with the intensity of daggers. Yet Yi Chang remained unperturbed, scarcely sparing him a glance. "Ha, you think you're impressive, don't you?" Song Showei remarked coldly, furrowing his brow at Yi Chang's words. "Likewise," Yi Chang replied in a flat tone, seemingly unconcerned with who he was addressing. "However, I am not familiar with the woman you mentioned. Would you enlighten me?" Yi Chang feigned ignorance, though he could easily speculate on the identity of the woman Song Showei referred to. "Liang Xiaoting, you know her," Song Showei stated coldly, keenly observing Yi Chang's reaction. To his disappointment, Yi Chang displayed no visible reaction, still speaking in a measured tone. "Oh, you mean Xiaoting, but she has never mentioned that she belongs to you. You surely must be harboring unrequited feelings, then?" Yi Chang added, adopting a feigned look of confusion as he gazed at Song Showei. Chapter 17, Who is the Master? "You, humph, that's none of your business anyway. Liang Xiaoting is mine, so you'd best keep your distance from her," Song Showei exclaimed with a hint of anger, pointing at Yi Chang. The words Yi Chang had uttered earlier had indeed struck a nerve. He had once frequently professed his feelings for Liang Xiaoting, only to be rebuffed time and again. Ultimately, he resorted to proclaiming her as his woman within the school, hoping this would deter others from pursuing her, allowing him the opportunity to court her gradually. He firmly believed that Liang Xiaoting would eventually be his. "Ha, quite the bravado you have. Tell me, why shouldn't I approach her? Even if I do, what can you possibly do about it?" Yi Chang retorted dismissively, regarding Song Showei with contempt. Although Song Showei fancied himself a school bully in front of others, to Yi Chang, he was merely a mere caterpillar, easily squashed with a single finger. However, Yi Chang had no intention of resorting to violence, provided others did not provoke him incessantly. "What can you do about it?" Upon hearing Yi Chang's disdainful tone, Song Showei's mind raced with indignation. Fury surged within him. "Very well, I've heard you're quite formidable, let me see for myself." With that, Song Showei let out a roar, advancing with a powerful step, his fist propelled forward towards Yi Chang's face. "Oh, so you're a martial artist, are you? Yet, with such rudimentary skills, you think you can land a blow on me?" Yi Chang remarked nonchalantly, effortlessly sidestepping Song Showei's attack. However, it seemed that Song Showei had anticipated Yi Chang's evasion, as his other fist was already poised to sweep in from the opposite direction. In response to this sweeping strike, Yi Chang merely stepped back and leapt away, again evading Song Showei's onslaught with ease. After several attempts to attack, Song Showei found himself panting and exhausted, while Yi Chang remained unperturbed. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng and the others, watching from the sidelines, exchanged puzzled glances. "What's wrong with Wei Ge today? Why can't he seem to land a hit on that kid?" "Don't worry, perhaps Wei Ge is just taking it easy at the outset."
Rest assured, he will avenge you. Gao Zi chimed in, though he too found it curious that Wei Guo was struggling to hit Yi Chang. Little did they realize that Yi Chang possessed genuine skill, and it was not merely Song Shouwei's leniency at play. On the other side, Fatty had retreated to a safe distance, his heart filled with concern for Yi Chang. Though their acquaintance had been brief, he already considered Yi Chang a friend. Each time he witnessed Yi Chang evade Song Shouwei's strikes, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement and pride. This was his leader, who could withstand even the so-called prowess of the school bully. Returning to Yi Chang, he observed as Song Shouwei, after catching his breath, let out another mighty shout, channeling all his strength into a tremendous punch aimed squarely at Yi Chang's face. This strike, known as the tailswing punch, concentrated all its power within the fist, building up to deliver a blow far stronger than a conventional punch, and at an astonishing speed. This time, Song Shouwei was determined that Yi Chang would not escape unscathed. A single hit would surely knock him out. However, to his utter dismay, his well-prepared tailswing punch once again missed its target. Had it not been for his stable stance, he might have been thrown off balance by the force of his own punch. After this failed attempt, Song Shouwei gasped for breath once more. Feeling a bit tired, are we? In stark contrast, Yi Chang maintained a relaxed demeanor, having done little more than sidestep Song Shouwei's attacks. Feeling tired, are we? The irritation in Song Shouwei flared as he glowered at the nonchalant Yi Chang before him. You bastard! Other than dodging, what else can you do? Are you even a man? Song Shouwei had initially intended to provoke Yi Chang into a genuine fight, but Yi Chang's subsequent remark left him feeling as if he might spew blood in frustration. If you question my manhood, perhaps you should consult your mother? And why would I stand still for your attacks? Do you think I'm as foolish as you? With that, Yi Chang cast a scornful glance at the still panting Song Shouwei. You! Damn it, if I don't make you suffer today, I won't bear the surname Song. Infuriated by Yi Chang's words, Song Shouwei once again surged forward with all his might. If you don't bear the surname Song, then let me take the surname Yi, my dear son, Yi Chang quipped, deftly evading another of Song Shouwei's assaults. Ah, go to hell! Frustrated by Yi Chang's continuous evasions and now further provoked by his taunts, Song Shouwei's attacks became increasingly erratic and uncoordinated, nearly landing a blow on Yi Chang. Not bad. Such a rabid dog style. Yi Chang teased, narrowly dodging another strike from Song Shouwei. Ah, you can go to hell, my earth-shattering fist. Enraged by Yi Chang's taunts, Song Shouwei unleashed his family's secret technique, disregarding the warnings of his forebears. With a resounding whoosh, as Song Shouwei's punch cut through the air, it produced a sound akin to thunder. Just as this powerful strike was about to connect with Yi Chang, he exclaimed in surprise, "Oh? Have you finally cultivated your internal energy?" Yet, something felt amiss. Moments ago, he had sensed no internal energy from Song Shouwei. As Yi Chang swiftly sidestepped, his hand shot out and grasped Song Shouwei's arm with a grip akin to a vice. Ah, so that's what's going on. It was only when Yi Chang seized Song Shouwei's arm that he comprehended the truth. Song Shouwei had not indeed cultivated internal energy, rather, the sensation of it stemmed from his family's secret technique. When executed, even an ordinary person could exhibit strength equivalent to that of a novice internal energy practitioner. However, not just anyone could achieve this, one must practice the secret technique diligently to master it. Remarkably, Song Shouwei had managed to reach this level at such a young age. Should he continue to hone his skills, he would eventually develop true internal strength over time. Yet, mastering such skills was no simple feat. Of course, had it been someone like Yi Chang, that would have been a trivial matter. He had already reached the level of a master in internal strength years ago, let alone now. Chapter 18 The Sister-in-Law. What manner of person are you, that you could so effortlessly unravel my technique? Exclaimed Song Shouwei, his arm firmly grasped, as he gazed in astonishment at Yi Chang. Moments ago, he had unleashed his family's ancestral skill, Inch of Heaven's shock, a blow potent enough to fell a bull, yet, it had been so easily countered. The sheer incredulity of the situation left Song Shouwei struggling to accept the reality before him. I am your father, dear son. Have you forgotten so soon? Yi Chang continued to taunt, his words only fueling Song Shouwei's frustration, yet he found himself powerless to retaliate. The strength of Yi Chang was simply too overwhelming for him to escape. Let me go, you bastard! Song Shouwei bellowed, writhing in anger. Oh? Very well, but brace yourself, Yi Chang replied, exerting a slight force and pushing forward, releasing Song Shouwei's arm. Ah! With a startled cry, Song Shouwei stumbled backward, nearly losing his balance, only to be caught just in time by Gao Zi, who rushed to his side. Are you all right, Wei Guo? What happened to you? Zhang Feng limped over, his heart racing with shock, realizing that even Song Shouwei was no match for Yi Chang. In that moment, his anxiety subsided considerably. If even Wei Guo could not triumph,
What hope did he have? It seemed there was little shame in being bested by Yi Chang after all.
I'm fine, no need to help me.
Song Shouwei dismissed Gao Zi's support, casting a cold glare at Yi Chang, yet he was acutely aware of his own limitations and chose not to provoke him further.
The lackeys surrounding him were no match for Yi Chang either, mere shadows in comparison. Are you still intent on fighting? I must inform you, this time I will not show you any mercy. Yi Chang stated, his demeanor remarkably calm as he met Song Shouwei's glare with indifference. You.
Humph, I will remember you, this matter is far from over.
Let us go.
Song Shouwei commanded, pointing at Yi Chang with a voice tinged with fury, before swiftly retreating with his entourage. Having been humiliated, he could no longer bear to remain there, yet, he vowed vengeance against Yi Chang. He would not let this transgression pass unpunished. Wait for me, brat, I, Song Shouwei, am not to be trifled with. My family will not rest until you are dealt with, he muttered to himself, fists clenched tightly as he walked away, sealing his enmity with Yi Chang. Yi Chang, observing Song Shouwei's departure, made no move to stop him. He had more pressing matters at hand, namely, seeking out Liang Xiaoting for a pleasant chat to strengthen their bond.
Wow, boss, you are truly incredible, I admire you so much.
At that moment, the previously hidden fatty dashed over, his eyes sparkling with admiration.
All right. But could you please refrain from hugging me?
Yi Chang replied, utterly exasperated by the overzealous fatty's exuberance. Goodness, if he were a woman, perhaps it would be acceptable, but alas, he was merely a man. Such embraces were unwelcome, not that he would allow even a woman to embrace him, for fear of being crushed by fatty's weight. Unbeknownst to Yi Chang, his peculiar thoughts were disregarded as fatty, now somewhat obedient, quickly released him.
Boss, you are just too awesome, he exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in praise. Enough. Keep babbling like that, and I might just kick you.
Yi Chang shot back, his patience wearing thin as he mimicked a kicking motion.
Please, no more, boss, I want to say another word.
Fatty stammered, realizing the potential consequences of his chatter. Just as the two were jesting, the school bell rang, signaling the start of class.
Oh no, we're late, let's hurry.
Fatty exclaimed, startled by the sudden urgency, and he yanked Yi Chang along as they rushed toward the classroom. Fortunately, upon their arrival, the teacher had yet to arrive, allowing them a moment to catch their breath and settle into their seats.
Ah Chang, where have you been? Why did it take you so long to return? Liang Xiaoting inquired softly, glancing over as soon as Yi Chang sat down. Hee, sister-in-law, we just went to the cafeteria. Fatty blurted out before Yi Chang could respond.
Thankfully, most of the class was engrossed in their studies, sparing them from drawing excessive attention. However, upon hearing Fatty refer to her as sister-in-law, Liang Xiaoting's face flushed crimson.
Who is your sister-in-law?
Don't say such nonsense, she stammered, immediately averting her gaze and turning away.
Of course it's you, I've already recognized Yi Chang as my boss, so that makes you my sister-in-law, doesn't it? Smack.
Before Fatty could finish, Yi Chang's hand met his forehead with a resounding clap.
All right, enough of this nonsense.
He then turned to Liang Xiaoting, who was blushing and avoiding eye contact, and added, Xiaoting, please don't misunderstand.
This foolish Fatty doesn't speak for me.
He scolded Fatty once more for his thoughtless remarks.
Yes, all right. Liang Xiaoting replied softly, yet deep within her heart, she felt an inexplicable pang of disappointment. Did he not harbor any feelings for her?
By the way, Xiaoting, I bought you some buns. If you're hungry, please help yourself. Yi Chang said, handing her a couple of buns he had purchased from Fatty.
Thank you.
Liang Xiaoting accepted them gratefully, but due to her earlier embarrassment, she dared not meet Yi Chang's gaze again.
She quickly turned away to place the buns down and resumed her reading. Before returning to her studies, she reminded Yi Chang, Ah Chang, you should also focus on your studies, eat after class. Sure, Yi Chang nodded in agreement.
However, as he turned, he noticed Fatty devouring his food voraciously, prompting an instinctive reaction from Yi Chang.
Smack. Fatty, did you not hear? Wait until after class to eat.
Yi Chang playfully swatted Fatty's forehead once more, though the force was light, as he was merely jesting.
Ow. Hey, boss, why do you keep hitting me? Although I'm your underling, I still have rights, you know.
Fatty complained, rubbing his forehead with a glum expression. Keep talking, and I might just kick you out, Yi Chang warned, ignoring Fatty's grievances as he prepared to take action once more.
Chapter 19 You have lost.
No, boss, I no longer require human rights, let us read. Upon saying this, the rotund fellow hastily retrieved a book, fearing a reprimand, and began to seriously peruse it, oblivious to the fact that he was holding it upside down. Meanwhile, Yi Chang paid him no mind and also took out a book to read. Before long, the teacher entered the room. However, this instructor was not the young homeroom teacher of Yi Chang's class, but a woman in her 40s. She taught mathematics, and upon her arrival, her stern expression instilled quite a bit of fear among the students. Please turn to Chapter 5, dear students, the mathematics teacher announced while flipping through her own book, casting a glance at her pupils. Her gaze fell upon Zhou Feng, who was awkwardly holding his book upside down. The teacher's eyes narrowed as she swiftly approached Zhou Feng. "Zhou Feng, you seem quite dedicated to your studies," she remarked with a forced smile as she stood beside him. "Ah. Teacher, you've arrived. I am doing fine." Zhou Feng stammered, startled by her words, hastily shoving his snacks into his desk and feigning interest in his book. "However, it seems rather inappropriate for you to be reading another teacher's book in my class." The teacher's stare grew colder as she regarded Zhou Feng. Not only was he reading another book during her lesson, but he was also sneaking in snacks. What a disgrace. "Ah, yes, I'm sorry, I'll switch immediately." Only then did Zhou Feng realize he was holding a Chinese literature book, and to his dismay, it was indeed upside down. This spectacle elicited an unrestrained laugh from Yi Chang nearby. "Ha ha. What is so amusing, young man?" The mathematics teacher furrowed her brow upon hearing Yi Chang's laughter. "Nothing, I wasn't laughing," Yi Chang replied, momentarily taken aback and quickly shutting his mouth. "All right, focus on the lesson. No more distractions, let us continue." With that, she moved away. Once the teacher departed, both Yi Chang and Zhou Feng exhaled in relief, as though they had narrowly escaped a calamity. Chang, could you please concentrate in class?" At that moment, Liang Xiaoting slightly furrowed her brow and whispered to Yi Chang. "All right," Yi Chang nodded, then turned to the rotund fellow beside him, saying, "Did you catch that?" Zhou Feng, scratching his head innocently, replied, "What does that have to do with me?" Yet he dared not say more, for he had already noticed Yi Chang raising his hand. Concerned that the mathematics teacher might return to trouble them, Yi Chang and Zhou Feng genuinely began to study. Although the teacher was present, most students engaged in self-study, as this was a review period, and the teacher had nearly covered the entire textbook. "Now, students, please study independently. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me." After saying this, she ascended the podium, took a seat, and began reading her own book. Upon glancing at the senior year mathematics textbook, Yi Chang wore a look of disdain. Such trivial topics, are these truly for the senior year? If the college entrance exam features such questions, I could easily score full marks. Yi Chang flipped through the mathematics book out of boredom, but soon closed it again, finding the material exceedingly simple. "Boss, what do you mean by simple?" The rotund fellow, having overheard Yi Chang's comment, stared at him in shock. For him, such difficult mathematics was deemed simple. Surely, the boss was not merely boasting, was he? Could he genuinely be that extraordinary? "Indeed, do you not think so?" Yi Chang responded, bewildered by Zhou Feng's astonished expression. Was the content in this mathematics book not simple? "Boss, you truly have a knack for humor and most find the material in this mathematics book quite challenging, yet you claim it is easy. What a peculiar perspective. While I cannot blame you for your penchant for boasting, you ought not to feign ignorance." Regardless, Zhou Feng remained unconvinced by Yi Chang's assertions. Let us wager." "Wager?" Zhou Feng inquired, a hint of confusion on his face. "Yes, let us bet on 3 days' worth of breakfast." Yi Chang thought it a perfect opportunity to trick Zhou Feng. Although he had previously possessed considerable wealth, his master had confiscated all his cards upon his descent from the mountain. Even the cash he carried was minimal. Some might suggest online payment, yet the truth was he did not even possess a proper mobile phone, only an old, battered device that his master had discarded. The mere thought of that master filled Yi Chang with vexation. How had he come to be saddled with such an old curmudgeon? Yet now, it was a relief not to confront that old man any longer, for the frequent beatings had been quite embarrassing. Nevertheless, he found it perplexing that despite his formidable abilities, he could not best that old man, who seemed to have unmatched strength. Just how powerful was that elderly gentleman? 3 days of breakfast? Very well, I accept the wager. Though Zhou Feng believed himself to be financially secure, the prospect of winning 3 days of breakfast from the boss was enticing enough for him to agree. Zhou Feng then asked, "What shall we wager on?" Yi Chang replied, "Let us bet on the most challenging question in this mathematics book, as you perceive it." I find all of them difficult," Zhou Feng admitted, scratching his head sheepishly. "Damn." Yi Chang could not help but curse under his breath. This rotund fellow was indeed reminiscent of a pig. Alright then, I shall randomly select a question that you cannot solve, and I will provide the solution. With that, Yi Chang began to sift through the mathematics book, quickly identifying a question that Zhou Feng considered relatively difficult. However, for Yi Chang, it was simply a matter of ease. While Yi Chang then commenced solving the problem, in less than half a minute, he completed a substantial question under Zhou Feng's astonished gaze.
See? You must concede defeat, Yi Chang declared with a relaxed smile as he put away his pen. I cannot ascertain its authenticity.
Zhou Feng attempted a last-ditch defense, but Yi Chang had anticipated this and called upon Liang Xiaoting for assistance.
Xiaoting, could you please verify whether I solved this problem correctly?
Hearing Yi Chang's voice, Liang Xiaoting turned her head slightly, her gaze dropping shyly to the draft paper in his hands.
Alright, let me check. She nodded and took the draft from Yi Chang. Wow! Who solved this?
Upon examining the draft, Liang Xiaoting was taken aback. This question was also quite challenging for her. She had only just devised an answer moments ago. However, her process for solving it was far more convoluted, while the solution on the draft appeared remarkably simple.
Chapter 20, Is there something amiss? Who would have thought it could be solved this way?
Liang Xiaoting murmured to herself as she gazed at the problem.
This is how I solved it, could you please check if it's correct? At that moment, Yi Chang interjected. What? You solved it, Ah Chang, is that true?
Liang Xiaoting exclaimed, her face a picture of astonishment. She had contemplated numerous possibilities, yet she never imagined that Yi Chang would be the one to crack this particular problem.
Indeed. Is there something wrong with that?
Yi Chang, somewhat perplexed by Liang Xiaoting's repeated shock, wondered if a simple math problem could truly evoke such disbelief. Little did he know, this seemingly straightforward question posed a significant challenge for Liang Xiaoting.
Otherwise, she would not have spent an entire class period attempting to solve it. Ah Chang, I had no idea you were so adept at mathematics. It was only after hearing Yi Chang's confirmation a second time that Liang Xiaoting dared to believe he truly had solved it. She then regarded him with a gaze filled with admiration and envy, momentarily forgetting her earlier embarrassment. It's nothing much, just a trivial problem, Yi Chang responded, exhilarated by Liang Xiaoting's praise. However, he had pressing matters to attend to and turned to the stout boy beside him, saying, "See, class leader Xiaoting agrees it's correct, do you still not believe it?" He struck a pose, feigning arrogance as he glanced at the stout boy. I believe now. In truth, the stout boy had already begun to believe when Liang Xiaoting first expressed her astonishment. Well, as long as you believe, that's good. However, the wager must be raised. You have to treat class leader Xiaoting to breakfast for 3 days, Yi Chang added. No, I don't need that, Ah Chang. Liang Xiaoting quickly declined, overhearing their conversation. Don't be modest, after all, it's the stout boy treating, Yi Chang winked at Liang Xiaoting. Isn't that right, stout boy? Yes. It would be an honor to treat the class leader to breakfast, the stout boy readily agreed, not wanting to refuse. Normally, he wouldn't have the opportunity to invite Liang Xiaoting for a meal, so he was grateful to Yi Chang for this chance. Alright then, you're responsible for breakfast these 3 days, stout boy. Yi Chang cheerfully patted the stout boy on the shoulder. Regardless of the circumstances, breakfast was secured for the next 3 days, and it seemed necessary to find something to occupy his time, otherwise, he might find himself unable to afford meals, let alone pursue romantic interests. With that thought, Yi Chang discreetly stole a few glances at Liang Xiaoting. Upon catching sight of Yi Chang's gaze, which held a hint of something else, Liang Xiaoting felt a rush of shyness. Lowering her head, she thanked the stout boy. Thank you, Zhou Feng. She then turned away to focus on her studies, perhaps too embarrassed to look at Yi Chang again. Although she had intended to inquire how Yi Chang had become so proficient in mathematics, the memory of his gaze made her feel bashful. No need for thanks. Treating the class leader to breakfast is my honor, the stout boy remarked, wearing a broad grin. Enough of your delight, get back to studying. Yi Chang, concerned that the stout boy might overthink the situation, gave his shoulder a light pat. As Yi Chang and Zhou Feng diligently focused on their studies, a pair of eyes in the classroom bore down on Yi Chang with fierce intensity, those of Zhao Yi. He had been harboring resentment ever since Yi Chang had stepped on his foot, and during the break, he made a call to enlist someone to teach Yi Chang a lesson. However, unbeknownst to him, those sent to confront Yi Chang had ended up being dealt with by Yi Chang instead. The individuals he had recruited were the very ones who had sought trouble with Yi Chang in the cafeteria. You may not care who I am, but if you offend Zhao Yi, I will not let you off easily, Zhao Yi seethed, clenching his fists in anger. He then discreetly retrieved his phone from his desk and opened the messaging app,
locating a contact labeled cousin to send a message.
Cousin, could you help me find some people to deal with that kid? He is just too arrogant.
After sending the message, Zhaoyi cautiously tucked his phone away, glancing around to ensure he wasn't discovered. Meanwhile, on the other side of the school, in a relatively large public restroom, a burly student was smoking while using the facilities, surrounded by several others doing the same, all clearly under his leadership. "Wang Xiao, your manhood is quite impressive," one of the students remarked, eyeing the burly student's display.
Ha ha.
"How else would I captivate those little girls?"
Wang Xiao laughed heartily, reveling in the compliment.
"Our Wang Xiao is indeed formidable. Why don't we sneak out and find some girls to have some fun?" suggested another student, seemingly aroused by the idea.
Yes, yes.
"Wang Xiao, let us sneak out," others chimed in, growing increasingly excited at the prospect.
All right, it's settled. Wang Xiao enthusiastically agreed. Just then, his phone vibrated, emitting a chime.
"Damn it, who is messaging me at this time?" he cursed under his breath, reaching into his pocket.
"It's my cousin texting me," he muttered, opening the message. "Cousin, please help me find someone to deal with that kid."
Attached was a photo of Yi Chang.
Damn.
"It's this kid again. Didn't T Shaoli go to teach him a lesson? Hasn't he succeeded yet?" Wang Xiao grumbled after reading the message. He recalled that his cousin had called him during the last class, urging him to confront Yi Chang, but he thought it unnecessary to intervene personally, sending a new recruit instead. What he did not know was that his new recruit had already been thoroughly dealt with by Yi Chang. At that moment, another student hastily zipped up his pants and informed Wang Xiao, "By the way, Wang Xiao, I forgot to mention that Shaoli failed to handle that kid.
He is currently lying in the infirmary." Wang Xiao's expression turned furious. "What? How could this happen? Why didn't you tell me sooner?"
"I'm sorry, Wang Xiao, I just forgot," the student quickly apologized, fearing Wang Xiao's wrath would be directed at him.
"Forget it.
It's not your fault, but who the hell is this kid who dares to challenge me, Wang Xiao? He clearly has no regard for his future,"
Wang Xiao declared, glowering at Yi Chang's photo displayed on his phone.
To make matters worse, the person in the picture looked more handsome than he did.
"Damn it, cousin, what were you thinking? Can't you send me a more unflattering photo?"
Chapter 21. Zhaoyi's arrival. However, Zhaoyi was quite innocent in this matter. He had made every effort to capture an unflattering shot, yet no matter the angle, Yi Chang appeared extraordinarily handsome.
"Then, Wang Xiao, are we still going out to have some fun?"
one of Wang Xiao's anxious subordinates inquired.
"What fun is there to be had?
Our people have been bullied, how can we possibly enjoy ourselves? Xiao Feng, rally some folks to confront that brat later."
"But Wang Xiao, he is still in class right now. Moreover, that kid is in the classroom.
It would be inappropriate for us to intrude. If the school finds out, we'll be in serious trouble," another student beside Wang Xiao interjected. Despite their usual reckless behavior, they were not foolish enough to challenge the school.
The prospect of expulsion was far too daunting. "How can you be so dim-witted? Can't you wait for them to finish class and then lure him out?"
Wang Xiao exclaimed, frustration evident as he slapped the student on the head.
"Oh. That makes sense." The student finally grasped the suggestion after Wang Xiao's admonition.
"All right, hurry and prepare. If you all perform well tonight, I shall treat you to a night out in the royal city." At that moment, Yi Chang remained blissfully unaware that he had become the target of someone's attention. If he had known, he would have been left wondering whether he was fortunate or unfortunate. Soon, the bell signaling the end of the first evening study session rang.
"Ah, finally, class is over."
As he awaited the bell, Yi Chang could not help but stretch, realizing that he was indeed unaccustomed to sitting on this stool.
Every class felt so exhausting. He glanced at the stool beneath him, pondering.
"All right, class, this lesson has concluded, you are dismissed."
The mathematics teacher rose from the podium as the bell rang. "Goodbye, teacher."
Yi Chang joined his classmates in bidding farewell to the teacher, who then exited the room.
"Dude, fatty, why are you eating all alone? Leave some for me."
When Yi Chang turned his gaze back to Fatty, he was dismayed to find the boy had already begun to feast solo. Without a second thought, Yi Chang snatched the food from Fatty's hands. With one morsel in his mouth, he handed another bun to Liang Xiaoting, saying, "Xiaoting, do you have enough? Here's another for you." At this moment, as the class relaxed during the break, Yi Chang's actions quickly drew the attention of his classmates.
Heavens! What is that new kid doing? Is he flirting with the class monitor?
Ha, the country bumpkin dares to offer a bun to the class monitor. In that instant, the students began to murmur amongst themselves, speculating wildly.
Some even remarked, "I bet the class monitor will definitely reject him."
I wager 10 packs of spicy strips that the class monitor will refuse.
Class monitor, my goddess, you must not accept his bun. Unbeknownst to them, Yi Chang's seemingly trivial gesture had captured the entire class's attention, igniting a fervor.
On the other side, Zhao Yi observed this scene, his teeth clenched tightly, a look of disdain etched across his face.
Thank you.
Liang Xiaoting, acutely aware of the attention, felt shy but could not refuse Yi Chang's kind offer, accepting it with a bashful smile.
As Liang Xiaoting shyly accepted the bun, the hearts of many classmates who admired her shattered in an instant. Oh my goddess actually accepted it. Oh, I can't handle this.
Their gazes towards Yi Chang transformed, filled with a hunger that seemed as if they could devour him whole. Yet, Yi Chang remained oblivious to the commotion surrounding him, his gesture toward Liang Xiaoting stemmed purely from concern, devoid of ulterior motives. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi's countenance darkened upon witnessing Liang Xiaoting's shy acceptance of Yi Chang's offering. He had once contemplated inviting Liang Xiaoting to dinner, but she had always turned him down, and now, seeing her accept something from Yi Chang stirred a sense of imbalance within him.
Kid, I will make you pay.
Zhao Yi clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fury as he fixed his glare on Yi Chang. Ding dong, just then, a text message arrived on his phone. Upon opening it, he saw it was from his cousin, Wang Xiao. Cousin, find a reason to lure that kid out, we'll be waiting for him in the nearby grove. Yi Chang noticed Zhao Yi approaching but chose to ignore him, continuing his casual conversation with fatty Liang Xiaoting, still feeling shy, could hardly muster the courage to chat with Yi Chang, fearing what others might say.
Yi Chang, I need to talk to you about something. Can you step outside with me for a moment?
Zhao Yi soon reached Yi Chang's side.
Oh, what's the matter?
Yi Chang turned in confusion to face Zhao Yi. As they began to converse, Liang Xiaoting cast a puzzled glance their way, wondering what Zhao Yi could possibly want to discuss with Yi Chang.
Let us step outside to talk.
Zhao Yi, feeling nervous as it was his first time doing something like this, fidgeted with his fingers on his thigh.
Yi Chang noticed this and couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Fine then.
Yi Chang readily agreed without hesitation. However, Zhou Fang, sensing something amiss, pulled Yi Chang aside and whispered, "Boss, that guy definitely has ulterior motives.
You shouldn't go. It's fine, the one who should be worried is him."
Yi Chang chuckled lightly, shaking his head at fatty. Just based on Zhao Yi's demeanor, he was far from a match for him.
Then, boss, I'll accompany you.
Seeing the confidence in Yi Chang's eyes, fatty resolved to stand by him. Since he had acknowledged Yi Chang as his leader, they should share both fortune and adversity, although he still felt a tinge of fear inside. There's no need, just wait here. Yi Chang shook his head at fatty. While he himself was unafraid, he couldn't guarantee that Zhao Yi wouldn't have some sort of ambush planned. If so, it would be problematic. If fatty got hurt, going alone would allow him to perform better.
No way.
Since I've recognized you as my boss, we should share both trials and triumphs. Fatty's gaze grew resolute. Seeing Fatty's sudden seriousness, Yi Chang nearly burst into laughter, yet he felt a warmth in his heart. Nonetheless, he still declined. What are you thinking? Zhao Yi might just want to have a chat. With that, Yi Chang shot a cheerful glance at Zhao Yi. Chapter 22. What on earth? Zhao Yi suddenly felt as though he were being seen through by Yi Chang, prompting him to respond repeatedly, "Of course, I invited Yi Chang to step outside simply for a casual chat." However, with each utterance, his anxiety intensified, as he was acutely aware that this was far from a mere conversation.
Enough, fatty. You should just stay here quietly, we'll be back shortly, right?
With that, Yi Chang flashed another cheerful smile at Zhao Yi. In response, Zhao Yi nodded vigorously, saying, yes, you're absolutely right, Yi Chang. Yet internally, he was nearly drenched in cold sweat, as he had an ominous feeling that Yi Chang might have uncovered something.
Then let us proceed.
Yi Chang glanced into Zhao Yi's eyes, but Zhao Yi hastily looked away. This little brat thinks he can compete with me. Observing Zhao Yi evade his gaze, Yi Chang couldn't help but smirk inwardly, and nonetheless, he feigned ignorance and walked outside with Zhao Yi. As they departed, Zhou Fang felt a twinge of concern, while Liang Xiaoting was even more perplexed, unable to comprehend why Zhao Yi sought Yi Chang's company. I must inquire about this with the Chang when he returns. Liang Xiaoting mused to herself. While each person harbored their own thoughts, Yi Chang had already followed Zhao Yi outside the classroom, yet Zhao Yi showed no sign of stopping, continuing to walk ahead.
This kid is indeed suspicious. I wonder who will be unfortunate this time. Yi Chang thought to himself, trailing behind. Zhao, weren't you looking to chat with me? Where are you taking me?
Yi Chang feigned ignorance as he inquired. Oh, Yi Chang, it's too crowded here to talk, let us head over to that quieter spot. Zhao Yi nervously gestured toward a small grove. He was concurrently worried that Yi Chang might discover something and refuse to follow him. Thus, he added, rest assured, Yi Chang, I have no ulterior motives, it's merely a casual conversation. As he spoke, he subtly stole glances at Yi Chang, gauging his expression. Ha, such a feeble lie that even a child wouldn't swallow, how dare he utter it? Yi Chang scoffed internally, though he maintained an outward demeanor of genuine belief, saying, of course I trust you, Zhao Yi.
Why would you wish me harm?
Seeing Yi Chang's continued innocent facade, Zhao Yi's initial anxiety dissipated, replaced by a false sense of security.
Well, how could I harm you, since we are classmates?
However, inwardly, he berated Yi Chang, thinking, just wait until I unleash my vengeance.
How dare you compete for class monitor? Meanwhile, Yi Chang contemplated, Zhao Yi, when I strike you later, please refrain from screaming too loudly, lest my fists become even more eager.
Thus, the two walked, each harboring their own ulterior motives, until they soon arrived at the secluded grove designated by Zhao Yi.
Ha! Here we are again.
Upon entering the small grove, Yi Chang couldn't suppress a chuckle, for this marked his second visit to this spot that evening, having just driven away a group of self-proclaimed school bullies led by Song Shouwei. Who would have thought he would return here so soon after just one class had passed?
What are you laughing about, Yi Chang?
Zhao Yi suddenly queried, perplexed by Yi Chang's mirth.
Nothing at all. Didn't you say you wanted to chat? Now we can, can't we? Indeed, we can.
Zhao Yi's demeanor shifted, a sinister smile spreading across his face.
Cousin, come out, I've brought this kid.
Zhao Yi shouted towards the grove. Upon hearing Zhao Yi's call, Yi Chang remained unfazed, curiosity peaking regarding who would emerge this time. Zhao Yi, on the other hand, wore a mocking grin as he regarded Yi Chang, thinking, you're finished this time.
Then, amidst their exchanged glances, the grove stirred, and soon a dozen students clad in school uniforms burst forth. This time, there are quite a few of them.
Yi Chang mused to himself, for he cared little about their numbers.
Quality was what mattered to him. Is that the kid you mentioned, Zhao Yi?
Suddenly, a burly student, cigarette in mouth, swaggered from the group, flanked by two overly confident peers, strutting toward Zhao Yi while casting a disdainful glance at Yi Chang.
This is my cousin.
Zhao Yi, upon recognizing the leading student, eagerly stepped forward to point at Yi Chang.
Zhao Yi, what is the matter with you?
Yi Chang maintained his pretense of ignorance.
And why are there suddenly so many people here? What do they want?
Yi Chang feigned concern.
I've heard you're quite impressive, but it seems otherwise now. How about this, if you bow to us, admit your mistake, and pay some protection money, we'll let you off today.
Wang Xiao sneered at Yi Chang, relishing the latter's anxious demeanor, while secretly cursing his underling for being such a coward, unable to handle a timid student like this.
Why must I bow and apologize? And pay protection money? Yi Chang continued his act of feigned ignorance, though internally he was already mocking them.
For no reason at all, simply because you've offended us.
Wang Xiao declared arrogantly, puffing out a smoke ring as if to assert his superiority.
I've offended you, I haven't wronged you at all. Yi Chang exclaimed in mock surprise, adopting an innocent expression that was quite convincing. It was a shame he wasn't pursuing a career in acting.
You forgot that you assaulted my underling? Wang Xiao retorted, his arrogance unabated as he spat smoke in Yi Chang's direction.
Remarkably, the smoke halted 10 centimeters from Yi Chang's face, as if obstructed by an invisible force, yet, no one seemed to notice this peculiar phenomenon.
I struck your underling, I did not. Yi Chang continued his ruse. However, he was mentally cataloging which of his underlings it could possibly be.
Yi Chang, don't try to deny it, I clearly saw you in the cafeteria.
Zhao Yi interjected sharply. He had been tailing Yi Chang closely when he called for help, only to witness the scene unfold, which had terrified him into retreating. Had he witnessed Song Shouwei and the others being beaten, he likely would have hesitated to confront Yi Chang again.
Oh, so you were referring to those worthless thugs. Indeed, I did deal with them.
What of it?
Chapter 23, Come and Strike Me. Upon discovering the identity of his opponent, Yi Chang's demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation, shedding the earlier timidity that had characterized him.
You, brat, he exclaimed.
The sudden shift in Yi Chang's tone filled Wang Xiao and his companions with immediate fury. Wang Xiao, pointing an accusatory finger at Yi Chang, declared, as long as you admit it, now you must choose.
Kneel and apologize, or face our wrath.
With a chilling glare fixed upon Yi Chang, it was clear that Wang Xiao had resolved to punish him, regardless of whether he chose to beg for mercy. I choose neither, for I intend to deliver a beating to all of you. With that, Yi Cheng's expression turned icy as he swiftly kicked forward, targeting the nearest opponent, Zhao Yi. Caught off guard, Zhao Yi was unable to react in time, resulting in a resounding impact as Yi Cheng's foot connected sharply with his abdomen. The excruciating pain elicited a scream as Zhao Yi was sent flying backward. Ah! Zhao Yi groaned in agony as he crumpled to the ground, curling up in pain. Cousin! Wang Xiao cried out in shock, witnessing this scene unfold before him. His astonishment quickly morphed into a seething rage as he bellowed at Yi Cheng, "You dare to harm my little brother, I will have your life." After hurling this threat, Wang Xiao narrowed his eyes and lunged toward Yi Cheng, transforming his fist into a claw aimed directly at Yi Cheng's throat. Ha! A throat-grabbing technique, is it? Yet, you still lack finesse, Yi Cheng sneered, sidestepping effortlessly as he seized Wang Xiao's advancing arm and deftly delivered a swift blow to his chest. The impact resonated as Wang Xiao was forcefully propelled backward, feeling a weightiness settle in his chest, stirring tumult within him. The sharp pain was nearly unbearable, yet, being a seasoned fighter, he gritted his teeth and contained his cries. How does it feel? Painful, I presume. If it hurts, feel free to scream. Holding it in will only harm your health, Yi Cheng remarked, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Shut up, go to hell. Wang Xiao, infuriated by Yi Cheng's taunts, charged at him once more. However, as he closed the distance, he leaped into the air, aiming a powerful kick at Yi Cheng. Ha! Yi Cheng chuckled coldly, raising his fist with nonchalance to meet Wang Xiao's descending leg. The collision was thunderous. Yi Cheng's punch connected squarely with Wang Xiao's thigh, causing him to emit a series of agonized cries. Ugh, ah. The force of the strike sent Wang Xiao staggering backward, while Yi Cheng remained unfazed, observing him with an air of relaxation. Hey, brother, stop screaming. Is it really that painful, and shouting so loudly? Aren't you afraid of attracting attention? Wang Xiao felt a surge of blood rush to his face upon hearing Yi Cheng's words, wishing to retort with a challenge to endure a punch himself. Yet, he quickly stifled his cries, glaring at Yi Cheng with renewed fury. Fine, you think you're impressive, huh? Luckily, I came prepared. Brothers, attack, teach him a lesson. With a wave of his hand, Wang Xiao summoned his fellow students to charge at Yi Cheng, their faces filled with righteous indignation. Wang Xiao, hindered by his injured thigh, could only watch from the sidelines, a smirk forming on his lips. Let us see how you handle them, brat. At that moment, Zhao Yi, the first to be sent flying, limped back to Wang Xiao's side, cradling his abdomen in discomfort. Cousin, are you all right? Wang Xiao inquired, limping closer. I'm fine, just a bit of lingering pain, Zhao Yi replied. Good to hear. But wait for me, cousin, I shall avenge you, Wang Xiao vowed, his gaze fixed coldly on Yi Cheng. That he had endured a beating for the first time in his life and was determined to make Yi Cheng understand true suffering. Having lived a life of privilege, he had never faced such humiliation, and now he harbored a deep-seated hatred for Yi Cheng. Even if there were no grievances involving Zhao Yi, he would not let Yi Cheng escape his wrath. However, as Wang Xiao and Zhao Yi anticipated retribution from their subordinates, an astonishing turn of events occurred. Within mere seconds, the group of students who had charged forward were sent sprawling back, each emitting piercing cries of distress. Yi Cheng showed no mercy, dispatching each assailant with a single punch, though he tempered his strength to avoid fatal consequences. In less than 10 seconds, all of the students lay defeated on the ground, while Yi Cheng, unfazed and cheerful, clapped his hands and strolled toward Wang Xiao. The sudden reversal left Wang Xiao incredulous. He had believed that his cadre of 10 would easily avenge him, yet they had been vanquished in an instant. What do you intend to do? Stay away. As Yi Cheng approached with deliberate steps, fear gripped Wang Xiao. What do I intend to do? Did you not wish to teach me a lesson? Yi Cheng replied, a teasing glint in his eye. I am merely here to fulfill your desire. Fulfill my desire? Wang Xiao was momentarily perplexed. Could it be that this brat had a change of heart and felt guilty for the earlier altercation? Indeed, you wished to strike me, so I am offering you the opportunity. As he spoke, Yi Cheng stepped closer, grasping Wang Xiao's hand and positioning it against his chest. Is this a suitable target for your strike? With a playful demeanor, Yi Cheng appeared genuinely eager for Wang Xiao to hit him, his eyes brimming with sincerity. Yet, something felt amiss to Wang Xiao. Let go of my cousin, you scoundrel. Zhao Yi, unable to endure the sight any longer, limped forward to assist Wang Xiao, despite his own pain. However, silence, Yi Cheng retorted, swiftly delivering a slap to Zhao Yi's face. The force sent him flying, yet curiously, his face bore no marks, though he groaned in pain. Not why Yi Cheng disregarded him, turning back to Wang Xiao with a beaming smile. Now, it's our turn. Come, strike me. Chapter 24. And never speak of this. As Yi Chang spoke, he patted Wang Xiao's palm against his own chest. Witnessing his cousin being struck once more ignited a surge of fury within Wang Xiao, who immediately glared with intensity and barked, "You said that." With that, he forcefully wrenched his hand free from Yi Chang's grasp and unleashed a powerful punch aimed squarely at Yi Chang's chest. To his astonishment, Yi Chang exhibited no sign of alarm. Instead, a relaxed smile graced his face as he remarked, yes, it should be a bit stronger. With that kind of force, you might just fly away." Yi Chang began to chuckle ominously. The sight of Yi Chang's cold smirk sent a shiver down Wang Xiao's spine, and he quickly realized it was a trap. Alas, it was too late. His formidable punch had already struck Yi Chang's chest. Bang! The impact reverberated, yet rather than a scream of agony from Yi Chang, it was Wang Xiao who cried out in pain as his hand fractured from the force. Yi Chang's chest then surged forward slightly, a powerful energy erupting from him. Boom! The shockwave sent Wang Xiao hurtling backward. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. Wang Xiao lay on the ground, wailing in distress. His punch had not even grazed Yi Chang's chest, having been intercepted just a centimeter away by an invisible barrier, akin to a wall. Instead, he had shattered his own hand. "Are you alright? Do you need me to help you?" At that moment, Yi Chang's voice drifted into Wang Xiao's ears once more, his demeanor now seemingly benign as he extended a hand, as if genuinely wishing to assist him. "Get lost." Wang Xiao spat through gritted teeth, cursing vehemently. "Oh? If you can still shout that loudly, it proves you're fine, so I can rest easy." Yi Chang's tone shifted suddenly, turning icy. However, he continued, tightening his grip on Wang Xiao's collar, "If you dare provoke me again, it won't just be your hand that suffers next time, understand?" These individuals needed a lesson to comprehend the reason behind the beauty of flowers. Wang Xiao, startled by Yi Chang's sudden ferocity and recalling the earlier display of strength, felt his resolve waver. Yes, brother Yi, I won't dare again." Though he uttered those words, who could truly fathom his thoughts? Yet Yi Chang was unconcerned. As long as Wang Xiao dared to return, he would not let them off so easily. "Good, that's more like it," Yi Chang remarked, ruffling Wang Xiao's hair. Wang Xiao, trembling with fear, asked, "So, brother Yi, can I leave now?" "Technically, you can go, but after being frightened by all of you tonight, you ought to compensate me for my mental distress." "Ah." Wang Xiao froze at Yi Chang's demand for payment. "What, do you not intend to compensate?" Yi Chang's voice turned cold once more as he seized Wang Xiao's collar, barking, "Hurry up and pay your dues, or else you won't be leaving tonight." "And no, I will pay." "Of course, I'll pay." Wang Xiao, terrified of receiving another beating, hastily withdrew several red sun notes from his pocket and handed them to Yi Chang. Yi Chang swiftly accepted the offering and examined it. "What the hell, only 7 notes? Are you trying to insult me?" This provoked another round of heated reprimands from Yi Chang, though those 7 notes were already nestled securely in his pocket. "Ah, how much do you want then?" Wang Xiao's frustration boiled over. "I got beaten by you, and now I'm expected to pay. Is there any justice in this world? Just figure it out." Yi Chang did not specify an amount, merely indicating that it should be substantial enough to satisfy him. "Fine." Wang Xiao gritted his teeth and reached into his pocket, producing a wad of cash, estimating it to be several thousand. "Brother Yi, this is all my money. I am giving it to you now, can you let me go?" Seeing the substantial sum, Yi Chang no longer cared what he was saying. He snatched the money and remarked, "Not bad, this amounts to 3 or 4 thousand. "Very well, I shall let you off this time." "Thank you, brother Yi, thank you." Wang Xiao scrambled to his feet. "Yes, you may leave, but they cannot." Yi Chang gestured towards the others. Why not?" Wang Xiao questioned, perplexed. "Because they have yet to pay me for their mental distress." "Stop stalling and quickly compensate for your mental damages. Otherwise, you all won't be leaving tonight." Yi Chang stood firm, resembling a miser guarding his fortune, determined not to let them depart without their dues. The other students, having witnessed Yi Chang's formidable prowess, dared not resist and promptly surrendered all their red sun notes to him. As the pile of currency in his hands grew, Yi Chang felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Haha, master, did you think that confiscating my card meant I was out of money? Look, I have people sending me cash now. Yet Yi Chang adhered to his principles. He neither stole nor extorted, nor did he demand money without cause. The current situation arose solely because they had brought trouble upon themselves. He considered this a necessary lesson for them. Thus, they learned their lesson while he profited. What's not to like? He regarded it as a supplementary tuition fee for their education. With that thought, Yi Chang unceremoniously pocketed the compensation for mental distress.
Now that I have money, I can take Xiao Ting out next week. If only I could find Shui Cheng.
Yi Cheng suddenly recalled the charming girl from 3 years ago, his deskmate, and wondered where she might be now and what she was up to.
Well, Brother Yi, can we leave now?
Once all the mental distress fees had been collected, Wang Xiao inquired again.
All right, you may go. However, I must warn you. Do not provoke me again, or you shall be prepared for a reckoning. With a hearty laugh, Yi Cheng departed on his own, having heard the school bell ring. Are we just going to let him go?
After Yi Cheng had left, one student beside Wang Xiao asked.
Let him go? Not a chance. No one has ever struck me like that before. That kid is as good as dead. Wang Xiao glared at Yi Cheng's vanishing figure with malice. What shall we do next? Another student pressed. That's for you to worry about. I certainly will not let that kid off so easily. Wang Xiao turned to Zhao Yi and said, Cousin, you should head back now, but remember, this matter must never leave your lips. If word of this incident were to spread, what face would Wang Xiao have left in this place? Of course, cousin, I understand. Chapter 25.
Fostering classmate relationships. As the ringing of the class bell subsided, Yi Cheng hurried back to the classroom, humming a cheerful nursery rhyme all the way, for he was in high spirits after a bountiful evening.
Ah Chang, where have you been? You took such a long time. Upon Yi Cheng's return, Liang Xiaoting immediately inquired, Nowhere. I was enhancing my rapport with classmate Zhao Yi. Enhancing rapport. Liang Xiaoting expressed a hint of disbelief upon hearing this. Indeed, if you don't believe me, you may ask Zhao Yi when he returns. I can't be bothered to ask him. To Yi Cheng's surprise, Liang Xiaoting grimaced at the mere mention of Zhao Yi. It seemed she held no fondness for him, perhaps even a hint of disdain. Speak of the devil, here comes Zhao Yi. Yi Cheng glanced towards the doorway, where Zhao Yi entered, covering his face. However, his countenance appeared perfectly normal. Hey, Zhao Yi, wasn't I just enhancing our rapport? Yi Cheng called out loudly. Zhao Yi, taken aback by Yi Cheng's proclamation, understood the underlying threat. Should he misrepresent their earlier encounter, he would not be spared. Acutely aware of this and recalling his cousin's earlier admonition, Zhao Yi had no choice but to concede. Yes, I was indeed enhancing rapport with classmate Yi. With that, he swiftly retreated to his seat. Yi Cheng dismissed him and turned to Liang Xiaoting, saying, Sigo Zhao Yi has corroborated my words, you should believe me now. Liang Xiaoting, unable to discern any inconsistencies, nodded and replied, all right. I believe you, haha. With her acceptance, Yi Cheng felt no need to elaborate further and retrieved his textbook. Noticing the teacher had arrived, dressed in a professional skirt and high heels, Zhao Xiaoyan swiftly entered the classroom. Class, let us begin. Good morning, teacher. Before commencing the lesson, Zhao Xiaoyan engaged in casual conversation with the students, inquiring if Yi Cheng was adapting well to the class before officially starting the lesson. Having graduated 2 years prior, she had been interning at the school and was gradually mastering her teaching skills due to her being a beautiful teacher. The class was lively and enthusiastic, with nearly every male student eagerly raising their hands to pose questions. This spectacle garnered disapproval from some female classmates, typical boys. Had it not been for Liang Xiaoting's watchful gaze, Yi Cheng might have succumbed to the temptation of engaging the attractive teacher in conversation. Observing Yi Cheng dutifully seated, Liang Xiaoting cast him an approving glance, silently conveying that this was the proper behavior. Yet, internally, Yi Cheng was rebelling. I am not obedient. I wish to approach her as well. However, these rebellious thoughts remained confined to his mind. The class passed swiftly, marking it as the most fleeting lesson of the day. As it was the final class, the end signified the commencement of evening study. However, Yi Cheng was troubled, pondering where he would spend the night. Having just arrived, the school had yet to arrange accommodation for him. Would he be forced to sleep on the streets tonight? Ah Cheng, goodbye, we're heading back to sleep now. Make sure you get to bed early. Good night. Liang Xiaoting bid farewell to Yi Cheng as she took her leave, accompanied by her friend. Watching her retreating figure, Yi Cheng yearned to call out, please accept me for the night, yet, he was acutely aware of the impossibility of such a scenario. Even if Liang Xiaoting acquiesced, the school certainly would not. Boss, why aren't you leaving? Are you waiting for the beauty? At that moment, Fatty emerged from his seat, glancing at Yi Cheng, who remained seated. No, you go ahead. Yi Cheng shook his head, contemplating seeking out Hu and the others instead. Alright then, I'll head back. Wishing you a delightful evening, Fatty said, winking knowingly at Yi Cheng. Assuming he intended to stay behind for a rendezvous. As classmates gradually departed the classroom, Yi Cheng sighed in resignation and stood up. I must find Hu and the others. Hey, classmate Yi, why haven't you left yet? Zhao Xiaoyan, still organizing her lesson plans at the podium, noticed Yi Cheng's forlorn expression and inquired. Nothing, I'm just about to leave, Yi Cheng replied, shaking his head as he prepared to exit. I completely forgot to arrange your accommodation, Zhao Xiaoyan suddenly recalled, her tone tinged with regret.
It's all my fault. I was too busy today and overlooked it. It's fine. I can find somewhere to stay. Yi Cheng smiled, dismissing her concern that one T do. It's dangerous for you to go out alone at night, and the school doesn't allow casual departures. How about this? You can stay at my place tonight, and I will arrange your accommodation tomorrow, Zhao Xiaoyan suggested without much thought, feeling guilty for neglecting to provide Yi Cheng with housing. Yi Cheng was taken aback by her proposition. The thought of sharing a roof with the alluring teacher sparked certain risky images in his mind. Oh no, he was on the verge of a nosebleed. Caught off guard by Zhao Xiaoyan's words, Yi Cheng found himself envisioning inappropriate scenarios, shaking his head vigorously to dispel such thoughts. What do you mean? It's settled then, Zhao Xiaoyan declared while continuing to tidy her materials. But teacher, isn't this somewhat inappropriate? Yi Cheng stammered, feeling bashful at the prospect of being alone with her, fearing what might transpire. What's inappropriate about it? You are my student, and I am your teacher. What's the problem? Perhaps Zhao Xiaoyan's perspective remained firmly rooted in their teacher-student dynamic, oblivious to the fact that Yi Cheng was already an 18-year-old adult, fully aware of the nuances of male-female relationships. But as Yi Cheng attempted to voice his concerns, Zhao Xiaoyan cut him off decisively. Enough with the buts, it's settled. Are you planning to sleep on the campus benches tonight? Oh, fine then. Considering the alternative of sleeping on a campus bench, Yi Cheng deemed it preferable to stay with the beautiful teacher, or rather, under the same roof but in separate beds. Good, that is more like it. You wait here while I finish up, and then I'll take you back. With that, Zhao Xiaoyan resumed organizing her materials. Yi Cheng obediently waited as instructed, yet soon found himself witnessing an unexpected scene. Chapter 26. A glance back. Due to Zhao Xiaoyan's hunched posture, she inadvertently revealed her neckline to Yi Cheng, who could not help but catch sight of her voluptuous curves. My goodness, they are so fair. They must be a 36D. Yi Cheng remarked, unable to restrain himself from expressing his thoughts. What, did you just say 36D? At that moment, Zhao Xiaoyan lifted her head, having overheard Yi Cheng's comment. No, I said nothing. Yi Cheng, startled, quickly averted his gaze. Yi Cheng, why are you bleeding from your nose? Zhao Xiaoyan exclaimed, hurrying away from the podium towards him. It was only then that Yi Cheng realized, to his embarrassment, that he was indeed shamelessly bleeding. It's nothing, nothing. I've just been feeling a bit unwell lately. He hastily wiped away the blood, trying to downplay the situation. Don't wipe it with your hand, let me help you, Zhao Xiaoyan said gently, producing a handkerchief and tenderly tending to Yi Cheng's forehead. However, Yi Cheng found himself in an awkward position, as his gaze inadvertently fell upon her neckline once more. Upon glancing at her pristine curves, his nosebleed resumed with fervor. What on earth is happening? How could this be? Zhao Xiaoyan was taken aback to see the nosebleed continuing. Teacher, it's fine, I can manage. Yi Cheng quickly snatched the handkerchief from her hands and turned away to staunch the flow. He dared not look again, otherwise, he feared he might lose consciousness from blood loss. Yi Cheng, are you feeling better now? After covering his nose for over a minute, he noticed that Zhao Xiaoyan had finished organizing her lesson plan. It should be fine now, he said, removing the handkerchief and discovering that the bleeding had indeed stopped, provided he faced no further stimuli. Then, let's head back, teacher. With that, Zhao Xiaoyan gathered her lesson materials and led Yi Cheng out of the classroom. The residence to which Zhao Xiaoyan was taking him was the staff dormitory arranged by the school, located not far from the teaching building. After a 10-minute walk, they arrived at a modest 5-story dormitory. Zhao Xiaoyan's room was on the 3rd floor. Yi Cheng, come in, this is my home, she beckoned as she opened the door. Yi Cheng hesitated at the threshold, glancing around before stepping inside. The building contained approximately 5 rooms, and the soundproofing of the walls was surprisingly effective. Anything that transpired within would likely remain a secret. Yi Cheng knocked on the wall, contemplating. Oh, Yi Cheng, what are you thinking? After all, she is your teacher. He felt a wave of shame wash over him for his inappropriate thoughts. Once inside Zhao Xiaoyan's dormitory, Yi Cheng surveyed the surroundings. It was a simple 1-bedroom suite, sparsely furnished with nothing particularly valuable. Could it be that teachers live in such modesty? He mused, puzzled by the unadorned decor. Yi Cheng, you must have worked up quite a sweat today, go take a shower. Zhao Xiaoyan said, handing him a pink loungewear set. Seeing his teacher suddenly transformed into a kawaii figure, Yi Cheng was utterly captivated. Is it possible that such an adorable person is truly my teacher? Hey, Yi Cheng, what are you staring at? If you keep looking at your teacher like that, I might get angry. Noticing his prolonged silence, Zhao Xiaoyan turned to him and found him gazing intently. The sudden awareness of being scrutinized by a male student made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Well, you were simply too cute, so I couldn't help but steal a few glances, Yi Chang replied, blushing as he scratched his head.
Not at all.
Alright, Yi Chang, go take your shower. Hearing Yi Chang call her cute made Zhao Xiaoyan feel bashful. Ha, I'll head off to shower now, but truly, teacher, you are quite adorable.
With that, Yi Chang hurried into the bathroom.
Zhao Xiaoyan, meanwhile, felt her face flush crimson at his compliment. How embarrassing, I should have chosen a different outfit, she thought. Just as Yi Chang was about to begin his shower, Zhao Xiaoyan unexpectedly opened the bathroom door.
Ah! Ah!
Both Yi Chang and Zhao Xiaoyan shrieked in unison.
Teacher, why did you open my door? What are you doing?
Yi Chang instinctively covered himself, staring incredulously at the startled Zhao Xiaoyan.
Why are you not dressed?
Zhao Xiaoyan stammered, her face a deep shade of red as she turned away.
You told me to take a shower, so why would I wear clothes? Yi Chang was utterly bewildered.
Did the teacher intend to sneak a peek at him? A strange thought crossed his mind upon hearing Yi Chang's explanation. Zhao Xiaoyan realized her folly. She had indeed instructed him to shower. The sudden sight of his bare body had momentarily short-circuited her brain.
Teacher, why did you come to my door?
Yi Chang queried, sensing something was amiss with her presence at the threshold.
I came to get my clothes, she stuttered, gesturing towards the garments hanging in the bathroom.
Earlier, when Yi Chang entered to shower, she had remembered that her own clothes were still inside. Not wanting him to see them, she intended to retrieve them first, only to discover he was already preparing to shower.
Oh, are these what you mean?
Yi Chang glanced in the direction Zhao Xiaoyan indicated and saw a set of pink lingerie hanging inside. Could it be that Teacher Zhao has a penchant for pink? He instinctively reached out to assist her.
Don't touch that!
Zhao Xiaoyan suddenly exclaimed, spinning around to shout.
Ah!
Unbeknownst to her, Yi Chang's hand was already gripping the garment.
Ah!
Zhao Xiaoyan shrieked, swiftly snatching her intimate clothing from his grasp. In the process, she inadvertently brushed against Yi Chang's body, but she didn't dwell on it. Clutching her belongings, she hurried away from the bathroom, her face now flushed to her neck.
Why, Yi Chang, just continue your shower. After exiting the bathroom, Zhao Xiaoyan called out over her shoulder, rushing away. Yi Chang, however, was left dumbfounded gazing at the ajar door. He thought, could you not have closed the door behind you?
With a slam, he shut the door himself and began his shower, still replaying the earlier scene in his mind, feeling a thrill.
Did she see everything? He pondered. If she did, should I take a look back? Otherwise, that would be quite the loss for me.
Chapter 27. Just a glimpse, and then depart before long. Yi Chang had finished his shower and donned his clothes. Stepping outside lacking a change of garments, he had no choice but to wear the same outfit from earlier that day.
Teacher Zhao, I'm all cleaned up. It's your turn now.
Upon emerging, Yi Chang noticed Zhao Xiaoyan peeling an apple on the sofa, though he could still discern that her cheeks retained a lingering blush.
Alright, you can sit for a moment and enjoy an apple, or perhaps watch some television. Zhao Xiaoyan replied, a hint of However, at that moment, why haven't you changed your clothes?
Zhao Xiaoyan looked up from her task and realized he was still wearing the same outfit from earlier.
Well, I haven't bought any new clothes yet.
This is all I have on me, Yi Chang admitted somewhat sheepishly. He had come down the mountain with hardly any luggage, believing that a new life deserved a fresh wardrobe. Unfortunately, due to the day's multitude of events, he had neither the time to shop for clothes nor the thought to do so.
This simply won't do. Have you no regard for your efforts? You'll end up undoing all the good from your wash. Zhao Xiaoyan declared. Wait here, I'll fetch you one of my nightgowns. With that, she set the apple aside and retreated to her room. Moments later, she emerged with a pink nightgown adorned with floral patterns.
You can wear this tonight, and I'll toss your clothes into the washing machine. They should be ready to wear by tomorrow. She extended the delicate garment towards Yi Chang.
Isn't this your nightgown, teacher?
Yi Chang found himself momentarily speechless at the sight of the attire in her hands.
Yes.
You have no other clothes, right? It's only temporary, you can borrow it for now, Zhao Xiaoyan replied.
But isn't that inappropriate, teacher?
Yi Chang felt a blush creeping up his cheeks, not particularly keen on wearing such a pastel hue.
What's the big deal? It's merely for wearing at home. Are you really rejecting your teacher's kindness?
Zhao Xiaoyan countered, feeling reluctant to part with her personal nightgown, yet recognizing that Yi Chang had no alternative.
No, I'm not rejecting you. Yi Chang quickly clarified. Then why are you hesitating? Hurry up and change.
All right.
Though reluctant, Yi Chang acquiesced. Remember to wash up again before putting it on, we wouldn't want to soil my nightgown, and, oh, don't forget to change your underwear too.
As she uttered this, Zhao Xiaoyan felt her cheeks flush anew, the thought of Yi Chang donning her intimate garment rendering her bashful. Nevertheless, as his teacher, she felt she mustn't shy away from addressing such matters.
Okay.
Yi Chang once more retreated into the bathroom, responding with a hint of embarrassment, and took another shower. In truth, he was quite unwilling to wear the nightgown, fearing that others might misconstrue his intentions. Before long, Yi Chang emerged from the bathroom clad in the pretty pink nightgown. If he were to apply a bit of makeup, he could easily pass for a charming lady. Wow, Yi Chang, I never imagined you could look so adorable in pink. Zhao Xiaoyan exclaimed, utterly taken aback by his appearance. Had she not known he was male, she might have mistaken him for a girl. Truly, he was a master of cross-dressing.
Really?
Yi Chang felt somewhat bemused by his own reflection, glancing around.
Indeed, you are quite cute.
Come on, Yi Chang, let us take a picture together for keepsake.
With that, Zhao Xiaoyan quickly pulled out her phone and approached him for a snapshot. No way, I refuse.
The very thought of the implications of such a photograph made Yi Chang hastily decline, stepping away from her reach.
Come on, Yi Chang, don't be so stingy.
Trust me, I won't share your photo with anyone else, Zhao Xiaoyan coaxed, seemingly in high spirits as she playfully pursued him for a photo.
No, I absolutely will not agree. Yi Chang firmly reiterated, his resolve unwavering.
If you don't want to take a picture with me, I'll just take one from afar, Zhao Xiaoyan declared, making a gesture as if to snap a distant photo.
Teacher, please don't. Yi Chang was genuinely frightened at this point.
Had he known he would have to wear such an outfit, he would have never agreed. Suddenly, a thought crossed Yi Chang's mind. Could this all be part of the teacher's scheme?
Then come over here and take a picture with me.
Zhao Xiaoyan insisted, hands on her hips, awaiting his compliance.
All right then. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chang relented, recognizing that resistance was futile.
He might as well embrace the situation with a modicum of dignity. Thus, our reluctant protagonist approached Zhao Xiaoyan. Now smile and say cheese, she instructed, gesturing for him to pose.
Hi.
Yi Chang managed a forced smile, feeling somewhat ridiculous. With a click, the photograph was captured.
Wow, you really are adorable.
Zhao Xiaoyan beamed at the picture, delight evident in her expression. Teacher, please promise me you won't show this photo to anyone. Yi Chang could only plead with Zhao Xiaoyan, desperation creeping into his tone.
Relax.
I promise I won't, Zhao Xiaoyan said, casually editing the photo as she waved his concerns away.
Ugh.
Watching her dismiss his plea while manipulating the image, Yi Chang felt a surge of frustration.
I can't let myself be at such a disadvantage, he thought resolutely. Well then, it's time for me to take a shower too.
Yi Chang, you can stay here and watch some television for a bit, Zhao Xiaoyan said cheerfully, setting her phone aside before heading towards her room. Shortly thereafter, she re-entered the bathroom with several articles of clothing.
As soon as Zhao Xiaoyan disappeared behind the bathroom door, Yi Chang quickly seized her phone. Darn it, this girl has it locked.
He fumed at the password prompt on her phone, realizing the photo would remain a threat in her possession.
I can't let this slide. Since the teacher is in the shower, should I take a peek? After all, she has already seen me. No, as an upstanding young man, how could I stoop to such voyeurism? Absolutely not. Perhaps a distant glance? As Zhao Xiaoyan bathed, Yi Chang found himself embroiled in an inner conflict. Fine, just a quick look, and then I'll leave. Finally succumbing to temptation, Yi Chang resolved to sneak a glimpse, quietly making his way towards the bathroom. However, he dared not approach too closely. Before long, he found himself at the doorway, catching a fleeting reflection in the glass of Zhao Xiaoyan's silhouette. Chapter 28. A fine figure. What a splendid figure! Yi Chang exclaimed, utterly at a loss for words as he beheld the scene before him. Initially intending to take but a fleeting glance, he found himself unable to resist stealing another look, then another, and yet another. Just as he became entranced in the captivating sight, a sudden ringing of the doorbell jolted him from his reverie. Ding dong. The abrupt sound nearly startled Yi Chang into a state of shock. Damn it, who could be ringing the bell at this hour? He muttered under his breath, initially inclined to ignore it. However, the persistent ringing from outside proved to be quite unyielding. Consequently, Yi Chang decided to inform Zhao Xiaoyan. Teacher Xiaoyan, there is someone at the door, could you please go and answer it? He secretly hoped that Zhao Xiaoyan would dash out from the bathroom to open the door. Yet, his optimism was misplaced, as Zhao Xiaoyan replied, I'm currently in the shower, Yi Chang, would you mind opening the door for me? You want me to do it? Very well. He had anticipated this scenario, so he said nothing further and proceeded to the door. Meanwhile, the doorbell continued its relentless ringing. All right, I'm coming. Do you intend to wake the whole neighborhood? Yi Chang grumbled as he approached and opened the door. At that moment, he seemed to forget his own attire. Creak, who are you? What are you doing here? As the door swung open, Yi Chang was met with a barrage of inquiries. Looking up, he saw a young man slightly taller than himself, clad in a light gray suit and sporting a pair of black-framed glasses, holding a bouquet of roses, astonished as he gazed at Yi Chang. He was taken aback, questioning who this man in Xiaoyan's nightgown could possibly be. Wait, he was wearing Xiaoyan's nightgown? What on earth could that imply? Damn it, I haven't even asked who you are, yet you're interrogating me. Quickly, tell me why you're knocking on my door. Yi Chang felt utterly exasperated. Why was this stranger asking him who he was? Well, technically, this wasn't his home, however, it was Xiaoyan's home, which made it somewhat his as well. What do you mean this is your home? Are you Xiaoyan's brother? But I've never heard her mention having a brother. The young man regarded Yi Chang with a puzzled expression. Just moments ago, he had speculated whether Yi Chang might be Zhao Xiaoyan's boyfriend, but now he reconsidered. After all, this boy appeared far too young. Surely, Xiaoyan wouldn't engage in such a scandalous affair? It is none of your business who I am now. You may leave. With that, Yi Chang resolutely shut the door. Why did Yi Chang act in such a manner? It was clear to him that the young man had ulterior motives. Holding a bouquet of flowers, he likely intended to woo his teacher. Such behavior was utterly unacceptable, and Yi Chang could never allow it. On the other side of the door, Song Qiufeng was left dumbfounded. What was this? He hadn't even been invited in for a seat before being dismissed so abruptly. Undeterred, he pressed the doorbell once more. Ding dong, ding dong. The persistent ringing continued to disrupt the peace. Hey, are you out of your mind? Yi Chang could no longer resist the urge to open the door, glaring at Song Qiufeng. You. Upon hearing Yi Chang's rebuke, Song Qiufeng initially intended to retort, but, realizing the other might be Zhao Xiaoyan's brother, he softened his tone, saying, Little brother, I'm here to see your sister. Please let me in. A little brother. The term ignited a fury within Yi Chang. He was 18, yet he was being referred to as a little brother. I'll show you who is the little brother. Despite his internal rage, he maintained a calm exterior. I'm sorry, but it's quite late. If you wish to see Xiaoyan, come back tomorrow morning. With that, he attempted to close the door. Wait, however, Song Qiufeng was prepared this time, wedging his hand in the doorway to prevent Yi Chang from shutting it. Are you crazy? Yi Chang snapped again, yet, Song Qiufeng ignored the insult and, with a puzzled expression, inquired, What did you just say? Xiaoyan, who is that? Though he posed the question, he already had an inkling. Don't you know? Why are you asking? Now, if you'll excuse us, it's time for bed, Yi Chang replied deliberately, attempting to force the door shut. In that moment, Song Qiufeng suddenly realized something. Could they truly be involved in such a relationship? Just as the two were at an impasse, a voice emerged from within the room. Yi Chang, who was knocking at the door. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoyan had finished her shower and emerged, draped in a pink nightgown, still drying her hair. Upon hearing her inquiry, Yi Chang hastily responded, It's nobody. Just someone who rang the wrong bell. Fearing that this man might be attempting to charm his beautiful teacher, Yi Chang was determined not to allow him entry. Meanwhile, Song Qiufeng, also hearing Zhao Xiaoyan's voice, suddenly understood the situation. So, this brat was merely Xiaoyan's student. He had worried for nothing. Hey, kid, step aside. This is none of your business, or I'll make you regret it, Song Qiufeng warned, raising a fist in an attempt to intimidate Yi Chang. However, Yi Chang was not one to be frightened easily. He paid little mind to the threat and turned to Zhao Xiaoyan, stating, Well, teacher Xiaoyan, I'm going to close the door now. With a smirk directed at Song Qiufeng, he promptly shut the door. Bang! The door slammed shut, inadvertently striking Song Qiufeng on the head, causing him to yelp in pain. Meanwhile, Yi Chang wore a wicked grin, thinking, Let us see how you threaten me now. Although Zhao Xiaoyan vaguely heard Song Qiufeng's shout, she could not discern who it was and asked, Yi Chang, who was making that noise? It's nothing. Probably just a stray dog from who knows where, Yi Chang replied. Upon hearing this, Song Qiufeng nearly exploded with anger. Not only had he been struck, but he had also been insulted as a dog. Resolute, he continued to press the doorbell, demonstrating an obstinacy that rivaled a persistent suitor. This time, however, he had learned from his previous mistakes. As he rang the bell, he called out, Xiaoyan, it's me, Song Qiufeng. Damn, he is back. Yi Chang, initially retreating from the door, instinctively paused upon hearing the doorbell. However, before he could refuse entry, Zhao Xiaoyan emerged from her room in her nightgown. Let me handle this, Yi Chang. With that, Zhao Xiaoyan approached and opened the door, revealing the persistent Song Qiufeng. Chapter 29. Why are you ringing my doorbell? Song Qiufeng, why do you keep ringing my doorbell? Upon seeing Song Qiufeng, Zhao Xiaoyan felt an inexplicable aversion.
Cheyenne, you finally came out. I brought you these roses, Song Jiufeng exclaimed, his eyes brightening at the sight of her, adopting a courteous demeanor as he presented the flowers. However, Zhao Xiaoyan showed no intention of accepting them.
I'm sorry, it's quite late, please take them back.
With that, she decisively turned to close the door, even more resolute than Yi Chang had been.
Hey, Xiaoyan, don't.
Song Jiufeng hurriedly attempted to intervene, but the door had already shut. After receiving yet another cold rejection, his anger flared.
Fine, Zhao Xiaoyan, just wait until I win you over, then you'll see how I can make your life miserable.
Yet, despite his fury, he was still determined to pursue her. Thus, he rang the doorbell once more. Zhao Xiaoyan, who had intended to leave, halted in her tracks.
Let me handle this.
Just then, Yi Chang stepped out. Since the teacher seemed to detest Song Jiufeng, he figured he could play the good Samaritan and chase the fool away. However, Zhao Xiaoyan shook her head, thinking to herself that Yi Chang, as a high school student, was no match for Song Jiufeng. She opened the door again.
Xiaoyan.
Song Jiufeng felt a surge of joy at her reopening the door, but before he could finish his sentence, Zhao Xiaoyan rebuked him. Song Jiufeng, could you please stop clinging to me like a stubborn adhesive?
If you don't leave, I'll call the police and report you for harassment.
As she spoke, she brandished her phone, feigning a call.
No, Xiaoyan, please don't call the police. I'll leave right now.
Fearing the consequences of being reported for harassment, as he was a person of some standing, Song Jiufeng panicked. He had no choice but to depart, but not before casting a scathing glance at Yi Chang within the room. Yet, Yi Chang remained unfazed, his attention elsewhere. As Song Jiufeng reached the staircase, he cursed, "You just wait, kid, I will make you pay. And Zhao Xiaoyan, I will eventually have you in my bed." After venting his frustration, he tossed the roses into a nearby trash bin and drove away in an Audi A6, while simultaneously dialing a number. "Bro, help me teach someone a lesson at your school." Inside Zhao Xiaoyan's dormitory, Yi Chang lounged on the sofa, enjoying an apple that Zhao Xiaoyan had peeled, while watching television.
"Xiaoyan, who was that person just now?"
"You seem to despise him," he inquired, observing Zhao Xiaoyan as she continued to prepare the fruit. It was clear to him that she was acquainted with the man, yet her demeanor towards him was far from amiable. "His name is Song Jiufeng, the young master of the Song family, and he is also my classmate from university," Zhao Xiaoyan replied flatly, as if the mention of him stirred no emotions within her.
"Oh, the young master of the Song family. He must be quite wealthy, right?" Yi Chang asked nonchalantly.
"Who knows, even if he is, it doesn't belong to him," Zhao Xiaoyan scoffed. She had come to know Song Jiufeng during her university days, recognizing him as nothing more than a spoiled rich kid, who changed partners as easily as one changes clothes. Now he dared to pursue her. What a delusion. Indeed, Yi Chang agreed, nodding in concurrence. He held no admiration for those who squandered their family wealth without purpose.
"All right, Yi Chang, it's already 10:30.
Finish your meal, wash your hands, and get ready for bed. We have classes tomorrow," Zhao Xiaoyan stated as she completed peeling the apple. "Okay, but where will I sleep, teacher?"
Yi Chang suddenly realized an important issue. There was only one room, and it belonged to Zhao Xiaoyan. Would he really be relegated to the sofa?
As you're the student, you can sleep in the teacher's room. I'll manage with a makeshift bed outside," Zhao Xiaoyan suggested after a moment's thought. After all, it was summer, and sleeping on the floor wouldn't be too uncomfortable.
That won't do, teacher, you're a girl, and I may be a white. It's not right for you to sleep on the floor. Let me take that.
Absolutely not, you are my student, the teacher must take the bed, she insisted. But you're a girl, sleeping on the floor isn't good for your health, let me do it, he argued. Thus, the two of them debated for a full half hour over who would take the makeshift bed, ultimately leading to Yi Chang's insistence that he would sleep on the floor while Zhao Xiaoyan occupied the bed. "It would have been better to decide this sooner," Yi Chang remarked, glancing at the time with exasperation.
"Good night, Yi Chang. Remember to sleep early."
After Zhao Xiaoyan set up the makeshift bed in the living room, she bid him good night and retreated to her room. Once she was gone, Yi Chang promptly shed his clothes and nestled into the sheets scented with Zhao Xiaoyan's fragrance. As night deepened and the moon waned, dawn soon arrived, heralded by the crowing of a rooster.
"Oh no, it's getting light."
At the sound of the crowing, Yi Chang instinctively sprang up.
"Oh wait, I'm no longer in the mountains."
Suddenly recalling the reality of his situation, he flopped back onto the bed, as it was still only around 5 o'clock, with the sky merely dimly lit, and there was still ample time before classes began. Within 10 seconds, he drifted back into a deep slumber. Time passed, and he was abruptly awakened by a piercing scream.
"Ah!"
The sound was shrill. Yi Chang jolted awake, rubbing his sleepy eyes to find Zhao Xiaoyan staring at him, wide-eyed.
Teacher, what's wrong? He asked, bewildered as he sat up. Why aren't you wearing any clothes?
Zhao Xiaoyan exclaimed, her face flushing crimson as she turned away. This was the second time she had laid eyes on Yi Chang's bare body. She had woken up at her usual 6 o'clock to prepare breakfast, only to find him sprawled on the floor, entirely unclothed, with the beloved blanket she had lent him kicked to the side.
Teacher, I'm sorry.
I am just accustomed to sleeping nude, so Yi Chang glanced at his own exposed state, hastily attempting to explain himself. He didn't want Zhao Xiaoyan to think he was some kind of pervert, which would jeopardize their camaraderie.
Forget it, teacher, isn't upset with you. Just hurry and put on some clothes.
Zhao Xiaoyan said after a moment's contemplation. She had heard that many boys preferred to sleep naked, and even some girls shared that preference. It was a personal choice, after all. She couldn't dictate everyone's habits. It was merely the sudden shock of seeing Yi Chang in such a state that had thrown her off balance.
Okay, I'll get dressed right away.
Yi Chang replied quickly, wrapping himself in the blanket to retrieve the clothes he had hung out to dry the previous evening.
As for the sleepwear, he had no intention of wearing that again, not in this lifetime. Chapter 30 of the examination. Who could have known that in the days to come, Yi Chang would once again have the pleasure of donning that nightgown? Teacher, I'm dressed, Yi Chang announced to Zhao Xiaoyan, who had been too shy to turn around.
Only upon hearing his words did Zhao Xiaoyan muster the courage to glance back, and upon seeing Yi Chang in his attire, she felt a wave of relief wash over her.
Then, Yi classmate, please wait in the living room while I prepare breakfast for you, Zhao Xiaoyan said, slipping into the kitchen.
Following her suggestion, Yi Chang settled into the living room to watch television. As he waited, observing Zhao Xiaoyan bustling about in the kitchen, he couldn't help but think she resembled the ideal devoted wife and mother. Approximately half an hour later, after enjoying breakfast at Zhao Xiaoyan's home, Yi Chang made his way to school, while Zhao Xiaoyan stayed behind to tidy up. Arriving at school, the clock indicated it was just past 7, yet the classroom was already filled with students. Each desk was strewn with textbooks as everyone fervently studied, for today marked the day of the crucial examination. Although there was still a bit of time left, it did not hinder their last-minute cramming efforts.
Upon noticing Yi Chang's late arrival, Liang Xiaoting expressed her confusion. Ah Chang, why are you so late?
Typically, students like them, who resided on campus, would have been in the classroom by 6.
Yet, Yi Chang had arrived a full hour after that. Late, isn't at just past 7? Yi Chang replied, glancing at the classroom clock with a hint of bewilderment. Could it be that the clock was malfunctioning? Are you foolish?
We all arrived at the classroom by 6 to study, interjected a chubby classmate.
6 o'clock, that's incredibly early.
Yi Chang was hearing of such an early start for classes for the first time.
Had he truly been out of touch with society for too long?
Of course, did you perhaps have something else to attend to last night? The chubby boy added, casting a knowing look at Yi Chang. Get lost, go cool off somewhere else, Yi Chang retorted, pushing him away.
Alright, Ah Chang, since you're here, focus on reviewing. The major exam is about to commence, Liang Xiaoting reminded, observing the playful banter between Yi Chang and the chubby boy. Yes, indeed, did you hear that, you overweight fool?
Yi Chang nodded toward Liang Xiaoting and playfully slapped Zhou Fang on the shoulder, finding the softness of his plump shoulder quite pleasant.
Hey, old buddy, why do you keep hitting me? Woe is me, big sister, please intervene, he is always bullying me.
Zhou Fang lamented, yet Liang Xiaoting, for reasons unknown, ignored his pleas. Yi Chang turned his head away, leaving Zhou Fang to entertain himself with his own grievances, creating an awkward atmosphere. Before long, the much-anticipated exam began. Zhao Xiaoyan entered the room, test papers in hand, greeting the students before distributing the papers, officially commencing the examination.
Boss, do you know the answer to this question? Boss, this question is so difficult. Please help me. Just 10 minutes into the exam, Zhou Fang began to trouble Yi Chang. Shut it, how do you usually study?
Yi Chang was not inclined to assist him. Helping him cheat would only harm him, an excuse Yi Chang concocted for his own laziness.
Don't be like that, boss.
If our class performs poorly, we won't be able to go on the picnic and barbecue, so please teach me. Zhou Fang continued his pleas, but Yi Chang remained unresponsive.
However, Zhou Fang's incessant chatter caught the attention of another individual.
Classmate Zhou Fang, we are currently in an examination, please refrain from speaking, if you would be so kind. Zhao Xiaoyan's voice rang out, having been keeping an eye on Yi Chang, concerned about his performance since he was a recent transfer student. Initially, she had no intention of intervening, but Zhou Fang's incessant prattling compelled her to remind him to be quiet.
Yes, teacher, I'll be quiet. Zhou Fang quickly silenced himself upon hearing Zhao Xiaoyan's admonition.
Yet, undeterred, he resorted to peeking at Yi Chang's answers. Yi Chang, aware of Zhou Feng's surreptitious glances, chose to ignore it, continuing on with his own work. Due to the simplicity of the high school material, Yi Chang completed his exam in less than half an hour. He capped his pen, set his test aside, and turned to observe Liang Xiaoting, who was engrossed in her work. Lost in thought as he admired Liang Xiaoting's earnestness, he failed to notice Zhou Feng, who was now fervently copying from Yi Chang's paper. If he had applied himself appropriately, he wouldn't be in such a predicament. Shortly thereafter, the first exam concluded, followed by the commencement of the second subject. Yi Chang again finished swiftly, yet with over an hour remaining until class ended, he found himself growing bored. "Teacher, I'm finished," he announced, raising his hand to inform the supervising teacher.
The middle-aged teacher, sporting reading glasses, looked up at Yi Chang. "You've completed it, so quickly?"
He appeared somewhat incredulous, considering only 20 minutes had elapsed since the exam began. In fact, Yi Chang had finished 10 minutes prior but had wasted time allowing Zhou Feng to copy.
"Yes." Yi Chang nodded at the teacher. This exchange drew the attention of his classmates. "No way, this is English, how could he finish so soon?" Some students expressed skepticism. "I bet he just scribbled randomly, who can write that fast?" "I agree.
He must have written nonsense. This new guy thinks he can outshine our class." The classroom buzzed with chatter, each student voicing their opinions. Liang Xiaoting furrowed her brow, casting a puzzled glance at Yi Chang.
"All right, everyone quiet down and continue the exam."
"That student who claims to have finished, please submit your paper," the teacher interjected, silencing the room and beckoning Yi Chang to submit his test. Without hesitation, Yi Chang promptly handed in his paper. The teacher examined it briefly, visibly surprised, for Yi Chang truly had completed it. However, whether his answers were correct remained uncertain. "Very well, since you're done, feel free to leave and engage in other activities," the teacher said after glancing at Yi Chang's paper.
"Thank you, teacher."
Yi Chang felt a surge of joy, quickly exiting the classroom.
Remaining in the classroom would have bored him to tears. Showing off.
Yi Chang's early submission irked Zhao, who believed Yi Chang's eagerness to turn in his paper was merely an attempt to show off, convinced that most of Yi Chang's answers were hastily written nonsense. Chapter 31 The Song Lingling. Yi Chang, just wait, watch how I will crush you in terms of grades, and then win over Liang Xiaoting's heart. Zhao thought to himself, clenching his fists tightly, before returning to his serious answering of questions. Meanwhile, Yi Chang, who had already exited the classroom, was unconcerned with such matters. He felt like a free little bird, roaming freely around the campus. However, he soon found his attention captivated by a scene before him. A girl in a ponytail, dressed in her school uniform, was running on the track. Her delicate, doll-like face glistened with sweat. Observing her flushed visage, Yi Chang could surmise that she had been running for quite some time. With nothing else to occupy his time, he decided to watch her from the sidelines.
Ouch!
Perhaps they were both too engrossed in their respective pursuits, as the girl accidentally collided with Yi Chang, landing squarely in his embrace.
In an instant, he instinctively pressed his hands against his chest. "So soft, what is this?" As Yi Chang marveled at the unexpected softness, the girl hurriedly apologized. "I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to." As she spoke, she looked up at Yi Chang, and coincidentally, he was gazing back at her. Embarrassed, she quickly averted her eyes. Yi Chang, recovering swiftly, reassured her, "It's not your fault, I wasn't paying attention." "Ah!"
At that moment, the girl squealed again, realizing that her body was still pressed against Yi Chang's, prompting her to hastily pull away, her face now even redder. Observing her rosy cheeks, Yi Chang felt an irresistible urge to reach out and touch her. "You ran into me, are you hurt?" he inquired, eyeing her with concern. He was well aware of his own resilience. Even a collision with a vehicle would hardly faze him, so his worry lay with the girl who had bumped into him. "No, I'm fine," she replied, shaking her head. Thanks to her regular exercise, her physical condition was robust, a stark contrast to the average person's likely reaction upon colliding with Yi Chang. "That's good to hear. You should continue your run, I need to start my workout too." With a slight smile, Yi Chang turned to feign a jog.
"Aha!"
The girl nodded and began to run alongside him. Initially, they ran in silence for 2 laps, but as the moment presented itself, Yi Chang slowed his pace to match hers and asked, "By the way, what is your name?" His intent for running those laps was to create an opportunity to strike up a conversation and learn her name.
I'm Song Lingling,
she replied, slightly out of breath.
Song Lingling, what a lovely name. Thank you. Song Lingling said shyly. Which class are you in? Why are you the only one out here?
Yi Chang continued, noticing that aside from them, the playground was deserted. Could it be that she, like him, had come out to unwind after an exam? I'm in class 3 of the second year. This period is our physical education class. The teacher and the other students are on a different playground, Song Lingling explained without a hint of suspicion. Perhaps she regarded Yi Chang as an older brother figure, hence her lack of wariness.
Oh, I see.
Yi Chang nodded, recalling that the school had 3 playgrounds designated for the first, second, and third year students. This one belonged to the third year students. Perhaps the second year playground was occupied for some reason, prompting her to come here.
What's your name? Song Lingling, seemingly finding Yi Chang agreeable, asked with curiosity. Oh.
I'm Yi Chang, from class 3 of the third year.
Yi Chang? Song Lingling muttered to herself, as if the name didn't ring a bell.
Yes, I just transferred here, so it's understandable that you wouldn't know me, Yi Chang clarified, noticing her puzzled expression.
Do you enjoy running? Song Lingling inquired, nodding. It's all right, and you?
Yi Chang countered, though he could tell that she genuinely relished running. Otherwise, she wouldn't be drenched in sweat without taking a break. Yet, despite her perspiration, there was no trace of an unpleasant odor. Instead, he detected a subtle, natural fragrance emanating from her.
I love running.
It helps keep me fit, she replied without hesitation. Yi Chang nodded in agreement, continuing to run alongside Song Lingling.
Ah, Lingling, there you are.
Suddenly, a loud voice interrupted them. They turned to see a robust boy, taller than Yi Chang, hastily approaching them. Rather than approaching both of them, it was evident he was fixated solely on Song Lingling. In mere seconds, he reached her side, casting a puzzled glance at Yi Chang.
Zheng Song, what do you want?
Song Lingling asked without even looking at him, her tone. Yi Chang, seeing this, matched her speed.
Come on, Lingling, I actually enjoy running too.
Zheng Song protested as he hurriedly followed suit. However, Song Lingling ignored him completely and maintained her distance, deliberately staying closer to Yi Chang. Zheng Song noticed this and shot an annoyed glare at Yi Chang, who pretended not to notice and continued running alongside Song Lingling.
Humph.
Zheng Song snorted, accelerating once more, leaning his body toward Song Lingling. Observing this, she felt a surge of annoyance, prompting her to inch closer to Yi Chang, further distancing herself from Zheng Song. Yi Chang, meanwhile, reveled in the sensation of her proximity, intoxicated by her natural fragrance. He maintained a composed exterior, continuing to run forward. Seeing Song Lingling lean away from him yet again, Zheng Song's frustration mounted, and he moved closer once more, but she dodged him yet again. This time, however, an unexpected mishap occurred. With the distance between her and Yi Chang so minimal, her movement caused her to collide with him.
Ouch!
Song Lingling nearly stumbled, barely managing to regain her balance. Chapter 32 A Bold Challenge. Fortunately, Yi Chang's quick reflexes saved the day as he swiftly wrapped his arm around Song Lingling's slender waist, preventing an unfortunate mishap. However, the manner in which Yi Chang held Song Lingling was somewhat awkward, with one positioned above and the other below, exchanging glances. On the other hand, Zheng Song, witnessing this scene, was already seething with rage. Yet, at that moment, Yi Chang had no time for contemplation and concernedly inquired, Song Lingling, are you all right? I'm fine, Song Lingling stammered, struggling slightly as her cheeks flushed with embarrassment.
That's good to hear.
With that, Yi Chang gently set her upright and released her. Yet, Song Lingling found herself feeling shy and flustered. Just then, Zheng Song, who had been observing the entire exchange, shouted furiously at Yi Chang, You brat, I challenge you to a duel.
A duel? Why? Yi Chang responded, perplexed by Zheng Song's declaration.
You needn't concern yourself with that. If you're a man, you'll accept my challenge. If you lose, you must keep your distance from Lingling, Zheng Song nearly bellowed.
Ha!
Yi Chang scoffed at Zheng Song's words.
What's the matter?
Are you scared? If you're afraid, then just get lost. Zheng Song presumed Yi Chang was intimidated and dismissed him contemptuously.
Enough, Zheng Song.
However, before Yi Chang could respond, Song Lingling could no longer contain herself and shouted back. Zheng Song, he began to explain, but Song Lingling would not grant him the opportunity.
Yi Chang, let us go. Ignore him. With that, she naturally took hold of Yi Chang's arm, leading him away. Upon witnessing this, Zheng Song's eyes blazed with fury as he shouted, Brat, are you even a man?
Initially, Yi Chang had no intention of engaging with him, but Zheng Song's taunt compelled him to make a statement. Thus, he halted his steps.
Fine, I'll show you whether I am a man.
He then turned apologetically to Song Lingling. It seems I must confront him, otherwise, he won't relent.
Alright, just be careful, Song Lingling nodded, finding Zhang Song exceedingly bothersome. However, I must establish a condition first. Yi Chang approached Zhang Song and declared. Fine, go ahead.
Zhang Song was unconcerned, confident in his impending victory.
If you lose, you must keep your distance from Song Lingling and refrain from bothering her.
Yi Chang articulated each word with clarity.
You. Zhang Song was taken aback, ready to retort, but Yi Chang continued, What, do you lack confidence in yourself? Fine, I accept your terms. Is that satisfactory?
Zhang Song, provoked by Yi Chang, acquiesced.
Good, then what shall we compete in?
Yi Chang crossed his arms and regarded him with an air of nonchalance. He felt no need to worry about the specifics of their contest, as he was certain of victory. Since you enjoy running, let us race, Zhang Song proposed after a moment's thought.
Sounds good, Yi Chang replied readily, then asked, What are the rules?
We'll simply see who can run the fastest and the longest. Zhang Song articulated the most straightforward and rudimentary method for their competition.
Very well, it's settled then. Song Lingling, could you please officiate as our referee?
Yi Chang turned to her, seeking her input.
Sure.
Song Lingling readily agreed, not wishing to refuse, as Yi Chang was assisting her in resolving the troublesome situation.
Then let the race begin.
Once Yi Chang and Zhang Song were prepared, the competition commenced at Song Lingling's signal. Zhang Song shot Yi Chang a mocking smile before swiftly darting away. Meanwhile, Yi Chang leisurely stretched before beginning his run, moving at a pace barely faster than a walk. The spectacle led Song Lingling to wonder if Yi Chang was genuinely intent on competing. As Zhang Song completed nearly a full lap ahead of Yi Chang, he turned to smirk. Humph, you think you can keep up with me? With that, Zhang Song accelerated, but upon completing a lap, he was astonished to find that he was still only half a lap ahead of Yi Chang. How could this be? Wasn't he supposed to have left him far behind? Doubting the situation, he quickened his pace once more, yet after another lap, he observed Yi Chang still jogging leisurely behind him, while he himself began to feel fatigued.
This is impossible. Why can't I shake him off?
Zhang Song was incredulous, and he pushed himself to accelerate again. Swish, this time, he sprinted for 3 consecutive laps before turning back.
What the? He gasped in shock, for Yi Chang was right behind him.
Though Yi Chang's speed appeared unremarkable, Zhang Song was now panting heavily.
How is he doing this?
Zhang Song pondered, utterly baffled. Why Yi Chang seemed to be moving at a steady pace, yet he had managed to catch up. As Yi Chang drew closer, Zhang Song found himself unable to muster the strength to accelerate further. Soon, Yi Chang caught up to him, maintaining a slow jog.
Zhang Song, what's wrong? Why aren't you speeding up? Yi Chang inquired with a smile. Humph, none of your business. Zhang Song retorted, trying to catch his breath.
Very well, I had intended to wait for you, but since you don't want my assistance, I shall proceed. With that, Yi Chang increased his pace, surpassing Zhang Song as he ran ahead, waving back, Goodbye. Zhang Song, witnessing this, was infuriated, his teeth grinding in frustration, yet he was powerless to pursue, utterly exhausted. What followed was Yi Chang's turn to dominate the race. His speed intensified, his legs moving like wheels, whirring as he dashed around the track. In an instant, he completed a lap and caught up to Zhang Song.
Zhang Song, I'm in the lead.
Yi Chang exclaimed, breezing past him like a gust of wind.
As the referee, Song Lingling stood in awe, captivated by Yi Chang's incredible speed. Oblivious to her astonishment, Yi Chang was fully engaged in the moment, his determination now far surpassing the mere notion of competition. Zhang Song, I've lapped you by 3 times. Aren't you going to chase me? As Yi Chang continued to accelerate, his lead over Zhang Song expanded. Zhang Song, I've gained 10 laps.
Zhang Song 15 laps, 17 laps, 19 laps. Finally, when Yi Chang had lapped Zhang Song 20 times, the latter, utterly exasperated, collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath.
Hey! Zhang Song, why have you stopped running? Get up and continue. Are you tired? Should I slow down and wait for you?
At this moment, Yi Chang came to a halt beside Zhang Song, feigning concern. Chapter 33. She bites mischief. Exhausted and sprawled on the ground, Zhang Song repeatedly waved his hands, saying, I can't run anymore, I can't run anymore.
Is that so? Then tell me, who won?
Yi Chang smiled warmly as he crouched down beside Zhang Song and gently patted his cheek. Zhang Song, utterly fatigued, replied without a moment's thought, You won, you won.
Very well, it's settled then. This playground now belongs to you, so take your time lying there. Remember to keep your distance from Song Lingling from now on.
With that, Yi Chang stood up without casting another glance at Zhang Song and made his way towards Song Lingling on the opposite track. Just you wait. After Yi Chang left, Zhang Song slammed his fist into the ground, shouting. Classmate Song, Yi Chang called softly as he approached Song Lingling. Did you finish your competition? She inquired.
Yes, that Zhang Song has conceded defeat, Yi Chang nodded in affirmation. Is he all right?
Noticing Zhang Song still lying on the ground, Song Lingling expressed her concern. Though she wasn't particularly fond of Zhang Song, they were classmates, and she would not feel at ease if anything were to happen to him.
He is fine, rest assured. Zhang Song mentioned he was tired and needed a moment to recuperate.
Yi Chang assured her, adding, and from this day forth, he has promised not to harass you anymore, so you need not worry. Although Yi Chang was uncertain about the veracity of Zhang Song's words.
Thank you, Yi Chang, Song Lingling expressed her gratitude with a nod. You're welcome.
As Yi Chang glanced at Song Lingling, their eyes met, causing her to blush instantly and hastily avert her gaze.
Ahem. Yi Chang pretended to cough before continuing, by the way, classmate Song, shall we go grab a drink?
I am feeling a bit parched after all that running. Song Lingling nodded shyly unbeknownst to her. After catching Yi Chang's glance, her heart began to race uncontrollably, particularly as she recalled his swift movements on the track, which left her somewhat entranced. Classmate Song, Yi Chang's voice broke through her reverie, and it took her several moments to respond.
Ah. What is it? Song Lingling asked, puzzled as she looked at Yi Chang. I was asking what you would like to drink.
Yi Chang replied. It turned out they had arrived at a vending machine situated somewhere in the school. Gazing at the assortment of snacks and beverages, Song Lingling said, please get me a bottle of Ebo mineral water. Meanwhile, while Yi Chang was taking Song Lingling to get a drink, Zhang Song had managed to rise from the track. Watching Yi Chang and Song Lingling vanish from sight, he felt a surge of frustration.
Song Lingling, you can only be mine.
Zhang Song clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. As for the agreement with Yi Chang, only a fool would adhere to it.
If one truly loves another, would they abandon that love due to a mere wager?
Brother Song. Just then, several voices echoed from a distance. Zhang Song turned to see a group of students in uniforms approaching him. They were his companions. The student at the forefront, known to have some connections, hailed from a family with a history in a now-defunct gang. His brother had also been part of that organization.
Thus, among them, his influence surpassed even Zhang Song's. What, Brother Song, did you just say you lost to someone in a competition, and you promised never to pursue Song Lingling?
Upon hearing that Zhang Song had lost to Yi Chang, his friends were incensed, rallying to defend him. One even declared he would go teach Yi Chang a lesson. Hold on, why should we handle it ourselves when we have other options? The well-connected student interjected suddenly.
Oh, Shibei, do you have a plan?
Zhang Song and the others looked at Shibei with anticipation. Let me tell you, Shibei leaned in closer to share his scheme. He intended to enlist the help of some local delinquents to deal with Yi Chang. These weren't just any ruffians, they were once part of a notorious gang. Although that gang had fallen from grace, its remnants still held considerable power, and dealing with one boy would be a trivial matter for them. Then it's all on you, old Zhang Song said, patting Shibei on the shoulder.
Piece of cake, but there's one thing to consider. Those big shots charge for their services, Shibei remarked, though a glimmer of cunning flickered in his eyes.
That's only natural. When we seek assistance, we must provide compensation. Don't worry about the money, Shibei. I'll cover it all, Zhang Song assured him, taking full responsibility as it was indeed his matter to resolve.
Then I'll get to it.
Shibei's eyes narrowed slightly as a subtle smile graced his lips.
Yes, go ahead.
Zhang Song said, reflecting on the undeniable importance of friends in life. Little did he know that his joy over such camaraderie today would lead to regret tomorrow. Thus, Shibei departed, making his way to a secluded spot beneath a tree to make a phone call.
Beep-a-beep-a. The call connected swiftly, and a deep voice answered. Who is this? Fei Ge, it's me, Xiaobei, Shibei quickly responded upon recognizing the voice. Oh, Xiaobei, what is on your mind? Fei Ge, I have a lucrative opportunity to discuss with you. Shibei could hardly contain his excitement.
After all, Zhang Song was quite wealthy, and if he could extract some funds from him, it would be quite delightful.
Oh, a lucrative opportunity?
The mention of a big deal piqued the interest of the voice on the other end. Yes, here's the situation. Shibei proceeded to explain Zhang Song's request for assistance in teaching Yi Chang a lesson. Teaching a single boy a lesson is no challenge.
We'll take the job, the voice replied without hesitation.
However, Xiao Bei, have you mentioned the price? Our gang charges quite a premium for our services, the voice added. I discussed all this with Zhang Song. It's a minor detail. We'll just ensure he pays handsomely, Xiao Bei stated without reservation. Ha, alright, Xiao Bei, I'll be sure to take full advantage of that, the voice laughed heartily.
Alright, it's settled then. We'll meet at the school gate tonight. After finalizing the details with Fei Gu, Xiao Bei closed his phone with a wicked grin. Chapter 34 Encountering Song Lingling Zhang Song. Oh Zhang Song. Since your family is so wealthy, why not share some of that fortune with your buddy here? Unbeknownst to Zhang Song, his so-called good friend was scheming to take advantage of him. Class is about to end, I must take my leave, Song Lingling bid farewell to Yi Chang in a certain corner of the campus. Alright, take care. Yi Chang nodded in response, contemplating the impending exam that awaited him. He needed to return swiftly, thus, the two parted ways, each heading in their own direction. By the time Yi Chang made it back to the classroom, the English exam had already concluded. Before the next subject commenced, there was a brief interlude for the students to relax. Upon seeing Yi Chang return, classmate Zhou Fang eagerly inquired, Boss, where did you disappear to? Were you off on another date with some beauty? Hey! Yi Chang was taken aback by the chubby boy's remark, wondering how he knew. Could it be that he had been spying on him? He also sensed a hostile gaze directed towards him, which he recognized as Liang Xiaoting's. Hastily, he clarified, No way, I just went for a run. A run? That can't be true, boss. Why do I smell a hint of fragrance on you? The chubby boy then proceeded to sniff around Yi Chang. Get lost, are you a dog? Stop talking nonsense. Yi Chang felt Liang Xiaoting's glare intensifying, so he promptly cut off the chubby boy's line of questioning. Humph. Just then, while the chubby boy fell silent, a cold snort emanated from Liang Xiaoting's direction. Yi Chang could clearly see that she was becoming angry. Ting Ting, don't listen to what the chubby boy says, I really just went for a run, look, my back is still damp. With that, Yi Chang quickly turned his back to show Liang Xiaoting. Upon inspection, she noticed that he was indeed wet, yet she retorted, Who cares? Ha ha. Yi Chang chuckled awkwardly just as he was about to say something further. The invigilator entered with the exam papers. This time, it was a combined exam lasting 2 hours. Once completed, the students could go home for the day. For Yi Chang, who had already mastered the high school and college curriculum, this exam was a mere formality. Within half an hour, he had finished it entirely. As he exited the classroom amidst the astonished gazes of his classmates, murmurs began to circulate. Damn, this guy is resolutely intent on dragging us down. Why is it always like this? Some students were once again discussing Yi Chang's premature submission of the exam. What a jerk, does he even know why he is in our class? Rumors abounded, but most were merely criticisms aimed at Yi Chang. Meanwhile, Liang Xiaoting furrowed her brow slightly, pondering why does a Chang always do this, even if he can't write, he should at least endure until the end. Shaking her head, she resolved to have a serious talk with Yi Chang after school. If he struggled with anything, she could at least help him review. Xiaoting, your friend is really impressive, remarked Zhang Lily, Liang Xiaoting's deskmate, giving her a thumbs up regarding Yi Chang's antics. She thought to herself, how can he be so talented as to submit his papers early in every subject, and always within half an hour? Hearing her deskmate's seemingly insincere compliment, Liang Xiaoting could only smile helplessly, while internally she was fuming. You wretched Yi Chang, how dare you make me lose face like this, humph. Unbeknownst to Yi Chang, his classmates' opinions of him were far from flattering. Even if he did know, he wouldn't be concerned. Once the results were released, all those rumors would be laid to rest. Upon leaving the classroom, Yi Chang instinctively headed towards the track once more. However, upon arrival, he found it utterly deserted, with no sign of the person he longed to see. Bored, he wandered aimlessly around the track, then decided to check the second-year track in hopes of a stroke of luck, but still found nothing. Just as he was about to head back, someone called out to him from around the corner. Yi Chang. Recognizing the voice, he turned around to find none other than her. Song Lingling stood there, clutching a textbook on basic computer knowledge, alongside a round-faced girl with a mushroom haircut, resembling a little lowly. The girl was shorter than Song Lingling by half a head. She tugged at Song Lingling and asked, Lingling, do you know him? Yes. Song Lingling replied with a smile and a nod. Hi, what a coincidence. Upon seeing Song Lingling, Yi Chang felt an inexplicable joy and walked towards her. In his mind, he thought, thankfully I came over to check earlier. He had forgotten to ask for Song Lingling's contact information, so he had intentionally come to see if he could run into her and perhaps acquire her number. Finally, his efforts bore fruit as he encountered her. Just as Yi Chang halted beside Song Lingling, the lowly-faced girl looked up at him with curiosity and asked, Big brother,
when did you get to know Lingling?
I don't think I've seen you before.
Well, we just met, little sister. Yi Chang instinctively reached out to pinch her cheek, causing her to jump in surprise.
Wow, why did you pinch me? I'm not a little girl anymore, I'm a big girl now.
She puffed out her chest confidently, and Yi Chang noted that her stature was considerably more developed than Song Lingling's.
My goodness. Is this what they call a youthful appearance?
Yi Chang marveled internally, maintaining an outward calm.
I couldn't help myself just now. But are you really a high school student?
The lowly girl scrutinized Yi Chang, her features suggesting she was no older than 11 or 12. Of course, she replied, puffing her chest out again, clearly taking delight in it.
Enough of that, Yao Yao.
Song Lingling interjected, unable to bear it any longer, particularly as Yi Chang's gaze seemed to be drawn to the girl's prominent assets. Song Lingling thought to herself, does this girl think she can flaunt her endowments just because they're bigger than mine? She glanced down at her own modest figure, feeling a deep sense of frustration over her own lack of development.
By the way, Yi Chang, what brings you over here?
Song Lingling inquired, as she was already in the second year and figured that Yi Chang, being a senior, wouldn't he have any reason to be here.
Oh, nothing much, just wanted to see if I could run into you. Chapter 35.
Chu Yaoyao, upon hearing Yi Chang's candid remark, Song Lingling and the petite girl beside her both gasped in astonishment. Song Lingling's face flushed crimson. He had come deliberately to seek her out. What could his intentions possibly be? At that moment, her mind began to wander into endless fantasies. Meanwhile, the petite girl wore an expression that suggested she anticipated something inappropriate unfolding between the two.
What do you want from me? Song Lingling inquired nervously, her fingers fidgeting with the hem of her skirt due to her anxiety. Could you, Song classmate, perhaps share your QQ number with me?
I would love to invite you out next time I have the opportunity. Yi Chang boldly expressed his thoughts. He felt no embarrassment. After all, if he missed this chance, who knew when he might encounter her again?
Both
Song Lingling and the petite girl were taken aback once more, as they had not anticipated Yi Chang was merely asking for her contact information.
They had assumed he was there to confess his feelings. Had they overthought the situation? Is something the matter? Yi Chang observed the two girls' startled reactions and wondered if something was amiss. No, how about you give me your QQ, Yi classmate?
I can add you, otherwise, others won't be able to reach me, Song Lingling suggested. If anyone else had approached her for her QQ, she would have refused and walked away, but seeing Yi Chang stirred no such thoughts within her.
Oh.
That works too, Yi Chang responded, promptly reciting his QQ number, 105506. As he spoke, Song Lingling took out her phone and opened QQ to add him. It was evident she genuinely intended to connect with him, rather than play tricks.
Flirtatious, Yi brother. With a chuckle, Song Lingling couldn't help but laugh upon seeing Yi Chang's narcissistic QQ username and his self-indulgent profile picture. What's so funny, Lingling? The petite girl asked, her brow furrowed in confusion, before glancing at Song Lingling's phone. Soon, she joined in the laughter, pointing at Yi Chang and exclaiming, big brother, you are so conceited.
Seeing Yi Chang's profile picture, where he posed like a muscular man, they both burst into laughter.
Let me see.
Yi Chang leaned over to take a look and instantly recognized the selfie as his own. Confusion washed over him. He had not uploaded that picture. Even in his vanity, he would not have chosen to display such a selfie. Then it struck him, he had used his junior sister's computer on the mountain. Damn, this must have been the work of that mischievous junior sister.
Yi Chang muttered. What are you talking about, big brother? Who's this junior sister?
The petite girl inquired, her expression full of curiosity. Oh, nothing, Yi Chang replied, shaking his head. He thought better of mentioning his quirky junior sister and decided to leave it for another time.
Can I add you too, big brother? The petite girl continued to ask. Yao, didn't you say you don't use QQ? Song Lingling was equally puzzled by the petite girl's statement. That was in the past, now I've decided to use it. Chu Yaoyao declared with sparkling eyes.
Of course. Yi Chang readily agreed, thrilled at the prospect of connecting with such a youthful spirit. After receiving his consent, Chu Yaoyao swiftly took out her phone to add him. Yi Chang, glancing at her device, was astonished. Good heavens, isn't that an Apple X, and the deluxe version at that? He had coveted this model for quite some time, but alas, his master had taken all his money. Seeing someone else possess it ignited a longing within him. He then turned his gaze to Song Lingling's phone and was once again astonished. Isn't that the latest and most luxurious made phone?
Good gracious! Are these two girls actually affluent? Yi Chang mused internally. Alright, big brother, I've added you, please accept my request. Xu Yaoyao chimed after adding him. Sure, I'll accept tonight, my phone isn't with me right now, Yi Chang replied while patting his pocket, only to realize in shock that he had indeed forgotten his phone. It seemed he would need to get one after school. Then it's settled, we'll chat tonight. As she spoke, Xu Yaoyao discreetly winked at Yi Chang. Okay, Yi Chang felt quite bewildered by her gesture, pondering why she winked at him. Well, Yi classmate, we must head to class now, Song Lingling announced. Yes, you may go, Yi Chang nodded, content that his objective had been achieved. At that moment, however, the scene of Yi Chang conversing with Song Lingling caught the attention of several passers-by. Hey, Chang, isn't that Wei Guo's little sister? Why is she chatting with a guy? Wait, doesn't that guy look like that kid? The onlookers were none other than Gao Zi and Zhang Feng, subordinates of Song Shouwei. Damn! Is that kid trying to flirt with Wei Guo's sister? Gao Zi exclaimed, noticing the cheerful interaction between Song Lingling and Yi Chang. Zhang Feng's eyes turned red with jealousy upon witnessing the scene, for he too harbored feelings for Song Lingling. His presence there was no mere coincidence. This one do, I must inform Wei Guo, I can't let that kid steal Lingling away. Gao Zi declared, pulling Zhang Feng along to leave. However, Zhang Feng was reluctant to go, he needed to ascertain Yi Chang's intentions, yet, he feared confronting Yi Chang directly, worried about being reprimanded in front of Song Lingling, which would be utterly humiliating. Thus, he reluctantly allowed himself to be dragged away by Gao Zi. Shortly after their departure, Yi Chang, along with Song Lingling and the petite Xu Yaoyao, parted ways. Yi Chang returned to the classroom, where the exam was nearing its conclusion. Upon entering, his classmates merely cast him a puzzled glance before resuming their frantic answering of questions. Boss, back from charming the ladies, huh? The plump boy inquired as he approached Yi Chang. I'm charming your sister, Yi Chang retorted, playfully swatting at the boy, wary of drawing attention from shouting. Ah! Boss, you really want to charm my sister, but she is still quite young, why not wait until she is older? Get lost. Yi Chang found himself at a loss for words. With that face of yours, I doubt I could handle the weight of your sister. Yet, Yi Chang was somewhat mistaken. While the plump boy was indeed hefty, his sister was not. When the day arrived that Yi Chang encountered the boy's sister, he would realize just how naive his earlier thoughts had been. Chapter 36, Shopping and Buying Clothes. The examination concluded swiftly with the ringing of the bell, eliciting a spectrum of emotions among the students, some elated, others despondent. However, our classmate Yi Chang was indifferent to their sentiments. The end of school signified the onset of leisure and exploration for him. Boss, where are you headed after school? Inquired the chubby boy following the completion of the day's test. There remained a few precious hours for enjoyment outside. I'm not quite sure. Perhaps I'll venture out to shop? Yi Chang mused, recalling that upon his arrival, he had brought nothing with him, not even a change of clothes. Thus, he resolved to procure some garments and perhaps acquire a mobile phone for entertainment. After all, he had earned several thousand yuan from the villains the previous night. Oh, I see, then you should invite the sister-in-law to accompany you, as I won't be joining you. I'm off to the internet CAF with someone else, the chubby boy declared, promptly departing with a classmate whose name Yi Chang vaguely remembered as Li something. Ah Chang, where are you going later? At that moment, Liang Xiaoting approached with her best friend, Su Xiaofei, in tow. As Liang Xiaoting's confidant, Su Xiaofei was privy to some of the dynamics between Yi Chang and Liang Xiaoting. Nevertheless, she was reluctant to allow Liang Xiaoting to be alone with Yi Chang, fearing the potential for impropriety. Thus, when Yi Chang suggested they shop for clothes together, Su Xiaofei hastily insisted on joining them as well. Liang Xiaoting perceived nothing amiss. After all, it was customary for her and her best friend to shop together. Yet Yi Chang found Su Xiaofei's presence somewhat intrusive, thinking to himself, why is she tagging along on my date with Xiaoting? However, he could not refuse at this moment, so he acquiesced. Thus, the trio, a young man and two young women, departed the school together. This scene did not escape the notice of their classmates, who gazed on with envy. Who is that lad? He is flanked by two beautiful girls. My goodness! Am I seeing things? Isn't that Liang, the campus belle, and her best friend? Regardless of the whispers surrounding them, Yi Chang had already set off with Liang Xiaoting and Su Xiaofei, though he was momentarily at a loss regarding their destination. Having not returned to Meng City for 3 years, he hardly recognized the streets, which had undergone significant transformation. Ah Chang, didn't you say you were going to buy clothes? Why are you heading towards the snack street? Liang Xiaoting asked, her expression one of confusion. Ha, Yi Chang, could it be that you've forgotten the way? Su Xiaofei chimed in.
Yi Chang felt a twinge of embarrassment at their observations but had to concede, indeed, I no longer know my way.
The changes here are quite overwhelming,
he admitted, reflecting on the passage of time with a sense of nostalgia. I suppose after 3 years away, it's natural you would be disoriented, Liang Xiaoting chuckled lightly before taking the lead.
Hey! Xiaoting, why are you taking Yi Chang to the department store? The clothes here are quite affordable, and they're not too shabby. Upon noticing Liang Xiaoting's direction, Su Xiaofei quickly interjected. Not at all. I actually think the clothes at the department store are quite nice. Liang Xiaoting retorted, considering Yi Chang's financial situation after all, the wares at the department store were not as dreadful as Su Xiaofei suggested.
Liang Xiaoting often shopped there herself, only those who were wealthy or ostentatious frequented the exorbitantly priced boutiques. Liang Xiaoting had browsed those stores as well, but the least expensive items there cost several hundred yuan, an amount equivalent to half a month's worth of her food expenses.
Alright. You haven't even married him yet, and you're already worrying about him, Su Xiaofei remarked after hearing Liang Xiaoting's rationale.
Not at all, Liang Xiaoting replied, her cheeks flushing as she covertly glanced at Yi Chang, who, regrettably, was too engrossed in observing the boldly dressed women around them to notice. Such nice legs, such a lovely figure, splendid physique, Yi Chang mused, captivated by the array of beauty before him. Yet Liang Xiaoting was incensed, exclaiming, "Humph, pervert," before stepping on his foot.
Ouch!
Yi Chang exclaimed, startled back to reality, Xiaoting, why did you step on me?
Why not, my foot itched, is that a problem?
Liang Xiaoting shot back coldly, gritting her teeth.
Okay.
Sensing her ire, Yi Chang dared not protest, though he was puzzled as to why Liang Xiaoting was upset. Truly, a woman's heart is an unfathomable ocean. Meanwhile, Su Xiaofei observed the exchange with barely concealed amusement. After this brief interlude, Yi Chang refrained from gazing at other women, sneaking only the occasional glance.
They spent several hundred yuan at the department store acquiring a few outfits before departing. Ah Chang, where to next? Liang Xiaoting inquired.
Let us purchase a mobile phone, I don't have one yet. Yi Chang pointed to the largest mobile phone shop ahead.
Alright, but Ah Chang, let us go to another store.
That one is quite pricey, Liang Xiaoting advised.
Not to worry, I have money.
Yi Chang declared, patting the several thousand yuan he had earned the previous night, now nestled in his pocket.
Indeed.
Since Yi Chang has declared himself wealthy, Xiaoting, there is no need for you to pinch pennies anymore, Su Xiaofei chimed in, supporting Yi Chang.
Well, if you insist. Liang Xiaoting nodded in agreement.
Thus, the three entered the largest mobile phone store.
Welcome, the attendant greeted them as they entered. May I ask, sir, what type of phone are you looking to purchase?
We'll just browse for now, Yi Chang began to respond, but Liang Xiaoting tugged at his sleeve, aware that this store's offerings were rather extravagant. She wished to help him find something more economical. However, Yi Chang, now feeling affluent, replied with a flourish, bring me an iPhone to examine. Certainly, sir, please hold on a moment, the attendant responded before departing. Upon hearing Yi Chang's request for an iPhone, Liang Xiaoting gasped in shock and quickly pulled him aside, whispering, Ah Chang, are you really going to buy an iPhone? That's quite expensive. Although she recognized the superior performance of iPhones, she also understood the importance of matching one's spending to one's financial standing. A mere student like Yi Chang could hardly afford such luxury. Not a problem, I'm not short on funds, Yi Chang replied, brandishing an air of extravagance.
Ha, you, a penniless student, dare to make such lofty claims? Just then, a most irksome voice interrupted.
A rotund man with a spiky hairstyle swaggered in, his arm draped around a heavily made-up woman. Chapter 37 Trouble arises. Young lady, I advise you to steer clear of those impoverished students who merely boast without substance. Associating with such individuals would tarnish your dignity, the man proclaimed, casting a lecherous gaze upon Liang Xiaoting and Su Xiaofei. It appeared he believed that only successful men like himself were worthy of winning the affections of such beauties.
Rogue, Su Xiaofei muttered under her breath, unable to suppress her disdain upon feeling the man's lascivious stare.
Liang Xiaoting, seeking refuge from his gaze, edged closer to Yi Chang. Xiaoting, ignore that fool, let us focus on our own purchases, Yi Chang remarked, his expression one of utter disdain as he refrained from even glancing at the man. Such imbeciles were not worth his attention, he feared that merely looking at them might sully his vision.
Hey, you little brat, who are you calling a fool? The man, incensed by Yi Chang's insult, pointed an accusatory finger at him.
I call it as I see it, Yi Chang shrugged nonchalantly.
Are you itching for a fight? Do you even know who I am?
The man shouted again, his rage escalating as he contemplated advancing towards Yi Chang. Fortunately, his female companion intervened just in time, saying, "Darling, don't pay him any mind.
He is just a poor student, why bother with him?"
"Humph, you insolent brat, if it weren't for my girlfriend pleading on your behalf, you wouldn't escape unscathed today," the man sneered at Yi Chang. "Sir, your requested iPhone is ready." At that moment, a staff member emerged from the back with the phone.
"Ah!
Mr. Zhou, you're here as well." Upon spotting the rotund man, her eyes lit up with recognition. "Yes, bring that phone over for me to inspect," the man commanded, casting a disdainful glance at Yi Chang.
"But, Mr. Zhou, that phone was requested by that gentleman first," the staff member explained.
"How about I fetch you another one later," she suggested tentatively. "Stop with the nonsense and bring it to me, my companion needs a new phone today, and I want that one."
"Mr. Zhou declared, shooting a challenging look at Yi Chang, as if to convey, "You think you can compete with me?"
Yet, Yi Chang feigned ignorance, which only served to infuriate Mr. Zhou further.
"Why haven't you brought it over yet? Do you want to be fired?"
Mr. Zhou bellowed, directing his ire towards the staff member. Still hesitant, the staff member considered the fact that Yi Chang had requested the phone first. There ought to be a semblance of order in such matters.
"I'm sorry, Mr.
Zhou, but that phone is intended for this gentleman, I cannot give it to you now." Resolutely, the staff member expressed her apologies to Mr. Zhou before approaching Yi Chang.
"Here is the iPhone you requested. Please have a look."
"Yes, thank you," Yi Chang replied, accepting the phone and casting an inconspicuous smile towards Mr. Zhou. Mr. Zhou, interpreting Yi Chang's smile as mockery, erupted with rage. "How dare you, you insolent little servant!
Disobeying me! Who is your manager? Bring him to me."
Mr. Zhou shouted imperiously within the phone store, causing several customers, startled by the commotion, to flee. Some, recognizing Mr. Zhou, hastily sought refuge elsewhere.
"Isn't that Zhou Jianrun from Dongcheng Logistics? What is he doing here?"
"No way, we should keep our distance," a chorus of whispers spread through the remaining customers, who were either unfamiliar with his reputation or merely intrigued by the unfolding drama.
"Where is the manager of this establishment?" Zhou Jianrun called out once more.
The terrified staff member quickly dialed the manager. Within 2 minutes, a sharply dressed middle-aged man hurriedly approached.
"Ah, Mr. Zhou, welcome. What brings you here today? Which phone have you set your sights on?"
The manager immediately began to flatter Zhou Jianrun, while subtly signaling to the staff member who had offended him to leave promptly. Upon recognizing the manager, Zhou Jianrun wasted no time in expressing his dissatisfaction. "Is this how you treat your customers? I come here to purchase a phone, and your staff refuses to serve me. If I don't receive a satisfactory explanation today, I will report you to your corporate head office." With that, he looked down at the manager with an air of superiority. The manager, upon hearing Zhou Jianrun's grievances, furrowed his brow but quickly apologized. "I sincerely apologize. If what you say is accurate, we will certainly address it, please rest assured."
"Li, come here and explain what happened."
The manager called to the staff member who had attempted to leave. Feeling increasingly anxious, Liang Xiaoting tugged at Yi Chang's arm. "Chang, should we just forget it and buy from another store?" "Yes, Yi Chang, I agree, these people are quite intimidating," Su Xiaofei chimed in, her eyes wide with apprehension. This was her first encounter with such a scene. "Let's wait a moment," Yi Chang replied calmly, unperturbed by the escalating situation. After all, he had the phone in his possession and had no intention of relinquishing it. Once Yi Chang set his sights on something, he would not let go easily. Yet he was curious to see how the store would navigate this predicament. Should they fail to provide a satisfactory resolution, Yi Chang was prepared to take matters into his own hands.
"Manager."
The staff member trembled as she approached the manager.
"Tell me exactly what happened."
"How did you offend Mr. Zhou? If you don't provide a suitable explanation, you're out of here." The manager was seething, frustrated that after a month of rising sales, such an incident would threaten his prospects for promotion to corporate headquarters. "The gentleman entered to purchase a phone, and I went to retrieve it. When I returned, Mr. Zhou claimed it as his," the staff member explained, gesturing to Yi Chang. "However, according to our store policy, it is first come, first served, so I had to give it to that gentleman." Mr. Zhou then became angry. "Are you foolish? Mr. Zhou is a valued client, you should have prioritized him." The manager, realizing the trivial nature of the issue, began to berate the staff member. But our store's policy is," she attempted to defend herself, but the manager cut her off, waving his hand dismissively.
"Enough. Stop talking, you fool. After berating her, he turned to Zhou Jianrun, saying, "Mr. Zhou, how about I help you select another phone?" Chapter 38 The Arrival of Li Zihua. No way, I absolutely want that phone in his hand.
Unfortunately, Zhou Jianrun disregarded the general manager's words and pointed directly at Yi Chang. It appeared he was resolutely determined to create trouble for Yi Chang. The general manager was instantly put in a difficult position. If the phone had not yet reached Yi Chang, it would be manageable.
However, since it was already in Yi Chang's possession, what could he do? Surely, he couldn't just take it back. If he did so, the store's reputation would be irreparably damaged, and rumors would spread like wildfire, branding them as bullies. "Ah Chang, why don't we just give it to him?" As the situation escalated, Liang Xiaoting, feeling increasingly anxious, whispered to Yi Chang.
"There's no need to worry.
Let's just observe for now," Yi Chang replied, shaking his head nonchalantly. At that moment, the general manager, having finally made up his mind, approached Yi Chang. "Sir, would you consider letting that gentleman have the phone? I can arrange for a replacement for you."
The manager stood before Yi Chang, speaking earnestly. "Manager, why are you wasting words with him? Just take it back. I doubt that a penniless student like him has the funds," Zhou Jianrun interjected, his tone clearly confrontational.
"What is your stance, sir?"
The manager, now sweating profusely due to Zhou Jianrun's comments, was acutely aware that if he acted upon those words, he would no longer be fit to hold his position.
"Apologies, but I have an affinity for this particular phone. I refuse to exchange it," Yi Chang said firmly. Initially, he might have considered a swap if Zhou Jianrun had displayed a more amiable demeanor, but upon hearing Zhou's arrogant tone, Yi Chang's mind was made up. A cold smile crept onto his face as he contemplated how Zhou Jianrun would retaliate. "Humph, you refuse to exchange it, do you? Just you wait."
It seemed Zhou Jianrun had been anticipating this moment, as he promptly pulled out his phone and
beep a beep. The call connected swiftly. "Hello, Boss Hua, it's Xiaorun. Today, I encountered some trouble at the mobile store on East Street. Could you come and assist me?" "Alright, I'll be there shortly," Zhou Jianrun replied, hanging up the phone with a malicious grin aimed at Yi Chang. "Kid, it's too late for you to change your mind about that phone now." In truth, Zhou Jianrun's intent to purchase the phone was merely a facade.
His primary goal was to vex Yi Chang. However, he had suddenly envisioned an opportunity to teach Yi Chang a lesson.
"Ha!"
Yi Chang merely chuckled coldly, unimpressed, yet his indifference did not extend to Liang Xiaoting and Su Xiaofei, who were both visibly tense.
"Ah Chang, what did he mean by that? Shouldn't we leave now?"
Liang Xiaoting asked, her brow furrowing with apprehension, sensing that something was amiss. The general manager, filled with regret, had a foreboding sense of what was about to unfold. He could only hope the store would not suffer too severe a loss.
"Manager, please proceed with my payment." Just as the general manager was engulfed in anxiety, Yi Chang's voice rang out.
It was evident that Yi Chang had resolved to purchase the phone, planning to enjoy a shopping spree with Liang Xiaoting afterward. Despite the unwelcome presence of Su Xiaofei, the general manager, still in a state of extreme tension, was oblivious to Yi Chang's words until Yi Chang nudged him, prompting a startled,
"What is it?" Nah, I said I want to make a payment."
Yi Chang rolled his eyes, shaking the phone in his hand.
"Ah." The general manager was taken aback. Wasn't he supposed to be making a hasty exit?
Why was Yi Chang so casually proceeding with the purchases? Confused, the general manager decided that selling one phone was better than none, and he swiftly called over a staff member to tally the cost.
"Before long, sir, the total for the phone you purchased is 9,800 yuan. "Ah."
Liang Xiaoting gasped in astonishment. However, Su Xiaofei, unfazed, remarked, "That's not surprising, an iPhone 10 typically costs that much." Yet, Yi Chang suddenly found himself in a predicament. He had overestimated his finances. He realized he had no more than 5,000 yuan on him, leaving him significantly short. He regretted not inquiring about the price beforehand. However, with the situation escalating, he couldn't possibly backtrack now, it would be too humiliating. Zhou Jianrun, noticing Yi Chang's hesitance to produce the money, erupted into laughter. "I told you, a broke student like him wouldn't have the funds. What a joke." The general manager frowned at Zhou Jianrun's words. Could it be true that this young man was indeed broke? If that were the case, why had he been so boastful? Now, not only had he offended Zhou Jianrun, but he was also jeopardizing his store's reputation. The manager's tone grew increasingly unfriendly.
"Sir, are you saying you don't have the money?"
Of course I do, just give me a moment," Yi Chang stammered, though he truly lacked the necessary funds. In a moment of inspiration, he thought of someone and turned to Liang Xiaoting.
"Xiaoting, could I borrow your phone for a moment?" Unbeknownst to Yi Chang, Su Xiaofei had been observing his predicament closely.
She had intended to retrieve her card but hesitated upon hearing Yi Chang's request to Liang Xiaoting, curious to see how he intended to navigate this situation.
Ah Chang, what do you need my phone for?
Liang Xiaoting questioned, puzzled, as she handed it to him.
You'll see shortly. Ha ha. You're not seriously going to call home to have them send you money, are you? That would be quite the show of incompetence. Zhou Jianrun's mocking voice rang out. However, Yi Chang ignored him and proceeded to dial. Yet, just as he was about to connect, an unexpected event unfolded. Bang!
The sound of a forceful crash echoed as Li Zihua and his entourage burst into the mobile store. The glass door nearly shattered upon impact, causing the general manager great distress, though he dared not voice his concerns, fully aware of Li Zihua's formidable reputation. Upon seeing Li Zihua's entrance, Yi Chang's eyes lit up, and he promptly ended the call. At that moment, he failed to notice that the call had connected, and a rough male voice on the other end inquired, "Hello, who is this?" Before he could respond, Yi Chang had already hung up, leaving the caller bewildered. The commotion caused by Li Zihua's entrance had not escaped Zhou Jianrun's notice. After all, they were his accomplices. Chapter 39 of the heartfelt intentions of Xiaoren. As soon as he spotted Li Zihua, he hurried over with great enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Brother Hua, you have finally arrived." He promptly offered a high-quality cigarette to Li Zihua, who, however, waved his hand dismissively and remarked, "Didn't you say you were being bullied?
Where is that person?"
Perhaps due to the angle, Li Zihua failed to notice Yi Chang standing nearby at that moment. "It's him, Brother Hua," Zhou Jianrun said, extending his hand to point towards Yi Chang.
"Ah? A beautiful woman."
"No, wait, she looks quite familiar." Li Zihua instinctively turned his gaze, but at first, his attention was drawn solely to Liang Xiaoting and Su Xiufei. Upon seeing Liang Xiaoting, he felt a sense of recognition, and as he thought more carefully, it dawned on him that she was indeed the companion of that man. Could it be? His heart raced at the thought, and he glanced sideways, only to behold a man who instilled fear within him. Instantly, Li Zihua's thighs began to tremble involuntarily. Yi Chang, too, noticed the intensity of Li Zihua's gaze. With a smile, he rose and approached Li Zihua, saying, "Xiaohua, you seem quite imposing today."
"Who are you speaking to, you little brat? Do you even know who stands before you?"
One of Li Zihua's subordinates, who had never encountered Yi Chang, retorted boldly.
Smack! But Li Zihua swiftly slapped his subordinate across the face, scolding him, "Are you trying to get me killed?"
He then hurriedly turned to Yi Chang, apologizing, "Brother Chang, I'm terribly sorry for the offense.
Please forgive me."
Even as he spoke, his legs remained weak. He had heard Lin who mentioned some of Yi Chang's affairs on his way back. Better to provoke the King of Hell than to cross Yi Chang. Thus, he was engulfed in terror at this moment. This bizarre behavior left Zhou Jianrun utterly perplexed. He wondered why Brother Hua was showing such deference to a mere student.
"Brother Hua, didn't I ask you to teach him a lesson? What is going on?" Zhou Jianrun foolishly inquired. "Get lost!"
Li Zihua shouted, delivering a swift kick that sent Zhou Jianrun sprawling. Internally, he cursed, "Does this fool lack perception? How can he not see what's unfolding?" Zhou Jianrun, now bewildered, thought to himself, "Why on earth did Brother Hua just kick me?" However, he had learned his lesson and remained silent, only to witness an even stranger sight. Li Zihua, usually so imposing, now appeared like a humble subordinate, respectfully addressing Yi Chang, "Brother Chang, I sincerely apologize for any offense caused earlier. I hope you won't hold it against me." He then glared at Zhou Jianrun, yelling, "You scoundrel, hurry up and apologize to Brother Chang."
"Do you no longer wish to be a part of this?" Zhou Jianrun, though utterly confused, dared not disobey and approached Yi Chang, saying, "Brother Chang, I failed to recognize your greatness. Please forgive my ignorance. Damn it, bow down and show your respect."
Li Zihua shouted again, pressing Zhou Jianrun's head down. At this moment, a bow was a small price to pay. Who knew when Yi Chang might send him to meet the King of Hell if he truly angered him? Furthermore, he had heard another rumor about Yi Chang, one that could shake the entire Meng city, and even the whole of Guizhou province. Despite not understanding what was happening or why Brother Hua was behaving so unusually today, Zhou Jianrun complied and repeatedly bowed before Yi Chang.
All right, that's enough."
"Just a gesture will do," Yi Chang interjected. After all, he was not one to hold grudges, especially since he would soon have matters to discuss with them.
"Then quickly thank Brother Chang." "Thank you, Brother Chang, thank you."
Zhou Jianrun hurriedly expressed his gratitude.
"By the way, Xiaohua, I have a small favor to ask of you," Yi Chang said, turning to Li Zihua. "It is my honor to serve Brother Chang."
"It is no trouble at all," Li Zihua replied eagerly.
"What is it, Brother Chang?" "Well, I left in such a hurry today that I forgot to bring any money. Would you be so kind as to lend me some until I can repay you?" Yi Chang admitted, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Brother Chang, you need not be so formal. I will pay for you right away. With that, Li Zihua signaled a subordinate, Xiao Lu, go and settle the bill for Brother Chang. Understood, boss, the young man replied, preparing to leave. However, at that moment, Zhou Jianrun stepped forward, saying, Brother Hua, allow me to take care of it. He thought it simple. If this young man commanded such respect from Brother Hua, he must be a person of great importance. Therefore, he hoped to establish a connection with Yi Chang, or at the very least, to alleviate any resentment. All right. Then let Xiaoran handle it, Li Zihua agreed, seeing Zhou Jianrun's eagerness to pay. Although he did not mind spending money on Yi Chang, it was always better to save where possible, given how difficult it was to earn money these days. Yi Chang, on the other hand, cared little for who paid, as long as the bill was settled. Yet, he still addressed Zhou Jianrun, saying, fine, when I have the means, I will repay you. Oh, no need, no need. Consider this my way of making amends with Brother Chang, Zhou Jianrun insisted, fearing to accept any money from Yi Chang. He was just grateful that Yi Chang would not hold a grudge against him. Ha ha. Then I am grateful, Yi Chang accepted without hesitation, knowing that 10,000 yuan was no small sum and appreciating the assistance. After Zhou Jianrun left to pay, he returned in about 2 minutes, but this time, he was holding 2 Apple phones. Brother Chang, this is a small token of my appreciation for your 2 lovely companions, just as compensation for my earlier rudeness, Zhou Jianrun said, handing the phones to Yi Chang. This surprised Yi Chang, though he maintained a calm demeanor, as such a generous gift was too good to refuse. Thank you, he replied, immediately passing the 2 phones to Liang Xiaoting and Su Xiaofei, who were both utterly astonished. They could hardly believe that Yi Chang possessed such stature that even the once arrogant Zhou Jianrun had capitulated. Moreover, receiving an Apple phone from him felt surreal. Surely, they must be dreaming. Liang Xiaoting and Su Xiaofei even questioned their own reality. However, upon hearing Yi Chang's voice once more, they realized it was indeed true. Is this really okay, Ah Chang? Liang Xiaoting hesitantly asked, still unsure about accepting such a lavish gift, especially considering it was the latest model worth thousands, far beyond what they would typically consider. What's wrong with it? It is merely a small gesture from Xiaoran, you should accept it, Yi Chang insisted, firmly placing the phone in Liang Xiaoting's hands. Chapter 42. Sisters-in-law. Zhou Jianrun mistakenly assumed that the 2 women beside Yi Chang were his girlfriends, and thus remarked, indeed. You 2 sisters-in-law may keep them, I hope you will forgive my earlier rudeness. However, Zhou Jianrun's words rendered all 3, Yi Chang and the 2 women, quite awkward, particularly Su Xiaofei, who exclaimed, don't spout nonsense. I'm not his girlfriend, she is, as she pointed at Liang Xiaoting. I'm not either, Liang Xiaoting stammered, her face flushing with embarrassment as she quickly attempted to clarify. This situation only intensified Yi Chang's discomfort, as he was faced with the denial of both women, leading him to question his own allure. How could both of them reject him? He shot Zhou Jianrun a glare that seemed to convey a desire for retribution. Zhou Jianrun was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether he had misspoken. Were they not Yi Chang's girlfriends? Cough, Zhenggu, how about we grab a drink together today? I'm certain that master Hu would be overjoyed to see you. At that moment, Li Zihua approached to mediate, casting a warning glance at Zhou Jianrun, urging him to make himself scarce. Zhou Jianrun could only retreat, anxious that he may have offended Yi Chang yet again, causing his fragile heart to flutter with unease. Thus, he discreetly made a phone call to the bank, instructing them to transfer 1 million to one of his cards, feeling reassured as he stood aside, contemplating gifting Yi Chang with this card as a token of appreciation. If that sum proved insufficient, he could always add another $1 million. Unbeknownst to Yi Chang, who was engaged in a conversation with Li Zihua at that moment, he responded, no, I shall accompany them shopping. Perhaps another time. After speaking, Yi Chang winked at Li Zihua, hastily gesturing with his phone, implying they could connect later. Li Zihua, understanding, nodded in agreement. Alright, we can arrange another meeting. Chenggu, here is my phone number, and my WeChat is synced as well, she said, handing him a personal business card. Well then, if you have no further matters, we shall take our leave. Please do call when you have the time, Li Zihua said as she bid farewell and departed. Once Li Zihua had left, Zhou Jianrun returned from his call. Observing that she was gone, he promptly presented a card to Yi Chang, stating, Chenggu, this card contains some funds for your spending. I hope you won't mind, the password is 88. Oh, you are too kind. Yi Chang, who had recently found himself short on funds, accepted without hesitation, thinking it could not be much since it was merely pocket money. What Yi Chang did not realize was that this pocket money amounted to a staggering 1 million. Seeing Yi Chang accept it brought Zhou Jianrun a sense of relief, otherwise, he would have worried that Yi Chang might take offense or deem the amount insufficient, prompting him to offer more. Well then, Changgu, I shall take my leave. Here is my business card.
Feel free to reach out if you need anything in the future. Zhou Jianrun added, handing Yi Cheng a card adorned with gold edges. Zhou Jianrun, general manager of East City Logistics, he introduced. Yi Cheng was taken aback upon seeing the grand title. It was evident that Zhou Jianrun was a man of considerable wealth, which explained his earlier arrogance. Very well, Yi Cheng acknowledged with a nod. Zhou Jianrun then took his leave with his female companion after bidding Yi Cheng farewell. This time, he dared not gawk at the women accompanying Yi Cheng as he had done initially. Once they departed, Yi Cheng and his companions readied themselves to leave as well, having completed their shopping and even acquiring 2 additional items. After their exit, the manager of the mobile phone store, still in shock, exhaled in relief, having narrowly avoided a calamity. He couldn't help but wonder about Yi Cheng's identity, given that even Zhou Jianrun treated him with such respect. He surmised that Yi Cheng must be an extraordinary individual. Regrettably, his fear had rendered him too weak to approach Yi Cheng for a closer acquaintance. The waitress, too, emerged from her astonishment, reflecting on the remarkable person she had just encountered. Not only was the identity of Yi Cheng a mystery, but even Liang Xiaoting and Su Xiaofei found themselves puzzled by it. Particularly for Su Xiaofei, she now realized that Yi Cheng was far more complex than she had initially presumed. Liang Xiaoting, on the other hand, was aware of some secrets regarding Yi Cheng, though her knowledge was limited. She understood that Yi Cheng possessed a mysterious identity and considerable influence in Mengcheng. While both women were curious about Yi Cheng's true nature, they felt it inappropriate to inquire further in public. Moreover, the unexpected gift of an iPhone had them both elated. Although Liang Xiaoting was not one to accept gifts freely, this phone had been given to Yi Cheng, who then bestowed it upon her. How could she not be pleased? Su Xiaofei felt similarly. Despite her status rendering an iPhone rather trivial, it was a gift nonetheless, and she had no reason to decline. She contemplated retiring her old iPhone 7 in favor of this new iPhone 10. At Tianhe Square, a distant cry pierced the air, "Catch the thief, catch the thief!" Just then, a young man, in a state of panic, collided with Su Xiaofei, nearly toppling her over. Fortunately, Yi Cheng was quick to steady her. The young man who had bumped into her did not even offer an apology before dashing away. "Xiaofei, are you all right?" Liang Xiaoting inquired with concern, observing Yi Cheng's support of Su Xiaofei. I'm fine," Su Xiaofei stuttered, her cheeks tinged with pink, for Yi Cheng's hand had inadvertently rested on her sensitive area. However, Yi Cheng was too focused to notice. "Catch the thief, that person is a thief." "Stop him," exclaimed a uniformed female police officer as she rushed towards them, pointing at the young man who had bumped into Su Xiaofei. "My iPhone is gone." Su Xiaofei suddenly cried out in realization, discovering that her phone, which had been in her hand, was now missing. My handbag is gone too." Su Xiaofei gasped in disbelief, astonished that not only her phone but also her handbag, which had been hanging by her side, had vanished without her notice. The female officer reached them just in time, saying, "Young lady, I believe your belongings were stolen by that individual. Please wait here, I will help you retrieve them." With that, the officer dashed off in pursuit of the thief. Chapter 41 Capturing the Thief. The square was teeming with people, making it quite challenging to pursue a single individual. Fully aware of this, Yi Cheng quickly briefed Liang Xiaoting and Su Xiaofei before hastening after the thief. Relying solely on the female officer seemed rather precarious. It would be swifter for him to take action himself. Indeed, like a gust of wind, Yi Cheng navigated the crowd with remarkable agility, managing to avoid colliding with anyone. Before long, he had closed the distance to the thief, swiftly maneuvering in front of the young pickpocket and blocking his path. "What, do you still intend to flee?" he demanded. "Mind your own business, brat. Get lost if you don't want to die." The thief furrowed his brow, coldly retorting at the sudden obstruction. Meanwhile, the voice of the female officer echoed from behind, "Stop right there, you better not move." As the officer drew nearer, the thief began to grow anxious. "How is this any of your concern? That bag and phone in your hand, both are mine," Yi Cheng asserted, pointing at the items in the thief's possession with utmost seriousness. "Yours, my foot, I just snatched this from that girl," the thief spat, cursing vehemently. Did he really think he could claim ignorance about where he had stolen from? "Oh, you're quite right. In fact, that girl is mine too, so by stealing her belongings, you've essentially robbed me. Be smart and return them quickly, or else I won't be able to protect you from the officer's pursuit." Yi Cheng beckoned to the thief nonchalantly. Thankfully, his previous comment had gone unheard by Liang Xiaoting and the others. Otherwise, he would surely find himself in a world of trouble that night. The thief's brows knitted together, contemplating Yi Cheng's earnest expression, which seemed genuine, yet, as a thief, he had his principles. Returning stolen goods was simply out of the question. With the officer closing in, he glanced sideways for a fleeting moment before darting away from Yi Cheng. If time hadn't been pressing, he would have relished the chance to teach Yi Chang a lesson for meddling. As he believed he could shake Yi Chang off by veering to the side, he was taken aback when Yi Chang's voice suddenly rang out from in front of him.
"Why are you running so slowly? I've been waiting for you."
Startled by the unexpected voice, the thief looked ahead to find Yi Chang standing there, arms crossed, as if he had been waiting for ages, despite their earlier encounter merely half a minute prior. How had he managed to get ahead? Confusion washed over the thief. "When did you get in front of me?" he stammered, pointing at Yi Chang. It was rather foolish of this thief to engage in such conversation when he should have been making his escape. Wasn't this exactly what had drawn the female officer closer? The officer, chasing diligently, seized the moment when the thief halted, sprinting forward with determination. Yi Chang, noticing this, remained unperturbed, intending to stall the thief further and buy some time for the officer. After all, assisting law enforcement was a civic duty. As a commendable young man, it was incumbent upon Yi Chang to do so. "Let me enlighten you, I flew to get in front of you," Yi Chang stated, observing the thief's astonishment. His demeanor suggested he truly believed he had soared through the air. "That's impossible, humans can't fly, you're lying," the thief retorted, shaking his head in disbelief. Although he had little education, he understood that flight was beyond human capability. Otherwise, he would have become a flying thief long ago, avoiding such arduous pursuits. "I'm not deceiving you, would you believe me if I told you there's a police officer closing in behind you?" Yi Chang remarked with a light chuckle, casting a glance at the approaching officer. The officer, who had intended to stealthily approach the thief, was taken aback by Yi Chang's words, recalling that she had just signaled him to remain silent. "I don't believe you," the thief declared, shaking his head again. "That foul-tempered woman would surely yell if she got close. Though I may not be well educated, you shouldn't deceive me either. Now, step aside, or I won't hesitate to retaliate," the thief warned, brandishing a knife threateningly at Yi Chang. Despite his reluctance to resort to such measures, fearing he might inadvertently harm someone, Yi Chang's persistent obstruction left him with little choice. "Wow! Is he really pulling a knife?" Yi Chang feigned shock. The officer, startled by the sound of the knife being unsheathed, inadvertently made a louder noise as she closed in. This clamor drew the thief's attention, prompting him to turn around with a start, realizing that the officer was indeed right behind him. "Don't come any closer," he warned, shifting the knife's point toward the officer. The officer, regaining her composure, replied, "I owe you nothing, you better drop that weapon, or your charges will only escalate." With that, she attempted to inch closer to the thief. However, the thief was not willing to grant her that opportunity. He retreated while wildly waving the knife, preventing her from advancing. As the standoff persisted, Yi Chang's voice rang out once more. "Now, thief, do you see that I wasn't lying?" "Indeed, you spoke the truth," the thief instinctively responded, but when he turned to glance at Yi Chang again, he was taken aback. Yi Chang was no longer behind him, he was right beside him, an arm casually draped over the thief's shoulder. Both the thief and the officer were momentarily stunned. When did he get here? How did he manage that? Just moments ago, they had seen Yi Chang behind, yet in the blink of an eye, he was now standing beside the thief, a hand resting on his shoulder. This was utterly bizarre. "When did you arrive?" the thief stammered, attempting to shake off Yi Chang's arm, but it felt as though it was firmly clasped around his shoulder, rendering him unable to free himself. "Just now," Yi Chang replied with remarkable calmness, seemingly oblivious to the knife in the thief's hand. The female officer, though initially startled, quickly regained her composure, pondering Yi Chang's recklessness. Wasn't he just inviting disaster by getting so close to a thief armed with a weapon? But what unfolded next left the officer in utter disbelief. Chapter 42 Interrogation. The thief initially intended to threaten Yi Chang with a knife, demanding that he step aside swiftly. However, to the thief's astonishment, Yi Chang exhibited no fear. Instead, he boldly lunged for the thief's dagger with his bare hand. This audacious act occurred so abruptly that both the thief and the female officer were momentarily taken aback. It was only when Yi Chang forcefully yanked the dagger from the thief's grip that they both regained their senses, the thief exclaiming, "Ah, I cannot bear to see blood, don't show me." The thief then crouched down, covering his eyes, as if terrified at the thought of Yi Chang's hand bleeding. Seizing the opportunity, the female officer dashed forward and promptly handcuffed the thief's arms, turning to Yi Chang with an exasperated remark, "Honestly, you are far too reckless." Nevertheless, she retrieved a handkerchief from her pocket, intending to assist Yi Chang in bandaging his hand. At that moment, Yi Chang found himself momentarily entranced. He was standing in such close proximity to a girl, and a female officer at that. The unique scent she carried was intoxicating, leaving him somewhat flustered. "Ahem, still staring? Hurry and extend your hand," she chided him, breaking the spell. Yet, she pondered to herself what thoughts occupied the minds of men, still gazing at her even in such a situation. "Ah! Why should I extend my hand?
Yi Chang replied, momentarily perplexed by her request.
Are you daft? I obviously need to bandage you.
The female officer's incredulity was palpable. What bandaging? My hand is perfectly fine. With a light chuckle, Yi Chang opened his palm, revealing no injury whatsoever.
The sight left the female officer incredulous.
How is that possible? Your hand is unscathed.
At that moment, the handcuffed thief dared to open his eyes, glancing at Yi Chang, and was equally astonished to see that Yi Chang's hand bore no marks.
It's nothing.
I practiced some hard qigong when I was a child, Yi Chang whispered conspiratorially in the female officer's ear, even allowing a gentle breath to caress her earlobe.
Hey, what are you doing? She exclaimed, feeling an unexpected tickle in her ear, unable to suppress an irritated retort. Ha ha.
Nothing, Yi Chang replied, swiftly stepping aside. All right, beautiful officer, I've retrieved my belongings, so I shall take my leave, goodbye. As he attempted to depart, the female officer would not allow it. She swiftly cuffed him, declaring, No, you cannot leave yet.
You must accompany me to give a statement. Come on, I'm in a hurry. Yi Chang protested, glancing at the cuffs securing his hands.
Do not worry, it won't take up much of your time, she reassured him, pulling the thief up as she spoke.
But you can't just lock me up like this. Let me go, and I'll come with you, all right? Yi Chang inquired resignedly. No way.
What if you slip away? How will I find you later? In truth, the female officeress' motives extended beyond merely taking Yi Chang's statement. She harbored concerns that only she understood. To ensure he would not abscond, she also secured her own hands with cuffs. How could he possibly escape now? Yi Chang, feeling somewhat exasperated, wondered how the situation had escalated to such absurdity. Moreover, his friends were waiting for him. He felt a mix of frustration and regret, realizing he should have dealt with the thief more swiftly and made a hasty exit, avoiding this troublesome predicament altogether. Had it not been for his curiosity about the female officer, he would not have engaged in such idle chatter with the thief. Now, while he had glimpsed her, he found himself ensnared.
Captain Tang, you're back.
Soon enough, Yi Chang and the thief were escorted back to the police station by the female officer. All right, Officer Lee, take this thief in for questioning, she instructed one of her colleagues before leading Yi Chang away.
Where are you taking me? He asked, bewildered. Didn't we say we were going to take your statement?
She continued to pull him along, ignoring his protests.
Isn't that a bit excessive?
Yi Chang remarked with a sigh, though he could easily free himself from the cuffs if he wished.
No more nonsense.
Just follow me, she barked, ushering him into a small, dimly lit room, devoid of windows. Yi Chang was left wondering what her intentions were. Surely she did not plan to do anything untoward? What is the purpose of bringing me here? He finally queried. Please take a seat, she replied, not immediately addressing his question, instead pulling a chair for him. He complied, sitting down, and she began her inquiry. What is your name? Why do you ask? Yi Chang replied, puzzled. No nonsense, this is procedure. All right then, my name is Yi Chang. And your age? 2 years shy of 20. Be serious. 18. Gender? What do you think? I asked you to be serious. Female, Yi Chang chuckled. Isn't that what I told you? She exclaimed, throwing a punch at him, which he easily dodged. I think you're the one not being serious. Can you tell if I'm male or female? The female officer was left speechless, glaring at him before noting male on her form. Where do you reside? Why the detailed inquiry? Yi Chang finally lost patience. For work purposes. This is procedure. Shaha Village, Mengchang. Occupation? Student. Oh, so you're a student. The female officer expressed surprise upon hearing his answer. And what did you expect? Yi Chang replied, exasperated. Oh, I thought you were already out in the workforce, given your maturity, she mused. Do I really look that old? Yi Chang silently cursed. Which school do you attend? Are you planning to interrogate my entire ancestry? Yi Chang exclaimed in frustration. That is an option, she replied with a nonchalant shrug. Fine, I won't say anything more. He turned his head away. All right, I won't ask any more. Let us leave it at that for now. Noticing that Yi Chang seemed ready to get angry, she hastily closed her notebook. Now can I leave? Yi Chang inquired. Not yet, I still have more important questions to ask. Chapter 43. Do you know martial arts?
Is it a work-related issue? No, it's a personal matter. Then I shall refuse to answer.
Very well, but you won't be leaving today. The female officer spoke nonchalantly, as she had no pressing concerns.
How can you do this?
Yi Chang was infuriated, ready to confront her, provided it wouldn't land him in legal trouble.
What will you do about it? Go ahead and bite me if you dare.
Tang Min shot him a defiant look, gesturing towards herself. She mistakenly believed Yi Chang would hesitate, but to her surprise, he bit down on her finger without a second thought.
Ouch! Tang Min exclaimed. You actually dared to bite me. I will report you for assault.
Go ahead and report me. I can always claim you provoked me, Yi Chang retorted, still gnawing on her finger.
Ah, you scoundrel, you rogue, let go of me. Tang Min cursed angrily, tugging at her finger.
However, Yi Chang's grip was too strong for her to escape.
I refuse to release you, Yi Chang declared through clenched teeth. Fine, you've brought this upon yourself.
With that, Tang Min raised her other hand to pinch his cheek.
Ah! That hurts.
Yi Chang yelped, quickly releasing her. Tang Min stepped back, rubbing her finger and exclaiming, You've caused me pain, are you a dog or what? Observing the teeth marks on her finger, she erupted in a flurry of curses.
Did you not provoke me to bite?
And your pinch was excruciating, look at how swollen my cheek is now. Yi Chang replied, tilting his head in defiance.
Who told you to bite me? You deserve it, Tang Min shot back after a quick glance. Enough of this chatter, release me at once.
Yi Chang stood up, having entered the room with his hands cuffed behind him.
Not a chance.
You must first agree to answer my questions, or I will not let you go today. Furthermore, I will report you for assault, which could land you in serious trouble.
Come on, wasn't it you who made me bite?
Yi Chang cursed vehemently.
Who witnessed it?
Tang Min replied with a sly grin. This was a secluded room where no one would know what transpired.
You!
Yi Chang pointed at Tang Min, rendered speechless by his frustration. He truly wanted to pin her down and teach her a lesson, but only if it wouldn't breach the law. Although escaping was simple, that route might lead to complications, thus, he had to tolerate this female officer. However, he inwardly vowed, You better not let me find any dirt on you, or it will be futile for you to call me father.
Fine. I agree to answer your questions.
But you must first answer one of mine, Yi Chang said, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. He was not one to easily concede.
All right, ask away. Tang Min said, settling onto a chair in front of Yi Chang. What is your name, age, hobbies, height, and measurements?
Yi Chang inquired with a grin, his gaze lingering on her notably prominent chest. He mused to himself about the abundance of nourishment people seem to have nowadays. Her figure was rather impressive. Although Tang Min's uniform was snug, it did little to conceal her ample curves.
Why are you asking so much?
I refuse to answer, Tang Min retorted, feeling her privacy was being invaded. That's fine, if you refuse, I will also decline to answer your questions later, Yi Chang replied dismissively.
Then, all right, but I will only tell you my name and age. I won't disclose anything else.
Tang Min declared, falling silent thereafter, as she intended to ask no further questions unless Yi Chang agreed.
Very well, proceed.
Yi Chang had not anticipated she would divulge everything, so he felt no disappointment. Knowing her name and age was already a decent gain, ensuring he wouldn't be at a total disadvantage. My name is Tang Min, and I am 23 today, she said quickly, as if fearing he would not catch it. Yet, even if she spoke rapidly, Yi Chang would hear her clearly.
Oh, so your name is Tang Min, that's a lovely name, but a bit old, don't you think?
Yi Chang remarked, noting the 5-year age gap between them. He was only 18. But that hardly seemed relevant to him.
You're the old one, your entire family is ancient.
Tang Min snapped back, offended by his comment. Initially pleased by the first part of his statement, she now felt a surge of anger, wanting to retaliate against Yi Chang.
All right, enough. Aren't you supposed to ask me something? Hurry up, I truly am pressed for time.
Yi Chang chuckled lightly, choosing to steer clear of further confrontation. After all, Xiaoting and the others were still waiting for him in the square. Meanwhile, Liang Xiaoting and Su Xiaofei, who were awaiting Yi Chang in the square, were growing increasingly anxious.
Xiaofei, do you think Chang has run into trouble? Why is he taking so long? Don't worry, Xiaoting.
He seems quite capable, there's no need for us to fret.
How about we sit over there for a while and wait for Yi?
Su Xiaofei suggested, pointing to a nearby CAF. She was exhausted from standing in the square for so long.
Alright, let's do that.
Liang Xiaoting agreed after pondering for a moment, realizing they had no idea when Yi Chang would return, and standing idly was not practical. She had also tried calling Yi Chang, but to no avail. In truth, it wasn't that Yi Chang didn't want to answer, he simply couldn't, as his phone had been left outside before entering the small room. As Liang Xiaoting and Su Xiaofei made their way to the CAF, Yi Chang and Officer Tang Min locked eyes.
Hey, why do you keep staring at me? Didn't you have questions to ask?
Hurry up, I really have a tight schedule. Yi Chang addressed the officer, enjoying the attention of a beautiful woman, but knowing this was not the time for such indulgence. He hadn't even informed Xiao Ting and the others of his whereabouts.
What if they grew anxious or something went awry? Who's staring at you?
Tang Min averted her gaze, feeling flustered.
Well then, ask away, what other questions do you have? Yi Chang was genuinely perplexed.
She had been the one eager to question him earlier, yet now she hesitated. He couldn't fathom her thoughts. Tang Min, too, had her reservations. Some questions were not so easily posed, misunderstandings could lead to embarrassment, and she wished to avoid that.
Do you know martial arts?
After steadying her nerves, Tang Min finally asked.
Huh? What? Yi Chang looked at Tang Min in surprise, not expecting her to inquire about that. Chapter 44. I am a martial arts master. Stop stalling and answer me quickly. Tang Min urged with urgency. Why do you ask that?
Yi Chang replied, somewhat puzzled. What perplexed him even more was why she inquired about his martial arts skills. It seemed rather irrelevant to her. I overheard you claim that you practice hard Qigong, so I thought. Before she could finish, Yi Chang interjected, so you were wondering whether I know martial arts, right?
Yes. Tang Min nodded affirmatively.
Well, let me assure you, I truly possess martial arts skills, and I am indeed a master. As he spoke, Yi Chang struck a pose of exaggerated confidence.
However, Tang Min regarded this display with skepticism. The more he boasted, the less she believed him. Could you be a bit more serious?
I am quite serious. I am a martial arts master.
Yi Chang insisted.
Only he knew that he was not speaking falsehoods, yet. Tang Min shook her head, thinking that this young man had merely read too many martial arts novels. A martial arts master?
Was he expecting to be compared to legendary figures like Dongfang Bubi or Jin Shilangjun? If you don't believe me, that's your loss. Yi Chang thought, noting Tang Min's incredulous expression.
He pondered why his truthful claim was met with disbelief. After all, he was indeed a martial arts master. He recalled the fearsome reputation he held as the Blood King in that realm, causing even the most seasoned martial artists to tremble at the mere mention of his name. Despite Tang Min's doubt regarding Yi Chang's earlier claims, she still felt he possessed genuine martial arts ability. After all, how else could he have managed to disarm an opponent with bare hands just moments ago? Could it really be due to that hard Qigong he mentioned? She mused.
That would be incredibly impressive. If I could master it, apprehending criminals would be a breeze. Is it true that you practice hard Qigong? Tang Min continued her inquiry.
Of course it is, I can even perform telekinesis.
Yi Chang continued to embellish.
However, this only deepened Tang Min's skepticism.
Stop joking around and be serious.
She believed that Yi Chang was a good person, but he had a penchant for boasting. Telekinesis. Why not claim he could fly as well? If Yi Chang were aware of Tang Min's thoughts, he would likely reply, indeed, I can fly.
Well, how is it that when I speak the truth, this girl still doesn't believe me?
Yi Chang thought, then declared, yes, I do practice hard Qigong.
Very impressive, indeed. Can you teach me?
Tang Min asked eagerly, her eyes alight with anticipation.
Yi Chang was taken aback.
He had not anticipated that Tang Min's true intention was to learn from him.
Is that not permissible?
Tang Min's disappointment was evident as she perceived Yi Chang's surprise. Perhaps he was momentarily swayed by the thought of having such a strikingly attractive female disciple, or perhaps he simply felt a rush of kindness. Well, it's not impossible, but martial arts training is quite arduous, Yi Chang replied.
I'm not afraid.
I practiced martial arts during my time at the police academy, Tang Min asserted, demonstrating a few sets of military punches before Yi Chang. Her movements were indeed impressive enough to handle a couple of burly men. However, her technique lacked the depth of intent. If she were to encounter a truly formidable opponent, she would be at a severe disadvantage.
All right, that's enough, you don't need to keep practicing. Yi Chang interrupted. What do you think? Tang Min asked, wiping the sweat from her brow after halting her demonstration. Not bad.
Yi Chang offered a polite compliment.
How do I compare to you? Tang Min inquired further.
You can give it a try, Yi Chang suggested, standing tall and puffing out his chest.
How should I do that? Tang Min asked, intrigued.
Perhaps she genuinely wanted to gauge Yi Chang's strength or verify his martial arts claims. You can throw your most confident punch at my chest and see for yourself, Yi Chang said with a relaxed demeanor.
Ah. Isn't that a bit much?
Tang Min replied, startled at the thought of striking Yi Chang's chest. What if something went wrong? She was acutely aware of her own strength, estimating her punch to weigh in at around 100 pounds.
How could he possibly endure such force? Rest assured, I can handle your punch.
Yi Chang reassured her. In truth, he was confident that not even a punch from Tyson would faze him.
All right, here I come.
With that, Tang Min shouted and swung her fist toward Yi Chang's chest. With a resounding bang, Yi Chang stood unfazed, while Tang Min winced at the pain in her hand. In that moment, Tang Min's mind raced, wondering if Yi Chang's chest were somehow reinforced with steel. However, she soon realized that was not the case. Officer Tang, could you muster a bit more strength? I didn't feel a thing, Yi Chang remarked, standing there in disbelief. Although Tang Min's punch was significantly stronger than that of an average person, it was still trivial to him. That's what you said, Tang Min retorted, feeling a surge of irritation at Yi Chang's dismissal. Taking a step back, she grounded herself in a stance, inhaled deeply, and then, with a fierce shout, concentrated her entire body's strength into her right arm, delivering another punch aimed at Yi Chang. This time, it felt as though her punch had crossed the threshold of 200 pounds. Yi Chang, taken aback by her newfound strength, thought to himself that this female officer possessed considerable skill. A regular policeman would not exhibit such capability. Even reaching 100 pounds of force was no easy feat. As Tang Min's punch approached, Yi Chang felt a playful urge arise within him, recalling how Tang Min had previously teased him. A smirk crept onto his face as he prepared to counter. Drawing upon his internal energy, he summoned a protective barrier around his chest, enveloped in a translucent white aura. Bang! Ah! Tang Min exclaimed as her fist struck Yi Chang's chest, only to be met with an inexplicable force that sent her reeling backward. She stumbled several steps before losing her balance and collapsing onto a nearby chair. To Yi Chang's dismay, he inadvertently caught a glimpse beneath Tang Min's skirt. Purple, he noted under his breath. Despite the dim light of the room, he could clearly see the fleeting glimpse. However, Tang Min quickly recovered and stood up, unaware that her modesty had been compromised. She marched toward Yi Chang, demanding, "What just happened? Why did I get thrown back?" Unbeknownst to her, it was Yi Chang's internal energy that had repelled her. "It's nothing, that's simply how hard Qigong works," Yi Chang explained, averting his gaze from her lower half. "Wow! Is it truly that remarkable? Can you teach me to practice it?" Tang Min asked excitedly. "Of course, but what do I gain from it?" Yi Chang replied, casting a sidelong glance at Tang Min's chest. "What do you want?" Tang Min asked, oblivious to the glint in Yi Chang's eyes. Chapter 45 of the condition. This Yi Chang hesitated, contemplating whether to suggest that she let him touch her. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, realizing it would be rather inappropriate for a good young man like him to entertain such impudent notions. Instead, he said, "I haven't thought of anything yet. I'll let you know once I do." "All right then." Tang Min nodded and continued, "So you can teach me now, right?" She gazed at Yi Chang with eager anticipation. "Not just yet." Yi Chang declined. "Why not?" Tang Min asked, puzzled. "Because I have other matters to attend to." "When will you be able to teach me?" "Let's see how the timing goes. I'll come find you when I'm free, or you can reach out to me as well," Yi Chang replied. "Okay, then give me your number." After exchanging numbers with Tang Min, Yi Chang finally managed to extricate himself from the conversation. As he walked away, Tang Min began to look forward to their next meeting, where he would teach her martial arts. Meanwhile, her colleagues exchanged curious glances, observing Tang Min's engrossed expression as she watched a seemingly high school student. They began to speculate whether Tang Min had developed a crush on Yi Chang. "No way, do you think Tang is interested in that high school kid?" Almost instantly, rumors regarding Tang Min and Yi Chang spread throughout the police station. Yet, Yi Chang remained blissfully unaware of the gossip surrounding him. At that moment, Tang Min was lost in thoughts of Yi Chang teaching her martial arts, paying no attention to her colleagues' chatter, perhaps not even hearing their words. Upon exiting the police station, Yi Cheng promptly returned a phone call to Liang Xiaoting. After confirming her location, he hailed a taxi and sped off. He couldn't help but grumble internally about Tang Min's lack of consideration. When she brought him there, she had a dedicated car, yet now he had to find his own way back. Before long, the taxi arrived at Tianna Square, where locating a CAF in such a vast area proved to be quite a challenge. After all, he hadn't been back in years and was unfamiliar with the surroundings, especially the locations of CAFs.
Ding ding.
Suddenly, a notification chimed on Yi Cheng's phone. He opened it to find a message from QQ containing the CAF's address. Ah, Xiaoting is quite thoughtful, he mused, glancing at the directions before heading left. Before long, after crossing a small street, he spotted the CAF's name emblazoned on the second floor of a building across the road.
Ah Chang, over here, over here.
Upon entering the CAF, he saw Liang Xiaoting and Su Xiaofei waving to him from a table near the window. Sorry, I was delayed by something, Yi Cheng apologized, handing back the item he had retrieved from Su Xiaofei. Here, it's back with its rightful owner.
Thank you. Su Xiaofei stood up but did not immediately take the item.
Instead, she embraced Yi Cheng first. This unexpected gesture left Yi Cheng momentarily bewildered. What was going on? Did she like him? Surely, there was no need to be so overt, especially with Xiaoting watching.
However, it must be said that Yi Cheng was overthinking the situation. Why are you hugging me?
Yi Cheng asked, slightly flustered.
Could you do me a favor and refrain from speaking for a bit?
Su Xiaofei whispered in his ear.
What favor?
Yi Cheng inquired, puzzled. You'll find out soon, she replied, deliberately making a suggestive gesture towards him. At that moment, Yi Cheng cast a glance towards Liang Xiaoting, who merely winked back, leaving him utterly perplexed. What on earth was happening? Just as Yi Cheng and Su Xiaofei remained in their embrace, a thunderous voice erupted from nearby.
Who is this guy, Xiaofei?
When Yi Cheng looked up, he saw a young man, around 18 or 19, holding 3 cups of coffee, glaring at them with evident anger. He was on the verge of confronting Yi Cheng for being so familiar with the girl he fancied. Wu Shixuan, this doesn't seem to concern you, Su Xiaofei retorted, feigning indifference as she pulled away slightly from Yi Cheng to address the young man.
Oh, darling, you don't need to mind him, she cooed to Yi Cheng, her words dripping with sweetness. Yet, to Yi Cheng, this overly affectionate address felt utterly absurd and left him with a tingling sense of unease.
Su Xiaofei, who exactly as he, the young man pressed again, his tone growing increasingly aggressive. He was nearing the brink of fury.
Can't you tell, he is my boyfriend, okay?
Su Xiaofei declared with disdain, her body still leaning against Yi Cheng, seemingly intent on provoking Wu Shixuan.
Impossible. When did you get a boyfriend? I never heard anything about this.
Wu Shixuan exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face. He had been pursuing Su Xiaofei for months, and now she suddenly had a boyfriend?
How could he accept that reality?
What is impossible, and Wu Shixuan, please don't bother me anymore from now on, Su Xiaofei took the opportunity to say.
Otherwise, my boyfriend might get angry and teach you a lesson, and I can't help you then. She even winked at Yi Cheng, right, darling?
Taken aback, Yi Cheng quickly gathered his thoughts and replied, that's right, Xiaofei is correct. If you dare to harass her again, don't blame me for my fists not knowing mercy. He made a threatening gesture towards Wu Shixuan. Yi Cheng hadn't expected to find himself in such a position, but since it was a favor for Liang Xiaoting's friend, he felt compelled to comply. However, upon witnessing Yi Cheng's threat, Wu Shixuan didn't seem intimidated at all. Instead, he laughed mockingly. Ha, you think you can intimidate me? Where do you think you're from? Yi Cheng retorted coolly, sorry, I don't belong anywhere special.
I am just a student. Unfortunately, his response left Su Xiaofei beside him speechless. Not from anywhere special, how do you know so many impressive people then? Yet, she chose to remain silent, waiting.
Humph, not from anywhere special, yet you dare to act so arrogant. You better keep your distance from Xiaofei, or I won't hesitate to make you regret it, Wu Shixuan said, a cold smirk on his face, his eyes brimming with menace.
Then let me say this.
You should also keep your distance from Xiaofei, otherwise, don't blame me if you end up with a few broken bones, Yi Cheng countered, flipping the threat back at him. His words, however, provoked a barely contained amusement from the 2 ladies beside him, nearly prompting them to burst into laughter. Chapter 46, The Arrival of Brother Diao. After hearing this, Wu Shixuan, in a fit of anger, pointed at Yi Cheng and coldly huffed, you have guts, just wait and see.
Of course I have guts. I just wonder if you do.
Yi Cheng replied, grinning as he cast a mischievous glance at Wu Shixuan's nether region. Wu Shixuan, for reasons unbeknownst to him, felt a sudden chill and instinctively took a step back. Nevertheless, he swiftly pulled out his phone and shouted at Yi Chang, "If you have guts, just wait." He then proceeded to make a call.
"Ah Chang, should we just let this go?" Liang Xiaoting, sensing the escalating situation, stood up with concern.
Su Xiaofei, too, had not anticipated matters would escalate to this extent. She initially intended for Yi Chang to drive Wu Shixuan away, but now it seemed he was calling for reinforcements to teach Yi Chang a lesson. "I'm sorry, Yi Chang. I didn't expect it to turn out like this," Su Xiaofei said apologetically. "It's nothing, just a trivial matter, let's observe for now," Yi Chang replied nonchalantly, curious about who Wu Shixuan would summon. It was possible that those he called were acquaintances of his, as he was well acquainted with most prominent figures in Mengcheng. However, he was uncertain whether Wu Shixuan could summon any of those big shots.
"Hello, brother Diao?
I've been bullied, hurry and come help me." Wu Shixuan began his call, hanging up after approximately a minute. With reinforcements on the way, Wu Shixuan's confidence surged as he looked down at Yi Chang, declaring, "You're finished for stealing my woman today."
He then turned to Su Xiaofei, saying, "Xiaofei, I owe you. Get as far away from this loser as you can."
"Humph, as if I need your advice," Su Xiaofei retorted, refusing to heed Wu Shixuan's warning. All right, just hope you won't come begging me later." Wu Shixuan's expression grew colder as he noticed Su Xiaofei disregarding him. He thought to himself, "Once I have you in my grasp, just wait and see what I do."
"Who would beg you?"
Su Xiaofei countered defiantly. The atmosphere grew tense as they awaited the arrival of Wu Shixuan's summoned associates. Although they were in a CAF, the place was not very crowded at this hour, and despite the heated argument, few patrons paid any attention. The CAF staff were positioned far away, oblivious to the impending commotion. Despite Liang Xiaoting's lingering worries, she felt somewhat reassured by Yi Chang's calm demeanor, thinking to herself that he would surely handle the situation adeptly. Suddenly, a cacophony of roaring engines erupted from outside, reverberating through the CAF. Upon hearing that distinctive sound, Wu Shixuan's eyes lit up as he glanced towards the window, spotting several young men with buzzcuts dismounting from their motorcycles. "Brother Diao has arrived." "Humph, kid, you're doomed," Wu Shixuan sneered, his confidence swelling. Meanwhile, Yi Chang remained unperturbed, leisurely sipping the coffee Wu Shixuan had just purchased and placed on the table. After all, it would be a waste not to drink it.
"Soon, who bullied you?"
A booming voice echoed from the stairwell of the CAF, followed by the entrance of several young men clad in black leather jackets. Leading them was a man in his 20s, adorned with a dragon tattoo on his neck, exuding an air of swagger. This man was none other than the brother Diao Wu Shixuan had called for. "That's him, brother Diao." Wu Shixuan quickly scurried forward, pointing at Yi Chang.
"Oh."
Brother Diao followed Wu Shixuan's gesture, but his gaze was immediately captivated by Liang Xiaoting and Su Xiaofei standing beside Yi Chang.
His eyes sparkled at the sight of such exquisite beauty in the CAF. With that thought in mind, he swaggered over to Liang Xiaoting and Su Xiaofei, with Wu Shixuan trailing closely behind, a smirk of triumph on his face as he thought, "You're finished now." However, to his surprise, brother Diao did not immediately confront Yi Chang.
Rather, he first attempted to strike up a conversation with Liang Xiaoting and Su Xiaofei.
"What are your names, lovely ladies? Do you have boyfriends?"
Liang Xiaoting was already frightened by brother Diao's demeanor and tattoos, and she instinctively retreated behind Yi Chang, avoiding his gaze.
"Who are you?"
"Why should I tell you?" Su Xiaofei, however, stood her ground, hands on her hips defiantly. Hee, you've got some spirit, I like that," brother Diao responded, licking his lips as he eyed her.
"How about becoming my girlfriend, little beauty?" Witnessing this, Su Xiaofei felt nauseated. How could someone so unattractive dare to flirt with her?
"Sorry, I don't like ugly people," Su Xiaofei bluntly stated.
"Ha, but I adore beautiful women," brother Diao retorted shamelessly. "Brother Diao, no, she's the one I like."
Wu Shixuan, now bewildered, hurriedly interjected in an attempt to clarify the situation. Su Xiaofei was initially his target, and he had not anticipated brother Diao's interest.
"Scram, this is none of your business," brother Diao snapped at Wu Shixuan, clearly annoyed by his presence during his pursuit of women.
Although Wu Shixuan was reluctant to see brother Diao pursue Su Xiaofei, fear made him hesitate. He began to regret calling brother Diao, realizing too late that he was notorious for being a notorious womanizer. Once he set his sights on a woman, it was nearly impossible for her to escape his clutches. At that moment, Wu Shixuan felt a pang of regret. While he could not have her, he certainly did not want someone like brother Diao to have her either, fully aware of the kind of person brother Diao was. However, it was too late for regrets. In response to brother Diao's brazen words, Su Xiaofei retorted without hesitation, "You're disgusting, just looking at you makes me want to vomit," mimicking a gagging motion for emphasis.
You! Brother Diao's patience finally wore thin.
After being insulted repeatedly by a beautiful woman, even his thick skin began to falter.
Little beauty, I suggest you reconsider, otherwise, my brothers here might not hold back and could inadvertently harm you, he said, eyeing Liang Xiaoting with a predatory gaze.
The presence of two beautiful women excited him. Faced with Brother Diao's veiled threat, Su Xiaofei felt her resolve waver, her intended retort falling silent as she muttered under her breath, shameless.
Chapter 47.
Master of internal strength. Alright, let us conclude your conversation here. You have 1 minute to remove yourselves from my sight, or you will find yourselves crawling out, Yi Cheng declared, casually placing his coffee cup down. His demeanor was relaxed, and his tone was as unruffled as if he were engaging in light banter with friends. However, upon hearing Yi Cheng's words, Diaogu erupted into raucous laughter, and with a smug expression, he retorted, "Are you addressing us, kid?" As he spoke, he leaned menacingly over the table, casting a sideways glance at Yi Cheng.
"Indeed, I am speaking to you fools," Yi Cheng replied with a nod, maintaining his nonchalant tone. "You're asking for it,"
Diaogu shouted furiously, raising his hand to strike Yi Cheng.
Yet, Yi Cheng merely tilted his neck to evade the blow. In a swift motion, he reversed his palm, and a spoon flew from his hand, piercing straight into Diaoji's mouth. "Ugh!" Diaogu yelped in pain, hastily covering his mouth and retreating. "Is the spoon to your liking?" Yi Cheng asked with a carefree smile directed at his adversary. "Bah!" Diaogu spat out the spoon, cursing, "You're asking for trouble. Get him, make sure he is crippled." He then signaled to his lackeys to attack Yi Cheng. "Ah!"
Witnessing the approaching thugs, Liang Xiaoting and Su Xiaofei instinctively hid behind Yi Cheng. Nevertheless, Yi Cheng remained calm, slapping the table with his palm. With a resounding bang, the coffee in the cup shot up in a linear arc, resembling a small fountain. Yi Cheng then deftly flicked his hand above the water column repeatedly. Several droplets were propelled forward like bullets towards the thugs charging at him. The sound of impact echoed as they were sent flying, each one clutching their chests and wailing in agony on the ground. Upon inspection, small holes were visible in their leather jackets, and their chests were bruised and swollen. The suddenness of the scene left Liang Xiaoting and Su Xiaofei in shock, staring at Yi Cheng in disbelief. They had witnessed a spectacle that seemed to belong only to the realm of television. How had he accomplished such a feat? Who exactly was he? The ability to strike down opponents with mere water droplets seemed almost divine. In truth, this was not some supernatural ability, it was simply Yi Cheng channeling his internal strength into the water droplets, resulting in the extraordinary effect. However, mastering this internal force required a significant level of expertise, not something every practitioner could achieve. Those with internal strength could harm others with a mere touch, and those capable of projecting their energy could kill from a distance. Yi Cheng had reached the point of projecting his internal power, making his water-based attacks quite effortless. For martial artists, such feats were commonplace, yet for ordinary individuals, they appeared almost godlike.
"Are you a martial artist?"
Diaogu, clutching his chest, stood up, his brow furrowed as he regarded Yi Cheng. The arrogance he once exhibited had vanished, replaced by a profound sense of shock. He never anticipated encountering a martial artist, an exceedingly rare phenomenon, especially not a mere teenager of 18 or 19.
"Oh? I did not expect you to be aware of martial artists," Yi Cheng remarked, intrigued by Diaoji's knowledge. Diaogu, taken aback by Yi Cheng's admission, couldn't help but marvel at the young man's prowess. Achieving internal strength at such a tender age was no small feat, otherwise, he would not still be outside the ranks of martial artists himself. However, despite his astonishment, Diaogu asserted, "I don't care if you're a martial artist or whatever. You have offended me, Diaogu, and that means you have crossed the high school department. Prepare for the minister to come after you." "Humph, let us go," Diaogu commanded his subordinates as they retreated. It was not that he wished to let the matter rest, but he recognized that he could not defeat Yi Cheng, a martial artist, and thus had no choice but to regroup and seek assistance, for there were indeed martial artists among the ranks of his high school department. Yi Cheng made no attempt to stop them from leaving. However, upon hearing Diaogu mention the high school department, a thought crossed his mind. "I wonder how Lao Wu has fared all these years." After the group departed, Yi Cheng pondered to himself. "Ah Cheng, what are you thinking about?" Liang Xiaoting and Su Xiaofei approached him, still in awe from the earlier events. "Oh, nothing." Yi Cheng quickly snapped back to reality, shaking his head. "Yi Cheng, what just happened?" Liang Xiaoting began to inquire about his astonishing display of skill. How had he managed to perform such a seemingly miraculous feat? However, just then, an unexpected interruption occurred. A female police officer, exuding confidence, entered the CAF accompanied by 2 officers. As they walked in, she called out, "Who reported a brawl here?" "It was me," a nervous CAF server stepped forward, having called the police out of fear earlier.
And where are the individuals involved? The policewoman asked, noting the absence of any fighting in the CAF.
They all left, the server replied anxiously.
The policewoman furrowed her brow, puzzled.
Officer Tang, what a coincidence to see you here enjoying coffee. Yi Chang's voice rang out from a corner of the CAF, an angle the policewoman had overlooked.
Upon turning toward the sound, she was taken aback to see Yi Chang.
Yi Chang, is that you?
Tang Min exclaimed, astonished. However, her expression shifted slightly upon noticing the two girls behind him, though she quickly composed herself.
Of course it's me.
I came for coffee with friends, Yi Chang replied, glancing at Liang Xiaoting and Su Xiaofei, realizing they were the same girls who had been robbed earlier.
Oh, it's you too,
the police officer acknowledged, directing her gaze at Liang Xiaoting and Su Xiaofei.
Hello, officer. Liang Xiaoting greeted nervously, while Su Xiaofei appeared notably more at ease. By the way, Yi Chang, someone reported a brawl. Did you witness anything?
Tang Min inquired, sensing something was off since the perpetrators had vanished just as she arrived. Yes, some left, but a few are still around, Yi Chang replied.
And where are the remaining individuals? Tang Min instinctively asked, scanning the CAF for signs of the earlier commotion.
At that moment, Yi Chang waved her closer, saying, "Come here, I'll tell you." "Why so secretive?" she remarked, though she complied and approached him, leaning in. Yi Chang grinned and said, "Because the remaining person is me."
Chapter 48. Am I suitable for martial arts? Ah. Upon hearing Yi Chang's words, Tang Min was taken aback.
"Why were you fighting with others?" she instinctively exclaimed. "Why else? They were looking for trouble with me," Yi Chang replied with an air of resignation.
You must have provoked them, otherwise, why would they bother you? Tang Min remained unconvinced.
"Officer, what Yi Chang said is true, those individuals deliberately sought us out," Liang Xiaoting interjected to assist. Tang Min, after hearing Liang Xiaoting's words, felt somewhat enlightened, yet another question began to plague her mind.
Leaning closer, she whispered to Yi Chang, "Is she your girlfriend?"
"Yes," Yi Chang responded evasively.
If you won't say, then so be it.
"You will accompany me back to record a statement," Tang Min said with a stern expression.
"Sorry, I'm busy and won't go," Yi Chang flatly declined.
The previous statement recording had already consumed too much of his time. He had no intention of repeating the ordeal.
"You must go, regardless."
With that, Tang Min took a serious stance and produced a pair of handcuffs.
"Oh no, not this again." Yi Chang thought to himself, stepping back and hastily exclaiming, "Stop. If you persist, I won't teach you martial arts anymore." He wore a look that suggested it was up to her to decide. Upon hearing Yi Chang's words, Tang Min seemed to have struck a nerve, and she immediately put the handcuffs away, saying, No, I won't take you back." Seeing Tang Min relent, Yi Chang nodded in satisfaction. "Now that's better."
He affectionately ruffled Tang Min's hair, adopting the demeanor of a mentor guiding a child.
"You."
Tang Min was furious, her teeth gritting, yet she felt utterly helpless.
What if he decided not to teach her martial arts after all? Ha ha.
Watching Tang Min struggle to contain her anger, Yi Chang laughed heartily. However, the scene left Liang Xiaoting, Su Xiaofei, and the other two puzzled. What was the nature of Yi Chang and Tang Min's relationship? Liang Xiaoting felt a twinge of jealousy, pondering the true connection between them.
"Alright, beautiful Tang, I won't waste any more time with you.
Let's go have some fun," Yi Chang said, glancing deliberately at a certain prominent area of Tang Min's figure before cheerfully calling Liang Xiaoting and the others to leave. As Tang Min watched Yi Chang walk away, she stamped her foot in frustration, thinking to herself, "Just wait until I've mastered your skills.
I'll make you pay."
She felt particularly irritated by Yi Chang's lingering gaze on her earlier. However, with Yi Chang and the others gone, she sensed that she had grasped the gist of the situation and decided there was no need to remain. She beckoned the two police officers who had accompanied her to leave. After departing the CAF, Liang Xiaoting appeared somewhat despondent, contemplating the relationship between Yi Chang and the female officer. Su Xiaofei, ever the perceptive best friend, quickly deduced Liang Xiaoting's thoughts. Therefore, she took it upon herself to ask, "Hey, Yi Chang, what is your relationship with that female officer?
I noticed you seemed quite close."
Startled by Su Xiaofei's question, Yi Chang hesitated briefly before replying, "There's nothing special.
Our relationship is quite ordinary."
"You're lying, from the way you two were acting. Who would believe that, right, Xiaoting?" Su Xiaofei redirected the conversation toward Liang Xiaoting. Liang Xiaoting, taken aback, nonetheless nodded in agreement. Perhaps Yi Chang wished to avoid misunderstandings, so he added, "Let me clarify, that female officer wants to learn martial arts from me. which is why she was so courteous. Yi Chang felt there was nothing shameful about this revelation.
Learn martial arts? Both women were taken aback. Yes. Is there something wrong with that? Yi Chang was perplexed by their astonishment. Was it so unusual to want to learn martial arts? Yi Chang, do you really know martial arts? Su Xiaofei inquired, skepticism evident in her tone. Of course. Otherwise, how would I have driven those ruffians away just now? All right, I believe you.
Su Xiaofei nodded in understanding, recalling Yi Chang's earlier display of skill. However, Liang Xiaoting had already been aware of Yi Chang's martial arts prowess. She merely hadn't expected him to be so formidable. Yi Chang, could you teach me and Xiaoting some martial arts? That way, no one would dare to harass us again, Su Xiaofei asked eagerly. If she had possessed martial skills at that moment, that Wu Shixuan wouldn't have dared to bother her, she would have kicked him away long ago.
You want to learn martial arts?
It is quite strenuous, Yi Chang said, looking at them both quizzically. Such skills were not particularly suited for girls, and he believed it would be better if they didn't pursue martial arts. Becoming overly tough could be quite daunting. Violence should not be the default response.
We're not afraid of hard work. Do you look down on us?
Su Xiaofei pouted, shaking her fist at Yi Chang.
It's not that.
I just worry that your petite frames might not handle the training well, Yi Chang replied, eyeing Su Xiaofei's physique, quite alluring. Really, it was a shame she wasn't a model, but martial arts training would be an even greater loss.
Don't look at me like that. Look at Xiaoting instead.
Su Xiaofei, feeling a tad anxious under Yi Chang's gaze, quickly shoved Liang Xiaoting forward to shield herself. Liang Xiaoting, suddenly feeling shy, interjected, Xiaofei, stop it.
However, Yi Chang quickly averted his gaze, saying, Do you think I wanted to stare?
I was merely assessing your suitability for martial arts. He feigned indifference, as if he couldn't care less.
You, humph, I'll give you a good look then. Look here, who has a better figure, me or Xiaoting?
Perhaps provoked by Yi Chang's comment, Su Xiaofei pulled Liang Xiaoting beside her, presenting themselves side by side for Yi Chang's scrutiny. She swayed her body, inviting Yi Chang to observe her figure from all angles. Yi Chang found himself at a loss. Should he look or not? Watching Su Xiaofei's alluring movements was undeniably captivating. It truly was a shame that she hadn't pursued modeling. Yi Chang mused silently. Then he glanced at Liang Xiaoting. Although she remained still, she emanated an intangible charm, akin to a flower drawing in bees, effortlessly captivating Yi Chang's attention.
Xiaofei, enough.
There are so many people around, Liang Xiaoting suddenly exclaimed, feeling a rush of embarrassment. Chapter 49. The provocation returns. Having noticed several onlookers stopping to gaze at them, naturally, Yi Chang followed suit, and the spectators, seeing that there was nothing more to watch, quickly dispersed. Once they had walked a little way, Su Xiaofei exhaled in relief, saying, that was truly mortifying. She had completely forgotten that they were in public, twisting her body in front of Yi Chang. No, it was inappropriate to act like that with him anywhere. After all, she wasn't his girlfriend. Su Xiaofei thought to herself that her earlier actions were merely impulsive.
Why are you all in such a hurry?
Those people aren't going to eat you, Yi Chang remarked, grinning as he caught up to them. However, Su Xiaofei, seeing his smiling face, felt a surge of annoyance.
You're still laughing.
If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been laughed at in front of so many people.
That was entirely your doing. It's not my fault. Besides, those people don't know you, so what is there to be afraid of? Yi Chang continued to chuckle. After hearing his words, Su Xiaofei pondered, he has a point, they don't know me, so why should I worry? Realizing this eased her mind considerably, she then asked Yi Chang, you were watching closely just now, what did you think? Well, your figure is indeed impressive. What needs to be prominent is prominent, and what should be perky is perky, Yi Chang nodded sagely. Hey, who asked you that? To her surprise, Su Xiaofei's face flushed crimson, and she playfully hit him. Meanwhile, Liang Xiaoting, having heard Yi Chang's assessment of Su Xiaofei, felt a pang of shyness and wondered if Yi Chang preferred ample bosoms and curvy figures. Instinctively, she glanced at herself, reassured that she was decent enough. Then what were you asking about? Yi Chang queried, puzzled by Su Xiaofei's reaction.
I was inquiring whether my figure is suitable for martial arts training, Su Xiaofei replied, somewhat exasperated.
Oh, that.
Of course, it is, Yi Chang stated, though he refrained from mentioning that the martial arts he referred to were more akin to dance. That's fantastic, I knew my splendid figure would be fit for martial arts, Su Xiaofei exclaimed happily after hearing Yi Chang's words.
He.
Yi Chang chuckled at her enthusiasm.
When are you planning to teach us martial arts? The prospect of learning martial arts filled Su Xiaofei with anticipation. She wished Yi Chang could start teaching her immediately.
Whenever I have the time, Yi Chang replied nonchalantly, as he currently had little time to dedicate to teaching her martial arts.
When you have time? Aren't you free now? Su Xiaofei questioned with confusion. How can I be free when we're supposed to be shopping?
Then let us skip shopping and head straight to martial arts training,
she insisted, attempting to drag Yi Chang along with Liang Xiaoting.
Wait. Why are you in such a rush? Martial arts can't be mastered overnight, we need to take our time, you know? Yi Chang was at a loss for words at Su Xiaofei's eagerness.
It wasn't as if she could learn it instantaneously.
How long will it take?
Su Xiaofei pressed.
3 to 5 years at best, and at worst, it could take.
Does it really take that long?
Su Xiaofei was taken aback by Yi Chang's response. However, Liang Xiaoting remained unfazed, as she had never considered learning martial arts in the first place.
Of course. Do you think learning martial arts is as easy as eating? However, if you have talent, you might learn faster. How fast can that be?
Initially deterred by the prospect of a 3 to 5 year commitment, Su Xiaofei felt a flicker of hope at the mention of talent.
That's uncertain.
It depends on your individual aptitude, Yi Chang replied, shaking his head. He was right, everyone had different capabilities, and thus the speed of learning varied.
Then teach me, I want to see if I have any talent.
Alright, I will teach you when I have time this week, Yi Chang agreed after some contemplation. After all, if he had nothing else to do over the weekend, teaching them martial arts wouldn't be a bad idea. Plus, it seemed quite appealing to teach girls martial arts.
Great.
Xiaoting and I will come find you this weekend, Su Xiaofei replied, her joy evident upon hearing Yi Chang's consent.
Then let us continue our outing. With that, Yi Chang led the two lovely ladies back to shopping.
Accompanying two beautiful women made him feel incredibly fortunate, and it was hard to say how many envious glances they attracted along the way.
I bet that guy is definitely a rich second-generation heir. Otherwise, how could he be with two stunning beauties?
Some onlookers commented with a tinge of jealousy as they saw Yi Chang enter a shopping mall with the two women. Yeah, if I had money, I could also have a lovely pair on either side, remarked a passerby riding an old bicycle.
Excuse me, sir, what kind of jewelry are you looking to purchase?
Unbeknownst to them, Yi Chang, Liang Xiaoting, and Su Xiaofei had wandered into a jewelry store in the mall. A sweet-faced salesgirl approached them, inquiring politely. At that moment, even if Yi Chang had wanted to leave, he felt too embarrassed to do so he could only accompany Liang Xiaoting and Su Xiaofei as they browsed. To his astonishment, the prices of those pieces of jewelry were shocking. Many cost over 10,000, with some even reaching hundreds of thousands, which was quite steep for Yi Chang at that point. Little did he know that the card given to him by Zhou Jianrun contained 100,000. While Yi Chang was internally stunned, he maintained a composed exterior, casually commenting, "This one is too cheap, this one doesn't look very good, this one is nice but too small." He continued assessing several pieces, trying to find an excuse to leave with Liang Xiaoting and Su Xiaofei when a man sneered, "This poor kid really dares to talk big. Clearly, he can't afford anything and yet comes here to show off." Afterward, he turned to his female companion beside him, saying, "Xiao Chui, today I'll buy you a necklace. Feel free to choose whatever you like," all the while wearing a smug, provocative grin aimed at Yi Chang. However, Yi Chang ignored him and turned to Liang Xiaoting and Su Xiaofei, saying, "You two should pick out a few pieces of jewelry as well. Although some of these may be inexpensive, it wouldn't be bad to buy a few to wear for fun." Though Yi Chang currently lacked funds, he had people to rely on. Buying a few pieces of jewelry wouldn't be a problem at all. "Ah, are you really going to buy them, Chang?" Liang Xiaoting exclaimed in surprise upon hearing his words, knowing his financial situation. "Of course it's true. Go ahead and buy." Yi Chang nodded. Even if he had to let someone else pay, he wanted to maintain this fade, otherwise, it would be too embarrassing, and he was tired of being provoked by others. Chapter 50 of The Vanished Ruby. He felt it necessary to make that provocateur taste humiliation. "Well, I won't hold back." Just as Liang Xiaoting hesitated, Su Xiaofei eagerly interjected. She promptly took Liang Xiaoting's hand and led her to select jewelry. Since Yi Chang had already insisted that she need not be frugal, there was no reason for her to help him save money. Meanwhile, the man observed Yi Chang allowing both of his women to choose jewelry, his lips curling into a cold smile as he mused, waiting for the moment when they would find themselves unable to pay, eager to swoop in and capture their hearts. As he contemplated this, he glanced disdainfully at the woman beside him, realizing that in comparison to the two beauties, she was like a star fallen from the heavens. While Liang Xiaoting and Su Xiaofei browsed the jewelry, Yi Chang took out Zhou Jianrun's business card and dialed his number. "Hello?
The call connected, and upon recognizing Yi Chang's voice, Zhou Jianran immediately responded with utmost respect, "Brother Chang, what can I do for you?" "I'll take care of it right away. It's nothing urgent, I'm at the mall purchasing some jewels, could you transfer some money to me?" "Ah, that is simple, I'll send it right away. By the way, Brother Chang, I forgot to mention that your card still has a balance of 1 million. Yi Chang was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that Zhou Jianran's card would contain such a substantial sum. "Alright, I understand." With the newfound wealth, Yi Chang felt a surge of confidence. His gaze then fell upon a ruby priced at 660,000. He strode over, addressing the attendant, "Miss, could you please bring that ruby for me to examine?" Yi Chang was drawn to the gem not only for its price but also due to an inexplicable aura it exuded that felt oddly familiar. He resolved to purchase it simultaneously. The stone he had been carrying in his pocket began to emit a flicker of light, which quickly vanished. Why is the stone reacting at this moment?" Yi Chang pulled the stone from his pocket and noticed a red dot shimmering at its center, subtly trembling in his palm. A sense of curiosity washed over him. Could it be connected to the ruby? "Here is the gem you requested." The attendant's voice broke through his reverie. She presented the ruby, and as Yi Chang took it, the stone hanging on his chest suddenly radiated a beam of white light, which illuminated the ruby in his hand. In an instant, as if by magic, the ruby vanished. "What the heck?" Yi Chang exclaimed, astonished. He then looked at the stone in his possession, which had transformed from a dull gray to a delicate rose hue, emanating waves of warmth. This warmth penetrated his skin and surged into his body, merging with his internal energy. Remarkably, his internal force began to shift from a white hue to a subtle red. Oh no! Yi Chang realized he was on the verge of a breakthrough. However, this was not the time for such a transition, and he quickly focused on suppressing his internal energy. "Sir, where is the ruby you intended to purchase?" The attendant's voice returned, tinged with urgency. She had witnessed the flash of light and the subsequent disappearance of the ruby from Yi Chang's hand, an occurrence she had never encountered before. "Oh, you mean the ruby? I've just performed a little magic and tucked it away. I've decided to buy it. How much is it?" Although Yi Chang was baffled by the situation, he knew the gem had been consumed by the stone. To placate the attendant, he fabricated an excuse, assuring himself that as long as he paid, there would be no trouble. Yet, he couldn't shake his curiosity about the stone. He recalled finding it in a stream back in his hometown, where it had demonstrated an uncanny ability to sense danger. But over time, it seemed to have lost its energy, no longer issuing warnings, and had become an ordinary stone. Though it had lost its usefulness, Yi Chang could not bring himself to discard it, as it was the first of its kind he had ever encountered, so he kept it close. Little did he know that this time, the stone would reveal its power once more, albeit at the cost of over 600,000. Fortunately, the energy it transmitted had propelled him to the cusp of breaking through his cultivation limits. Perhaps this could be seen as a blessing in disguise. However, Yi Chang could not allow others to witness the stone's peculiar behavior, so he quickly concealed it in his pocket. He then proceeded to settle the payment for the ruby with the attendant, deciding to wait for Liang Xiaoting and Su Xiaofei to finish selecting their jewelry before addressing that matter. "Sir, the total for the ruby is 660,000. Will you be paying by card or cash?" the cashier inquired, puzzled by the absence of the actual item in question, but she dismissed her curiosity since her role was merely to process the payment. Just then, a mocking voice cut through the air. Can this kid actually afford 660,000? The man who had initially provoked Yi Chang was smirking at him, convinced that Yi Chang was merely posturing, attempting to buy something he couldn't afford. "Ah Chang, what on earth did you buy for 660,000? Liang Xiaoting and Su Xiaofei approached, astonished, yet they had not seen anything in Yi Chang's hands. "I'll explain later. Just swipe the card." Yi Chang replied to Liang Xiaoting and then handed his card to the cashier, completely ignoring the man's taunts. "Kid, if you can pay for that, I'll buy every piece of jewelry here and give it to you." The man, feeling slighted by Yi Chang's indifference, shouted once more. "That's what you said." Yi Chang paused, not immediately retracting his card, but instead turning to face the man who had been incessantly provoking him. "Yes, indeed, that was my statement." The man, sensing that Yi Chang had finally acknowledged him, wore a smug expression. Chapter 51. Do you wish to regret? Alright, you said it. With that, Yi Chang handed his card directly to the cashier, saying, "You may now process the payment." The cashier momentarily paused in surprise but quickly regained composure and took Yi Chang's card to swipe it. Meanwhile, the man who had wagered against Yi Chang wore a mocking expression, seemingly eager to witness the embarrassment that would ensue when Yi Chang's card revealed itself to be empty.
He had already convinced himself that Yi Chang was devoid of funds. After all, who else would don such inexpensive, market-sourced attire? However, the ensuing scene ignited within him an overwhelming urge to vanish from existence. For Yi Chang's card indeed possessed funds, and the transaction was completed successfully. The cashier then announced, "Sir, the total comes to 660,000. Here is your receipt, please keep it safe." "Thank you," Yi Chang replied graciously as he accepted the receipt from the cashier, then turned with a beaming smile towards the now pallid-faced man, saying, "Now it's your turn to perform." What am I supposed to perform?" The man feigned ignorance. "Why, to purchase every piece of jewelry in this establishment for me." "You wouldn't want to back out now, would you?" Upon uttering these words, Yi Chang cast a cold glance at him. In that instant, the man felt as though he were being stalked by a fearsome predator, trembling uncontrollably. Who said I was having second thoughts?" The man stammered, suddenly apprehensive of Yi Chang. "If you're not having second thoughts, then go ahead and buy," Yi Chang replied, exasperated. Wait a moment." He then called out to the attendant, "Come here and assist me in purchasing all the jewelry in this place." Despite his seemingly assertive tone, his legs and lips quivered, and his complexion turned ghostly pale. Initially, he had contemplated retracting his wager, but after locking eyes with Yi Chang just moments ago, he felt as if a demon from the depths of hell beckoned him. Should he dare to backtrack, that demon would consume him whole. "Not too expensive, is it? Just over 5 million in total," Yi Chang remarked casually, surveying the displayed prices of the jewelry. The nearby Liang Xiaoting and her companions were left speechless. Over 5 million was hardly what one would deem inexpensive. The man, however, felt an overwhelming urge to lash out at Yi Chang. Was 5 million not exorbitant? Surely, it wasn't coming out of his own pocket. Once the man completed the transaction, Yi Chang cheerfully stated, "Thanks, buddy, do remember to come find me for such wonderful opportunities in the future." He wore a grin as he looked at him. Just remember this." The man disregarded Yi Chang's words, snorting coldly before turning to leave. His female companion, however, gazed greedily at the jewelry that had been carefully packaged at the counter, thinking to herself how delightful it would be if all of it were hers. Yao Go, wait for me." But when she turned around, she discovered that the man had already reached the store's entrance, prompting her to hurriedly pursue him. Unfortunately, due to her high heels, she lost her balance and tumbled outside. Yi Chang and his companions were thereby treated to an unexpected view. To Yi Chang's astonishment, the woman wore nothing but a thong. "Wow, how exhilarating!" Yi Chang silently scoffed. "Ow!" Suddenly, Yi Chang felt a pinch on his arm, causing him to yelp louder than the woman had when she fell. "Xiaoting, why did you pinch me?" Yi Chang looked at Liang Xiaoting with a bemused expression. "Who told you to gawk?" Liang Xiaoting pouted, visibly upset. "I didn't want to look. She just happened to expose herself in front of me." Yi Chang protested, attempting to steal another glance, but alas, the woman had already regained her footing and was chasing after the departing man. Thus, he had to relent. "Now that they've left, you still want to stare?" At that moment, Su Xiaofei caught sight of Yi Chang's lingering gaze and pointedly reminded him. "Damn!" Yi Chang cursed inwardly, wondering why she had to comment, which only led to another round of pinching from Liang Xiaoting. He begged for mercy, though only he knew the extent of his actual discomfort. After these minor interludes, Yi Chang departed with all the jewelry alongside the two stunning beauties, leaving behind a cadre of envious staff members who mused about how delightful it would be to have a boyfriend like Yi Chang. "Ah Chang, with so much jewelry, what are we to do?" Once outside the mall, Liang Xiaoting inquired of Yi Chang. "Why, wear them of course. With this many, I could don a different piece every day without repetition." "Xiaoting, this bag is yours, Xiaofei, this one is yours, and I'll keep this bag for myself." After distributing the bags, Yi Chang retained one for himself, as he intended to gift some of the jewelry. The reason for having 3 bags was due to his special request to the attendant for packaging. "Are you really giving these to us?" Liang Xiaoting asked incredulously as she took her bag. Each piece of jewelry was worth thousands, if not more, and the idea of receiving such lavish gifts seemed almost inappropriate. "Of course it's genuine, after all, it's not coming out of my own pocket." Yi Chang felt no remorse. He hadn't spent a single cent on these pieces, save for the ruby. Furthermore, as these jewels were intended for women, why would he keep them for himself? "Well, if you insist." Liang Xiaoting nodded, though still grappling with the notion of accepting such valuable items. However, considering that Yi Chang possessed an abundance of jewelry meant for women, she reasoned that if she declined them, he might gift them to another girl, thereby leaving her at a loss. Thus, she decided without hesitation. Su Xiaofei, too, wore a look of delight, reveling in the fact that she could accompany her friend shopping and also receive gifts from her friend S-Man, and quite a substantial amount at that. Yet, she couldn't help but wonder why Yi Chang had retained a bag for himself. With a playful tone, Su Xiaofei teased, "Yi Chang, why did you keep one bag for yourself? Are you planning to give it to another beauty?" Though she meant it in jest, Yi Chang was taken aback, musing to himself how she had discerned his thoughts. Liang Xiaoting also regarded Yi Chang with a curious expression, seemingly poised to withdraw from his company unless he provided a satisfactory explanation. Sensing Liang Xiaoting's scrutinizing gaze, Yi Chang hastily clarified, "How could that be? I intend to take this back for my mother. Xiaoting, you know I haven't returned home in ages. I must bring back some gifts this time. Moreover, with so many family members, I certainly cannot skimp on the presents." As he spoke, a twinge of unease crept into his heart, for gifting to his mother was a notion he had only just conjured. Initially, he had considered bestowing gifts upon Song Lingling and perhaps Liang Xiaoting and other lovely ladies. Liang Xiaoting, being rather innocent, accepted Yi Chang's explanation, while Su Xiaofei remained skeptical, asking, "Is that really the case?" Chapter 52. Trouble for the chubby 1-inch. Why do I get the feeling that you are lying? Su Xiaofei remarked, her gaze fixed intently on Yi Chang's eyes, as if she were searching for a telltale sign. However, Yi Chang was not one to betray any hint of nervousness, regardless of what turmoil brewed within. "Of course it's true, why would I deceive you? And why are you so nosy? If you don't want it, I can just take it back," he said, reaching out as if to snatch it away. "Ah, no, I'll stop talking." Su Xiaofei, fearing that he might actually seize it, instinctively recoiled, clutching the bag tightly. Yet, Yi Chang had no intention of actually taking it, he merely sought to frighten her a bit. After distributing everything, Yi Chang continued to guide them in their revelries. The day still held a bit of time, and they began to discuss a visit to the amusement park. For the next hour or so, Yi Chang accompanied the two young women on a thrilling ride on the roller coaster, and later on the carousel, among other attractions. Soon, as dusk began to descend and the sun sank slowly, the two girls grew weary from their adventures and decided it was time to return to school. The hour was approaching for evening self-study. However, as they were about to head back, they encountered someone by a commercial building adjacent to the school. "Isn't that Li Bowen?" Su Xiaofei, with keen eyes, pointed out to the group. They observed Li Bowen rushing down from the commercial building, appearing somewhat disheveled. Upon seeing him, Yi Chang recalled that he had been out with the chubby one earlier. Why was Li Bowen alone now? Yet, before Yi Chang could call out to him, Li Bowen had spotted him and the two beautiful girls beside him. In his urgency, he dashed towards Yi Chang, shouting, "Changgu, wait! Class monitor, you're here too!" Li Bowen gasped as he arrived breathlessly before Yi Chang, addressing Liang Xiaoting beside him. "Yes, what's wrong?" Liang Xiaoting inquired, noting Li Bowen's distressed appearance. Yi Chang and Su Xiaofei shared a puzzled glance at his state. At that moment, Li Bowen grasped Yi Chang's arm anxiously, exclaiming, "Changgu, you must go save the chubby one. He's about to get beaten." He then began to pant heavily. Liang Xiaoting and the others were taken aback by his alarming news. Yi Chang quickly asked, "What exactly happened?" Though he had known the chubby one for merely a day, they had grown to be friends due to the latter's affable nature. Thus, hearing that he was in trouble stirred a sense of urgency within Yi Chang. "The chubby one got into a scuffle at the internet CAF and is surrounded by some thugs," Li Bowen explained, his voice laced with anxiety. Earlier, the chubby one had urged him to seek Yi Chang's assistance, and fortunately, he had encountered him upon leaving. However, they needed to hurry, or the chubby one might truly be in peril. "Xiaoting, you and Xiaofei should return to school first. I'll go bring the chubby one back," Yi Chang instructed Liang Xiaoting and the others, and without hesitation, he followed Li Bowen. Liang Xiaoting, although apprehensive, complied and headed back to school, her heart laden with worry. Despite knowing Yi Chang's prowess, she feared for his safety. As Yi Chang and Li Bowen raced towards the internet CAF, inside, a hefty figure was encircled by a group of unruly youths. One particularly brazen young man, cigarette dangling from his lips, stood with one foot on a chair, leering at the chubby one. "So, are you going to pay up or not?" "I have no money," the chubby one retorted defiantly, turning his head away, silently praying for Li Bowen to quickly find Yi Chang and bring him to the rescue. Otherwise, he would surely face a beating today. This chubby individual was none other than Zhou Feng, who had recognized Yi Chang as his leader. Despite the intimidating crowd, Zhou Feng attempted to maintain a facade of bravery, though anxiety gnawed at him from within. After all, facing such a mob was frightening, yet he felt compelled to stand firm, unwilling to disgrace his leader's reputation, believing he must endure the blows without yielding. "Ha, tough guy, are you?" The cigarette-smoking youth sneered at,
"Boys, teach him a lesson for not paying."
With that, he retreated, allowing his lackeys to spring into action. Just as the chubby one braced for the impending assault, a thunderous voice rang out, "Who dares to lay a finger on him?" The would-be assailants instinctively halted their movements, turning to see Yi Chang sprinting towards them. Meanwhile, Li Bowen, exhausted, collapsed onto the stairs, gasping for breath. "Who the hell are you?" the cigarette-smoking thug barked at Yi Chang, but before he could finish, Yi Chang delivered a swift kick that sent him flying.
A resounding thud echoed in the air. "Boss, you finally made it!"
the chubby one exclaimed, a wave of relief washing over him at Yi Chang's arrival. Had he come any later, the beating would have been inevitable. The moment the chubby one's assailants realized their leader had been dispatched, they rallied with a furious shout, charging at Yi Chang. However, within mere moments, all of them lay sprawled on the ground, each dispatched with a swift kick.
"Ouch, ouch!"
The fallen assailants groaned in pain, writhing on the floor. Yi Chang, unfazed, approached and helped the chubby one to his feet, inquiring, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, thank you, boss," Zhou Fong replied, touched by Yi Chang's concern.
"There's no need for thanks.
If you acknowledge me as your leader, it is my duty to protect you," Yi Chang replied matter-of-factly.
"Let us get going."
As Yi Chang prepared to lead Zhou Fong away, the cigarette-smoking thug suddenly rose, bellowing, "You better watch your back, kid."
"I, Ji-san, will not let this go."
"Ha, Yi Chang," Yi Chang called back over his shoulder as he departed with Zhou Fong.
Yi Chang, I swear I will make you pay."
Ji-san seethed, glaring at Yi Chang's retreating figure, his fists clenched as he slammed them onto a nearby computer desk, causing it to tremble violently. The CAF owner, alarmed, peeked out to assess the commotion. Although he owned the establishment, he knew he could not challenge such individuals and thus chose to remain hidden, hoping they would leave soon.
"How did you get into this mess?" Yi Chang inquired as they exited, making their way back to school alongside Zhou Fong.
Chapter 53 The Unyielding Power. I didn't provoke them at all. We were just browsing the internet at the Cyber CAF when he approached me and demanded protection fees. I flatly refused and even hurled a few insults at them, and as a result, they wanted to beat me up.
Interestingly, Li Bowen, who had remained silent, seemed unscathed.
Otherwise, without anyone to inform Yi Chang, the chubby guy would undoubtedly have faced a beating.
In this day and age, there are still those who collect protection fees.
Yi Chang chuckled dryly, shaking his head in disbelief.
"Boss Yi, you were truly impressive just now. Do you know martial arts?"
At that moment, Li Bowen, brimming with excitement, leaned in to inquire. He had clearly witnessed Yi Chang schooling those young punks at the stairwell. The movements and postures had been nothing short of spectacular.
"Not much, just a little," Yi Chang replied, nodding modestly.
He was reluctant to divulge too much about this matter. After all, they were ordinary individuals who had no understanding of martial artists, nor did they need to. However, just as Yi Chang and the chubby guy prepared to return to school, they were suddenly intercepted by another group of individuals. These newcomers shared a distinct characteristic. Each bore a tattoo of a green dragon on their arms, exuding an aura that was markedly different from the previous ruffians they had encountered.
Green Dragon Gang.
Upon seeing the tattoos, Yi Chang furrowed his brows. To his knowledge, that gang had been obliterated 3 years ago following a certain incident, yet now was not the time for pondering such matters. He needed to ascertain why they were blocking his path.
"Who are you, and why are you stopping us?"
Yi Chang inquired of the man in front, who was dressed in a black t-shirt and shorts, a gold chain dangling from his neck. It was evident that this man was their leader. "My name is Brother Dafe. Someone has paid to teach you a lesson, so if you wish to avoid embarrassment in front of so many witnesses, you should come with us to the back." Brother Dafe gestured towards a nearby alley. As this location happened to be the main entrance to the school, numerous students passed by. Although Brother Dafe was a leader of the Green Dragon Gang, he dared not make a blatant move against someone at the school gate, hence the request for Yi Chang to accompany him to the alley.
"Oh? Who is it?"
Yi Chang instinctively asked, genuinely curious as to who might wish to discipline him. "You need not concern yourself with that. If you wish to avoid humiliation here, it would be wise to come with us promptly," Brother Dafe replied coldly. He believed that a simple display of intimidation would suffice to compel Yi Chang to comply.
Very well, let us go."
Yi Chang responded with a cold smirk, not refusing their request. Since they aimed to teach him a lesson, he would show them who would ultimately be taught a lesson. Thus, he instructed the chubby guy and Li Bowen to wait outside while he followed Brother Dafe and his entourage into the alley.
"Do you think Boss Yi will be alright?" Li Bowen asked, watching Yi Chang depart with a hint of concern.
"He will be fine. My boss is incredibly formidable." The chubby guy expressed unwavering confidence in Yi Chang that he had no worries about Yi Chang getting beaten. If anything, he felt sympathy for the attackers. Meanwhile, this scene was not only observed by the chubby guy and his companions, but also by Zhang Song and his group, who had lost a race against Yi Chang.
Song, look!
That kid went in there, he has done for this time. One student beside Zhang Song exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, let us see how he boasts now. This time, he'll surely get a sound thrashing.
Zhang Song declared, clenching his fists in anticipation. Don't worry, with Brother Dafei taking action, that kid will be crying in no time.
By the way, have you prepared the money? Asked Shibei, who stood nearby. Rest assured, I have everything ready. Once Brother Dafei finishes with him, I'll pay up, Zhang Song replied, patting his bulging pocket, which seemed to contain several thousand yuan.
That's good to hear. Shibei's eyes glinted with greed as he eyed Zhang Song's bulging pocket. Meanwhile, Yi Chang had already entered the alley with Brother Dafei and his crew. Upon stepping inside, an unbearable stench assaulted his senses. Didn't you say you were going to beat me up?
Hurry up, this place is repulsive. Yi Chang exclaimed, covering his mouth.
Ha, I didn't expect you to be more eager than us. Alright, brothers, teach him a lesson. Brother Dafei sneered, signaling his subordinates to take action.
He wondered if this student had lost his wits. Any other person would have been begging for mercy by now, yet here he was, demanding they act quickly. Truly, this was a rare occurrence. However, what followed was beyond his imagination. Every one of Brother Dafei's minions who attempted to strike Yi Chang was sent flying back with a single punch. The remaining few were so terrified that they hesitated to approach.
Get in there! Are you afraid of dying? Brother Dafei shouted, snapping back to reality and kicking one of his bewildered subordinates. That unfortunate lackey, propelled by inertia, barreled toward Yi Chang.
I'll take this! Yi Chang shouted, swinging a punch that connected squarely with the lackey's face. With a resounding thud, the lackey was sent flying, his vision clouded with stars. The remaining assailants didn't last long either. Within 10 seconds, Yi Chang had dispatched them all to the ground.
How dull!
You are all far too weak, Yi Chang remarked disdainfully, retracting his fists and looking down at the moaning figures sprawled on the ground.
Who exactly are you? Brother Dafei, astonished by the sight of his defeated minions, turned to Yi Chang with disbelief.
Initially, he had assumed Yi Chang was merely an ordinary student, but now it was evident that he was anything but. Otherwise, his men wouldn't have been so thoroughly trounced.
Didn't you come here to teach me a lesson? Don't you know who I am?
Yi Chang replied, regarding him with an incredulous expression. To approach him without knowing his identity was sheer folly.
You.
Very well, it seems I have misjudged you today, but don't think that just because you can throw a few flashy punches, you're invincible. Today, I shall show you what true martial prowess is. With that, Brother Dafei let out a fierce shout and lunged toward Yi Chang. As Brother Dafei attacked, he unleashed a vicious move, aiming a claw toward Yi Chang's throat.
Ha ha!
However, Yi Chang merely chuckled, sidestepping the claw with a slight tilt of his head, then delivering a swift palm strike to Brother Dafei's abdomen. The speed was so rapid that Brother Dafei barely had time to react before being struck, the force propelling him backward.
What immense strength! How can your power be so formidable? Brother Dafei exclaimed incredulously, clutching his aching abdomen as he staggered back several paces. Chapter 54 The Realm of Warriors. Is that what you call powerful?
Yi Chang remained stationary, a cold smile etched upon his face. Moments ago, he had deliberately restrained himself, employing merely the slightest fraction of his strength. Had he not, he would have dispatched his opponent with a single blow. After all, the might of a warrior is beyond the capacity of an ordinary individual to contend with. In the realm of warriors, only those who have cultivated internal energy are deemed true warriors. There exist two primary realms, the acquired realm and the innate realm. The acquired realm necessitates the cultivation of hidden strength within one's body, allowing for the accumulation of substantial internal energy. Conversely, the innate realm is achieved when one's internal energy becomes so potent that it can manifest externally. However, attaining the innate realm is no simple feat, for each realm comprises 9 levels, and the average person may struggle their entire life to reach the 9th level of the acquired realm, let alone the innate.
Brother Dafei recognized that he was no match for Yi Chang's current state, yet, he was unwilling to accept defeat at the hands of a mere student. With a fierce roar, he clenched his fist tightly, the veins on his arms bulging as an invisible force surged through him. At that moment, however, Dafei's expression twisted in agony, evidently unable to withstand the force coursing through his arm. Gritting his teeth, he summoned the strength to shout, Dragon Fist, and swung his fist towards Yi Chang with tremendous force. Observing the oncoming assault, Yi Chang did not flinch. Instead, he calmly extended his palm forward. Smack! The powerful punch collided with Yi Cheng's hand, and a surge of energy flowed through Da Fei's fist into Yi Cheng's palm. To Da Fei's astonishment, however, his strength dissipated upon contact, vanishing like mist, while Yi Cheng remained utterly unfazed. Dragon fist, you say, yet you fall short compared to Long Chang, Yi Cheng's voice echoed in Da Fei's ears. At this revelation, Da Fei's shock only intensified. You know Long De, he exclaimed, unable to believe that this seemingly 17 or 18-year-old youth had any acquaintance with the notorious Long Chang, who had been imprisoned 3 years prior. One might say I know him, Yi Cheng replied with a nod. What he withheld, however, was the fact that he was, in truth, Long Chang's sworn enemy and the very person responsible for sending him to that place. Who are you, exactly? Da Fei pressed, his curiosity piqued by Yi Cheng's admission. He sensed that Yi Cheng was far more than an ordinary student. My identity is of little consequence. What truly matters is that you refrain from crossing my path again, otherwise, prepare for your Qinglong gang to be uprooted, Yi Cheng declared, turning his back on Da Fei and swiftly exiting the alley. The stench of the alley was unbearable, and he feared he might lose his sanity if he lingered any longer. He regretted agreeing to meet that fool in the first place. As Yi Cheng departed, Da Fei contemplated the words he had just exchanged with him. Who was this individual? How could he possibly know Long Chang? These questions swirled in Da Fei's mind, leaving him bewildered. Until he uncovered the truth, he resolved to heed Yi Cheng's warning and refrain from further harassment. Song Ge, look, that kid has come out. Why does he appear completely unscathed? Upon Yi Cheng's emergence from the alley, Zhang Song and his companions gasped in astonishment. This was far from their expectations. They had anticipated Yi Cheng to emerge battered and bruised, yet he looked relaxed and composed. Zhang Song furrowed his brow in confusion, glancing at the bewildered Shi Bei. Hold on a moment, let me call Da Fei, Shi Bei suggested, stepping aside to dial Da Fei's number. At that moment, Da Fei was rallying his subordinates when his phone rang. Hello, who is this? He answered, his tone laced with impatience, still irked from earlier. It's me, Xiao Bei. Shi Bei replied, though he was perplexed as to why Da Fei had not dealt with Yi Cheng. Ah, Xiao Bei. Have you gathered the money? Da Fei inquired from the other end of the line. The money is ready, but why haven't you handled that kid? He looks completely fine. Shi Bei questioned, bewildered. If Da Fei had not dealt with Yi Cheng, what would they gain? Enough. That kid is tougher than he appears. My men ended up getting beaten instead. Just save the chit-chat. I'll come by to collect the money later, Da Fei said, abruptly ending the call. Shi Bei, left in a state of shock, pondered the absurdity of the situation. They had intended to teach someone a lesson but ended up on the receiving end. Would they even get paid? Uncertain, he decided to report back to Zhang Song. Shi Bei, you're back. What did you find out? What did Da Fei say? Zhang Song inquired upon Shi Bei's return. Zhang Song, it seems Da Fei couldn't handle it either. All his men were defeated by that kid, Shi Bei reported candidly. What? All of Da Fei's men were taken down? Zhang Song exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. It was no wonder he was shocked. After all, Da Fei had brought 10 men to confront Yi Cheng. The thought that a single individual could defeat 10 adversaries without so much as a scratch seemed ludicrous. Since Da Fei has said so, it must be true. You should prepare the money for him, Zhang Song. Shi Bei urged, noting Zhang Song's incredulous expression. Despite their failure, they still had to collect their due. That was their code. What, even after failing, we still have to pay? Zhang Song protested vehemently. Had they successfully taught Yi Cheng a lesson, the payment might have been justifiable, but now they had not only failed but had been humiliated. He was no fool, he wouldn't part with his money under these circumstances. Zhang Song, do you wish to renege on your debt? Shi Bei shot back, his brow furrowing as he glared at Zhang Song. Are you looking for a fight, Shi Bei? Don't forget how I've treated you. Zhang Song retorted defiantly, puffing out his chest, convinced that Shi Bei would not dare to confront him. Chapter 55. Not a penny given. If it weren't for the fact that you often treat me to meals, I would have struck you long ago. Shi Bei coldly thought to himself. Zhang Song, spare me the pleasantries and hand over the money quickly. Otherwise, when Fei Go arrives, none of us will have it easy. As he spoke, Shi Bei extended his hand towards Zhang Song. At this moment, the two were far from their usual brotherly demeanor. They were on the verge of a fierce confrontation. Not a chance. Until my task is completed, I will not part with a single penny. Zhang Song responded with unwavering firmness. Who said they wouldn't pay? A resounding voice echoed from afar. It was De Fei Ge, accompanied by his entourage. Upon seeing the bruises on De Fei Ge's lackeys, Zhang Song finally believed Shi Bei's words. They were indeed in for a beating. Each of those underlings bore some form of injury, evidently the result of a scuffle. De Fei Gu. The once defiant Zhang Song quickly softened at the sight of De Fei Gu. Shi Bei hurriedly interjected, Fei Gu, Zhang Song is trying to renege on his debt. He pointed an accusing finger at Zhang Song. Shi Bei, you. Zhang Song, enraged, struggled to find words, astonished that a brother he once regarded so closely would betray him like this. What of it? Am I wrong? Shi Bei retorted, his gaze fixed on Zhang Song without a hint of remorse. Oh, Zhang Song, is what Shi Bei said true? De Fei Gu feigned curiosity as he approached Zhang Song. And no, Fei Gu. How could I possibly renege? I will get the money for you right away. Zhang Song shot Shi Bei a fierce glare before hastily retrieving the cash from his pocket. Initially, he intended to count it, but De Fei Gu snatched it away, declaring, enough, no need to count. Fei Gu, Zhang Song, taken aback by the sudden theft, wanted to protest for a portion of the money, but De Fei Gu's piercing gaze silenced him. Is there a problem? And no. Under De Fei Gu's intimidating stare, Zhang Song quickly shook his head. Very well. Then we shall take our leave. With that, De Fei Gu led his band of followers towards a dilapidated van. Zhang Song felt humiliated enough from the earlier scuffle with Yi Chang and had no desire to linger any longer. Normally, he would have enjoyed admiring the lovely students at the school. Once De Fei Gu and his crew departed, Zhang Song shot Shi Bei a cold glare before leaving with his remaining comrades. Shi Bei contemplated chasing after them, but reflecting on their earlier conflict, he refrained. He regretted having severed ties with Zhang Song so hastily and realized he needed to devise a plan to reconcile. Meanwhile, our classmate Yi Chang remained blissfully unaware of their discord in the identity of the so-called De Fei Ge. At that moment, Yi Chang and his hefty companion, Li Bowen, had returned to school. Naturally, the journey back was filled with Li Bowen's gossip regarding Yi Chang's earlier confrontation with De Fei Gu. However, Yi Chang casually brushed it aside, choosing not to elaborate, as some matters were beyond their understanding. By the way, boss, what exactly is in that bag you've been holding? Li Bowen inquired, eyeing the contents with curiosity as they walked through the school corridor. Oh, just some jewelry, Yi Chang replied nonchalantly, giving them a glimpse inside. Wow! So much jewelry, boss, you didn't rob a jewelry store, did you? Li Bowen and the hefty companion were astounded by the sight of the treasures. Get lost, you're the one who'd rob a jewelry store. Yi Chang muttered under his breath, incredulous that anyone would suspect him, a model student, of such a crime. If you didn't rob a jewelry store, then how did you acquire all this jewelry? Li Bowen asked, his curiosity piqued, while also casting a doubtful glance at Yi Chang. However, Li Bowen's loud remarks drew the attention of several classmates. Noticing the stares, Yi Chang kicked Li Bowen's leg and scolded, your incessant chatter. Let's discuss this later, he urged, pulling the hefty boy away hastily. Wait for me, Yi Lauda. Li Bowen called out as he hurried to catch up. This scene, however, led some onlookers to suspect that Yi Chang and his friends were indeed up to no good, but it was of no concern to them. Once Yi Chang and his group left, the nosy students dispersed. Boss, stop pulling me. I'm struggling to keep up. Li Bowen groaned, panting under the strain of Yi Chang's brisk pace. That's what you get for running your mouth, Yi Chang retorted, releasing his grip as they reached a less crowded area. Just tell me where the jewelry came from. Li Bowen pressed, his curiosity intensifying as he was convinced there was a story behind the treasures. There's nothing to it. I simply bought them, Yi Chang replied, exasperated. Cut it out, boss, I don't believe you have that much money. Li Bowen was unconvinced. What's this, do you look down on me? Yi Chang bristled at the insinuation that he was broke, recalling that he had once been worth billions. Yet all of it was currently in the hands of his master. However, that did not imply he was out of funds. No, boss, that's not what I meant. Li Bowen attempted to clarify, though he still found it hard to believe that Yi Chang could afford such expensive items, each worth several thousand. Humph. You gluttonous fool are just asking for it, but truth be told, these jewels were not purchased by me, they were gifts from others. What, gifts from others? Li Bowen's disbelief deepened, pondering who could possibly afford to present Yi Chang with such lavish items. Ask Xiao Ting and the others if you don't believe me. With that, Yi Chang hoisted the bag onto his shoulder and headed back to class. He intended to gift a piece or two to teacher Xiao Yan if he happened to see her, as he had no use for them. Indeed, he planned to present them to all the girls he knew. That was just his extravagant nature. Upon returning to the classroom with a bag full of jewelry, Yi Chang found it already bustling with students engrossed in their studies. Wishing not to disturb anyone, he quietly slipped inside. Chapter 56 Affair of the sister-in-law Chang, you're back, I hope nothing untoward happened.
Upon seeing Yi Chang return, Liang Xiaoting inquired with genuine concern, casting a glance at the stout figure behind him. Noticing he bore no signs of having been beaten, she felt a wave of relief wash over her.
Of course not, with me around, what could possibly go wrong? Yi Chang declared with an air of self-importance and promptly plopped down into a seat with an exaggerated flourish. Bang! He carelessly tossed the bag laden with jewelry onto the table, the sound reverberating through the classroom. Shoo! Keep it down, we're still in class.
Liang Xiaoting frowned at Yi Chang, chastising him for the ruckus he had caused. Apologies, I shall be more mindful, Yi Chang replied, his demeanor turning submissive in response to Liang Xiaoting's reproachful gaze.
Alright then, let us get back to studying. We have the final round of exams tomorrow. Satisfied with Yi Chang's contrite attitude, Liang Xiaoting nodded and returned to her books. Strangely, Yi Chang felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Boss, you really are under the thumb of the sister-in-law.
The voice of the stout fellow broke through Yi Chang's thoughts. When he turned to look, he found the stout one regarding him with a disdainful expression.
Get lost, this is none of your business.
Yi Chang retorted, delivering a swift kick to the stout man's plump thigh.
Ouch!
Boss, you're always picking on me, the stout one exclaimed dramatically.
Oh!
The loud outburst drew Liang Xiaoting's disapproving gaze, prompting Yi Chang to quickly tap the stout man, urging him to silence.
Xiaoting, focus on your studies. I'll keep this fatty in line, he assured her, before turning back to the stout one, barking, Did you hear me? No more talking. Well, it's because you're always,
Before the stout could finish, Yi Chang shot him a warning look, causing him to shrink back in fear and fall silent.
Xiaoting, just concentrate on your studies.
I've already taught this fatty a lesson, he won't dare speak again, Yi Chang said with a smirk, noticing the stout man's sudden reticence. Just be mindful, Liang Xiaoting nodded subtly, returning her focus to her books. Once Liang Xiaoting immersed herself in her studies, Yi Chang once again felt an inexplicable sense of relief. However, he was perplexed as to why he had been so preoccupied with the thought of Liang Xiaoting getting angry lately. Had he done anything to warrant her ire? Shaking his head to dispel the thoughts, he turned to find the stout man gazing at him with a mournful expression. What else with that look? What do you mean by that? Yi Chang muttered under his breath, suppressing the urge to scold him, yet, concerned about disturbing Liang Xiaoting, he glanced her way and, seeing she was undisturbed, he relaxed. Boss, I feel like the most unfortunate subordinate in the world, always getting bullied by you, the stout man lamented with a forlorn gaze. Fatty, you're overthinking it. How could you possibly be the most unfortunate? You must believe in yourself. You're certainly not. Yi Chang said earnestly, resting a hand on the stout man's shoulder. His words, filled with sincerity, moved the stout man greatly. However, what Yi Chang refrained from saying was, You're not just the most unfortunate, you're the most unfortunate in the entire universe. He chuckled inwardly at the thought. Boss, are you mocking me? You sound so obedient, the stout man scratched his head in confusion. Nonsense, I'm your boss, how could I ever mock you? You're imagining things, kid, Yi Chang replied, playfully patting the stout man's chubby cheek. Goodness, the elasticity is astounding, he truly is a jolly fellow, Yi Chang thought in astonishment as he patted the stout man's remarkably squishy face. But boss, could you perhaps stop hitting me all the time? The stout man pleaded. Sure. Yi Chang responded without a second thought. Really? That would be fantastic. The stout man's face lit up with joy. Yes, but next time I might kick you instead, Yi Chang thought with a smirk, observing the stout man's excitement. However, fatty, if you mess up or disturb me, a little smack is unavoidable, do you understand? Yes, I understand. If it's just a little smack, I don't mind, the stout man nodded eagerly. Little did he realize that Yi Chang's future little smacks would be far more painful, cutting deep into his heart. At that moment, the stout man was blissfully unaware that he should be worried about Yi Chang's kindness. Haha, that's settled then. Yi Chang chuckled to himself. By the way, boss, you haven't told me about the jewelry yet. The stout man suddenly pointed at the bag resting on the table. Alright. I suppose sharing one tea hurt, Yi Chang glanced around, confirming that the teacher had yet to arrive, and decided to regale the stout man with tales of his ostentatious exploits at the jewelry store. Naturally, he omitted the details regarding the magical stone, as they were unnecessary. As the stout man listened, his blood surged with excitement, finding the story amusingly ridiculous. If such foolishness could yield so many jewels, why bother with a job? He could simply show off and reap rewards daily. Ha, boss,
that person was really foolish, the stout man laughed heartily. Indeed, foolish, but if he weren't, how would I have amassed so much jewelry? Yi Chang stated, reaching into the bag to pull out several glittering necklaces, their brilliance reflecting under the light. In the midst of the stout man's envious gaze, Yi Chang tossed the jewelry to him, declaring, "These are for you." "Ah, really, boss?" The stout man gasped in disbelief as he clutched the necklaces in his hands. "Of course it's real." "You know I'm not in need of money," Yi Chang replied with a flourish, feeling quite generous, especially since it didn't cost him a dime. "Then I won't hold back," the stout man exclaimed, counting the 7 pieces of jewelry, realizing they must be worth at least several tens of thousands. His heart swelled with delight, quickly stowing them away. He worried that others might take notice, however, he was mistaken. Hardly anyone was paying attention to his side of the room, as most were busy preparing for the upcoming exam. Only the stout man seemed unaffected by the looming test. Chapter 57. The character is for Yi Chang. He felt no anxiety whatsoever. He was entirely indifferent to the subjects from high school, and even in university, he could manage with ease. On the other hand, the overweight student was hopelessly lost, utterly unworthy of any effort to review. However, Yi Chang did not wish to see his friend sink into despair, so he urged him to study diligently, or else he would reclaim the jewels he had given him. Upon hearing Yi Chang's words, the chubby fellow indeed began to study. After all, if studying could safeguard him from losing a fortune, why would he not take action? Yi Chang also promised that if he encountered any difficulties, he could come to him for help. To Yi Chang's surprise, the chubby student approached him within a minute, claiming he didn't understand this or that. Although Yi Chang found him rather foolish, he earnestly began to provide explanations. The chubby student appeared to understand somewhat, though whether he truly grasped the concepts remained uncertain. Thus, after about 10 minutes, while Yi Chang was pondering how incredibly dense his friend was, the mathematics teacher entered the room. She was there to discuss the specifics and content of the upcoming major examination. For the students in this class, math was perceived as the most challenging subject, so as soon as the teacher began to address the exam-related topics, they all became intensely focused, even more so than during regular classes. "Ah Chang, you should pay attention too. Don't submit your paper so early tomorrow." While the teacher lectured, Liang Xiaoting reminded Yi Chang, having noticed his tendency to whisper to the chubby student. Little did she know that Yi Chang excelled in every subject tested in high school. "Yes, I understand, Xiaoting," he replied, promptly concluding his conversation with the chubby student in response to her voice. "You all focus on the teacher." With that, she straightened her posture and attentively listened to the lesson. "Hey, boss, why didn't you tell sister-in-law that you're proficient in every subject?" the chubby student asked in confusion. Since Yi Chang was so capable, why hadn't he mentioned it to Liang Xiaoting, allowing her to misunderstand? "There's no rush, the time isn't right yet," Yi Chang said with a smile, planning to surprise her later. However, by that time, it might be more of a shock than a surprise. "Alright, let's not chat anymore, we wouldn't want to get punished. Let's focus on the lesson," Yi Chang said, patting the chubby student's shoulder. Thus, for the first time in their history, the two of them earnestly listened to the class. Whether the chubby student truly comprehended what Yi Chang understood remained uncertain, but he did feel that the teacher's explanation contained some minor flaws. When the teacher explained a complex problem, the steps seemed unnecessarily convoluted. He believed he could solve it much more simply, and nevertheless, despite these thoughts, he would not dare to voice them directly to the teacher, as doing so would challenge her authority, and he had no desire to invite unnecessary trouble. And so, the class quietly passed with Yi Chang's focused attention. When the bell rang, the classroom erupted into enthusiastic applause, as all the students felt that the material covered that evening was the most comprehensive and beneficial of the entire year, filling them with excitement for the examination ahead. Many students even memorized the major problems the teacher had discussed that night. The teacher, too, felt gratified, having witnessed such diligence from her students for the first time. Once the applause subsided, she bid the students farewell and exited the classroom. "Boss, let's head to the cafeteria," the chubby student eagerly suggested once the teacher had departed. He hadn't eaten dinner, and his stomach was growling in protest. "Alright, let us go." However, before they left, Yi Chang inquired what Liang Xiaoting wanted to eat, intending to buy something for her as well. After learning that she wanted 2 buns and a bottle of water, he departed with the chubby student. "Wait for me, Yi Lauda." Just as they were about to exit, Li Bowen excitedly rushed after them. "What do you want, Bowen?" the chubby student turned to ask. "Where are you going?" "I want to come too," Li Bowen inquired. "We're heading to the cafeteria." "Perfect, I haven't had dinner either." Thus, the trio made their way to the cafeteria. Meanwhile, a pair of eyes watched them with malice. "Yi Chang, just you wait." One day, I will bring you to your knees and make you sing conquered, Zhao Yi muttered through gritted teeth, his fists clenched in fury. Every time he laid eyes on Yi Chang, he couldn't help but recall that arrogant face, igniting a wave of hatred within him, especially considering the seemingly close relationship between Yi Chang and Liang Xiaoting. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, prompting him to leave his seat and step into the corridor, where he pulled out his phone to make a call. Beep-a-beep. Soon, the call connected, and a voice came through. Cousin, what's going on? Why are you calling at this hour? It was Wang Ba, one of the notorious trio. Cousin, when are you going to find someone to teach that brat a lesson? Zhao Yi asked impatiently, unable to tolerate Yi Chang's arrogance any longer, especially in light of the ambiguous relationship he had with Liang Xiaoting. Don't worry, cousin. I've already made arrangements. When that fellow from the Taekwondo club returns, it will be the end for that brat. Wang Ba replied with a cold laugh. The one from the Taekwondo club? Zhao Yi pondered for a moment and suddenly realized who he was referring to, feeling a shock in his heart. Cousin, did you really manage to enlist him? Zhao Yi asked in astonishment. Of course. My brother is good friends with his brother. It was easy to ask him for a small favor. Wang Ba said, brimming with confidence. In truth, the situation was not quite as simple. Wang Ba had promised many benefits to secure the arrangement. Nevertheless, it was still a significant advantage. If anyone else had sought help, they would have been turned down, regardless of the incentives offered. You mean the eldest cousin knows him too? Zhao Yi was even more astonished. He had never imagined that the legendary figure at school was connected to them. That man was widely regarded as the strongest in the school's history. The thought of this individual stepping in to deal with Yi Chang filled him with excitement. Of course, my brother is friends with his brother, so they naturally know each other, Wang Ba confirmed from the other end. How long until you can send someone to deal with Yi Chang? Zhao Yi eagerly inquired. He felt that the sooner they dealt with Yi Chang, the better. He could no longer endure the sight of his arrogance. Just wait, he's currently out of town for a competition. Once he returns, he can help us teach him a lesson, Wang Ba stated. In his heart, he harbored as much resentment towards Yi Chang as Zhao Yi did, for Yi Chang was the first person to defeat him. Previously, everyone had always indulged him. Chapter 58. Who's trying to woo your sister? Alright, cousin, I shall await your return. After engaging in a few more casual exchanges with Wang Ba, Zhao Yi ended the call. Yi Chang, mark my words, as soon as that person returns, your days are numbered. Zhao Yi clenched his fists, emitting a cold snort filled with malice. Fortunately, the corridor was deserted at that moment, otherwise, onlookers might mistakenly perceive him as a fool, standing alone and cursing into the void. Unbeknownst to Yi Chang, Zhao Yi harbored intentions to create trouble for him, nor was he aware that a man reputed to be the strongest in the school had already set his sights upon him. At this juncture, he and his rotund companion, Li Bowen, had just finished their shopping and were preparing to return. However, as they approached the small grove near the cafeteria, a group of individuals suddenly charged towards them. Swish, swish, swish. The unexpected appearance of this group startled both the stout Li Bowen and Yi Chang. In stark contrast, Yi Chang displayed no reaction whatsoever. Instead, he wore a smile as he regarded the approaching figures. Ha, are you here to deliver money to me? Yi Chang mused internally, amused by the scene unfolding before him. Yi Chang, you possess an audacity like no other. Yet, the group had no intention of attacking Yi Chang. Rather, they initiated a verbal confrontation. One man, brimming with ire, strode directly towards Yi Chang, unleashing a torrent of insults. Upon hearing these accusations, Yi Chang, puzzled, inquired, Song Shouwei, is that you? What gives you the right to insult me upon your arrival? Is it that my fists have lost their might, or have you become too arrogant? As he spoke, Yi Chang mimicked the motion of cracking his knuckles, adopting a demeanor that suggested he would retaliate if provoked further. Yi Chang, don't let your skills lead you to disregard reason. I am here today to reason with you. Song Shouwei, sensing Yi Chang's readiness to brawl, felt a pang of fear. Although he was accompanied by numerous allies, past experiences had convinced him that they would not stand a chance against Yi Chang. Reason? Yi Chang chuckled at Song Shouwei's words, finding them utterly amusing. Song Shouwei, it seems the concept of reasoning does not suit you, does it? Aren't you typically one to let your fists do the talking? Yi Chang's smile widened as he observed Song Shouwei retreating slightly. That is not true, I have always been a reasonable person, but you just don't know it. Song Shouwei replied, though in truth, he meant that reasoning was for those stronger than him. For those weaker, the fist was the preferred method of communication. However, he would never express this sentiment to Yi Chang. Unless he could definitively overpower Yi Chang, he would refrain from provoking him again, at least not overtly. Nevertheless, Song Shouwei had come to confront Yi Chang because the latter had crossed a line.
Oh, so you are indeed a person of reason, I stand corrected, Yi Chang remarked.
Rubbish! Li Bowen interjected, his expression reflecting displeasure.
If Song Showei were truly a reasonable person, then everyone in the world would be as well. He vividly recalled how he had been bullied by such individuals in the past, even having endured their torment himself, though he had lacked the courage to fight back at the time. Now, with a formidable leader by his side, he felt the tide was turning in his favor. As Yi Chang conversed with Song Showei, Li Bowen remained silent, opting to quietly critique the situation or merely observe. Meanwhile, Li Bowen was taken aback, realizing he had encountered one of the campus's notorious figures, and noted that Song Showei seemed intimidated by Yi Chang, prompting him to reconsider the latter's reputation. Very well, since you claim to be here to reason, please enlighten me on what you wish to discuss, Yi Chang said, noting that Song Showei seemed genuinely disinclined to engage in physical confrontation.
Humph. Yi Chang, listen closely, keep your distance from my sister, she is not someone you can pursue. Song Showei coldly asserted. What, I am pursuing your sister, when did I ever pursue your sister? Yi Chang responded, bewildered by Song Showei's accusation.
He could not recall ever attempting to woo Song Showei's sister, indeed, he had never even met her.
You dare to deny it, everyone saw it, do you still wish to argue? Song Showei retorted, initially intending to curse Yi Chang out but quickly reconsidered, realizing it may not have been as he thought. Who saw it? Who exactly saw it?
Yi Chang furrowed his brow, genuinely perplexed. He could not recall any incident involving Song Showei's sister. Perhaps the multitude of beautiful women he had recently encountered had caused a lapse in his memory, or perhaps he truly had not pursued anyone.
Yi Chang, stop your denial. I clearly saw you flirting with Wei Ji's sister.
At that moment, Zhang Feng stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Yi Chang.
What, when did you see that?
Yi Chang asked, his brow furrowing further in confusion. He wondered if Zhang Feng was truly correct, but something felt off. He had never even acknowledged Zhang Feng.
You!
Zhang Feng misinterpreted Yi Chang's frown as a threat, causing him to hesitate and refrain from continuing.
Enough, though I did not witness the event myself, my subordinates have confirmed it, this is indisputable. I advise you to stay away from my sister, otherwise, Song Showei, along with my entire clan, will not spare you, he warned, though he felt outmatched by Yi Chang.
I truly did not pursue your sister, Yi Chang insisted, but Song Showei interrupted, that is enough. Just be aware, do not set your sights on her again, or I will fight you, regardless of the odds.
With that, Song Showei turned and led his entourage away. Yi Chang, left in a state of bewilderment, thought to himself, what was that all about?
Accused of pursuing his sister upon his arrival, I pursue your sister, I don't even know her name. As he watched Song Showei's retreating figure, Yi Chang cursed internally. He felt an urge to confront him once more, but recalling his identity as a model student who eschewed violence, he refrained. Yes, he was a good youth, resolutely avoiding trouble. However, on a different note, who exactly was his sister? Was she beautiful? If she were, perhaps there was no harm in pursuing her, especially since he had already been misunderstood. Just as Yi Chang indulged in his musings, Li Bowen's voice broke through. Boss, you're incredible, you even dared to pursue Song Showei's sister. With that, Li Bowen gave Yi Chang a thumbs up, his face brimming with admiration.
Chapter 59 Left behind by the female teacher. What constitutes a true man? It is individuals like the boss who embody that essence. The rotund fellow felt a swell of pride, as if he were indeed Yi Chang himself. What nonsense! When did I ever pursue his sister? Yi Chang was rendered speechless by the fat man's admiration. He was entirely oblivious to the identity of the man's sister. How could he possibly pursue her? At that moment, Yi Chang suspected that the other party had either misunderstood him or was deliberately trying to intimidate him. Indeed, that must be the case, otherwise, he would have some recollection of pursuing the sister. Ha ha! Boss, you needn't deny it, otherwise, why would anyone approach you out of the blue? The rotund fellow pondered, convinced that if it were not true, the man would not have sought him out to accuse him of pursuing his sister. Thus, he firmly believed that the boss must have indeed been pursuing someone else's sister. Who the hell knows, perhaps he intends to extort me, whatever, let us just head back, class is about to start. After all, he couldn't make sense of it. Why waste energy on puzzling it out? It would be far more beneficial to devote time to contemplating how to win over women instead. Before long, Yi Chang and the others returned to the classroom. Upon his return, Yi Chang handed the purchased food to Liang Xiaoting, who graciously accepted it with a smile and a word of thanks. Just as they finished their meal, the bell for class rang. Clatter. Soon, Zhao Xiaoyan entered, striding in her high heels while holding the class schedule. Classmates, it's time for class. As was her custom, Zhao Xiaoyan stood at the podium,
surveying the room until she confirmed that all her students were present before commencing the lesson. She adhered to a particular principle: should any student be absent, she would refrain from starting the class until that student arrived, with the exception of those who had taken leave. As Zhao Xiaoyan's gaze swept across the classroom, it lingered on Yi Chang for a moment longer. Though Yi Chang noticed this, he could not discern the reason behind her gaze. The atmosphere during Zhao Xiaoyan's class remained lively, with male students eagerly responding to questions of this dynamic, however, drew the disdain of certain female classmates, who wondered why the boys were so animated in Zhao Xiaoyan's class when they were far less so in others. Was it merely because she was beautiful and had an appealing figure? Indeed, her curvaceous form was undeniably captivating, particularly to those in their adolescent years, who often harbored a fascination for older women.
"Brother Chang, do you think such a beautiful teacher as Xiaoyan might have a boyfriend?" the rotund fellow whispered conspiratorially to Yi Chang. "Who knows?" Yi Chang replied nonchalantly. However, he was acutely aware that Zhao Xiaoyan was indeed single, otherwise, the incident during his last visit to her home would not have occurred, yet, despite her lack of a boyfriend, he imagined that she must have numerous admirers. He recalled how he had recently shooed away an annoying suitor named Song Qiufeng on her behalf. As Yi Chang pondered these thoughts, the rotund fellow's voice broke through again. If only Xiaoyan had a boyfriend, what a pity that would be. "Just the thought of her being with someone else fills me with sorrow," he lamented, feeling a twinge of regret and even fantasizing about the possibility of being Zhao Xiaoyan's boyfriend himself. Lost in such musings, the rotund fellow began to daydream. "What are you daydreaming about, you perv?" Yi Chang suddenly exclaimed, noticing the fat man staring at Zhao Xiaoyan with a glint in his eye, nearly drooling. He swiftly slapped him on the back to interrupt his fantasies. For reasons unknown, Yi Chang felt a protective urge towards Zhao Xiaoyan. Whenever someone seemed to harbor ill intentions towards her, he instinctively sought to intervene. This was precisely why he had confronted Song Qiufeng the previous evening. It was not only Zhao Xiaoyan. Yi Chang felt an innate desire to protect all the women around him from unwanted advances. This impulse was so ingrained that he himself was perplexed by it. Could it be affection? Clearly not, as they had scarcely met a handful of times. How could one develop such feelings? "Wow! Boss, why did you hit me again?" The rotund fellow, startled by the sudden smack, exclaimed loudly. The result of his outburst was immediate. All attention in the room turned towards them, particularly several male classmates, seeking an opportunity to converse with Zhao Xiaoyan, were nearly seething with rage at the disturbance, wishing they could swallow the rotund fellow whole. "Joe, please pay attention. We are still in class," Zhao Xiaoyan said sternly, casting a serious glance toward the fat man. "Yes, teacher, I understand," he replied, a bit flustered, but assured her nonetheless. "Very well," Zhao Xiaoyan nodded and continued addressing his student's question. "You almost got me killed," the rotund fellow complained to Yi Chang, his expression one of deep grievance. "Serves you right," Yi Chang retorted with a scoff, thinking to himself that it was his own fault for being so mesmerized by Zhao Xiaoyan. Furthermore, he certainly had been entertaining some inappropriate thoughts. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Chang began to develop a distaste for anyone who harbored such unseemly notions about the women in his vicinity. "Boss, how can you say that? Didn't you promise me you wouldn't hit me?" The rotund fellow gazed at Yi Chang with a look of betrayal. "Why break your promise so quickly?" "Did I hit you? I merely gave you a light tap to remind you," Yi Chang explained, raising his hands in a gesture of innocence. "A reminder? What for?" The rotund fellow looked at him quizzically. "Guess," Yi Chang replied, leaving his statement hanging. "Guess? What the hell, how am I supposed to guess if you don't say anything?" The rotund fellow silently grumbled to himself, though he knew better than to voice his complaints to Yi Chang, lest he incur another beating. Time flew by during Zhao Xiaoyan's lessons, at least for the male students, and before they knew it, the class was over, signaling the onset of evening self-study. However, just as the bell rang, Zhao Xiaoyan called out to Yi Chang, requesting that he not leave so hastily. Yi Chang, puzzled as to why the teacher wanted to keep him, soon realized it was likely concerning his unassigned dormitory. "Good night, Chang," Liang Xiaoting said, as she had the previous evening, before joining several female classmates on their way to the dormitory, among them Su Xiufei, whom Yi Chang recognized. So, they share the same dormitory, he mused, watching as Liang Xiaoting and her friends gradually faded from view. Chapter 60, Returning to the dormitory with the teacher. "Boss, why did Teacher Xiaoyan keep you here?" As most of their classmates departed, the chubby boy leaned towards Yi Chang and whispered curiously. "How would I know?" "Perhaps she is helping me arrange my accommodation," Yi Chang replied, feigning ignorance. "What, boss, you still don't have a dormitory?" The chubby boy exclaimed in astonishment, believing that Yi Chang must have secured lodging long ago. However, he couldn't help but wonder where Yi Chang had spent the night. Boss, where did you sleep last night? You didn't end up on a school bench, did you?
He gazed at Yi Chang with a look of concern, as if genuinely distressed by the thought.
Get lost.
You're the one who sleeps on benches, Yi Chang retorted, rolling his eyes at the chubby bo wide eye in this sweltering heat, with so many mosquitoes around, who would willingly choose to sleep on a bench? Yi Chang wasn't foolish. If he had to sleep on a bench, he would rather find a hotel outside.
Ah, is that not the case? Then where did you sleep?
The chubby boy's curiosity deepened. Since Yi Chang hadn't slept on a school bench, where could he have rested? At that moment, he had no inkling that Yi Chang had spent the night at teacher Zhao Xiaoyan's home. If he were to find out, he would surely be envious. Why do you care where I slept, and why are you still here? If the dormitory closes, you'll be the one crying. Yi Chang found the chubby boy particularly bothersome and attempted to shoo him away, much like one would a fly. In truth, Yi Chang merely desired more time alone with teacher Zhao Xiaoyan.
Teacher Xiaoyan, why did you call me down?
After sending the chubby boy away, Yi Chang approached Zhao Xiaoyan at the podium. She was still organizing the materials she had used for her class, just as she had done the previous night. However, today she wore a round-neck t-shirt, and Yi Chang was deprived of the enchanting scene he had witnessed the night before. Yi Chang, please wait a moment, Zhao Xiaoyan said, lifting her head slightly upon hearing his voice. Sure, take your time, Yi Chang replied, finding a comfortable spot to sit. From his angle, he could admire Zhao Xiaoyan's graceful figure. Before long, Zhao Xiaoyan had finished tidying up her documents, and Yi Chang's gaze naturally shifted back to her.
Yi Chang, I apologize.
Today the school informed me that the dormitories are fully occupied, and the new accommodations are still under renovation. Therefore, you'll have to stay at my house for the time being, Zhao Xiaoyan explained, holding the organized documents as she spoke to the boy before her. After their time together last night, she had begun to regard him almost like a younger brother, so she didn't hesitate to invite him to stay at her home. Initially, she would have considered various factors, given that Yi Chang was technically an adult and still her student, but now that she viewed him as a brother, her concerns had lessened. It's no trouble at all, teacher.
I'm not the least bit inconvenienced, Yi Chang responded, delighting at the prospect of staying at Zhao Xiaoyan's home. How could he possibly feel inconvenienced? He was overjoyed. That's good to hear. Why, Yi Chang, you don't need to call me teacher all the time. I am not that much older than you. From now on, just call me Sister Xiaoyan or Yan Jia, Zhao Xiaoyan suggested, realizing that Yi Chang would likely be living with her for a while.
All right, I understand, sister. Xiaoyan, you can call me Yi Chang or a Chang, Yi Chang offered, eager to strengthen their bond. Okay, from now on I'll call you Xiao Chang, Zhao Xiaoyan decided, finding it more comfortable and reminiscent of a younger brother, well, her brother.
That works for me, Yi Chang agreed, not minding the nickname.
Xiao Chang represented a closer relationship with Zhao Xiaoyan.
By the way, Xiao Chang, I heard you submitted your exam paper early today. Was it because you didn't understand the material?
Zhao Xiaoyan inquired, recalling the feedback she had received from the subject teacher. Before Yi Chang could respond, Zhao Xiaoyan continued, if you're struggling with that subject, I can help you review starting tonight. She looked at him, eager to hear his thoughts on her offer. Initially, Yi Chang had intended to be honest and tell her that he had already studied diligently, but upon hearing that Zhao Xiaoyan was willing to tutor him, he recognized an opportunity to deepen their connection. He nodded enthusiastically, saying, sure, Sister Xiaoyan, I have plenty of questions to ask you. Great, it's settled then. Go grab a few books, and let us head back, Zhao Xiaoyan said, pleased with Yi Chang's willingness to learn. As long as he was eager to study, he was a good kid. Thus, Yi Chang hurried off to his seat to retrieve his books, wearing a blissful expression as he followed Zhao Xiaoyan back to her dormitory.
He felt that his happy life was about to begin. As Sister Xiaoyan, wait for me. As Yi Chang walked back to the dormitory with Zhao Xiaoyan, the campus was nearly deserted.
Unbeknownst to them, a man had set his sights on them, or rather, on Zhao Xiaoyan.
Zhao Xiaoyan, you can only be mine, the man declared from the shadows. Why are you looking for me so late, big brother? At that moment, a tall man approached him, casually holding a cigarette. Xiao Wei, you're here. Have you taken care of what I asked you to do? You mean dealing with that kid who's obstructing your plans?
The dim light of the campus allowed a glimpse of their faces.
They were Song Xiuwei and Song Xiaofeng. Yes, that kid.
Song Xiaofeng said, pointing towards Yi Chang and Zhao Xiaoyan, who were nearly obscured by darkness.
Wait, he looks familiar, Song Xiuwei remarked, his gaze following Xiaofeng's finger.
Upon seeing Yi Chang's back, he felt a sense of familiarity but couldn't confirm if it was indeed him.
Familiar, do you know him?
Song Xiaofeng asked, furrowing his brow in confusion.
I couldn't see clearly, but I don't think it's him, Song Xiuwei replied, shaking his head,
thinking to himself that it couldn't be such bad luck for his brother to be targeting that frightening individual.
Alright then, leave that kid to you.
I'll head back now, Song Xiufeng said, giving Song Shuwei a pat on the shoulder and glancing at the already vanished figures of Yi Chang and Zhao Xiaoyan.
Understood, big brother.
I've memorized his silhouette. When he is alone, I'll take care of him for you, Song Shuwei assured, nodding in agreement. Chapter 61 of Blushing and Heart Racing. Although it was quite late, a perfect opportunity to teach the other person a lesson presented itself. However, given that the other party had a teacher nearby, he refrained from taking action. Thus, he resolved to wait until the individual was alone to deliver his retribution. After bidding farewell to his older brother, Song Shuwei stealthily followed the direction in which Yi Chang and the others were heading. In the darkened campus, Yi Chang and Zhao Xiaoyan strolled leisurely towards the dormitory, engaged in casual conversation.
Ah!
Suddenly, amidst their chatter, Zhao Xiaoyan let out a startled exclamation.
Xiaoyan, what's the matter?
Yi Chang inquired anxiously, concerned that something might have happened to her.
Ah, Chang.
I left my bag in the office and forgot to retrieve it. I must go back. Zhao Xiaoyan suddenly remembered that her backpack, along with her dormitory key, was still in the teacher's office.
Without hesitation, she turned to head back.
Xiaoyan, let me go for you. You can wait for me in the dormitory.
Yi Chang saw this as an opportune moment to demonstrate his worth, and he would not let it slip away.
Before Zhao Xiaoyan could refuse, he dashed back on his own. Watching Yi Chang's retreating figure, Zhao Xiaoyan smiled thoughtfully, realizing that having such a younger brother was indeed quite delightful. As Yi Chang made his way back, a pair of eyes watched him from the shadows of the night, none other than Song Shuwei.
How peculiar, why does his silhouette seem increasingly familiar?
Song Shuwei mused to himself as he concealed himself among the trees. Yet, this was an ideal opportunity for him to exact revenge, for Yi Chang was now alone. He hastily called for his henchmen to come over, planning to ambush Yi Chang. His intention was to spring forth and teach him a lesson upon his return. At that moment, Yi Chang was blissfully unaware that someone was plotting against him. He had just arrived at the teacher's office. However, at that instant, a series of breathless sounds reached his ears, igniting a rush of embarrassment and excitement within him. The sounds, filled with soft murmurs, made Yi Chang's cheeks flush. He thought to himself, what if other students overhear this? Wouldn't that lead to mischief? To make matters worse, the sounds emanated from the very office he intended to enter, leaving him at a loss for what to do. After all, the individuals inside were clearly engrossed in their activities. Barging in would surely be inappropriate. Why now, of all times, Xiaoyan is waiting for me to return, Yi Chang quietly lamented outside the door. It seemed that the commotion inside showed no signs of abating, a torment too great for a young man brimming with vitality to endure. Suddenly, an idea struck him that he took 10 steps back and called out loudly towards the office, Xiaoyan, just wait a moment.
I am going to grab your bag.
He even pretended to jog in place, making an exaggerated sound with his footsteps. As Yi Chang's voice and the sound of his foe running echoed, the two individuals inside the office were startled. Damn, who is that little brat at this hour? The man exclaimed, nearly taken aback. He then began to curse loudly. However, realizing that the voice was drawing nearer, he quickly nudged the woman beside him, urging her to dress promptly. In a flurry, he grabbed his clothes from the dim office and hastily put them on. The entire process took less than 10 seconds, and soon everything was in order. Yi Chang, meanwhile, stepped to the door to listen for any remaining sounds. Not hearing Yi Chang, he began to knock and pretended to ask, is anyone there?
Excuse me. Just as Yi Chang was about to utter a second question, a voice finally emerged from within. Ahem, who is it so late? Teacher, my name is Yi Chang. I am here to retrieve Xiaoyan's bag.
Oh, you're Xiaoyan's student. Just a moment, I was about to turn off the lights when you arrived, the voice replied. Alright, I'll wait, Yi Chang responded, suppressing a smirk. They were not preparing to turn off the lights at all. Clearly, they were engaged in something far less innocent. From outside, he overheard a faint voice. Are you dressed yet? I'm about to turn on the lights.
This was a man's voice.
Then, a woman replied, I'm dressed, but I can't find my underwear, so I'm just missing that. Well, if you don't wear it, then don't, it's late, and no one is watching you, the man stated.
How rude.
I am so shy, the woman replied, her voice tinged with embarrassment.
You shy? Spare me, you know full well how you usually are,
the man retorted, moving to turn on the light. He didn't want Yi Chang to misunderstand anything by waiting outside for too long. With a click, the lights illuminated the room, and Yi Chang stepped inside the office. Upon entering, he could vaguely detect an unusual scent but feigned ignorance, directing his gaze toward the desk where a male and female teacher were busy organizing documents. The male teacher was the first to speak, addressing Yi Chang. You must be Xiaoyan's student. That desk over there belongs to her, you can retrieve your bag yourself. As the man pretended to sort through papers, the female teacher kept her head down, avoiding eye contact with Yi Chang. However, Yi Chang cast a few glances in her direction, noting that her appearance paled in comparison to Xian's, though her attributes were rather striking. What am I thinking? Yi Chang scolded himself inwardly and thanked the male teacher before hastily retrieving Xian's bag. To his astonishment, he noticed a pair of white panties hanging on the chair at Xian's desk, distinctly risque in design. Realizing these were certainly not Xian's, he pondered whose they might be. Should he inform her that her underwear was here? If he did, it might lead to unnecessary misunderstandings, yet, leaving them there was also inappropriate. After a moment's thought, he tossed the panties onto the floor and exclaimed, "What is this on the ground?" The male and female teachers looked up, startled by Yi Chang's voice. The woman quickly recognized her personal item and rushed to retrieve it before Yi Chang could fully comprehend. As she crouched down before him, the awkwardness of the situation became palpable. Chapter 62 Late Night Conversation. Perhaps she was so anxious that she did not realize her embarrassing moment had been witnessed by Yi Chang. After hastily picking up the piece of clothing, she quickly stood up and thanked him, saying, "Classmate, this belongs to the teacher. Thank you for the reminder." As she spoke, the female teacher appeared somewhat awkward, her inner turmoil beginning to manifest. "You're welcome, I'll take my leave now, teacher." Yi Chang sensed the awkwardness in the atmosphere and promptly made his exit. Once Yi Chang had left, the female teacher and the male teacher could not help but release a sigh of relief. "Do you think he will figure anything out?" the female teacher asked nervously. "From the looks of him, he seems like an innocent student." "He probably won't realize a thing," replied the male teacher. Once outside, Yi Chang almost burst into laughter, having overheard their conversation. He mused to himself, "Do I really seem like an innocent student? Indeed, I am so innocent that I have no idea what they were up to." Chuckling to himself, he made his way toward Zhao Xian's dormitory. However, just as he passed a small grove of trees, several men suddenly rushed towards him. Deep in thought, Yi Chang was startled. "Who the hell are you?" he instinctively cursed. At the same time, Song Shuai, who was trying to join the group, was taken aback upon hearing Yi Chang's voice, thinking, how could it be Yi Chang? He instinctively paused, hesitant to approach. Yet, when Yi Chang peered forward, he recognized Song Shuai and his subordinate, Zheng Feng. With no courtesy, he exclaimed, "Song Shuai, are you looking for a fight again at this late hour? Why are you blocking my way?" Yi Chang felt a surge of irritation. This fellow had already intercepted him twice. No, Changgu, we were just passing by," Song Shuai quickly explained upon being spotted. "Passing by?" Yi Chang frowned, finding it hard to believe Song Shuai's flimsy excuse. Yes. "We were merely passing through. If you have no business with us, we shall take our leave," he added, signaling his subordinates to quickly disperse. Yi Chang, perplexed, stared at them, wondering what was going on. Were they not here to cause trouble? Had he misunderstood? He shook his head, unable to comprehend. In truth, Song Shuai had originally intended to confront him, but upon realizing it was Yi Chang, he no longer dared to proceed. Once distanced from Yi Chang, Song Shuai muttered, "How could the person we were meant to confront be Yi Chang? You nearly scared me to death." "Boss, can't we still confront him?" one of Song Shuai's underlings inquired. "Confront him? Do you have the capability for that?" Song Shuai retorted. "If we are to confront anyone, we need to find reliable allies first. It seems we must deliberate further regarding Yi Chang," he concluded. Meanwhile, Yi Chang was unaware of Song Shuai's intentions and had already returned to Zhang Xian's dormitory. "Ah, a Sister Xian, why aren't you going in?" Upon arriving at Zhang Xian's door, Yi Chang noticed that Zhao Xian was still waiting outside. "I left the dorm key in my bag, so how can I go in?" Zhao Xian replied, looking somewhat helpless. She had not anticipated that Yi Chang would take so long, leaving her legs weary from standing. "By the way, Chang, what were you doing for so long?" As she opened the door, Zhao Xian inquired. "Oh, nothing much. I just got a bit lost, which delayed me," Yi Chang fibbed, not wanting to explain that he had overheard something rather inappropriate in the office. "Hee, getting lost at your age," Zhao Xian chuckled lightly. "Well, it's my first time at school." "Alright then. Chang, you go take a shower first, and Sister Yen will wait for you to finish." This time, Zhao Xian had the foresight to retrieve her change of clothes before letting Yi Chang in to bathe. Watching Zhao Xian take out her undergarments, Yi Chang felt a pang of regret, thinking he had hoped to observe a little more closely. Thus, he proceeded to take a quick shower, finishing in no time. He changed into his newly purchased clothes and emerged from the bathroom looking quite dapper. "Sister Xian, how do I look?" Yi Chang struck a handsome pose in front of Zhang Xian. "Enough. We know you're handsome, now it's my turn to wash, Zhao Xiaoyan replied, disappointing Yi Chang, who had anticipated a more surprised reaction to his stylish appearance. Did she not think he was handsome? In truth, Zhao Xiaoyan had indeed been taken aback by Yi Chang's good looks when he emerged, but being in her 20s, she had learned to conceal her emotions well and did not outwardly display her surprise. As Zhao Xiaoyan went to take her shower, Yi Chang, initially disappointed, felt a surge of excitement. He remembered how he had been interrupted by Song Qiufeng during his last covert observation and vowed to seize this opportunity. Quietly, he tiptoed towards the bathroom, careful not to draw too close, maintaining a distance of 1 or 2 meters to watch. He could see Zhao Xiaoyan's silhouette through the glass as she began to undress, and his heart raced with anticipation. Just as she was about to remove her final piece of clothing, a message notification suddenly sounded, accompanied by vibrations from his pocket.
Damn, who is messaging me at this hour?
Yi Chang muttered under his breath, glancing down to retrieve his iPhone 10 from his pocket.
The message was from QQ. What do you mean, what is the handsome guy up to?
Yi Chang felt a wave of exasperation. What was he up to? He was sneaking a peek, however, he wouldn't reveal that, so he casually replied with nothing much, then set his phone aside to continue enjoying the beautiful view from the bathroom. Yet, at that moment, he could see nothing, as the bathroom glass had fogged up completely.
Damn, all thanks to that message, I missed my chance to see.
Yi Chang cursed softly before leaving. With nothing left to observe, he decided to check QQ to see who had messaged him, but before he could note the name, he only caught a glimpse of a username, Little Fairy.
Little Fairy? Who could that be? Yi Chang could not recall adding anyone with that name. Handsome guy, let's chat. Another message popped up. Who are you exactly?
Yi Chang quickly typed back, feeling uneasy about chatting with an
It's me, Yao Yao, Xu Yao Yao.
A youthful girl with a cherubic face and a striking figure was sprawled on her bed, responding to Yi Chang's messages.
Xu Yao Yao?
Yi Chang frowned, pondering for a moment before suddenly realizing.
Chapter 63, Late Night Tutoring. Oh, you are a classmate of Song Lingling, aren't you?
Yi Chang's excitement surged upon realizing that the other party was the adorable young girl. All traces of his earlier melancholy vanished in an instant.
Yes, that's right, big brother. Xu Yao Yao replied, sending Yi Chang an endearing emoticon.
Thus began a lively and spirited conversation between Yi Chang and Xu Yao Yao, their topics becoming increasingly vibrant as they delved deeper into their dialogue.
Yao Yao, did you really promise to send me a seductive photo?
Yi Chang asked, his heart racing with anticipation.
The mere thought of Xu Yao Yao's figure ignited a fervor within him. Of course it's true, came the reply from Xu Yao Yao. Then hurry and send it, I can hardly wait, Yi Chang messaged eagerly. Big brother, don't rush. You wouldn't want to do anything inappropriate with my photo, would you? Xu Yao Yao teased. How could I? I'm not that kind of person, I merely wished to appreciate it, he replied. Alright then, I'll send it to you now, hee hee. With that, under Yi Chang's eager gaze, Xu Yao Yao sent a dynamic photo, though it required clicking to view.
Upon seeing the image, Yi Chang's excitement peaked, and without a second thought, he clicked to open it, only to be startled as a ghostly face popped up. What the heck? Yi Chang nearly dropped his phone in shock, realizing that Xu Yao Yao had played a prank on him. He quickly messaged back, you tricked me, that photo is completely fake. Ha, came a string of laughter from the other end. Fake, my apologies, I seem to have sent the wrong one, Xu Yao Yao giggled. Then send the correct one. Yi Chang hastily replied, desperate to see her photo before he could sleep that night. Unfortunately, I can't. My phone is almost out of battery, alright, I must go to sleep now, she messaged before logging off. Darn it. Yi Chang was left speechless. What was the meaning of this? Was she merely toying with him? His suspicion proved correct as, after their chat, Xu Yao Yao burst into laughter in her dormitory. Suddenly, Song Lingling, sleeping beneath her, complained, Yao Yao, why are you laughing so late at night? Ha ha. Nothing, I was just chatting with a fool and got amused, I'm going to sleep now. Xu Yao Yao covered her mouth while chuckling, secretly thinking how easily Yi Chang could be fooled. She resolved to tease him again another day. Unaware of Xu Yao Yao's intentions, Yi Chang wore a face of grievance. He had anticipated a beautiful photo but ended up with nothing but a fright. Disappointment washed over him, and he vowed to teach that girl a lesson the next time they met, to see if she dared to joke with him again. What is Ah Chang thinking about? At that moment, Zhang Xiaoyan emerged from the bathroom in a nightgown. Nothing much, Sister Xiaoyan, are you done washing up? Yi Chang inquired, momentarily taken aback by her presence, as Zhang Xiaoyan captivated him once more. Yes, I'm done. I'll help you review shortly. Zhang Xiaoyan said, oblivious to Yi Chang's gaze as she dried her hair. A few minutes later, Ah Chang, bring your book and come into my room. We'll review in there, Zhang Xiaoyan said as she walked toward her room. Her words stirred a flurry of thoughts in Yi Chang's mind, and nevertheless, he quickly grabbed his book and followed her. Upon entering the room, Yi Chang was enveloped by a subtle, refreshing fragrance. He noticed something intriguing on Zhang Xiaoyan's bedside, a black lace undergarment resting quietly, yet, before he could admire it further, Zhang Xiaoyan seemed to notice and swiftly picked it up, leaving Yi Chang feeling a twinge of regret. Transitioning to the matter at hand, Zhang Xiaoyan began to assist Yi Chang with his studies. Yi Chang, what do you find difficult? She asked, seated on a chair, flipping open the math book while Yi Chang stood behind her. However, he found himself distracted by the alluring sight beneath her nightgown. As his position allowed him a glimpse of her exposed skin, suddenly, he felt a tickle in his nose. Oh no, was he about to have a nosebleed? Panic surged through him. Ah Chang, what are you struggling with? Zhang Xiaoyan's voice broke through his thoughts. I'm having trouble with this chapter, he replied, casually flipping to a page. Alright then, let us begin our review. Zhang Xiaoyan nodded and commenced a detailed explanation. Yi Chang listened attentively, though his gaze occasionally wandered to her neckline. Do you understand now? After explaining a problem, Zhang Xiaoyan turned to him, and fortunately, Yi Chang quickly averted his eyes, knowing he would be in trouble if caught. Yes, Sister Xiaoyan, I've grasped it, he nodded. In truth, he was already familiar with these topics, but he refrained from revealing this. It would be wiser to appear less capable, lest she cease her assistance. Very well, why don't you give it a try? Zhang Xiaoyan handed him a pen, eager to see if he truly understood. However, the desk was too small for both of them, and as Zhang Xiaoyan began to rise to make space, Yi Chang quickly intervened. Sister Xiaoyan, you don't need to get up. I can write leaning over, he insisted, eager to remain close to her and savor her scent. Leaning beside her, Yi Chang began to solve the problem she had just explained. Their proximity allowed them to feel each other's breath, and when he inadvertently brushed against her chest as he moved, Zhang Xiaoyan's cheeks flushed crimson. But reminding herself that she was his tutor, she attempted to maintain her composure, allowing him to finish writing. Meanwhile, Yi Chang savored every moment, relishing the closeness and the sensation of her breath, feeling exhilarated. After 5 minutes of writing, he finally straightened up and declared, Sister Xiaoyan, I'm done, please take a look. Not bad, you got them all right. Chapter 64 of the Innate Realm. After reading, Zhang Xiaoyan nodded in approval, contemplating how swiftly Yi Chang grasps new concepts. She mused that with further revision, his performance could undoubtedly improve. With this thought in mind, Zhang Xiaoyan resolved to assist Yi Chang with more study sessions henceforth. The ensuing hours saw Zhang Xiaoyan aiding Yi Chang in reviewing other subjects, while he remained diligently focused on his studies. It was not until the clock struck midnight that Yi Chang, concerned about Zhang Xiaoyan's potential lack of sleep, finally spoke up to halt their revision. Alright then, we shall pause here for tonight. We can continue our studies tomorrow, Zhang Xiaoyan yawned, admitting her fatigue. Had it not been for her commitment to helping Yi Chang, she would have long since succumbed to slumber. Then, Sister Xiaoyan, I shall retire for the night, Yi Chang stated as he prepared to exit. Yet, Zhang Xiaoyan called out to him, Ah Chang, why don't you sleep alongside me tonight? Ah! Yi Chang was taken aback by Zhang Xiaoyan's words. Surely, he must have misheard. Sister Xiaoyan was inviting him to share her bed. Is that permissible? He queried, still grappling with disbelief. Why wouldn't it be? You are my brother, after all, Zhang Xiaoyan replied nonchalantly. She had resolved in her heart that treating Yi Chang as her brother rendered the situation devoid of awkwardness. However, Yi Chang could not help but internally lament, but I am not your biological brother. What if something were to happen? Enough of this, come over here. Zhang Xiaoyan said as she pulled Yi Chang to the bedside. This sudden action left him feeling quite uneasy, for the prospect of an embarrassing situation loomed large. Yet, Zhang Xiaoyan offered him little time to hesitate, urging him to sleep as she prepared to turn off the lights. Just sleep, at worst, I can control myself tonight. With that thought, Yi Chang lay down at the edge of the bed, careful not to draw too close to Zhang Xiaoyan, fearing he might succumb to temptation. Zhang Xiaoyan, mistaking his distance for shyness, playfully extended her hand toward him. Little Chang, don't sleep so far out, you might fall, come closer to your sister, she said, reaching out to him. Suddenly seized by Zhang Xiaoyan, Yi Chang's tension escalated, and as he inched closer, his youthful vigor surged within him. Zhang Xiaoyan, perhaps truly fatigued, soon drifted into slumber. Yet, Yi Chang found himself in a predicament, wide awake and filled with exhilaration, for he lay beside a stunning beauty, inhaling her alluring fragrance. Even if he wished to divert his thoughts, his body responded involuntarily due to certain urges. To stave off embarrassment, he turned his back to Zhang Xiaoyan as he attempted to sleep. However, unbeknownst to him, Zhao Xiaoyan's hand suddenly settled upon his shoulder, rendering him motionless.
Oh no.
At that moment, Yi Chang felt his internal energy surging chaotically, for he had restrained it all day and now it threatened to explode forth.
I cannot let this happen. Yi Chang's heart raced in alarm. He hastily attempted to rise from the bed, fearing that the ensuing upheaval would awaken Zhao Xiaoyan, yet, just as he was about to descend, she grasped his arm, mistaking it for a pillow. Yi Chang was at his wit's end. He was on the verge of a breakthrough and now found himself ensnared by Zhao Xiaoyan. Desperately, he tried to pry her fingers from his arm, but they clung tightly, and he dared not exert too much force. Just when he felt a wave of frustration wash over him, a brilliant idea struck. He extended a finger and tickled her armpit. Startled by the unexpected sensation, Zhao Xiaoyan released her grip, and Yi Chang seized the opportunity to make a hasty escape from the room. However, the instant he bolted, the internal energy within him collided with a surge of crimson energy. With a resounding boom, he broke through, the force of the transformation shredding his garments to tatters. Damn!
Yi Chang exclaimed, staring at his bare form in disbelief. He had not anticipated such a powerful breakthrough. Following this transformation, he ascended into the innate realm, and his body began to undergo a profound metamorphosis.
What happened?
The noise from Yi Chang's breakthrough startled Zhao Xiaoyan awake, and she sat up abruptly. Hearing her voice, Yi Chang's heart raced, and he hurriedly gathered the torn remnants of his clothing and rushed into the bathroom. The breakthrough had expelled a considerable amount of toxins, leaving him coated in a sticky, black substance. Without hesitation, he commenced washing himself. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaoyan, alerted by the sounds, emerged from her room.
Little Chang, what are you doing in the bathroom? What was that noise just now? She inquired, her brow furrowed in curiosity. Sister Xiaoyan, I'm just taking a shower.
There was no noise, you must have misheard. Yi Chang lied, aware that he could not divulge the truth about what had transpired, for it would be too alarming.
A shower? Why are you showering again?
Zhao Xiaoyan probed, puzzled.
Hadn't he just bathed?
I broke a sweat earlier, so I thought I'd rinse off again, otherwise, I wouldn't be able to sleep. He fabricated a plausible excuse.
Very well, but are you certain there was no noise? I distinctly heard something. Zhao Xiaoyan pressed on.
Really, there was nothing. I didn't hear a thing, Yi Chang replied while continuing to wash.
How strange, what could the sound I heard have been?
Zhao Xiaoyan pondered aloud, scratching her head.
Could it have been a figment of her imagination?
Sister Xiaoyan, you must have been dreaming. There was truly no noise, Yi Chang reassured her.
Oh, perhaps I did dream it. Well then, make sure you wash properly.
Hurry back to sleep, or you won't be able to rise in the morning, she instructed before returning to her room. Once he heard her footsteps fade, Yi Chang let out a sigh of relief. He had been genuinely fearful that Zhao Xiaoyan might discover something amiss. He swiftly finished his shower, dressed, and returned to his room. Upon entering, he found Zhao Xiaoyan already asleep, prompting him to turn his attention inward. To his astonishment, he discovered that his internal energy had transformed. Once colorless, it now radiated a vibrant red hue. Chapter 65. The expansion of the Dantian. His Dantian had expanded several times due to his breakthrough into the innate realm, and his internal energy had become even more profound and pure than before. However, what astonished him the most was the red internal energy within him. He could not comprehend how his originally colorless energy had transformed into a vivid red. Thus, he resolved to call his master at the earliest opportunity to inquire about this peculiar phenomenon. Following this, Yi Chang clenched his fist tightly, and streams of internal energy began to converge towards his fist, transforming it into a hue reminiscent of flames, as if imbued with some extraordinary effect. He felt a significant enhancement in his strength compared to before. If he had been unable to contend with his master previously, now he felt capable of exchanging a few moves with him.
The night passed without incident, and the following morning, as dawn broke, in Zhao Xiaoyan's room, Yi Chang and Zhao Xiaoyan lay entwined in slumber, their postures betraying an undeniable intimacy. One could only wonder how shocked they would be if either of them were to awaken and witness this scene. Perhaps Yi Chang would feign sleep, while Zhao Xiaoyan might angrily kick him off the bed. Regardless of the myriad possibilities, there was one outcome none of us anticipated. When Zhao Xiaoyan awoke from her deep slumber, she suddenly realized she was holding something soft. Moreover, she felt something embracing her, emanating warmth. A sudden thought struck her, causing her to startle. Her eyes, previously reluctant to open, flew wide open, and in the next moment, she was astounded. She found herself in a most compromising position with Yi Chang, his head nestled less than 2 centimeters from her chest, and it dawned on her that he might have brushed against that sensitive area last night. Initially, a wave of anger surged within her, but her composure as a teacher quickly reasserted itself.
allowing her to reflect. It seemed she had been the one to invite him to sleep beside her, making it unreasonable to blame him. Perhaps she had even initiated the embrace. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, she felt an undeniable flush creeping onto her cheeks, despite her insistence that as Yi Chang's teacher, such matters should remain unconsidered. After contemplating, she decided against waking Yi Chang immediately and instead resolved to sneak a glance below. In an instant, she felt a surge of embarrassment, her face turning crimson. Internally, she lamented, "Had I known, I would never have allowed him to sleep in my bed." Although she regarded Yi Chang as a younger brother, she should have accounted for the physiological realities of being a man. Sleeping so recklessly together could lead to unintended frictions. This was precisely the concern Yi Chang had harbored the previous night, yet it had come to pass. Nonetheless, Yi Chang remained blissfully unaware, still lost in slumber, while Zhao Xiaoyan, now deeply flustered, grappled with her status as a teacher. Though she initially felt some reproach towards him, she ultimately recognized that it was her fault for compelling him to share her bed. With a gentle push, she distanced herself from Yi Chang, exhaling in relief before hastily exiting the room, her heart racing and breath quickening. If this incident had involved another student or someone else, she might have shouted and kicked him out of bed without hesitation. However, as a teacher, she refrained from such extremes. After bolting from Yi Chang's room, she took a moment to catch her breath before gradually regaining her composure and proceeding to the bathroom to freshen up. Meanwhile, in the now closed room, Yi Chang's eyes discreetly fluttered open.
That scared me.
Thankfully, Sister Xiaoyan isn't angry, he whispered to himself. In truth, he had awakened the moment Zhao Xiaoyan first touched him, but upon realizing he was in such a compromising position, he had no idea how to react. Thus, he continued to feign sleep, fearing she might angrily kick him out of bed. Fortunately, she had not done so, and in that moment of relief, he almost believed he was truly doomed. Yet, Sister Xiaoyan had not chastised him. Instead, she shyly pushed him away and fled the room.
Surely Sister Xiaoyan won't hold it against me now. Should I apologize? Yi Chang pondered while lying on the bed.
No, if I do that, it would only make things more awkward.
Since Sister Xiaoyan isn't angry, I can just pretend I don't know anything. Yes, that's the plan.
With this conclusion, he rolled out of bed, only to find himself still dealing with lingering physiological reactions. After taking a moment to compose himself, he finally ventured out of the room. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoyan was busily preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Although Yi Chang felt a twinge of nervousness, he maintained an air of nonchalance as he greeted her. "Good morning, Sister Xiaoyan." Zhao Xiaoyan, momentarily taken aback by his voice, quickly regained her composure and replied, "Xiao Chang, you're awake.
Come sit down, breakfast is ready."
She offered him a sweet smile, her face betraying no sign of the earlier incident, as if she had completely forgotten it. In truth, she felt a hint of tension within her, though she skillfully masked it.
"Sister Xiaoyan, you're so kind." "I won't be polite then,"
Yi Chang exclaimed, hastily taking a seat at the small dining table. His words carried a double meaning. His gratitude was not solely for her preparing breakfast. Unbeknownst to him, the atmosphere during breakfast felt somewhat peculiar. Normally, sharing a meal and engaging in light conversation was commonplace, yet this morning, an awkward silence enveloped them. Yi Chang, feeling shy, finished his meal quickly and excused himself, citing a need to review for school. Zhao Xiaoyan watched him flee with a puzzled expression, wondering if he had somehow gleaned the truth. After Yi Chang dashed out of Zhao Xiaoyan's dormitory, he found himself at a loss for where to go. It was still only a little past 6, and far too early for morning study sessions, that would only lead to further boredom. Chapter 66. Zhao Linger. Thus, he resolved to wander aimlessly around the vicinity of the school. Early in the morning, the area surrounding the school bustled with activity, primarily filled with vendors selling breakfast and the occasional passing office workers or students. Feeling a sense of boredom, Yi Chang strolled forward, only to be startled by a sharp, piercing scream emanating from a nearby alley, a cry for help. Intrigued, Yi Chang hurried towards the alley, where he beheld a school uniform-clad girl being harassed by a group of ruffians. Upon seeing her, an inexplicable familiarity washed over him. "Hey little sister, why don't you come play with us?" One of the thuggish boys, sporting bleached hair, leered at the girl, extending a hand in a lascivious manner. However, the girl swiftly dodged, pleading, "Please, don't come any closer, don't touch me," her voice trembled with desperation. At that moment, Yi Chang furrowed his brow in realization. The girl was none other than Zhao Linger, his classmate from 3 years ago. Without hesitation, he rushed to her aid. "You audacious ruffians, in broad daylight, you dare to harass a respectable young lady before me, wise up and leave, or I shall make you weep," Yi Chang bellowed as he reached the group of miscreants. To his surprise, the thugs did not flinch, as if they had anticipated this encounter. "Who are you? State your name," the bleached-haired thug demanded, yet Yi Chang found it odd that the thug winked at him. Meanwhile, in a corner of the alley, a bewildered boy in a school uniform stared at Yi Chang, pondering who he was, and wondering why it wasn't his turn to step in.
You should know my name, Yi Chang retorted. Get lost if you have any sense.
Although he was puzzled by the wink, he understood that if they did not leave, he would have to resort to violence.
Hey! Boss, why is the script off? Isn't he supposed to introduce himself?
Suddenly, one of the thugs beside the bleached-haired one chuckled in a low voice, though the words were faint. Yi Chang overheard them distinctly, wondering, what script?
Do they have lines when they come to harass a girl?
Just then, the bleached-haired thug interjected, keep your voice down, we can't let that girl hear us and ruin the plan. We've already collected our payment.
Let us proceed.
Turning his gaze back to Yi Chang, the thug continued, it seems you're here to rescue this young lady. Well then, unless you can defeat us, you're out of luck. He winked at Yi Chang again, signaling his gang to charge at him. Yi Chang, of course, dispatched them with ease, sending them flying with swift punches. Damn, they're acting so seriously, the bleached-haired thug exclaimed, astonished to see his companions hurled away, while he mused about how well they were performing, even feigning pain on the ground. Thinking it was time to demonstrate his own skills as the leader, he pretended to throw a punch at Yi Chang, but as he approached within a meter, he quickly added, hey bro, go easy, alright? Don't worry, I'm a great actor, I can make it look real. However, Yi Chang was oblivious to his words and sent him flying with a single punch.
Ah, the thug cried out as he landed 2 meters away in a ditch, internally lamenting, didn't we agree to take it easy? Linger, is that you here?
Yi Chang approached the frightened girl. Who are you? She asked nervously, eyeing the stranger who had just saved her. Yet, she felt a peculiar sense of familiarity. Due to her shy nature, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Yi Chang, sensing her lack of recognition, felt a twinge of disappointment.
Linger, have you forgotten me? He inquired. It's Yi Chang.
Yi Chang, she murmured softly, pondering. Suddenly, realization struck her, and she exclaimed, oh, you are Yi Chang. Indeed, I am. I can't believe you've forgotten me. Yi Chang feigned sorrow. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to forget you, she quickly apologized upon hearing his words. Observing Zhao Linger's adorable demeanor even in her apologies, Yi Chang chuckled, Linger, do you still like to apologize as much as before? It's not that Zhao Linger began to explain, but Yi Chang interrupted, come on, after being classmates for so many years, do you think I wouldn't know you? By the way, I didn't realize you were also studying here at Mengzhong. I am here too, he remarked, glancing at Zhao Linger's school uniform. In response, Zhao Linger merely nodded shyly, acknowledging the information. Due to her reserved nature, she seldom engaged in conversation, even with Yi Chang, a classmate she hadn't seen in years. Yi Chang then invited Zhao Linger to accompany him to school, ignoring the thugs entirely. After they left, the boy who had been lurking in the shadows emerged, rushing towards the bleached-haired thug.
What is wrong with you, Huang Mao? How could you get beaten up? Who the hell are you? Huang Mao snapped, turning to confront the voice. Who the hell are you to ask me that after taking my money? The boy retorted angrily, grabbing Huang Mao by the collar. Who knows who you are? Let go of me, or I won't be polite.
Huang Mao shot back, bewildered by the confrontation. He had not expected the punch from Yi Chang to hurt so much and was now looking for someone to vent his frustration upon.
Damn it, I'm Li Jun, your big brother. How could you not know who you scammed?
Li Jun exploded, realizing that his grand plan to heroically save Zhao Linger had been foiled by Yi Chang.
Ah, so you're Li Jun. Then who was that guy who just beat us up?
Huang Mao asked, finally grasping the situation.
Who the hell knows?
Li Jun released Huang Mao in frustration. It had been a disastrous day for him. What was supposed to be a heroic rescue had turned into someone else's triumph. Damn it, I can't believe my brother Huang Mao got played. Let us go, brothers, we're going after him for revenge.
Chapter 67.
Li Jun's enmity. Thus, the yellow-haired ruffian led his cohorts directly in pursuit of Yi Chang. At that moment, Yi Chang and Zhao Linger were about to exit the narrow alley when they heard a loud shout from behind, hey, brat, stop right there. However, Yi Chang feigned ignorance and continued walking forward. Yet, upon glancing back and seeing them in pursuit, Zhao Linger instantly became anxious and instinctively grasped Yi Chang's arm, exclaiming, Yi, what should we do? They are coming after us again.
Do not fear.
I shall protect you, Yi Chang reassured her, gently patting her hand to instill confidence. Soon, the yellow-haired thug caught up hastily. Did I not tell you to wait? He barked, encircling Yi Chang and Zhao Linger with his henchmen, pointing accusingly at Yi Chang.
How was I to know whom you were addressing?
Yi Chang shrugged nonchalantly, unperturbed by the gang's intimidation. A naturally gifted fighter like him would hardly tremble before such mere lackeys, for that would be absurd, yet, just because Yi Chang remained fearless did not mean Zhao Linger felt the same. She had retreated behind him, too frightened to even cast a glance at the yellow-haired thugs. "Brat, how dare you impersonate a hero and strike me? Today, I, Brother Huang, shall teach you a lesson you won't forget," he declared. "Brothers, give him a good thrashing." With that, Huang rallied his men to avenge his earlier humiliation, though the previous encounter had been a mere charade. This time, it was for real. However, to Yi Chang, the distinction between falsehood and truth mattered little. "Have you grown too arrogant, or is my fist simply itching for action?" Yi Chang feigned a sigh, then unleashed a flurry of punches, sending the thugs hurtling backward with cries of agony as they hit the ground. Witnessing this spectacle, Huang was momentarily stunned, muttering, "Did I not instruct you to take this seriously? Why are you still pretending?" His henchman, however, clarified, "No, boss, we were genuinely knocked back. It hurts." One of them began to wail pitifully. "Is it truly so? I refuse to believe it." Huang clenched his fists and charged at Yi Chang. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chang delivered a swift kick, propelling Huang 3 meters away. Although the force was not overwhelming, it was sufficient to cause Huang considerable discomfort. As Huang and his gang once again flew through the air, a man lurking in the shadows furrowed his brow. "Linger, let us depart," Yi Chang declared, taking Zhao Linger's hand and exiting the alley without a second thought for the moaning thugs left behind. Zhao Linger, caught off guard by Yi Chang's grip, felt her cheeks flush bright red. It was her first experience of a boy holding her hand, yet she hesitated to pull away, perhaps intimidated by Yi Chang's formidable presence. Once outside, Yi Chang naturally released her hand. "By the way, Linger, which class are you in?" "Class 3, 5, Zhao Linger replied, fidgeting with her hands, clearly still nervous, as they stood at the entrance of the school, filled with bustling students. It was her first time conversing so closely with a boy. "Look, isn't that the school belle Zhao Linger? Oh my, she is actually talking to a boy." Some students who witnessed Zhao Linger chatting with Yi Chang began to murmur excitedly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Linger's face reddened further. "Why, I must return to class," she stammered, turning to leave. However, Yi Chang grasped her arm once more. Startled, Zhao Linger felt overwhelmed by shyness in front of so many onlookers. "Yi, please don't do this. Everyone is watching," she urged, attempting to wriggle free. Understanding her bashfulness, Yi Chang quickly let go, saying, "Linger, I mean no harm, please do not misunderstand." Then I shall take my leave." Zhao Linger insisted on departing, as the crowd continued to grow. "Wait. Allow me to add you on QQ." Yi Chang exclaimed, pulling out his phone. "What is that guy doing? Is he attempting to get Zhao Linger's contact information? This lad is bound to fail. No one has yet secured Zhao Linger's contact." The onlookers speculated among themselves. At this school, 3 prominent school belles were known: the sweet Liang Xiaoting, the shy Zhao Linger, and the aloof Fang Xueqing. However, only Liang Xiaoting and Zhao Linger were approachable, as Fang Xueqing was rarely seen without her chauffeur. Regrettably, both school belles had caught the attention of the campus bullies, leaving most to admire from afar. Just as everyone assumed Zhao Linger would not share her contact with Yi Chang, she shyly took his phone and entered her QQ information, though she did not immediately accept, as her phone was not with her. After adding herself, she returned the phone to Yi Chang, timidly saying, I shall be going now." With that, she dashed toward the teaching building, too shy to linger. Yi Chang smiled at her retreating figure, bemused by her enduring shyness. After the 2 protagonists departed, the crowd of students dispersed, though a few lingered, astonished that Zhao Linger, who rarely added friends, had done so now. Fortunately, the school lacked a forum. Otherwise, Yi Chang would have gained notoriety for knowing 2 school belles and being on amicable terms with them. As Yi Chang and Zhao Linger exited, Li Jun, who had been tailing them, glared at Yi Chang's back with clenched teeth, his expression one of intense hatred, as if he longed to devour Yi Chang whole. His mood had soured terribly today. The carefully planned scene had been disrupted by Yi Chang. Consequently, he called one of his subordinates to investigate Yi Chang's background. Once the call ended, Li Jun coldly declared, "This brat dares to ruin my plans. He shall pay dearly." Yi Chang remained blissfully unaware that by rescuing Zhao Linger, he had incurred the wrath of another school bully. Even if he had known, he would likely have paid it no heed. Upon returning to the classroom, Yi Chang found it in the usual state of intense review, silence enveloping the room. This oppressive atmosphere was precisely why he had hesitated to arrive early. It was stifling. Chapter 68, Don't Bother My Sister, Part 1. However, since class had already commenced, he had no choice but to return to his seat and feign interest in his book. Strangely, the chubby classmate, who usually chatted with him, was also engrossed in his reading, leaving Yi Chang to endure a rather tedious morning study session. Soon, the time for the examination arrived, and the first subject of the day was mathematics. Yi Chang completed his paper rather swiftly, yet he could not submit it immediately, as Liang Xiaoting had previously instructed him not to do so until at least one class had passed. Thus, Yi Chang reluctantly bided his time until the class concluded, after which he hurriedly scampered off to submit his paper, swiftly darting out afterward.
Humph, Yi Chang, I'll make you regret showing off.
Just wait until that person returns, let us see how you'll continue your charade. Zhao Yi remarked coldly, watching Yi Chang's retreating figure, yet, our protagonist was blissfully unconcerned, feeling as free as a bird as he stepped outside. He made his way towards the second-year teaching building, hoping to encounter Song Lingling, as he had something to give her. Although the third-year students were occupied with their examination, the second and first years were free, allowing the students to disperse naturally after class. Before long, Yi Chang arrived at the designated area for the second-year students. However, amidst the throngs of students, locating Song Lingling proved to be quite a challenge. Moreover, he had forgotten the location of her classroom. Otherwise, he could have sought her there. Unbeknownst to Yi Chang, two individuals had been discreetly following him since he entered the second-year teaching area. Zhang Feng, look, that kid has come to the second-year area again.
Surely, he isn't searching for Wei Guo's sister?
One of the followers remarked, revealing themselves to be Zhang Feng and Gao Zi, friends of Song Xiuwei. They had been tasked by Song Xiuwei to monitor Yi Chang's every move. Upon hearing Gao Zi's comment, Zhang Feng clenched his fists, his gaze icy as he glared at Yi Chang, an invisible fury brewing within him.
I can't let this slide.
I must quickly call Wei Guo, Gao Zi declared, pulling out his phone to contact Song Xiuwei. Meanwhile, Yi Chang remained oblivious to their scheming, or perhaps he simply did not pay attention to his surroundings.
Hey, Lingling, why have you taken to wandering around recently? Don't you usually prefer staying in the classroom after class? In another part, Song Lingling's close friend, Chu Yaoyao, inquired curiously. Who says that? I also enjoy going out for a run. Song Lingling quickly explained, fearing that Chu Yaoyao might uncover her secret feelings. Hee, Lingling, you can't fool me.
You must be hiding something. Look, your face is all flushed. Not at all, don't say such things, Song Lingling retorted, touching her face in an attempt to calm herself.
Hey, isn't that Senior Yi over there?
He seems to be waiting for someone, Chu Yaoyao suddenly exclaimed, spotting Yi Chang across the corridor. The mere mention of Yi Chang reminded her of the playful trick she had pulled on him last night, causing her to chuckle inwardly.
Where? Song Lingling asked, her voice tinged with anxiety. Over there. Lingling, why are you so nervous?
Chu Yaoyao questioned, puzzled by her friend's reaction.
Not at all.
Song Lingling denied, though she could feel her heart racing. Meanwhile, Yi Chang, who was contemplating returning if he could not find Song Lingling, turned around only to spot her and her friend, Chu Yaoyao, standing in the corridor.
He quickly waved to greet her, exclaiming, Hey, Lingling. However, he overlooked Chu Yaoyao, still miffed about the trick she had played on him the previous night. Seeing Yi Chang calling out to her, Song Lingling turned to Chu Yaoyao and said, Yaoyao, let us go over.
She then pulled Chu Yaoyao along towards Yi Chang, who was also approaching them.
Finally found you. Yi Chang remarked upon reaching Song Lingling. What do you need me for? Song Lingling asked, slightly bewildered but feeling a tinge of nervousness within.
I have something for you, he said, retrieving a gift from his pocket and presenting it to her.
Why are you giving me a gift? Song Lingling inquired shyly, yet she accepted it. Because you are my friend. Go ahead and unwrap it.
Yi Chang encouraged, initially intending to add that gifts were scarce, so he thought of her. However, he hesitated, sensing that such a statement might be inappropriate. Just then, before Song Lingling could open her gift, Chu Yaoyao exclaimed enviously, I want one too, I want one too.
Humph, not giving it to you, Yi Chang retorted flatly. Why not? Chu Yaoyao pouted, feigning innocence. Because you tricked me last night.
Yi Chang replied, recalling how she had deceived him, causing him to be overly excited for an entire night.
I'm sorry.
I won't do it again next time, Chu Yaoyao apologized, though she was secretly amused by the situation.
Who would believe you? I'm simply not giving it, Yi Chang stated. Wow, a necklace. At that moment, Song Lingling's exclamation echoed as she opened the gift box, revealing a sparkling necklace nestled within. Where? Where? I want to see.
Chu Yaoyao exclaimed, swiftly snatching the gift box from Song Lingling. Upon catching sight of the necklace, she too gasped, It's beautiful. She eagerly took out the necklace. However, Yi Chang swiftly reclaimed it, asserting, It's not for you.
Why are you looking at it?
Lingling, this is for you, he stated, handing the necklace back to Song Lingling. Chu Yaoyao, feeling wronged, began to whimper. Why, you're bullying me, you only give things to Lingling and not to me. Yet, Yi Chang recognized her feigned tears and chose to ignore her. Instead, Song Lingling comforted her, saying, It's alright, Yao Yao, don't cry, I'll give you this one. Really? Chu Yaoyao's tears vanished instantly, her face brightening with joy. Of course, however, just as Song Lingling was about to confirm, Yi Chang interjected, Absolutely not. This is for Lingling. Wow, why are you like this? Even if you want to give it to me, you want to let Lingling give it to me either. Chu Yaoyao retorted, hands on her hips, glaring at Yi Chang. That's what you get for tricking me last night, Yi Chang countered. Oomph, why are you so stingy? Chu Yaoyao continued to pout, feigning anger. Stingy? Fine, I'll be stingy, Yi Chang replied, choosing to ignore her as he turned to Song Lingling, saying, Lingling, let me help you put it on. No, it's fine, I'll put it on myself later, she replied, embarrassed at the prospect of allowing Yi Chang to assist her in front of so many classmates. Chapter 69 Do Not Flirt with My Sister, Part 2, You Speak, What Must I Do to Receive a Matching Piece? Seeing the exquisite necklace adorning Song Lingling's neck, Chu Yaoyao inquired with a hint of reluctance. She yearned for one as well. Unless, as you understand, you compensate me for the anticipation I harbored last night, which went unfulfilled, Yi Chang replied, his eyes twinkling mischievously as he regarded Chu Yaoyao, particularly her rather impressive attributes. You are utterly shameless. Chu Yaoyao stepped back, clutching her chest. Yet Yi Chang retorted, This is hardly shameless, who prompted you to speak to me in such a manner last night? Was my anticipation in vain? Thus, you must soothe my wounded spirit. Yi, what are you and Yaoyao discussing? I fail to comprehend. Song Lingling interjected, her expression one of confusion as she glanced between Yi Chang and Chu Yaoyao. What were they hinting at regarding last night? Did something transpire? Although Song Lingling was a close friend of Chu Yaoyao, she remained unaware of their secretive conversation from the previous evening. Nothing. Nothing. Both Yi Chang and Chu Yaoyao responded in unison. Oh, very well then. Song Lingling cast a peculiar glance at the two of them, suspecting they were concealing something from her. Clearly, she would need to inquire further when they returned home. All right, I agree, you may gift me the necklace now. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yaoyao acquiesced to Yi Chang's request. Had she not provoked him deliberately last night, she would not find herself in this predicament. Truly, she had shot herself in the foot. Now we're getting somewhere. With that, Yi Chang handed the gift box containing the necklace to Chu Yaoyao. In truth, he had no genuine desire for her to send him any photographs. He simply wished to impart the lesson that one should not toy with or deceive others online. However, should she genuinely comply, he would not reject such an offer. You scoundrel, and you claim you're not flirting with my sister. Just then, a thunderous voice erupted from behind Yi Chang. Upon hearing the familiar tone, he realized it belonged to Song Shuowei. Oh no, what was this fool up to now? He turned to see Song Shuowei striding towards him, flanked by two companions, his face etched with fury. Ah! Brother! Song Lingling muttered under her breath upon spotting Song Shuowei's approach. This is going to be entertaining. Chu Yaoyao remarked playfully, eyeing the furious Song Shuowei. Hey, fool, what do you want? Yi Chang addressed Song Shuowei, still oblivious to the fact that he was Song Lingling's brother. You little rascal, now I've caught you red-handed. Song Shuowei said, practically brimming with rage as he confronted Yi Chang. At this moment, his anger clouded his judgment, making him forget Yi Chang's formidable presence. Who is flirting with your sister? Which of your eyes witnessed that? Yi Chang shot back, not one to be easily intimidated by baseless accusations. Is he trying to flirt with you, Lingling? Song Shuowei turned his ire towards Song Lingling, who had lowered her head in embarrassment. Brother. Song Lingling sighed in exasperation. What? Yi Chang was taken aback when he heard Song Lingling refer to Song Shuowei as brother, realizing the gravity of the misunderstanding. Goodness, what a colossal mix-up. Lingling, quickly tell me, is he trying to flirt with you? Song Shuowei pressed on. Of course not, brother, what are you even thinking? Song Lingling replied, her heart racing. While she harbored some feelings for Yi Chang, he had not overtly expressed any intentions of flirting with her. Regardless, she would never disclose her feelings to her brother. Really not? Upon hearing his sister's denial, Song Shuowei's suspicion deepened, prompting him to inquire once more. Really not? Why would I lie to you? Song Lingling felt her cheeks flush as she spoke, feeling shy at having to utter such words in front of Yi Chang.
Yao Yao, is what Lingling said true? Song Shouwei directed his question at Chu Yao Yao. I'm not privy to that. Chu Yao Yao feigned ignorance, adopting a demeanor of indifference. Yao Yao. Song Lingling discreetly pinched Chu Yao Yao to prompt her to take the matter seriously.
Otherwise, her brother might form a misjudgment. She knew all too well that her brother's reputation at school was far from stellar, and if Yi Chang were to offend him, it could spell disaster.
Lingling, stop pinching me. What are you trying to do?
Chu Yao Yao complained, twisting her waist as she regarded Song Lingling quizzically. Song Lingling refrained from responding, thinking to herself how unhelpful her friend was. She wouldn't even lie for her. Song Shouwei, after scrutinizing Song Lingling without discerning anything amiss, continued his interrogation. If he is not flirting with you, then what is he doing? Brother, please stop with the incessant accusations.
We are simply friends having a conversation. Is that so wrong?
Song Lingling retorted with irritation. Her brother's overbearing nature had made it nearly impossible for her to make male friends, as he would always intimidate them away.
Just a chat? Wait a minute, you said you're friends. How did he become your friend? Song Shouwei exclaimed incredulously, pointing at Yi Chang. Hey, am I not permitted to be her friend? Yi Chang interjected, finally speaking up.
Not allowed. She is my sister, and I will not permit her to befriend someone like you. Song Shouwei declared with a tone of authority, as if his status as her brother rendered his word law.
Sis, you can't keep doing this.
I want to make friends too. If you continue like this, I won't talk to you anymore. Before Yi Chang could respond, Song Lingling burst out, unable to contain herself. Her brother's overprotectiveness was suffocating. Even her desire to have friends was being stifled. Lingling, you are still young, you cannot date boys. You must understand that I am doing this for your own good, Song Shouwei admonished, adopting a parental tone. Upon hearing that, Yi Chang couldn't help but feel something was amiss. Was it permissible for him to pursue other sisters while forbidding others from pursuing his sister?
Who said anything about dating? We are merely ordinary friends.
Song Lingling blurted out, her nerves getting the better of her. Yet, as soon as she spoke, she instinctively glanced at Yi Chang, worried he might misconstrue her words.
However, he displayed no outward reaction. This moment left Song Lingling pondering, doubting, did he not harbor feelings for her? Ordinary friends?
Song Shouwei frowned as he scrutinized Yi Chang, beginning to find him somewhat appealing. Nevertheless, the thought of Yi Chang as a rival dampened his spirits. Yet, he suddenly considered that if his sister were to have a relationship with him, perhaps he could pursue Liang Xiaoting himself.
Chapter 70. A relaxed examination. However, this notion was swiftly extinguished by him. How could he allow his sister to be swept away by Yi Chang? That was absolutely out of the question.
Yet, since his sister had declared that they were merely ordinary friends, he felt it inappropriate to voice his concerns, lest he provoke her disdain. Nevertheless, in order to issue a precautionary warning to his sister, he turned to Yi Chang and stated, Yi Chang, no matter how impressive you may be, remember to keep your hands off my sister.
Otherwise, I, Song Shouwei, will not let you off the hook. Ha!
Yet, upon hearing Song Shouwei's threat, Yi Chang merely scoffed, showing no concern whatsoever. Following this, Song Shouwei made no further attempts to linger, having already asked all his questions. After advising his sister to return to class promptly, he departed with Zhang Feng and the others. However, as they left, they all exchanged threatening glances with Yi Chang, who feigned ignorance and was clearly unfazed. I'm sorry, Yi Chang. My brother has caused you trouble, Song Lingling said once her brother had departed.
It's nothing, I don't mind, Yi Chang replied, shaking his head, his heart not so narrow as to take offense. He could empathize with a brother's desire to protect his sister. After chatting with Song Lingling and her companions for a few moments, Yi Chang returned to class. Upon his arrival, the exam had just concluded. As Yi Chang entered, the chubby classmate called out, Boss, where did you just go to indulge in your escapades? The chubby boy's voice was not particularly loud, but it caught the attention of Liang Xiaoting, who was organizing her textbooks nearby. Shut it! You re the one indulging. I merely went for a stroll. Do I need to report that to you? Concerned that Liang Xiaoting might misunderstand, Yi Chang promptly slapped the chubby boy on the shoulder and said, Ouch! That hurt, boss, you hit me again. The chubby boy recoiled in pain from Yi Chang's playful strike. That's what you get, Yi Chang replied with a smirk. Classmates, please be quiet. At that moment, another teacher whom Yi Chang had never encountered before entered, clutching a stack of exam papers. Ah Chang, stop talking.
The teacher has arrived, Liang Xiaoting whispered to remind Yi Chang and the others. In truth, even without a reminder, they had already noticed the teacher's presence. Before long, the exam papers were distributed, plunging the classroom back into an atmosphere of focused examination. Of course, amongst the students, only Yi Chang appeared completely at ease. He wrote with fervor, his pen dancing across the paper with remarkable speed. This student is indeed somewhat exceptional compared to what other teachers have said, noted an invigilating teacher seated at the podium, secretly observing Yi Chang. The sight of Yi Chang's swift writing evoked a sense of astonishment within him. Suddenly, he noticed Yi Chang halt his writing and lay his head down on the desk, drifting off to sleep. Instantly, the teacher was puzzled. Did that student finish so quickly, or had he simply given up? But that seemed implausible. Only 10 minutes had passed. Upon glancing at the clock hanging in the classroom, the invigilator's surprise grew. Unable to quell his curiosity, he decided to approach Yi Chang's desk to verify if he had indeed completed the exam.
"Could you please sit up for a moment?" He tapped Yi Chang's desk. Startled from his slumber, Yi Chang blinked awake, realizing it was the invigilator.
"What can I do for you, teacher? I've already finished," Yi Chang replied, slightly concerned that the teacher might scold him for sleeping during the exam.
"Oh?
You've really completed it, let me take a look," the invigilator said, picking up Yi Chang's paper. As he examined it, a sound of astonishment escaped his lips. He was astounded by the sheer perfection of the work before him. Regardless of the correctness of the answers, the handwriting was exquisite. No, it was filled with an ethereal quality. Each stroke seemed to captivate the viewer, strong yet gentle enough not to mar the paper, bold and free-spirited without hindering readability. After witnessing this, the teacher glanced back at Yi Chang, thinking to himself, or could this truly be his handiwork? Yet he swiftly came to accept it, for he had been observing Yi Chang throughout the entire examination.
If it wasn't him, then who could it be? Is there something wrong with my exam paper, teacher?
Yi Chang inquired, puzzled by the teacher's astonished expression.
No, you did exceptionally well.
Keep up the good work, the teacher replied, recovering from his shock as he returned the paper to Yi Chang. Unbeknownst to Yi Chang, his handwriting had captured the teacher's attention. In truth, this teacher was not just any ordinary instructor. He was also a calligrapher, which explained his astonishment upon seeing Yi Chang's writing. After returning the paper, the invigilator resumed his position, indifferent to whether Yi Chang would fall asleep again. As long as the examination concluded without disrupting others, he was unconcerned with what Yi Chang chose to do. Once the invigilator returned to his post, Yi Chang did not resume his nap. After being startled awake, drifting off again was not so easy. Instead, he idly glanced around, observing that everyone was engrossed in their work. Even when the teacher had approached, they had merely cast a fleeting glance.
"Boss, I can't figure out this question. Can you help me?"
At that moment, the chubby boy whispered to Yi Chang. Initially, Yi Chang had no intention of assisting him, but finding himself bored, he casually guided him through a few problems, much to the chubby boy's delight. However, Yi Chang would not allow him to copy his answers. That would only lead to his detriment. As time ticked away, the exam neared its conclusion point. 10 minutes later, with the ringing of the dismissal bell, the examination officially ended. Everyone rushed to submit their papers, and for the first time, Yi Chang was among those who submitted theirs after the exam concluded. In previous instances, he had handed his in within half an hour.
With the exam over, it marked the beginning of his afternoon break.
"Boss, how about we head to the cafeteria for a meal?" the chubby boy asked, rising from his seat and stretching his hefty frame.
"Really?
Then I won't hold back, I might as well invite Xiaoting along." Yi Chang turned to Liang Xiaoting and asked, "Xiaoting, are you coming with us for dinner since the chubby boy is treating?"
I
think I'll pass, I'm going to join Xiaofei and the others later," Liang Xiaoting replied after a moment's consideration. Shaking her head, she worried that if they all went together, someone might see them and start spreading rumors, which would be unbearable for someone as shy as her.
"Alright then, I'll go with the chubby boy." Chapter 71.
The conflict in the cafeteria. Yi Chang was oblivious to the thoughts swirling in Liang Xiaoting's mind. Noticing her silence, he refrained from pressing her for an answer. After Yi Chang departed with the chubby boy, Liang Xiaoting's close friend, Su Xiaofei, approached, gazing at Yi Chang's receding figure, and inquired, "What did she say to you just now, Xiaoting?" "Nothing much, he merely asked if I wanted to join him for dinner since Joe was treating, but I declined," Liang Xiaoting replied.
"Ah. You actually turned down a free meal?"
Su Xiaofei exclaimed, her expression one of incredulity. She continued, "Xiaoting, you were simply too foolish. Why not take advantage of a free meal? You could save some money to buy another piece of clothing." Su Xiaofei mused that if someone were to invite her out to eat, she would certainly seize the opportunity.
Turning it down would be utterly foolish.
"Saving a meal won't buy me an outfit, and besides, I don't wish for others to gawk at us in public," Liang Xiaoting remarked. While she cherished the idea of spending more time with Yi Chang, the thought of attracting unwanted attention in the bustling cafeteria was unappealing.
Hey, Xiaoting, you're being ridiculous.
Why not bring me along? That way, nobody would misconstrue anything if furthermore, your relationship with him is your own affair. Why concern yourself with others' opinions?
Su Xiaofei believed that Liang Xiaoting was overthinking the matter.
In her view, if you like someone, you should pursue them wholeheartedly, regardless of what others said, as long as you were happy. However, perhaps this was part of Liang Xiaoting's nature.
She preferred not to be ostentatious and disliked being scrutinized by a crowd. She simply yearned for quiet moments with the one she adored. Unbeknownst to Liang Xiaoting and Su Xiaofei, Yi Chang had already arrived at the cafeteria.
Upon entering, Yi Chang was taken aback by the sheer throngs of people. The place was nearly bursting at the seams. With barely enough room to navigate through the crowd observing the sea of faces, he contemplated waiting until later to eat, for he loathed the idea of squeezing in among so many. Just then, his gaze fell upon someone, and as recognition dawned, he felt a spark of excitement that he instructed the chubby boy to wait and made his way over to greet her.
Hi, Linger. You here so early to grab a meal, he said. Yi, you're here too.
Zhao Linger responded, her voice tinged with nervousness upon seeing him.
Yes, someone invited me to dinner. You haven't gotten your food yet, have you?
Hand me your bowl, I'll fetch it for you, Yi Chang offered, extending his hand.
No, it's fine, I can manage, Zhao Linger shyly declined. Don't be silly, we've been classmates for so many years.
Allow me to help, you can wait over there, Yi Chang insisted, taking her bowl without hesitation. Zhao Linger, whose timid nature made her hesitant to refuse, felt a flutter of anxiety as she complied and took a seat at the spot Yi Chang indicated. Observing her demeanor, Yi Chang couldn't help but smile. She truly was endearing. With Zhao Linger's bowl in hand, Yi Chang sought out the chubby boy. Boss, you're back, I saved you a spot up front, so hurry in, the chubby boy exclaimed.
Eh?
Why do you have an extra bowl, and it's a girl-less bowl at that, he noted, noticing the decorative bowl in Yi Chang's grasp.
This belongs to someone else.
You should take my share and help her out too, I won't be joining you in line. Yi Chang replied as he handed the bowl to the chubby boy, striding away without a backward glance. He was eager to chat with Zhao Linger and had no time to waste. Cueing the chubby boy, now bewildered, was about to call after Yi Chang when he realized he had already disappeared into the crowd. Boss, really, you've left me hanging again, he grumbled, clutching the bowl.
Hey!
You fatso in front, are you going to step up or not? If not, get out of my way, a brusque voice suddenly echoed towards the chubby boy. He turned to see a particularly arrogant-looking student glaring at him with disdain. In the past, the chubby boy would have remained silent, but things had changed, for he now had a formidable leader. Thus, the chubby boy snapped back, what the hell are you rushing me for?
Get lost. You dare to insult me, do you even know who I am? The arrogant student, incensed by the chubby boy's retort, prepared to retaliate. How, let it go, there are too many people here. We can settle this later.
Thankfully, a slender student beside him intervened just in time, preventing a confrontation. However, the chubby boy was no pushover. Seeing the threat of violence, he retaliated with a swift kick, bellowing, come at me.
I'll show you what I can do.
Unexpectedly, his kick landed squarely on the arrogant student's abdomen, sending him staggering backward. The pain ignited a furious response from the student, who shouted, you really dared to kick me.
You dead. Ignoring the warning from his companion, the furious student charged at the chubby boy. Watch out.
The chubby boy braced himself and collided with the approaching student. A loud thud resonated as the impact sent the student flying several meters, followed by a chorus of pained cries. This commotion caught the attention of a few onlookers. Yi Chang, who had intended to engage Zhao Linger in conversation, halted in his tracks and turned towards the unfolding scene. Seeing the chubby boy's furious expression, he assumed something serious had occurred and rushed over. At that moment, the student who had been thrown to the ground was helped up by his friends, seething with rage as he glared at the chubby boy and threatened, you'll pay for this, you fatso. With that, the group stormed off in a huff. What happened, fatty? Yi Chang arrived just in time, only to find the instigator had already left. The chubby boy recounted the incident, including his retaliatory kick and the ensuing chaos, along with the threats directed at him. Don't worry, I've got your back, no one will harm you while I'm around. Yi Chang reassured him after hearing the details. He felt the arrogant student had it coming and deserved a lesson for his arrogance. If he dared to return, Yi Chang would not simply let it slide. Thank you, boss, the chubby boy expressed his gratitude for Yi Chang's assurance.
Enough of the formalities. Just get back in line.
With a reassuring pat on the shoulder, Yi Chang departed, leaving the chubby boy feeling much more at ease than before. Chapter 72. The arrival of the sister-in-law. The other students merely glanced at the commotion at first, but soon lost interest, for such frictions were commonplace throughout the campus. However, when Yi Chang set out to find Zhao Linger, he stumbled upon an unsettling scene. A man was harassing Zhao Linger. Linger, let me take you out for a meal, what do you say? The man, Li Jun, had rushed over upon hearing from his underlings that Zhao Linger was in the cafeteria. No, thank you, I already have someone to get my meal, Zhao Linger replied, a hint of fear evident in her voice. Despite being a diligent student who attended classes earnestly every day, she was well aware of the rumors circulating in the school, and understood that Li Jun was a notorious troublemaker. Thus, each encounter with him filled her with dread. Who is helping you get your meal? Upon hearing that someone else was assisting Zhao Linger, Li Jun's brows knitted together. He wondered who the oblivious fool was, unaware that Zhao Linger was the very person he sought to pursue. Is it me? Just then, before Zhao Linger could respond, a cheerful voice emerged from behind. Yi Chang approached Zhao Linger with a smile. Linger, who is this fool, a classmate of yours? Yi Chang inquired playfully, casting a glance at Li Jun. No, he is not my classmate, Zhao Linger said, her heart unexpectedly lightening upon seeing Yi Chang, as if he were her savior. Bang, who are you calling a fool? Li Jun exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table and standing up to confront Yi Chang. I am talking about you, what are you going to do about it? Yi Chang retorted, taken aback by Li Jun's audacity. Damn it, you're asking for it. Li Jun, enraged, swung a fist toward Yi Chang's face. He recognized Yi Chang as the one who had thwarted his plans earlier that morning and was infuriated that he had returned to disrupt his current endeavor. Without a second thought, he intended to teach Yi Chang a lesson. Ah, Zhao Linger gasped, covering her eyes in fright as Li Jun lunged at Yi Chang. Don't be afraid, it's nothing, Yi Chang's calm voice reassured her as he lazily waved his fist. Bang! To Li Jun's astonishment, their fists collided, and he was sent staggering back, his hand aching as though it had been struck by lightning. The pain coursed through his bones, leaving him disoriented. Fortunately for him, Yi Chang had held back his strength, otherwise, that blow could have sent Li Jun flying and severely injured his arm. After all, even a casual strike from a martial arts expert was beyond the capability of an ordinary person. As Zhao Linger cautiously lowered her hand, she was relieved to see that Yi Chang had not suffered the beating she had imagined. However, she was bewildered by how Li Jun had retreated several meters, clutching his arm and wearing an expression of pain. See, Linger, I told you everything would be fine, Yi Chang said, adopting a gentle demeanor as he smiled at her. Who on earth are you? Li Jun, still reeling from the impact, demanded. From Yi Chang's effortless display of strength, he had deduced that he was no ordinary individual, someone you cannot afford to provoke. Yi Chang replied disdainfully, shooting him a disinterested glance. He had no intention of granting this arrogant individual an ounce of respect. You wait, Li Jun seethed, his teeth clenched. Had he not been aware that he was no match for Yi Chang, he would have already charged at him again. After hurling a parting threat, Li Jun stormed out of the cafeteria. Once outside, he quickly pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Beep. Soon, an elderly voice answered, Young master, what can I do for you? Fu Bo, I've been bullied at school, please help me handle it, Li Jun stated bluntly. I'm sorry, young master, but our family has a policy against using force against ordinary people, the elder replied without hesitation. Fu Bo, I called you here to assist me, not to hear your excuses. He is no ordinary person, he is a martial artist. Li Jun nearly exploded with rage. Having been humiliated in front of the girl he liked, he could not tolerate any further delays in dealing with this matter. However, Li Jun's assertion that Yi Chang was a martial artist was merely a hasty assumption. He had no real evidence to support it. To Li Jun's surprise, the elder on the other end was taken aback. What, you were struck by a martial artist? Of course, why would I lie to you? But that is impossible. How could there be martial artists in your school? Even in the entirety of Meng City, they are scarce. The elder expressed his disbelief. Are you coming or not? Do you want to see me get beaten to death? Li Jun barked again. Alright, don't get worked up, young master. I'll come over shortly, the elder conceded, though still skeptical about the existence of martial artists at the school. I'll be waiting, make it quick, Li Jun said before hanging up, his expression twisted with malice as he muttered to himself, that little brat dares to compete with me for women? Just wait and see. Once Fu Bo arrived, he would ensure that Yi Chang was taught a lesson, regardless of whether he was truly a martial artist or not. Meanwhile, Yi Chang remained oblivious to the fact that Li Jun had summoned a formidable ally against him. Yet, even if he were aware, he likely wouldn't care, for he had ascended to the innate realm just the day before, making him virtually unmatched in Meng City at this level. Fatty, we're over here, Yi Chang called out as he engaged Zhao Linger in light conversation, spotting his friend approaching with a tray of food. Wow, boss, so this is where you are. You have no idea how hard I've been looking for you. Oh, and who is this classmate? Wait, isn't this the campus belle, Zhao Linger? The moment Fatty recognized Zhao Linger sitting next to Yi Chang, he exclaimed excitedly. Enough with the theatrics, just hand me the food, Yi Chang said, rolling his eyes as he took the two bowls from Fatty's hands. He thought to himself, is meeting a beautiful girl really that thrilling? At that moment, Zhao Linger felt a rush of shyness and remained silent, only nodding gently as she accepted the meal Yi Chang offered her. Boss, you're truly impressive, you already have a campus belle in class, and now you have another one outside.
Fatty said, sitting beside Yi Chang, his face filled with envy. Chapter 73. Should we return first? Enough with the chatter, just eat your meal.
Yi Chang exclaimed, concerned that Zhao Linger might misconstrue the situation. However, Zhao Linger appeared to be oblivious to his words, quietly consuming her food throughout. In truth, she had heard him but felt too shy and disinclined to speak, hence her silence as she pretended not to have heard anything.
Linger, why are you only eating rice?
You should have some vegetables too. Yi Chang noticed that Zhao Linger was taking small bites of her rice, prompting him to pick a piece of green vegetable and chicken from his bowl for her.
No, thank you.
I can't eat that much, Zhao Linger shyly declined as she noticed Yi Chang's intention to serve her more.
Alright then, just eat what you have, if it's not enough, I can get you more. Yi Chang nodded and began to eat heartily himself.
Ever since he had advanced to the innate realm last night, his appetite had significantly increased. If it weren't for the embarrassing incident that had occurred that morning, he might have emptied Zhao Shaoyan's pantry by now. Thus, during lunch, he intended to make up for it. Fatty, go fetch me 10 steamed buns, Yi Chang instructed after finishing his box of rice in less than a minute.
Hup, boss, do you really think you can eat that much? Fatty asked, perplexed.
Even he couldn't manage such a quantity in one sitting.
Enough with the nonsense, just go and buy them. If you're short on cash, I'll cover it later, Yi Chang replied decisively, still showing no signs of satiation.
Meanwhile, Zhao Linger, who had been eating, cast a curious glance at Yi Chang, wondering if he could genuinely consume so much. Hesitantly, she paused her chopsticks and, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, Yi classmate, I haven't finished my meal yet. If you don't mind, I can share some with you since I can't finish all this. As she spoke, her cheeks flushed slightly, as it was her first time offering food she had eaten to a boy.
Ah. Aren't you hungry?
Yi Chang asked, puzzled. I ate a little, so I'm not that hungry anymore. Let me share some with you. Zhao Linger said as she began to pour some of her rice into Yi Chang's bowl.
Leave some for yourself.
Yi Chang quickly intervened as he saw her about to pour out all her food, and Zhao Linger shyly nodded in agreement, her mind filled with a peculiar and bashful thought. Meanwhile, as Fatty was returning with the 10 buns, he suddenly spotted 2 familiar faces entering the cafeteria. Liang Xiaoting and Su Xiaofei. Panic surged through him, and he swiftly ducked away to report to Yi Chang, fearing that Yi Chang was out to flirt with Liang Xiaoting, and being seen would spell trouble. Upon Fatty's return, Yi Chang looked at him quizzically and asked, Fatty, why are you running? It's just a bun.
Boss, your sister-in-law is here. Fatty whispered urgently in Yi Chang's ear. Sister-in-law? You mean Xiaoting? Yi Chang inquired. Yes, Xiaoting's sister-in-law is here now. You better leave quickly, otherwise, we're doomed.
Fatty said, his face filled with concern.
Relax, what are you worried about? Besides, Linger knows Xiaoting, Yi Chang reassured him, feeling rather at ease. What? Both of them know each other? Fatty exclaimed in astonishment, taken aback by the unexpected revelation.
Just keep your mouth shut, and I'll go say hello, Yi Chang said, rising from his seat after exchanging a few words with Zhao Linger before heading toward Liang Xiaoting.
Xiaoting, guess who just arrived? Su Xiaofei remarked to Liang Xiaoting as she noticed Yi Chang approaching. With the cafeteria nearly empty, it was easy to spot him. Ah Chang, what are you still doing here?
Liang Xiaoting asked, surprised to see him, as he had come to eat half an hour ago and was still lingering in the cafeteria.
I'm still eating.
I saw you and thought I'd invite you to join me, and there's someone here you know, Yi Chang said mysteriously.
Someone I know? Liang Xiaoting responded, confused. Yi classmate, you're not referring to that fatty, are you?
I thought he was sneaking away after doing something naughty, Su Xiaofei chimed in, having noticed Fatty's sudden departure upon entering.
Ha!
Yi Chang chuckled, understanding why Fatty had scurried away, but he continued, of course not.
You'll see in a moment.
With that, Yi Chang led Liang Xiaoting and Su Xiaofei to Zhao Linger's table.
Linger?
Liang Xiaoting called out uncertainly upon spotting Zhao Linger, who was focused on her meal.
Mm?
Zhao Linger looked up, meeting Liang Xiaoting's surprised gaze. Shouting elder sister, Zhao Linger greeted softly.
Linger, it's truly you.
We haven't seen each other in ages, Liang Xiaoting said joyfully as she took a seat beside Zhao Linger, clearly delighted to reconnect with her middle school classmate. Although they attended the same high school, with thousands of students, it was not easy to run into each other randomly. Zhao Linger nodded gently, her quiet demeanor making her less inclined to engage in conversation. However, Liang Xiaoting, perhaps excited to see an old friend, became more talkative, initiating a conversation with Zhao Lingers. Gradually, the two, along with Su Xiufei, began to chat animatedly, neglecting their meals. Meanwhile, Yi Chang and Fatty found themselves sidelined in the process. Three women create quite the spectacle. At this rate, I wonder when they'll stop chatting, Yi Chang mused, observing the trio's lively exchange.
Even the typically taciturn Zhao Linger was drawn into the conversation. "Boss, should we head back?" Fatty suggested, feeling a bit left out as the girls continued their chatter, leaving them unable to join in. "All right, I'll let them know," Yi Chang replied, approaching the trio to bid farewell, but they waved him off dismissively, saying, "Go on." Go on, and resumed their conversation, ignoring him entirely. Yi Chang found himself at a loss for words, before deciding to leave with Fatty, having learned a valuable lesson. When a group of women engage in conversation, men often find themselves without a voice. Chapter 74 Teach Me Martial Arts. Just as Yi Chang and the chubby boy were exiting the cafeteria, they noticed several rough-looking students striding towards them. However, their gazes were not fixed on Yi Chang, but rather on the chubby boy beside him. Upon spotting the leader of the group, who was the very student he had just sent flying, the chubby boy's expression changed. "It seems that they are looking for you," Yi Chang remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the approaching students. "Boss, you have to save me this time." "The one leading the pack is the one I just knocked over," the chubby boy exclaimed. "What are you talking about? Just ignore them. If they dare to lay a hand on us, I will send them all flying." Yi Chang replied without hesitation, his thoughts racing. "Every day, some random troublemaker thinks they can mess with me. Do they really believe I, Yi Chang, am easy to deal with?" Thus, Yi Chang felt it necessary to teach them a lesson soon. The arrogant student and his gang halted just 2 meters in front of Yi Chang and the chubby boy, their eyes fixated on them, lips curled into smug smirks. "Kid, this doesn't concern you. We read here for this chubby boy. If you know what's good for you, scram, or we might just beat you up too," the arrogant student sneered, casting a dismissive glance at Yi Chang. "Oh, I'm definitely not going anywhere. Come on, hit me," Yi Chang retorted with a cold laugh, crossing his arms and regarding the student with a mocking gaze, as if daring him to try. "Damn, so arrogant, brothers, take him down." The arrogant student roared, his fury ignited by Yi Chang's words, charging forward. Meanwhile, the chubby boy quickly ducked behind Yi Chang. "Get lost." Yi Chang swiftly retaliated, delivering a sharp slap to the student's face, sending him sprawling. As the others charged in, Yi Chang waved his arms, effortlessly swatting them away one by one. The students who were struck tumbled to the ground like a stack of dominoes, clutching their faces in agony. Ignoring their plight, Yi Chang approached the arrogant student, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. The latter, now filled with dread, no longer bore the earlier bravado. "What is your name?" Yi Chang inquired, a smile gracing his face, as if they were old friends engaged in casual conversation. Zhang Hao," the student stammered. "Ah, Zhang Hao. Tell me, do you still wish to teach us a lesson?" Yi Chang's expression suddenly turned icy. Under Yi Chang's penetrating gaze, Zhang Hao felt as if he had plunged into an ice cellar, shivering uncontrollably. He hastily shook his head. "I dare not, I will never teach you again." Realizing that Yi Chang was not someone he could provoke, especially after witnessing how easily his companions had been dispatched. "Ha! I thought you might still have the audacity to claim you would," Yi Chang continued with a sneer. "If you dare to flaunt that arrogant demeanor again, I will make you regret it. Do you understand?" With that, he playfully patted Zhang Hao's cheek. "Understood, big brother, I won't dare again." Although Zhang Hao harbored some resentment, he dared not voice it, acquiescing to Yi Chang's demands. "Good. Now get lost." Yi Chang released him, turning to walk away with the chubby boy, not sparing them another glance. "Boss, you are getting more formidable by the day. When will you teach me?" The chubby boy exclaimed excitedly, envisioning a day. "Are you genuinely going to teach me martial arts?" the chubby boy asked, gripping Yi Chang's arms in excitement. Cough, mind your image. Why are you so worked up? Let go of me," Yi Chang said, pretending to cough before adding, "but not right now." With that, he resumed walking forward. "When will you teach me, then?" the chubby boy pressed, catching up to him. "Depends on the situation. If I'm in a good mood, I might teach you a few moves," Yi Chang replied vaguely. "Is your mood not good now?" the chubby boy inquired again. "It's decent enough." "Then teach me now." "Not happening." Thus, the two wandered through the campus, with the chubby boy persistently pestering Yi Chang about learning martial arts. Eventually, upon reaching a small grove, Yi Chang could no longer withstand the chubby boy's relentless nagging and relented.
If you want me to teach you, first show me a horse stance, he declared, settling onto a nearby bench to await the chubby boy's demonstration.
Yes, boss. I've seen this before, I can do it.
The chubby boy replied eagerly, positioning himself to perform the stance.
Is this your horse stance? Yi Chang asked, observing the chubby boy's half-crouched posture. Yes, boss. Is there something wrong? I've seen it done this way on TV. Well, you just keep squatting. Yi Chang didn't delve deeper into the chubby boy's interpretation but stood up and approached him. Are you in position now? Yi Chang asked as he stood before the chubby boy. Yes. The chubby boy, having squatted momentarily, began to pant slightly yet gritted his teeth in response. Oh, let me see. With that, Yi Chang lifted his foot and hooked the chubby boy's thigh, unexpectedly sending him tumbling to the ground. Ouch, that hurts. Boss, why did you do that? The chubby boy complained, rubbing his sore bottom after the fall. How dare you ask, is this flimsy squat even a horse stance? Yi Chang replied incredulously, having not anticipated how easily the chubby boy would topple. What should I do then? The chubby boy stood up, scratching his head, looking at Yi Chang with a naive expression. The horse stance demands stability, with your feet firmly planted, and the center of gravity resting on your legs. Yi Chang proceeded to enlighten the chubby boy with some fundamental knowledge about the horse stance. Now I understand, boss. Let me try practicing again, the chubby boy said, enlightened, preparing to attempt the stance once more. However, Yi Chang intervened before he could begin. Chapter 75 of the Warriors of the Li family. Enough for now, there's no rush to perfect your stance. Mastering the horse stance takes more than just a day or two. You should practice more diligently at home. When I feel satisfied with your progress next time, I shall teach you some martial arts, Yi Chang remarked, preparing to leave as he intended to sneak a nap in the classroom. Wait for me, boss. The portly fellow quickly pursued him, though his legs felt somewhat weak from the earlier exercise. His gait became awkward, and Yi Chang shook his head, pondering how difficult it would be for someone with such a physique to pursue martial arts. However, acquiring a few self-defense techniques would still be feasible. Just as Yi Chang was about to traverse the small grove, two youths, evidently students, obstructed their path. The leader, casting a glance at Yi Chang, declared, "You must be Yi Chang. Someone is looking for you, come with us. Get lost." Before Yi Chang could respond, the portly fellow shouted at the two. Then, donning a more amiable expression, he turned to Yi Chang and said, "Boss, let us ignore them and continue on our way." With that, he boldly pushed the two students aside to clear a path. You! One of the students was about to unleash a torrent of abuse when the other stopped him. Yi Chang, our leader has said that if you are a man, you should come with us. Noticing Yi Chang and his companion preparing to walk away, one of the students shouted after them. Ha! Yi Chang paused, a cold smile gracing his lips. Who is your leader? Li Jun, both students answered in unison. Yi Chang shook his head, indicating he did not recognize the name. Very well, take me to see him, he replied after a moment's contemplation, reasoning that since they had sought him out, it would be prudent to comply. However, he intended to make it clear that he was not to be trifled with, and they should refrain from bothering him unnecessarily. I want to go too, boss. The portly fellow insisted, eager for the spectacle he anticipated. Thus, Yi Chang and his companion followed the two students into the grove, soon arriving at a vast open space and abandoned soccer field, long neglected since the construction of a new facility. Yi Chang, this is the place. Wait here, one of the students instructed before they promptly fled, leaving the portly fellow bewildered. Yet, Yi Chang wore a smile as he gazed into the grove, having detected a unique aura indicative of a martial artist. Ha! Who would have thought such a small place concealed a martial artist? Yi Chang mused inwardly. What are you talking about, boss? The portly fellow asked, utterly confused. Nothing, just wait here, Yi Chang commanded, striding forward. Unbeknownst to him, a gentle breeze began to stir, rustling the leaves and sand at his feet. After moving a few meters away, he called into the woods, since you're here, why not show yourself? Are you going to hide like a turtle? With Yi Chang's words, the rustling intensified, and soon an elderly man with graying hair swiftly emerged, landing gracefully before Yi Chang with a light leap. I cannot believe it. What the young master said is true, this little campus indeed harbors a martial artist, the elder murmured, having observed Yi Chang closely. He had been there for some time, wary of revealing himself in case Yi Chang was not a martial artist, which would breach the unspoken rules. However, it seemed he had been discovered. Had Yi Chang been an ordinary person, he would have failed to sense the elder's presence. The only explanation was that Yi Chang was indeed a martial artist. Yet, as the elder scrutinized Yi Chang,
he found it perplexing that there were no discernible internal energy fluctuations or the typical martial artist's aura about him. Yi Chang appeared almost ordinary. If he were merely an ordinary individual, how could he have detected the elder? The elder remained puzzled, yet maintained an air of calm. Both he and Yi Chang observed one another. This was Yi Chang's first encounter with a martial artist since his return. The elder appeared to be in his 60s or 70s, with a head of gray hair and a face lined with wrinkles. His arms were frail, but his hands were sturdy, with fingers longer than the average person's, leading Yi Chang to conclude that he must have practiced the eagle claw technique. However, upon assessing the elder's skill level, Yi Chang's interest waned. The elder was merely a martial artist at the 5th level of the acquired realm, significantly inferior to Yi Chang, who belonged to the innate realm. Even in the acquired realm's pinnacle, Yi Chang could contend with innate martial artists, often able to face 3 opponents without faltering, as his internal energy could be projected outward at the 8th level of the acquired realm, something only innate martial artists could achieve. Thus, upon realizing the elder's level, Yi Chang's initial excitement dissipated. Meanwhile, the elder remained uncertain whether Yi Chang was indeed a martial artist. If not, he could not engage him, as it would violate the established rules among martial artists. Such violations could attract the wrath of the Martial Arts Alliance. Of course, if an ordinary person were to provoke a martial artist, the consequences would be altogether different. "Youth, are you a martial artist?" the elder finally inquired after thoroughly examining Yi Chang. His tone was polite, for anyone capable of becoming a martial artist had an extraordinary background. Offending an influential figure could bring considerable trouble to one's family. Thus, martial artists typically refrained from acting hastily until they grasped the situation, unless there were deep-seated grievances between them. "No," Yi Chang replied, shaking his head in response to the elder's inquiry. Although he was a martial artist, Yi Chang preferred to remain discreet, opting not to disclose his identity. Furthermore, what was the point of admitting it? The elder could not defeat him, and Yi Chang could easily send him flying with one punch. Therefore, he chose to deny it outright, hoping the elder would leave him in peace. Despite Yi Chang's denial, the elder remained skeptical and pressed further. "Then how did you discover my presence?" "Ah, I didn't discover you, I wasn't speaking to you just now." Yi Chang feigned ignorance. Chapter 76, the 5th level of postnatal warriors. The old man began to furrow his brows. He had an inkling that Yi Chang was far more complex than he appeared. Otherwise, how could he have displayed such a nonchalant demeanor upon the old man's sudden arrival? Could it be that the other party? The old man suddenly considered a certain possibility. Just then, a figure that had been lurking in the nearby thicket could no longer contain himself. A young man, resembling a student, swaggered out from the edge of the woods, exclaiming, "Uncle Fu, stop wasting time with him. Teach him a lesson right now." This newcomer was none other than Li Jun, the very person who had summoned Yi Chang to this place. Initially, he had no intention of showing up. He merely wished to observe from the shadows as Yi Chang was beaten, perhaps capturing a few photos to show Zhao Linger later. However, to his dismay, Uncle Fu had been dilly-dallying and had yet to make a move. Thus, he felt compelled to step in personally. Upon seeing Li Jun, Yi Chang instantly understood that this elderly man had been summoned by him. It seemed that someone capable of calling upon a warrior must come from a distinguished background. Yi Chang mused to himself. "Young master, there is no need for your impatience. I have my own plans," the old man replied to Li Jun, then turned once again to Yi Chang, saying, "Young brother, I shall ask you one last time, are you truly a warrior? If you are not, I shall take my leave." The old man felt somewhat helpless. On one hand, he was tasked by the young master to discipline someone, while on the other, he could not ascertain whether the opponent was indeed a warrior. "What more is there to ask, Uncle Fu? I have already stated he is a warrior, just help me deal with him, preferably incapacitate him." Li Jun spat venomously. He had long harbored a desire to see Yi Chang thoroughly humiliated in front of Zhao Linger. Yet Uncle Fu chose to disregard Li Jun's insistence and continued to observe Yi Chang intently. "Very well, you are correct, I am indeed a warrior," Yi Chang finally conceded after a moment's contemplation. Since the mastermind behind this was Li Jun, admitting to being a warrior posed no issue. He also intended to seize this opportunity to demonstrate his prowess as a warrior, showing that he was not someone ordinary individuals could provoke. Upon hearing Yi Chang's admission, the old man's previously furrowed brows relaxed, though he remained perplexed about Yi Chang's true identity, wondering if he might be a disciple of some esteemed master, as possessing the ability to conceal one's strength was not something an ordinary warrior could achieve. However, if one were to attain innate mastery, their internal energy might return to its essence, making it difficult for others to discern their status as a warrior. Still, the old man did not associate Yi Chang with innate warriors, considering his youth. After all, he himself was over 60 and merely at the 5th level of postnatal mastery. "May I inquire to which sect you belong?" Although the old man had heard Yi Cheng's affirmation, he still refrained from striking, believing that a young warrior capable of hiding his true abilities could not be an ordinary figure. If the other party were a prominent disciple of a major sect, would it not be tantamount to digging his own grave to confront him? However, Li Jun was unconcerned with such matters. At that moment, he solely desired to see Yi Cheng punished. "Uncle Fu, why are you still hesitating? Hurry up and teach him a lesson." Yet Uncle Fu remained indifferent to Li Jun's impatience, his murky eyes fixed on Yi Cheng. Without a master or sect, Yi Cheng replied nonchalantly. He could not disclose the name of his sect, doing so could instill fear in others, and that old man had explicitly instructed him that unless it involved a life-threatening situation, he must never mention his sect to anyone, lest he face the gravest punishment from his master. While Yi Cheng did not particularly care for the old man's words, he had nonetheless taken them to heart. He was also aware of a secret: his sect had many enemies, all of whom were formidable figures in their own right, including powerful innate rogue cultivators and heads of various sections. Therefore, should they discover his origins, he would certainly be in grave danger. Without a master or sect. The old man, upon hearing Yi Cheng's response, began to harbor doubts. After all, it was no simple task for a rogue cultivator without a sect to cultivate into a warrior, let alone possess the ability to conceal their internal energy. Such a skill was not something an unaffiliated individual could achieve. Since the young brother is unwilling to disclose further information, I shall refrain from pressing. However, your grievances with my young master must be resolved. Here is the deal: I shall not impose my strength upon you. If you simply apologize to my young master, I will act as a mediator and consider today's incident settled. The old man addressed Yi Cheng. Yet before Yi Cheng could respond, Li Jun objected vehemently. "Uncle Fu, who said anything about apologizing? I asked you to teach him a lesson." "Young master, please remain calm," Uncle Fu admonished with a furrowed brow, then turned back to Yi Cheng, asking, "What do you think, young brother?" Meanwhile, Uncle Fu pondered to himself how oblivious his young master was. If an ordinary person could receive an apology from a warrior, that would be quite the honor. Even sharing such a tale with others would provide ample opportunity for boasting. Not interested. Yi Cheng flatly rejected the old man's proposal, thinking it absurd for an innate master to apologize to an ordinary person. If the old man were to discover this, would he not come charging in to teach him a lesson? "See, he has declined your offer. Uncle Fu, why are you still standing there? Get on with it." Li Jun impatiently exclaimed, irritated by Uncle Fu's indecisiveness. At that moment, Uncle Fu, troubled by Yi Cheng's response, inquired, "Young brother, are you serious? If you refuse to apologize to my young master, I shall have no choice but to engage you in a spar." As he spoke, the atmosphere around them grew noticeably cooler, the wind picking up its intensity. "Then let it come." Yi Cheng nodded to the old man, stepping back a few paces as he prepared to face him. He found the old man's tone relatively courteous and resolved to go easy on him when the time came. "Uncle Fu, are you going to let him get away with that?" Li Jun's voice rang out again. "Then prepare yourself, young brother." With that, Uncle Fu took a step forward, extending his hand to strike swiftly at Yi Cheng. Swish, however, Yi Cheng effortlessly evaded the old man's attack with a few agile movements. Just then, Uncle Fu, sensing Yi Cheng's evasion, aimed a claw at the back of his head, attempting to strike from behind. Yet Yi Cheng's reflexes were far quicker. He lowered his head just in time to avoid the blow. Following this, Yi Cheng executed a swift palm strike toward the old man's chest. The old man was taken aback, his heart gripped by fear, for he had not anticipated that Yi Cheng would dare to counterattack at such a moment. Chapter 77. Effortlessly overwhelming, the elder retreated, simultaneously swiping his claws forward. Bang! In an instant, Yi Cheng's palm struck the elder's clasped claws, unexpectedly sending the elder staggering backward. As Yi Cheng steadied himself, he lunged forward, delivering another powerful punch aimed at the elder's chest. Although he had not employed any inner strength, the force behind this punch was extraordinary. The elder, still in retreat, was taken aback by Yi Cheng's oncoming blow. He quickly stabilized his footing. He clenched his fist tightly, channeling his inner energy to counter Yi Cheng's strike. Bang! Another resounding impact echoed as the elder was forced back once more, yet this time, he was filled with even greater dread. He had clearly sensed that his opponent had not utilized inner strength, yet he was the one who had employed it and was still sent flying. Before the elder could fully process this shock, Yi Cheng's attack came surging towards him again. Unable to contain his astonishment, the elder bellowed, channeling all his inner energy into his right arm, infusing it with the formidable power of the 5th level of acquired strength. He launched himself at Yi Cheng once more. Boom! A thunderous clash of inner strength and flesh resonated through the air. Yi Cheng remained unharmed, while the elder was propelled backward by the force of the impact. With a resounding crash, the elder landed awkwardly several meters away, scrambling to his feet, incredulity etched on his face as he gazed at the unmoving Yi Chang and exclaimed, "How can your physical body be so formidable?" The elder's astonishment had shattered his previous notions, for just moments ago, his opponent had successfully withstood the might of his fifth-level acquired inner strength using mere physical prowess. Such a feat was something even innate experts would hesitate to attempt. While martial artists possess formidable physical bodies, they do not attain the level of being able to resist inner strength. Otherwise, who would bother to refine inner strength? They might as well focus solely on strengthening their bodies. There is nothing impossible. Well then, old sir, you have lost. May I take my leave now? Yi Chang replied calmly to the elder. Only he understood that he was far more than just an ordinary martial artist. Even before he became one, he had never been an ordinary person. Thus, even relying solely on his physical capabilities, he could easily overpower all acquired martial artists, and he regarded innate experts with indifference. Having said this, Yi Chang turned to leave. However, the elder hastily called out to him, "Young brother, may I inquire your name?" "Yi Chang." With that, Yi Chang strode away, leaving the elder deep in thought. "Uncle Fu, why did you let him go?" Upon seeing Yi Chang depart, Li Jun approached Uncle Fu, raising his voice. "It was not my choice to let him go. Rather, I was unable to defeat him. Moreover, young master, you should refrain from provoking him in the future. None of us are his match," Uncle Fu said earnestly to Li Jun. Yet Li Jun would not heed this advice. "Impossible. I will never let him off the hook. If necessary, I will seek my elder brother." With that, Li Jun stormed off in a huff. Hearing Li Jun mention his elder brother, Uncle Fu furrowed his brow, pondering, perhaps only the eldest young master can contend with him. "Hey! Young master, wait for me, I still have something to discuss with you." Seeing Li Jun walk further away, Uncle Fu hurried to catch up. Meanwhile, Yi Chang and the chubby boy were already on their way back to the classroom. "Boss, who was that old man earlier? He seemed quite formidable." On their way back, the chubby boy inquired about Yi Chang's duel with the elder. Although the encounter had been brief, it had left him feeling quite astonished. Their confrontation was unlike anything he had ever witnessed. "There's no need for you to know that now. When the time is right, you will find out," Yi Chang replied, withholding information about martial artists, as he was not yet one himself. When he eventually became a martial artist, he would naturally understand. "Ah, boss, what do you mean by that? Just tell me." The chubby boy scratched his head, feigning confusion, yet Yi Chang simply walked away, choosing not to engage further. The sentiment remained. "When you comprehend, you will understand." Upon returning to the classroom, they found it empty due to the ongoing lunch break. The chubby boy had a dormitory to return to but decided to stay and keep Yi Chang company. Yi Chang had initially intended to return to Zhao Xiaoyan's dormitory, but having lost some time and with the chubby boy persistently following him, he felt it inappropriate to do so. "By the way, boss, do you play video games?" The chubby boy suddenly pulled out his phone to ask. "What games? Honor of Kings?" Yi Chang inquired, recalling a time he had played it while training on the mountain, though he had stopped due to the influx of younger players. "Boss, you're so outdated. Who plays Honor of Kings anymore? We all play PUBG now," the chubby boy exclaimed while opening his phone. "PUBG, what kind of game is that?" Yi Chang asked, puzzled. It was the first time he had heard of it. He wondered what kind of game involved eating chicken. "Here, boss, let me show you. This is PUBG," the chubby boy said, holding out his phone, which was already on the game's starting page. "This is PUBG? It looks more like a shooting game to me," Yi Chang remarked after taking a glance. "That's one way to put it, but everyone calls it PUBG," the chubby boy replied. "Boss, how about we squad up for a game? Let me show you how to get a chicken dinner," the chubby boy suggested. "Sure, I'm bored anyway, but I don't have the app," Yi Chang said, explaining that he had just bought his phone yesterday and had not installed any applications. "That's easy. I'll send it to you." Since both their phones were Apple devices, they quickly transferred the game to Yi Chang's phone. The next phase of their time together was the chubby boy guiding Yi Chang in PUBG. However, as time went on, it turned out to be Yi Chang teaching the chubby boy. At first, Yi Chang found some interest, but after a few rounds, his enthusiasm waned. The more he played, the simpler the game seemed, and he effortlessly secured victory with each match. There was hardly any challenge, and the chubby boy was left astounded by Yi Chang's prowess. He wondered, could this really be the first time his boss was playing PUBG? How could he be even better than someone who had been playing for a year? "Boss, are you sure this is your first time playing?" the chubby boy asked, incredulous at Yi Chang's godlike gameplay. "Indeed. Prior to this, I had never even heard of the game. Yi Chang nodded in affirmation. With a swift flick of his finger, he scored a headshot on another player, securing yet another victory.
Boss, you're incredible. The chubby boy couldn't help but give Yi Chang a thumbs up.
Chapter 78. The examination concluded. He realized that his superior seemed remarkably adept at a multitude of pursuits, whether it was charming the opposite sex, martial arts, gaming, or academics. His skills were unparalleled.
All right, I've had enough.
This is dreadfully boring, he declared, and after casually indulging in a piece of chicken, Yi Chang promptly exited the game. The simplicity of it all failed to ignite any passion within him. Observing that his leader had ceased playing, the portly fellow found little joy in continuing alone, thus he too decided to stop. The two engaged in idle chatter for a while until the midday break concluded, and classmates gradually returned to the classroom. With the final subject exam looming in the afternoon, students awoke particularly early from their rest, and by 2:30, the classroom was already filled to capacity. Before long, a middle-aged male teacher entered, clutching a stack of examination papers, followed closely by a female teacher, none other than Zhao Xiaoyan. She had intentionally arranged to supervise this class during the afternoon, her aim being to assess the examination conditions and to scrutinize whether Yi Chang was taking the exam seriously. Everyone, please focus on your exam and avoid distractions, Zhao Xiaoyan urged after distributing the papers, before retreating to the podium, casting a lingering glance at Yi Chang. Her gaze seemed to convey a silent warning: concentrate on your exam, or you shall regret it tonight. Yi Chang, however, could not comprehend her scrutiny and merely shrugged in confusion. Thus, the examination commenced. As was his habit, Yi Chang swiftly filled out the answers. Just as he was about to submit his paper, he suddenly noticed Zhao Xiaoyan glaring intensely at him. A wave of inexplicable anxiety washed over him as he pondered, why is she staring at me? Does she have a crush? But that can't be right, her expression suggests I've wronged her to the tune of several million. With that thought in mind, Yi Chang hesitated, his body sinking back into his seat, recalling how he had been chastised by her previously. Zhao Xiaoyan, upon seeing him remain seated, nodded in satisfaction, thinking to herself, little Chang appears to be quite obedient.
After approximately half an hour, the bell signaled the end of the exam.
This examination marked the conclusion of all subjects in this major assessment, and their prospects for going on a camping trip hinged on the results. Among the students, there were those who rejoiced and others who despaired. However, some of the high achievers had already begun discussing potential camping locations. Yi Chang, on the other hand, felt little anticipation. Perhaps the years of his life had dulled his enthusiasm for new experiences. Boss, where are we going tonight instead of attending class? The portly fellow inquired, clapping Yi Chang on the shoulder. Where else? Back to the dormitory for a nap, Yi Chang replied evasively, thinking to himself that he certainly could not bring along this unwelcome third wheel on his date. What the boss, it's a rare opportunity to skip evening study sessions, yet you choose to sleep. How dull. Despite Yi Chang's blatant deception, the portly fellow believed him, thinking he genuinely intended to return for rest, and thus resolved to persuade him otherwise. But Yi Chang retorted, mind your own business. I didn't sleep well last night, is it not permissible for me to catch up on rest? Fine, go wherever you please, just don't bother me, Liang Xiaoting interjected, preparing to leave. Yi Chang quickly ushered the portly fellow away. Alright then, I'll head to the internet CAF with Bowen, the portly fellow lamented, initially hoping to invite Yi Chang to join their gaming session. With Yi Chang as a protective charm, he felt he could go anywhere without fear of being bullied, yet, since Yi Chang declined, his enthusiasm waned. As soon as the portly fellow and his companion departed, Yi Chang approached Liang Xiaoting eagerly, asking, are you going out to have fun later?
Yes. Absolutely.
Liang Xiaoting replied, but before she could finish, her friend Su Xiufei eagerly chimed in her mind. Accompanying someone as impressive as Yi Chang felt akin to having a bodyguard, which was exhilarating. Thus, the three of them embarked on yet another shopping excursion. Although Yi Chang was not particularly fond of having Su Xiufei as an unwanted companion, he felt powerless to object, as she was Liang Xiaoting's close friend and always clung to her. This arrangement left Yi Chang with no opportunity to engage in any romantic endeavors. Throughout the outing, Yi Chang felt increasingly disheartened, as being in the company of two girls relegated him to the role of a mere protector or subordinate. He found it challenging to insert himself into their conversations, while they expected him to carry their purchases. Reflecting on this, he resolved never to invite two girls out again, for it would surely be exhausting.
Xiaoting, how about we head to the shopping street to buy some clothes?
Su Xiufei suggested excitedly, envisioning the prospect of purchasing more items without having to carry them herself, given Yi Chang's presence. As Yi Chang watched Su Xiufei load him up with bags, he internally grumbled, what the hell, I'm not trying to woo you, so why are you so eager? Next time, I must ensure to reclaim some interest from this arrangement.
Eyeing Su Xiaofei's somewhat ample figure, Yi Chang mused, did she not ask me to teach her martial arts?
Just wait until then, I'll show her. While Yi Chang begrudgingly trailed behind the two girls, a few local ruffians lurking nearby spotted him.
Hey, isn't that the kid who taught us a lesson yesterday? One of the youths in the group pointed out, recognizing Yi Chang. Indeed, it's him, another replied, confirming their sighting.
Should we go teach him a lesson? One of the thugs suggested.
Teach him a lesson? Do you think you can take him on? The leader rebuked, realizing their previous defeat at Yi Chang's hands. What then, should we just let it go? Don't we want revenge? The subordinate pressed.
Of course we want revenge, but not by our hands.
Not by our hands?
The subordinate appeared puzzled.
Exactly, just keep an eye on me and call my cousin over.
With that, the leader pulled out his phone and sought a quiet spot to make the call. About half a minute later, he returned with a broad grin plastered across his face. Chapter 79. Purchasing a handbag. What has happened to third brother? Upon observing the jubilant expression on Ji San's face, one of his underlings inquired.
All is well.
Ji San gestured to his companions. It is worth noting that his cousin wields considerable influence in North City. Once he arrives, dealing with that young man will be but a matter of moments.
By the way, have you seen where that fellow went?
Ji San cast a glance around and noticed that Yi Chang's figure had vanished from the commercial street. He went into a shop with two young ladies. One of his subordinates pointed towards a particular brand store in the shopping district.
Wow! They dared to enter that store?
Ji San was taken aback when he beheld the establishment, recalling his previous visit. The prices inside were exorbitant, with each item costing tens of thousands, the cheapest being over 10,000. Considering Yi Chang's wealth, Ji San's mind began to churn with new ideas. Alright, we shall wait for him outside. The moment he exits, we will intercept him. By the time my cousin arrives, it will be his demise, Ji San said with a cold smirk. Consequently, they settled by the roadside of the shopping street. Passers-by instinctively steered clear of the group, recognizing them as troublemakers. Meanwhile, after Yi Chang and Su Xiaofei entered the brand store, Su Xiaofei was entranced by the dazzling array of merchandise, unable to tear her gaze away. In contrast, Liang Xiaoting continually tugged at Su Xiaofei, urging her to exercise restraint. Just moments ago, she had glanced at the prices of the items, which shocked her. Nearly everything was priced in the tens of thousands. Even the discounted handbags at the entrance were upwards of 10,000. Were it not for Su Xiaofei's persistent grip, she would have left upon entering, as her entire fortune barely equaled a fraction of the cost of one handbag. Unless she were to part with the jewelry Yi Chang had gifted her the day prior, she had merely a few hundred yuan on her. The store staff, perceiving them as students, exhibited little enthusiasm, thinking to themselves that these impoverished youths could hardly afford the luxury items. However, at that moment, Su Xiaofei called out to a sales associate, requesting her to bring out the handbags from the display. Initially reluctant, the sales associate ultimately complied, reminding her to be cautious not to soil the merchandise, or she would be obliged to purchase it. It was not a matter of disdain towards Su Xiaofei, rather, the bags were priced at 70 to 80,000 yuan, and she doubted a student could afford such luxury. Of course, if she were accompanied by a wealthy patron, it might be a different story, but observing Yi Chang, who appeared to be merely a laborer, the sales associate shook her head. Though he was somewhat handsome, he did not exude the aura of affluence. Unbeknownst to Yi Chang, he had already been judged by the store staff. As he meandered aimlessly, his hands wandered from one item to another. Hey, sir, please refrain from touching those indiscriminately. These items are quite expensive, and if they become dirty, they will be difficult to sell. One of the attentive associates approached him, concerned that he might damage the goods. Sorry, Yi Chang quickly withdrew his hands upon hearing the associate. Simultaneously, he pondered whether such prices were truly exorbitant, feeling slighted. He currently had several 100,000 yuan on his card. Additionally, with so many influential acquaintances, borrowing money was hardly a challenge. Worst case, he could have his father return his card next time. Nonetheless, he felt somewhat embarrassed to ask others for financial assistance, so he resolved to contact his father for the card's return at the earliest opportunity. That black card contained billions in US dollars, more than enough for him to live lavishly for several lifetimes, yet, it was unfortunate that his father had confiscated it all. Moreover, was he not supposed to return to complete a task? Damn, why had he not called to arrange things yet? And when he attempted to call, he found it impossible to connect. He wondered if his father had been caught in some scandal, as there was no other explanation for the lack of communication. I want this one. At that moment, Su Xiaofei's voice drew Yi Chang's attention. She was holding a designer handbag. Addressing the sales associate, the associate, astonished, replied, "Little girl, are you serious? That item is very expensive." The associate did not believe Su Xiaofei could afford it and hesitated to process her request.
Are you out of your mind, Xiaofei? That cost several tens of thousands.
Liang Xiaoting exclaimed, pulling Su Xiaofei back, yet Su Xiaofei remained unfazed, responding, "It's just a few tens of thousands, what's the big deal?" The staff, overhearing, assumed Su Xiaofei was merely putting on airs and cautioned, "Little girl, you must think this through. If you cannot pay at checkout, a commission of 1% will be deducted." "She has no money, but I do." "Stop the chatter and ring up the sale," Yi Chang interjected, unable to bear the situation any longer. He felt the staff were looking down upon them. Very well, when he paid, he would surely dazzle them with his wealth.
Very well then. Seeing Yi Chang's assertive demeanor, the associate reluctantly took the handbag from Su Xiaofei to process the transaction.
They followed her to the counter, but Liang Xiaoting shot Yi Chang a reproachful look, as if to say, "How could you not understand that Xiaofei is being reckless? That amount of money is no trifling matter."
"Sir, the total is 99,900 yuan. Will you be paying in cash or by card?"
the associate inquired after ringing up the sale.
"By card, please."
Just as Yi Chang was about to produce his card, he was taken aback when Su Xiaofei pulled a card from her purse and handed it to the associate. This unexpected turn left Yi Chang stunned, wondering if she truly had the means. The associate hesitated momentarily before accepting the card, still convinced that it could not possibly contain sufficient funds. However, to her astonishment, the transaction was successfully processed. "Miss, your total is 99,900 yuan, here is your receipt, please keep it safe." The associate, wide-eyed, handed the receipt to Su Xiaofei, unable to fathom that she possessed such wealth. At that same moment, Yi Chang looked on in astonishment at Su Xiaofei, having never anticipated that she was so affluent. He had assumed he would need to assist with the payment. Liang Xiaoting, however, appeared unperturbed, as if she had always known about Su Xiaofei's financial standing, yet she regarded Su Xiaofei with a semblance of resignation, contemplating how this girl had no sense of moderation, purchasing a handbag worth tens of thousands without hesitation. As Liang Xiaoting glanced at Su Xiaofei, Yi Chang happened to catch the look, mistakenly believing it was envy over Su Xiaofei's new acquisition. Chapter 80. Another one, please. Thus, Yi Chang inquired, "Do you have another one exactly like this?" His words quickly attracted the attention. Su Xiaofei, on the other hand, wore an understanding expression. However, the sales staff began to hesitate, for such a bag was not a trivial purchase, and this man appeared rather unwealthy. Could it be that he was relying on the lady beside him to foot the bill? Consequently, several staff members couldn't help but glance toward Su Xiaofei. Although they were suspicious of Yi Chang, they still politely asked, "Sir, are you serious?"
"Of course I am. Is there any doubt?" Yi Chang replied, feeling somewhat exasperated, as he thought to himself, "Is this a matter of looking down on me? Very well then." The sales attendant nodded and proceeded to retrieve another bag from the display. The price remained a staggering 99,900 yuan. When it came time to pay, the staff looked toward Su Xiaofei, anticipating that she would cover the expense. To their surprise, she remained stationary. "Hey, swipe the card." Yi Chang's voice chimed in, tinged with exasperation. He had already handed over his card, yet the sales staff continued to ignore him, focusing instead on Su Xiaofei. They were left wondering who was actually making the purchase. "Oh, ah."
The attendant, taken aback by Yi Chang's card, "Just process the payment," Yi Chang said, exasperated, as he directly placed the card in her hand. With no other recourse, the attendant reluctantly proceeded with the transaction, but soon her astonishment returned, for the card was approved. "Sir, here is your receipt," she said, her face a mask of shock. This was the second time they had been taken aback. First it was Su Xiaofei, and now it was Yi Chang. They could hardly believe that these students possessed such wealth. "Xiaoting, this bag is for you." Yi Chang handed the purchased bag to Liang Xiaoting. "Ah. Why would you buy me such an expensive bag?" Liang Xiaoting exclaimed in surprise. "Did you not like it?" Yi Chang asked. "I never said I liked it." Liang Xiaoting responded, somewhat bewildered. She was certain she had never expressed such a preference. "Well, seeing how mesmerized you were by Su Xiaofei's bag, I assumed you fancied it," Yi Chang remarked. "Not at all. I was merely reminding her not to waste her money," Liang Xiaoting said, feeling somewhat exasperated. She had never anticipated that a mere glance at Su Xiaofei would lead Yi Chang to believe she coveted the bag. All right, since Yi Chang has already purchased it, you should just accept it." Su Xiaofei interjected, stepping forward to take the bag from Yi Chang and offer it to Liang Xiaoting. Seeing that Liang Xiaoting remained hesitant, Su Xiaofei added, "If you refuse, this fellow might just gift it to another girl, and then you'll be the one regretting it." Initially, Liang Xiaoting had no intention of accepting it, but upon hearing Su Xiaofei's sudden remark, she recalled someone and swiftly seized the bag, declaring, "Fine, I won't be polite then."
Hee hee, Su Xiaofei smirked, reveling in what she deemed a clever ploy.
Her previous words had been casual. She had no knowledge of whether Yi Chang had any other female acquaintances. After purchasing the bag, Yi Chang led them out of the boutique, intending to find a place to eat. However, no sooner had they exited the store than they found themselves surrounded by a group of thugs.
"What do you want?"
Su Xiaofei asked defiantly, hands on her hips. Normally, she would have been frightened and sought refuge, but today was different, for she had Yi Chang, her protector, by her side. Yi Chang furrowed his brow upon seeing the group. "Can't I even enjoy a shopping trip without being bothered by these pests?" he thought, feeling increasingly annoyed. Liang Xiaoting, sensing danger, instinctively clung to Yi Chang's arm. "Hey, little lady, this doesn't concern you. Step aside, or my friends won't be courteous," one of the thugs boasted arrogantly.
"I won't step aside. If you dare, come and hit me," Su Xiaofei retorted, undeterred by his threats, boldly standing her ground.
"You little brat, I'll make you pay," the thug yelled, showing no regard for her safety, as he lunged at Su Xiaofei. Seeing the attack coming, Su Xiaofei was taken aback. However, something peculiar occurred at that moment. The thug who had intended to strike suddenly screamed and was sent flying backward. He had felt an immense force collide with him, and it was none other than Yi Chang, who had merely used his aura to send the thug sprawling, for had he used his true strength, the thug would have been incapacitated instantly. The remaining thugs, bewildered, rushed to assist their fallen comrade. Upon being helped up, the thug gazed at Yi Chang with a look of sheer terror, instinctively knowing he had been attacked by him, though he had not witnessed it. Nonetheless, recalling his orders from his boss, he steadied himself and said, "We need you to come with us." Initially, Yi Chang had no intention of complying, but pondering who exactly was troubling him, he decided to follow. Before long, he found himself led into a narrow alley within the commercial district. Inside the alley, a group of people had gathered, and to Yi Chang's surprise, he recognized some of them. They were members of the Qingbang. Among them was none other than Brother Fei, who was leaning back, smoking, and joking with his subordinates. Opposite him stood Ji San, the one seeking to confront Yi Chang. As soon as they brought Yi Chang forward, the thug who had been knocked down shouted, "Brother San, we brought him here." Upon hearing this, both Brother Fei and Ji San turned their attention to Yi Chang. Ji San wore a cold smile, thinking to himself, "This time, you're finished." However, upon seeing Yi Chang, Brother Fei's expression changed to one of fear, wishing he could find a place to hide. At this moment, Yi Chang's gaze fell upon him, and it was too late for Brother Fei to escape. "Brother Fei, he is," Ji San began to inform Brother Fei that Yi Chang was the man he intended to deal with, but before he could finish, Brother Fei dashed forward, a respectful smile on his face.
"Ah, it's Brother Chang. My apologies for not welcoming you properly."
Chapter 81 The Stranger in the Bathroom. The moment Big Fei displayed such deference towards Yi Chang, all the younger subordinates, including Ji San, were left utterly astonished. They wondered what could possibly have transpired that would cause Big Fei to show such respect to a mere youth. In truth, Big Fei was reluctant, yet the circumstances dictated that if he did not exhibit this respect, he might find himself on the receiving end of a beating, which would be even worse.
"Speak up, why did you summon me?" Yi Chang inquired directly, disregarding Big Fei's formalities.
He felt a twinge of annoyance, pondering whether his previous beating had not been severe enough, thereby prompting Big Fei to seek him out for trouble. I apologize, it was our mistake."
"Xiao San, come over and apologize to Brother Chang."
Big Fei shouted for Ji San to come forth while attempting to convey his remorse to Yi Chang. However, Ji San remained bewildered.
"What the hell are you standing there for? Hurry up and come over."
Big Fei's roar echoed through the air. Startled, Ji San hastily approached.
"Bro, what do you want?" Ji San looked at Big Fei, utterly confused. "Why are you calling me?"
"Hurry up and apologize to Brother Chang, damn it, you're causing me endless trouble." Big Fei berated Ji San furiously. He lamented inwardly that had he known this would happen, he wouldn't have come, for offending Yi Chang, a formidable figure, meant that not only he but the entire Qingbang would be powerless to resist. After all, the Qingbang had seen better days, and if it weren't for that young master supporting them from the shadows, they would have disbanded long ago. Thus, under Big Fei's furious scolding, Ji San repeatedly bowed and apologized to Yi Chang. "I'm sorry, Brother Chang. I won't dare do it again." "What good is merely saying that? Hurry up and bow your head twice."
Big Fei shouted again, desperate to placate Yi Chang's anger. "Ah!"
Ji San paused for a moment, but upon meeting Big Fei's gaze, he dared not retort and went to bow his head. However, Yi Chang raised his hand to stop him. "Enough of this nonsense. I'm giving you a warning, do not provoke me again, or I will leave you crippled." As he spoke, Yi Chang threw a punch at the nearby wall, and with a resounding thud, a fist-sized dent appeared, a testament to his deliberate restraint, for otherwise, he would have easily shattered the wall. Witnessing this spectacle, Big Fei and the others were left in a state of shock, contemplating Yi Chang's terrifying capability to leave a mark on the wall with a mere gesture.
Big Fei mused, is this the power of a martial artist? This display astonished not only Big Fei and his cohorts but also Liang Xiaoting and Su Xiaofei, who stood behind Yi Chang, their expressions mirroring disbelief as they pondered how Yi Chang had accomplished such a feat with a mere wave of his hand. Xiaoting, let us depart.
Yi Chang disregarded their astonishment and took Liang Xiaoting and Su Xiaofei away, thinking that this display should be sufficient to intimidate them. Should they dare to disturb him again, he promised that it would not be a matter of mere playful punches. As Liang Xiaoting and Su Xiaofei returned to their senses while walking back to the commercial street with Yi Chang, Su Xiaofei, ever inquisitive, asked, Yi Chang, how did you do that just now?
What do you mean by how did you do that?
Yi Chang was confused, having not given the earlier incident much thought.
Of course, I mean how did that wall suddenly have your fist mark on it?
Su Xiaofei replied, her curiosity piqued.
Liang Xiaoting also looked at Yi Chang with a puzzled expression.
Oh, it's simple, I possess inner strength, Yi Chang said mysteriously, lowering his voice to share this secret with the two girls, feeling there was no harm in revealing it.
Inner strength?
The two girls exclaimed instinctively.
Shoo, keep your voice down, don't let anyone hear.
Yi Chang made a gesture for silence.
Oh.
The two nodded in understanding, glancing around cautiously.
All right, let us go eat. After that, we'll return to school.
With that, Yi Chang moved forward, contemplating how he might collapse from exhaustion if he didn't return soon, especially since he was burdened with numerous bags while Liang Xiaoting and Su Xiaofei appeared carefree and unencumbered. As they finished their dinner, Yi Chang led the two girls back to school. Although they wished to continue their evening out, Yi Chang had no such inclination, knowing he would ultimately bear the brunt of their exertions. After safely returning the two girls to their dormitory, he made his way back to Zhao Xiaoyan's room. However, upon arrival, he found it empty. She must still be at work, Yi Chang thought. Having spent the day out and worked up a sweat, he promptly stripped off his clothes and dashed into the bathroom for a shower, planning to enjoy a restful sleep afterward. Yet, just as Yi Chang entered the bathroom, an unexpected visitor arrived at Zhao Xiaoyan's dormitory. A tall, voluptuous woman appeared at the door, puzzled to find it ajar. Xiaoyan, honestly, she can't even close the door, the woman muttered to herself before stepping inside and shutting the door behind her. Upon entering, she heard the sound of running water from the bathroom. Could Xiaoyan be showering? I think I'll surprise her, the woman thought, a mischievous smile spreading across her face. To avoid alerting Zhao Xiaoyan, she slipped off her shoes and stealthily approached the bathroom. Unbeknownst to Yi Chang, a beautiful woman was stealthily advancing towards him just outside the bathroom door. My darling, I'm here, she exclaimed, bursting through the bathroom door and wrapping her arms around the figure in the shower. Startled by the sudden intrusion, Yi Chang shouted, Who the hell are you? Upon hearing his voice and realizing her mistake, the woman shrieked, Ah, pervert, degenerate. In her panic, she shoved Yi Chang away and quickly covered her eyes. Hey! Who the hell are you? Why did you barge in while I'm showering? Yi Chang exclaimed, nearly losing his balance from the shove. Although the woman was exceptionally beautiful with a stunning figure, her sudden intrusion had startled him, especially since she had the audacity to call him a degenerate and a pervert. Yi Chang thought to himself, my goodness, she saw me and called me a pervert, is there no justice in this world? Chapter 82 Oren Feifei, who on earth are you, and what are you doing in Xiaoyan's dormitory? The woman, her emotions gradually calming, swiftly turned around and snapped. I am her student. Is it not permissible for me to stay here temporarily? Yi Chang replied, showing no restraint in his tone. Suddenly confronted by such an individual while bathing, and then being scolded, he felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. Ah, so you are indeed her student. The woman exclaimed, her realization dawning upon her after hearing Yi Chang's explanation. She thought to herself that this was quite a blunder. Feifei. At that moment, a voice called from outside the dormitory door. It was Zhao Xiaoyan. Today, her close friend Ren Feifei had returned from abroad to visit her. Due to her work commitments, she had entrusted Feifei with the key, informing her of Yi Chang's stay. However, concerned about potential misunderstandings, Zhao Xiaoyan had decided to return early from work to check in. Little did she expect to find such a scene upon her return. Chang, please put on some clothes quickly. Zhao Xiaoyan instinctively glanced at the unclad Yi Chang in the bathroom before hastily shutting the door. Feifei, come with me, she said, her voice tinged with irritation as she pulled Rin Feifei's hand away. Zhao Xiaoyan, feeling perplexed, wondered why she kept witnessing things she ought not to see lately. Moreover, the instigator of this latest incident was none other than her own friend, seated on the sofa. Zhao Xiaoyan listened to Rin Feifei's explanations, her expression a mixture of anger and disbelief. After hearing Feifei's account, she grasped the situation but was left speechless, thinking that Feifei had been rather audacious. How could she barge in without even ascertaining who was inside the bathroom? And even if she knew, should she still have intruded? Now, it seemed trouble had arisen. Zhao Xiaoyan felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. On one hand, there was her close friend. On the other, her student. She did not wish to witness any unpleasantness or conflict arising from this incident. Thus, she resolved to have Rin Feifei apologize to Yi Chang, hoping he would not be upset. After all, if the roles were reversed and she had been exposed, she would certainly be furious. It was only natural to think that Yi Chang, too, was likely seething in the bathroom. Initially, Rin Feifei was somewhat reluctant upon hearing Zhao Xiaoyan's request for her to apologize to Yi Chang. Although she had inadvertently seen him, he was a male and she a female. The loss, she reasoned, should be hers. Yet, unable to withstand Zhao Xiaoyan's fiery gaze, she ultimately acquiesced. She had hoped to surprise Xiaoyan upon her return, but instead, she had inadvertently startled someone else. Perhaps it was only fitting. With that thought, Rin Feifei resolved that at most, she would offer Yi Chang an apology.
Xiaoyan Jia.
Before long, Yi Chang emerged from the bathroom clad in fresh attire. However, when Zhao Xiaoyan and Rin Feifei turned to regard him, they noticed no trace of anger upon his face. Still, Zhao Xiaoyan shot Rin Feifei a knowing glance, urging her to apologize promptly. After a brief hesitation, Rin Feifei stood and addressed Yi Chang. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to intrude. After uttering her apology, she disregarded Yi Chang's reaction and sat back down. Zhao Xiaoyan, upon hearing this, felt faint from disbelief, thinking to herself, was that truly an apology? It's alright, just be more careful next time, Yi Chang replied nonchalantly. In truth, he had not been particularly angry. He had simply been taken aback by the sudden intrusion while bathing. However, considering the good rapport between Xiaoyan and Feifei, he chose to forgive her, so even without an apology, he would not have held a grudge. Moreover, he felt as though he had somehow benefited from the situation. Why would he be upset? Yet, upon hearing Yi Chang's words, Rin Feifei exhibited an indifferent demeanor, as if his remarks held no significance for her. She felt she had fulfilled her obligation to apologize, and what he thought was no longer her concern. That's good, Chang. Please take a seat. Xiaoyan Jia will introduce you two to one another, Zhao Xiaoyan said, rising to guide Yi Chang to a seat. She then turned to Rin Feifei, stating, Feifei, allow me to formally introduce you. This is my student, Yi Chang, who is currently residing at my home. After introducing Feifei, Zhao Xiaoyan pivoted to Yi Chang, saying, Xiao Chang, this is Rin Feifei, who just returned from abroad. Please take a moment to get acquainted. With a playful wink at Yi Chang, he understood her cue and extended his hand toward Rin Feifei, saying, Hello, I'm Yi Chang, it's a pleasure to meet you. However, Rin Feifei merely glanced at Yi Chang, maintaining her aloof demeanor, her arms crossed tightly over her chest. She appeared somewhat frigid, lacking the warmth she had previously displayed towards Zhao Xiaoyan. Feeling awkward as the silence lingered, Yi Chang was about to withdraw his hand when Zhao Xiaoyan playfully slapped Rin Feifei's thigh, exclaiming, What are you acting aloof for? Hurry up and shake hands with Xiao Chang. Zhao Xiaoyan internally sighed at Rin Feifei's behavior, perplexed by her apparent chilliness in front of others, contrasting sharply with the lively demeanor she exhibited around her. It was as if Rin Feifei were an imposing iceberg, formidable and unyielding. Only when Zhao Xiaoyan personally urged her did Rin Feifei finally relent and shake Yi Chang's hand. Yet, as Yi Chang's hand met hers, he was struck by an unexpected chill, not from the environment, but emanating from her very being. Just as he began to ponder the source of this coldness, Rin Feifei withdrew her hand. He. Yi Chang chuckled awkwardly, retracting his hand as the atmosphere grew increasingly frosty, all of it seemingly stemming from Rin Feifei. Sensing the mounting chill, Zhao Xiaoyan hastily sought to change the subject, asking, By the way, Xiao Chang, weren't you out shopping with Xiao Ting and the others? Why are you back so soon? Earlier, she had overheard Yi Chang invite Liang Xiaoting out for shopping in the corridor of the classroom. At the time, she had thought it quite impressive that he had the audacity to approach the campus belle. However, seeing him return so early piqued her curiosity. Did they have a disagreement? Nothing much. They just said they were tired from shopping, Yi Chang explained, though the truth was that he himself had grown weary accompanying them on their shopping spree. Felt akin to being a pack mule. He much preferred to return home for a nap. Oh, I see. Zhao Xiaoyan nodded, accepting Yi Chang's explanation. Suddenly, Yi Chang sensed a piercing glare directed at him. Instinctively, he turned to look, but the glare vanished almost immediately. Nevertheless, he distinctly felt it had originated from Ren Feifei, yet, when he glanced at her again, she appeared to be lost in thought, her eyes closed.
Who exactly is she?
Yi Chang mused, casting a scrutinizing glance at Ren Feifei, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Chapter 83, Who is she? In a fleeting moment, he suddenly sensed an aura characteristic of a martial artist. Could it be that Ren Feifei is a martial artist? Yi Chang felt a surge of alarm in his heart, yet he could discern nothing at present. The other party was evidently still an ordinary individual. What does it matter who she is? As long as she doesn't harm Xiao Yanjia, that's sufficient, Yi Chang mused inwardly, quickly finding solace in his thoughts. However, the atmosphere around them was somewhat peculiar, and feeling a sense of ennui, Yi Chang bid farewell to Zhao Xiaoyan and exited. As soon as Yi Chang stepped outside, Ren Feifei, who had been keeping her eyes closed, suddenly opened them, a fleeting chill flashing across her gaze. Xiaoyan, your student is quite extraordinary, she remarked to Zhao Xiaoyan. Yet, Zhao Xiaoyan, perplexed, inquired, what do you mean by extraordinary? I'm not entirely sure. There's just something strange about the impression he gives me. In any case, do be cautious moving forward, Ren Feifei advised. What she truly wished to convey was that she had sensed an aura of a martial artist emanating from Yi Chang, which she had felt during their handshake moments ago. What do you mean by cautious? Feifei, what on earth are you talking about? Zhao Xiaoyan responded, her confusion evident. She couldn't shake the feeling that Ren Feifei had been particularly odd today, making her words difficult to comprehend. However, Ren Feifei did not elaborate further, instead asking, Xiaoyan, may I stay at your place for the next few days? I'm rather disinclined to check into a hotel. In truth, she harbored another intention. To observe Yi Chang and discern the true nature of his character. Should he harbor any ill intentions toward Zhao Xiaoyan, she would not hesitate to take action. Meanwhile, Yi Chang, having left Zhao Xiaoyan's dormitory, remained unaware that he was about to spend the next few days in the company of a particularly dangerous woman. At that moment, he found himself on the bustling street outside, troubled by thoughts of where to go next. He had envisioned a pleasant outing, perhaps a leisurely stroll followed by a good night's sleep, but the sudden intrusion of a frosty woman into his dormitory had thrown him off course. Although she was indeed beautiful, she was not the type Yi Chang favored. What a predicament, where should I go? Yi Chang lamented, squatting by the roadside with a troubled expression. With Xiao Ting and the others having returned home and the chubby fellows off to the internet CAF, he had no desire to head back to the dormitory just yet. He resolved to wait until the woman had departed. Suddenly, just as he was pondering his next move, his phone rang. Glancing at the unrecognized number, Yi Chang contemplated for a moment before answering. Hello, who is this? He asked tentatively. It's me, Xiao Hu. Where are you right now? Came Lin Hu's cheerful voice from the other end. Oh, it's you, Xiao Hu. Did you change your number? Yi Chang inquired. No, this is Xiao Hua's phone, you know, the one and only Li Ci Hua, Lin Hu clarified. Oh, so it's Li Ci Hua's. By the way, Xiao Hu, what do you need from me? Yi Chang asked, realizing he must have forgotten to save Li Ci Hua's number in his contacts. Brother Chang, you must be free now, right? Why don't you come over and have a few drinks with the guys? Lin Hu suggested, already aware that Yi Chang's school had given the night off. Sure, where are you guys? Yi Chang readily agreed, feeling a wave of boredom wash over him. We're at Night Owl KTV. Should I come pick you up? Lin Hu offered. No need, I can take a cab there. See you soon, Yi Chang replied before hanging up and hailing a taxi, which sped him toward Night Owl KTV. Approximately 5 minutes later, Yi Chang arrived at the venue, stepping out onto the vibrant street that never sleeps, feeling a twinge of nostalgia. It had been years since he last visited this area. He recalled that the establishment was owned by the Zhong Yitang, explaining why Lin Hu had chosen this location. After all, one should spend within their own territory when dining out. With these thoughts in mind, Yi Chang entered the KTV, where a charming young lady at the front desk greeted him. May I ask if you have a reservation, sir? Noticing her pleasant appearance, Yi Chang took a moment to admire her before responding, Yes, I'm here to see Lin Hu. He assumed that since this establishment belonged to them, the staff would surely recognize Lin Hu. Unfortunately, the staff member did not know Lin Hu, as it was her very first day on the job. I'm sorry, sir, but I don't have a reservation under the name Lin Hu. In truth, the staff member was not mistaken. Lin, who had not made a reservation, as he typically entered a private room directly without needing to register at the front desk. Even if Lin who were present, the young lady might not necessarily recognize him, given that the behind-the-scenes owner was not someone everyone would know.
Ah. There's none?
Yi Chang was momentarily taken aback, wondering if Xiao Wu had played a trick on him. That he promptly took out his phone to call Lin Hu again, only to find that the line was busy.
Damn it!
Yi Chang cursed under his breath, hanging up and pondering what kind of nonsense Lin Hu was up to, leaving him without a guide. Yet, he seemed to have forgotten that he had previously told Lin Hu not to come pick him up. The young lady at the front desk looked apologetic and asked, "Sir, would you like to reserve a room?" "No, thank you," Yi Chang waved his hand dismissively. What would he do with a private room alone? He decided he would call Lin Hu again in a little while. "You're welcome," the young lady replied with a sweet smile before departing. Yi Chang, feeling rather bored, made his way to a nearby sofa to sit.
What's that rascal Lin Hu up to?
Yi Chang muttered, dialing Lin Hu's number once more, but the line remained busy. Frustration washed over him as he thought of giving Lin Hu a good scolding when they finally met. In reality, Yi Chang had misunderstood. Every time he attempted to call Lin Hu was simultaneously trying to reach him, causing his phone to display Yi Chang as being on the line.
What's Brother Chang up to? Why is he taking so long?
Lin Hu wondered aloud as he hung up the phone, puzzled.
Hugo, has Brother Chang arrived yet?
Li Hua, who had just finished singing a song, approached to inquire.
Not yet. Lin Hu replied, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Could it be that he got lost? Li Hua speculated. How could that be?
Brother Chang is no child, Lin Hu countered.
Should I go look for him? Li Hua offered.
That works. Lin Hu nodded, allowing Li Hua to head out in search of Yi Chang.
Wow, little sister, you're quite the beauty.
How about we exchange WeChat and meet up sometime? A raspy voice suddenly echoed in Yi Chang's ears. Chapter 84. Adding QQ is not acceptable, but WeChat will suffice. As he lifted his gaze, he observed the charming receptionist who had attended to him earlier, now being pursued by a youth with green-dyed hair. Behind him stood several other similarly flamboyantly styled young men, all leering at the beautiful receptionist. "I'm sorry, but I do not have WeChat," the waitress stated with a disdainful glance at the green-haired youth, firmly rejecting him. "QQ will do just as well," the green-haired youth insisted obstinately. "I'm afraid I do not have QQ either." "If there's nothing else, could you please leave? You're interrupting my work," the waitress retorted, casting a disapproving look in his direction.
"Come on, why not just give me your phone number? How about we go out for a late-night snack after your shift?"
"Don't tell me you don't even have a phone number," the green-haired youth persisted. "Apologies, but I do not make arrangements. I need to focus on my work, so please step aside," the waitress replied, her annoyance escalating as the green-haired youth continued to pester her. "Hey! Are you refusing to show our buddy with green hair some respect?" At that moment, a youth with yellow-dyed hair rushed over, leaning towards the receptionist and addressing her in a threatening tone. The waitress recoiled, repulsed by the stench of alcohol emanating from him. She could hardly tolerate the smell of liquor. Had it not been for some family issues, she would never have taken a job in such an establishment. What do you want?" the waitress stammered, covering her nose as she stepped back, her eyes wide with alarm as she regarded the yellow-haired youth.
"What do I want?"
"If you have any sense at all, you'll give us your contact information for our friend with green hair. Come out to play with us after your shift, or you'll be in for trouble," the yellow-haired youth threatened, adopting a more aggressive stance as the situation escalated. The waitress was at a loss for how to respond. "Ha, a bunch of grown men bullying a defenseless woman, how very noble of you." Just as the waitress was unsure of what to do, a voice rang out, and instinctively everyone turned to see Yi Chang striding towards them with confidence.
"Who the hell are you?"
"Who gave you the right to speak?" the yellow-haired youth spat angrily, his temper flaring further under the influence of alcohol.
"Ah, it's you."
The moment the green-haired youth recognized Yi Chang, memories flooded back of the previous encounter at the milk tea shop where he had been reprimanded while attempting to flirt with a girl. Now, however, he felt emboldened by the presence of his friends.
"Oh, do we know each other?"
Yi Chang inquired, feigning ignorance as he regarded the green-haired youth with curiosity, his memory failing to recall their previous meeting.
"How fortuitous this is, young man."
"Your time has come," the green-haired youth declared, ignoring Yi Chang's question as he rallied his companions to confront him. Fueled by alcohol, the group was ready to brawl in front of the KTV. Had they been sober, they would have thought twice, given the formidable reputation of this KTV.
"Ah!"
The beautiful waitress gasped, terrified at the prospect of them attacking Yi Chang and instinctively reaching for her phone to call for help. In the noisy environment of a KTV, however, her calls for assistance went unheard. Just as she feared that Yi Chang would be overwhelmed, he casually waved his hand, and the youths collided with it, sent sprawling backward in mere seconds. "Who the hell is causing a ruckus?" a booming voice erupted, and Li Zihua emerged with two of his companions, striding confidently into the scene. The first thing he noticed was the group of green-haired youths lying on the floor. The green-haired youth scrambled to his feet, rushing to Li Zihua to report, "Brother Hua, you've arrived just in time. Someone is causing trouble in your KTV and assaulted us." He pointed an accusatory finger at Yi Chang, relishing the thought that Yi Chang was doomed now that Li Zihua was here. However, when he glanced back at Yi Chang, he was met with a smile. Confused, he barely registered what was happening when Li Zihua's hand flew across his face, accompanied by a furious reprimand. "How dare you provoke Brother Chang?" Li Zihua was taken aback upon recognizing Yi Chang among the troublemakers. He had not anticipated that the instigator would be Yi Chang, and fearing he might have offended him, he swiftly turned his ire back to the green-haired youth. "Get these little punks out of here," he commanded his subordinates without hesitation. The green-haired youth was still in a daze when he was unceremoniously thrown out of the KTV, his mind racing. What was going on with Brother Hua today? Why was he attacking me? Through the glass, he could hardly believe his eyes as he witnessed Li Zihua, who usually held himself with such arrogance, now treating Yi Chang with utmost respect. "Brother Chang, I had no idea it was you. I apologize for my earlier remarks." Li Zihua approached Yi Chang, humbly offering his apologies. "Not at all, they were the ones causing trouble. I merely intervened on behalf of that young lady," Yi Chang said, gesturing toward the shaken waitress. "Oh, what happened?" Li Zihua raised an eyebrow, turning his attention to her. "Brother Hua, the waitress began nervously, but Yi Chang interjected, "It was nothing major. Those fools were harassing her, and I couldn't just stand by." "Is that so? Humph, those little miscreants are far too bold. How dare they create chaos in my territory?" Li Zihua scoffed, his tone laced with indignation. "If it weren't for Brother Chang being here today, I would have made them regret it thoroughly." As he finished speaking, he realized Yi Chang was still waiting patiently, prompting him to apologize. "My apologies, Brother Chang, for keeping you waiting. Tiger is still inside, let us head in." Just as Yi Chang prepared to leave, the relieved waitress called out to him, "Excuse me, do you have a moment? Is there something else?" Yi Chang turned, a look of curiosity on his face. The waitress, blushing slightly, said, "I'm Li Tingting, thank you for saving me earlier." "You're welcome." Yi Chang smiled gently before turning to depart. Li Tingting watched him leave, pondering whether he might prefer someone unlike herself. Chapter 85. Li Tingting, having noticed the girl's expression, couldn't help but chuckle internally, reflecting on how truly skilled Changgu was in the art of wooing women. As Li Zihua ushered Yi Chang into the private room, Lin, who was engaged in a game of guessing numbers with several subordinates. "You lost, drink up. Drink up." Lin, who laughed heartily, reveling in yet another victory. Just as he was about to get up and sing a song, he spotted Yi Chang and Li Zihua entering. "Changgu, you finally made it." Upon seeing Yi Chang, Lin, who rushed over, embracing him warmly. Come, Changgu, let us have a few rounds." With excitement gleaming in his eyes, Lin, who pulled Yi Chang beside him, and they began to shake the dice together. Yi Chang felt a surge of nostalgia from their past drinking sessions and joined Lin, Hu and Li Zihua in the revelry. "Brothers, let us drink." After a few more cups, Lin, Hu, slightly intoxicated, stood up, raising his glass towards Yi Chang and the others. "Cheers." Naturally, Yi Chang did not hesitate to grab a large cup and down it in one go. With a gulp of the yellow liquid, he felt no effects. "Changgu, let us go up and sing a song." As the lively music of Good Brothers began to play, Lin, Hu threw his arm around Yi Chang's shoulder. "Sure." Yi Chang readily agreed and joined Lin, Hu in a spirited karaoke session. Their voices rang out loudly, although Lin, Hu's drunken state rendered his singing somewhat off-key. Yet, in that moment, no one paid any mind, as the primary focus was on enjoyment. This marked the first time in 3 years that Lin, Hu and Yi Chang had gathered together to celebrate with abandon. After Lin, Hu and Yi Chang had finished their duet, Li Zihua was eager to seize the moment and joined in for a song with Yi Chang. Once they finished, Lin, Hu had already prepared drinks on the table and resumed his raucous toasting. Although there was already a plethora of beverages laid out, it was of little consequence to Yi Chang. He continued to down one glass after another, remaining unaffected. After all, he was a natural adept, and such trivial amounts of alcohol posed no threat to him. After several rounds of drinks, Yi Chang assumed the festivities were winding down, only to be surprised when Li Zihua announced there were more entertainment options to come. Moments later, several scantily clad women entered the private room, each one more alluring than the last, exuding a captivating charm. Having consumed a few drinks, Yi Chang felt a rush of excitement upon their entrance.
Hello, Hua Gu. Hello, Hu Yi.
The ladies greeted Li Zihua and Lin Hu with a flirtatious demeanor before settling beside them, offering massages and pouring drinks. This is my brother, Yi Chang, please take care of him. If you do well tonight, there will be a bonus, Lin Hu said, reveling in the massages he was receiving.
Oh, so it's Chenggu, allow me to toast you, one of the women exclaimed, and soon a few gathered around Yi Chang, one providing a massage while another poured him a drink. Excellent, excellent.
Let us drink together, Yi Chang said, accepting without reservation as he clinked glasses with one of the beauties.
Goodness.
Just then, a delicate hand began to caress his thigh, sending a jolt of awareness through Yi Chang.
Ahem, beautiful, let us keep the drinking without the wandering hands, shall we? Yi Chang remarked, struggling to endure the sudden stimulation. Luo, doesn't the young man enjoy this?
The woman giggled, her fingers showing no signs of retreat. Just as her hand was about to venture further, Yi Chang stood abruptly. I need to use the restroom, he declared, hastily making his exit. Left behind were the women who had intended to tease him but found themselves thwarted.
Ha ha. Chenggu, could it be that you are shy?
Lin Hu laughed heartily at the sight of Yi Chang's hasty retreat into the restroom.
Since Chenggu isn't keen on these ladies, why don't you all keep me company?
Lin Hu said, pulling the women closer to him. I feel that Chenggu isn't interested in these women, Li Zihua whispered to Lin Hu, contemplating something.
Not interested? What makes you say that?
Lin Hu inquired, puzzled, but soon he realized these women were not of the highest caliber, and the understanding dawned upon him. However, what could be done?
Wasn't this the kind of company that worked for him?
Hu Yi, I know of a new girl who might suit Cheng Ji's tastes, should I call her over?
Li Zihua suggested, recalling someone. Oh? Who might that be?
Lin Hu asked, intrigued, as he was familiar with the majority of the women present and their respective qualities. Could there truly be an untouched beauty among them? Li Zihua then leaned in to share a few words with Lin Hu, and understanding swiftly crossed Lin Hu's features.
All right, go ahead and arrange that, but don't force her, Lin Hu instructed. Of course, Li Zihua replied before departing the KTV.
When Yi Chang emerged from the restroom, he noticed Li Zihua was missing, prompting his curiosity. Where are Xiaohu and Xiaohua? Surely they haven't slipped away, he asked Lin Hu, who was enjoying the massages.
They're not gone.
He stepped out for a moment. You'll see shortly, Lin Hu said, winking at Yi Chang. Yi Chang felt somewhat bewildered by the exchange. Before long, Li Zihua returned, accompanied by a beautiful woman whom Yi Chang recognized as the front desk attendant, Li Tingting. With a hint of shyness, Li Tingting entered the private room alongside Li Zihua. Initially resistant to the idea of serving drinks, she relented upon learning that the person she was to assist was Yi Chang, the one who had come to her aid earlier. She hoped to express her gratitude while also avoiding any conflict with Hua Gu.
Xiaohua, why did you bring her here?
Yi Chang asked, puzzled, recalling that she worked at the front desk. Was she also meant to serve drinks? A frown creased his forehead at the thought. If that were the case, it felt somewhat unfortunate.
Chenggu, I noticed you were alone and bored.
I thought she could keep you company. I believe you two will get along splendidly, Li Zihua explained before turning to Li Tingting. Tingting, hurry and pour Chenggu a drink. Remember, don't upset him. Li Tingting hesitated for a moment before approaching Yi Chang, feeling a mix of nerves as she sat beside him. At that moment, Yi Chang regarded her with curiosity. Li Tingting, her cheeks flushed, stammered, Chenggu, let me pour you a drink. Her hands trembled slightly as she filled his glass, aware that this was her first experience in such a role. Yi Chang, unfazed, accepted the drink and downed it in one go. Li Tingting quickly poured him another, and he repeated the act it wasn't until the third cup that he looked at her with bemusement and asked, aren't you going to drink?
Chapter 86.
18 This year Yi Chang found it peculiar. Typically, one would expect a drinking companion to share a drink in turns.
I cannot drink, Li Tingting exclaimed, misunderstanding Yi Chang's intent. You cannot drink? Then why are you here as a drinking companion?
Yi Chang's confusion deepened upon hearing her response.
It is my first day working here, and I am not actually a drinking companion, Li Tingting explained, concerned that Yi Chang might misconstrue her situation.
So it is your first time here? Yi Chang realized, initially thinking it a pity that such a girl would take on a role like this.
Li
Tingting shyly nodded at Yi Chang, then continued to pour him a drink. You need not pour anymore.
I think I shall refrain from drinking.
Yi Chang observed that the girl clearly disliked the scent of alcohol, as she would wrinkle her nose each time she poured. Gratefully, Li Tingting glanced at Yi Chang before placing the glass down.
Let us engage in conversation, Yi Chang suggested, feeling somewhat bored.
He sensed that Li Tingting seemed to be preoccupied with something, although he initially did not intend to pry. The dullness of the moment compelled him to create a topic of discussion.
What is your name? Yi Chang inquired.
Li Tingting, she replied, glancing at Yi Chang before lowering her head. The overpowering scent of alcohol made her slightly dizzy, and her cheeks flushed a delicate hue. Though she longed to leave, she dared not do so without her boss's permission.
How old are you? Yi Chang continued his questioning. 18, Li Tingting hesitated before answering. 18? Are you still in school? Yi Chang was taken aback, surprised to find she was of a similar age.
Li Tingting nodded nervously.
Which school do you attend? Yi Chang's curiosity was piqued.
I study at Mengcheng High School, Li Tingting said, her shyness causing her to once again lower her gaze. She was reluctant to disclose this information, fearing the shame of being a student from a prestigious high school engaging in such work. However, she felt Yi Chang did not appear to be a malicious person, especially since he had previously helped her, prompting her to be honest with him. To her astonishment, Yi Chang's expression shifted to one of surprise as he exclaimed, "What?
You also attend Mengcheng High School, so do I."
Yi Chang was at a loss for words. Was this fate, to casually venture out and encounter such a stunning girl, and one from the same school, no less?
Ah! However, Li Tingting was startled by Yi Chang's revelation, becoming increasingly anxious.
She feared that her role as a drinking companion would become known at school. Though she trusted Yi Chang would not speak of it, apprehension lingered. After all, one could never predict the depths of human nature.
Are you all right?
Yi Chang inquired, puzzled by her startled reaction, wondering if he truly was that surprising a person from Mengcheng. No, it's nothing, she replied, shaking her head. Yet, upon realizing they attended the same school, her discomfort grew, rendering her restless. Unaware of her inner turmoil, Yi Chang assumed she was simply unaccustomed to the atmosphere of the private room, as she had mentioned it was her first visit to such a place. Without a second thought, he grasped her hand, stating, "Come with me." Li Tingting was once again startled, her face flushing from the warmth of his grip as she stammered, "Where are you taking me?" Her anxiety stemmed from the belief that Yi Chang might lead her to some strange place and compel her to engage in activities she would rather avoid. If that were the case, she would resolutely refuse, even if it meant losing her job. Sensing her distress, Yi Chang quickly clarified, "Do not misunderstand, I merely wish to take you out for some fresh air." Li Tingting gazed into Yi Chang's earnest eyes, sensing no deceit, and after a moment of hesitation, she replied, "But I am still on duty." "Do not worry, I will simply inform Xiaohu and the others," Yi Chang assured her, stepping away to convey his intentions before returning to her side.
"Now we can go, right?" Yi Chang said.
Li Tingting looked at him in surprise, pondering who he truly was to be able to simply request her departure from the others. Yet, a worry gnawed at her. Working here meant she was to be paid daily, and leaving early would jeopardize her earnings. "Rest assured, your wages for today will still be given to you.
Think of this as a brief escape with me," Yi Chang declared, pulling the still hesitant Li Tingting out of the room and swiftly exiting the KTV.
"Hey, where are you going, Tingting?" a plump girl called out as they passed the front desk. However, Yi Chang paid her no mind, heading straight for the outdoor walkway.
"Isn't the air much fresher outside?" Yi Chang remarked as he released Li Tingting's hand and leaned against the railing.
She softly affirmed, her cheeks slightly flushed in the glow of the streetlights. Noticing her silence, Yi Chang probed further, "By the way, what grade are you in?" "Second year," Li Tingting mumbled, still avoiding eye contact.
"Second year, I am in my final year, you should call me senior."
Yi Chang attempted to lighten the mood with a jest. However, he could not ascertain whether the girl simply lacked a sense of humor, as her expression remained one of melancholy, as if burdened by some grievance. "Senior," she timidly addressed him, then fell silent again. Yi Chang found her reaction curious. He could now discern that she harbored some worries, yet he was uncertain whether he should inquire further. After a minute of mutual silence, Yi Chang finally asked, "Is there something troubling you?"
"Perhaps I can assist."
"No, nothing." Li Tingting's eyes briefly brightened before dimming once more as she shook her head. She thought to herself that no one could help with her predicament.
"Oh, very well then." Chapter 87.
"I lend you." Yi Chang nodded inwardly, yet he could discern that the girl was troubled by something. Though she seemed reluctant to share thus, he tactfully shifted the conversation, inquiring, "Aren't you still in school?"
Why are you working at night, Owl?
Upon hearing Yi Chang broach the topic that weighed heavily on her heart, Li Tingting felt a pang of emotion and instinctively glanced at him. She then lowered her head again, her voice choked with emotion as she replied, I need money, otherwise, I wouldn't resort to such a place. Do you look down on me? As she spoke, tears finally spilled from Li Tingting's eyes. In that instant, Yi Chang found himself at a loss for how to respond. He endeavored to explain and comfort her, saying, it's alright, how could I possibly look down on you?
Every job holds its significance, as long as we don't compromise our integrity.
As long as you believe this is the right path, you need not concern yourself with the opinions of others. Perhaps it was the sincerity in Yi Chang's words that resonated deeply with her, for Li Tingting gradually ceased her sobs, her tear-filled eyes locked onto his as she asked, are you truly speaking from the heart?
You don't think less of me?
Of course not, that establishment is run by my friends, if I were to look down on you, I would be disparaging them as well, Yi Chang replied candidly.
Thank you.
For the first time, a smile graced the girl's face, inspired by Yi Chang's words.
You're welcome.
Your smile is truly beautiful, he remarked, instinctively reaching out to touch her face. However, as his fingers brushed against her cheek, Li Tingting recoiled in surprise, her eyes wide with alarm as she regarded him.
I apologize.
That was unintentional, Yi Chang said, suddenly feeling as though he had crossed an inappropriate boundary, akin to a repugnant man bullying a young girl. But you truly looked lovely when you smiled, he complimented, pondering why she seldom allowed her radiance to shine through. In truth, Li Tingting had once been a girl full of laughter, but her demeanor had shifted after a certain incident. Perhaps it was Yi Chang's praise or the fleeting touch on her cheek that caused her face to flush a deep crimson.
May I call you Tingting? Yi Chang inquired tentatively.
She replied softly, not rejecting his request. She found Yi Chang to be a genuinely good person, possibly already moved by his earlier words, or perhaps she felt a spark of affection for him when he had come to her aid.
Tingting, you mentioned you were in dire need of money. May I ask about your parents?
Li Tingting hesitated, biting her lip before divulging the circumstances of her family. It turned out her father had a gambling addiction, leading him to squander nearly everything they owned, leaving them deep in debt. To make matters worse, her mother had collapsed from exhaustion after working 2 jobs. After accruing significant debts, her father abandoned them, leaving Li Tingting and her mother to bear the burden alone. With the deadline for repayment looming and her mother bedridden, she felt compelled to work at Night Owl as a server, despite her initial trepidation.
Goodness, how could such a thing happen?
Upon hearing about her father's negligence and the relentless harassment from creditors, Yi Chang could not contain his outrage. He thought to himself how despicable it was for a father to evade his responsibilities, forcing his wife and daughter to suffer in his stead. Such thoughts remained unspoken. However, empathizing with Li Tingting's plight, he felt a surge of compassion, wondering if his sympathy stemmed from a genuine desire to help or simply from finding her endearing.
Tingting, how much does your family owe?
300,000. Li Tingting answered without hesitation. She sensed no need to conceal the truth from Yi Chang, who appeared to be a kind-hearted older brother figure.
300,000, no problem, I have the means. Yi Chang declared with confidence.
He considered that such an amount was trivial to him, and if 300,000 could save a girl, he would gladly offer his assistance. However, Li Tingting was taken aback by Yi Chang's declaration. She thought to herself, could he truly mean it? 300,000 was not a trifling sum, it was not 3 or 300, but 300,000, did he really possess such wealth? Why would he want to help her? A myriad of doubts flooded her mind. Although she found Yi Chang to be a decent person, it seemed implausible that he would so readily give such a sum to a stranger. Noticing the disbelief etched on her face, Yi Chang assumed she doubted his financial capability. Do you not believe I have that much money? Very well, come with me to the bank, and I shall show you, he asserted, not waiting for her agreement before leading her to the nearest ATM. See? Just look at the figures, tens, hundreds, thousands. Oh, what is this? There's an extra million. As Yi Chang counted the balance on his card, he was suddenly taken aback. He could not fathom how an additional million had appeared, as he distinctly remembered having spent 660,000 previously. Now, the balance stood at 134,000. At that moment, Li Tingting was equally astonished by the sight of Yi Chang's balance, for it was her first encounter with such a substantial amount of money. Could he possibly be a wealthy heir? Yet, observing his attire, which resembled her own humble clothing, she pondered if he was perhaps a low-key rich kid.
Tingting, do you need 300,000? Yi Chang inquired while pressing the withdrawal button.
No, you don't have to help me pay off the debt. I will earn the money myself, Li Tingting quickly interjected as she saw him preparing to withdraw. They had only just met, and she could not accept such generosity, especially not a sum as large as 300,000. Even if she labored for an entire year, she would struggle to accumulate that amount, yet, Yi Chang did not afford her the chance to protest, swiftly withdrawing 300,000 in cash, laying the crisp bills before her. Li Tingting was momentarily stunned. It was her first time witnessing such a large sum of cash. Meanwhile, Yi Chang appeared unfazed, as if this amount were inconsequential to him. Tingting, hand me your backpack, Yi Chang requested, extending his hand toward her.
Chapter 88. I
cannot accept your money. However, Li Tingting turned away and shook her head, saying, I cannot accept it, nor will I. So please return it. Li Tingting felt she could not accept Yi Chang's money, for it was no trivial sum. She understood the saying that accepting favors often comes with strings attached. What if accepting his money meant he would expect something in return? She could not fathom that there existed individuals in this world who would offer such generosity without ulterior motives.
I've already taken it out. There's no reason to put it back, just take it. If it makes you uneasy to accept my money, consider it a loan. You can repay me once you've graduated and found a job, Yi Chang urged Li Tingting. Yet, she remained hesitant. Do you enjoy working at the Night Owl every day? You know the kinds of people who frequent there. What if someone were to bully you? I certainly wouldn't be passing by every day to rescue you, Yi Chang said, and Li Tingting's wavering heart began to soften. Therefore, just accept it. You can repay me later when you have the means. With that, Yi Chang swiftly unzipped the girl's backpack and placed the money inside. Though Li Tingting was initially reluctant, she considered that perhaps this was an opportunity and allowed Yi Chang to proceed. Done,
Yi Chang declared after stuffing the entire 300,000 into the girl's backpack, clapping his hands together. Meanwhile, Li Tingting felt an inexplicable surge of emotion from the weight of the cash in her bag.
I will definitely repay you.
Li Tingting vowed resolutely to Yi Chang. No matter what she did in the future, she would remember him and ensure that she returned the 300,000.
Yes, you can repay me when you start working, but for now, you must focus on your studies, Yi Chang replied.
The girl nodded earnestly in agreement. She suddenly felt fortunate that on her very first day of work, she encountered such a kind-hearted older brother in Yi Chang.
Let us go, I'll walk you home.
You shouldn't go to work anymore, Yi Chang declared, offering to escort the girl home. However, Li Tingting felt a bit embarrassed about her family's situation and declined, saying, No need, I can go back by myself.
But how could Yi Chang agree to that?
It was far too unsafe for a girl to be out alone at night, especially carrying a significant amount of cash.
No, I'll accompany you home. It is too dangerous for you to be out alone at night, he insisted, taking her hand without waiting for her response and asking, Where do you live?
Let us go. At that moment, Li Tingting found herself less resistant to Yi Chang's presence, growing accustomed to the warmth of his hand.
Okay, she replied, leading Yi Chang home. Along the way, she hesitated and asked, Can I call you brother in the future?
As she spoke, a blush crept onto her cheeks, and she averted her gaze, worried that he might think her shameless, believing she called him brother simply because of his wealth.
Of course.
I would be delighted to have such a sister, Yi Chang accepted without a second thought. Then I shall call you brother from now on, Li Tingting exclaimed joyfully upon receiving his approval.
Stop.
Halt. Just then, as Yi Chang and Li Tingting passed through a narrow alley, they were suddenly confronted by a group of thugs. Yi Chang remained unfazed, but Li Tingting gasped in shock, gripping Yi Chang's hand tightly, fear rising within her.
What do you want?
Yi Chang reassured Li Tingting by patting the back of her hand, then turned to confront the thugs.
It's him, big brother.
I saw him put a stack of money into that girl's backpack, one of the scruffy thugs pointed out to his larger companion. The leader, a hefty man, nodded to his underling while puffing on a cigarette, then swaggered over to Yi Chang, halting less than a meter away. He exhaled a cloud of smoke toward Yi Chang and sneered, Hey kid, my brothers and I are in need of some cash, why don't you share a little with us?
Ha!
Sure.
Yi Chang retorted with a cold laugh, effortlessly dispersing the smoke with an invisible aura. Say that again.
Ha, did you just say sure? The hefty thug had anticipated a rejection, ready to threaten, but upon recalling Yi Chang's words, he realized the young man had actually agreed. This was a first for him. Usually, people would refuse vehemently, only to yield after some intimidation. To his surprise, this time, the kid was willing to hand over cash without any coercion. What a softy, the thug thought to himself.
Of course, how much do you want? Yi Chang asked with a mocking smile, though the thugs could not see his expression. Meanwhile, Li Tingting felt puzzled by Yi Chang's nonchalance in acquiescing to the thug's demands. She wondered, isn't brother supposed to be formidable, why did he so readily concede this time? You're quite agreeable, kid, I like you. Here is the deal, since you're so perceptive, hand over all the cash from that girl's backpack, and I'll let you go, the leader declared. Oh, the money in the backpack? Yi Chang replied, but there is no money in the backpack. He thought to himself that since the thugs were aware of the cash, they must have followed him from the bank. Thank goodness he hadn't allowed Ting Ting to return alone, otherwise, they would have been in trouble. You're lying, I clearly saw you put stacks of money into that backpack. At that moment, the thug who had witnessed Yi Chang place the cash in the backpack rushed forward, pointing at him. Oh, you saw that, did you? I don't believe you, why don't you come over and take a look? Yi Chang said, stepping aside to allow the thug to approach. The thug, confident and arrogant, swaggered toward Yi Chang, boasting, just wait until I pull it out. ULLC. However, just as the thug inched closer, Yi Chang's lips curled into a slight smirk in the darkness. He then swiftly raised his leg and kicked forward. Bang! The kick landed squarely on the thug's midsection, sending him flying through the air to crash painfully into a nearby ditch, where he writhed in agony. How dare you trick us, the leader bellowed, immediately reacting and cursing as he spat out his cigarette. Bang! Yet, no sooner had he finished his sentence than Yi Chang delivered another swift kick, sending him sprawling to the ground, looking even more pathetic than his underling. Why aren't you all attacking? Get him, roared the fallen leader, fury etched across his face as he shouted at the remaining thugs. Chapter 89. My name is Yi Chang. It was not until the boss shouted that these lackeys finally reacted and hastily charged at Yi Chang. However, their arrival was swift, but their departure was even swifter, as they were soon sent flying back by Yi Chang's 3 punches and 2 kicks. Let us go, Ting Ting. Yi Chang declared, paying them no further mind as he took Li Ting Ting by the hand and left. He felt no concern in dealing with these petty thugs, while Li Ting Ting was left in a state of shock as she was pulled along by Yi Chang. She was aware of his prowess, having witnessed it during the night shifts, but she had not anticipated that he could so effortlessly defeat 7 or 8 ruffians. Doubts began to cloud her mind regarding Yi Chang's true identity. She thought to herself that she had never heard of such a figure during their school days. Instead, she had only heard tales of the notorious trio known as the Campus 3. Why are you staring at me like that? Yi Chang asked, noticing the starry-eyed look on Li Ting Ting's face, which caused him to feel a bit bashful. He thought to himself, I know I am handsome, but there is no need for such an intense gaze. If only you would come over and kiss me instead, this staring is rather embarrassing. Unaware of Yi Chang's shameless thoughts, Li Ting Ting, upon hearing his voice, flusteredly diverted her gaze and nervously replied, I wasn't looking at you. Is that so? Yi Chang teased, lowering his head to gaze into her downcast eyes. Yes, yes. Li Ting Ting instantly blushed, turning away in embarrassment, too shy to let Yi Chang see her face. I was just joking. Let us continue on, it's getting late. Yi Chang's words reminded Li Ting Ting that her mother was waiting for her at home. She hadn't mentioned to her mother that she was working. She had merely stated that she was going to a classmate's house for extra lessons. Concerned that her mother might grow anxious with time, Li Ting Ting turned and pulled Yi Chang along, hastening their way home. However, as they reached the doorstep, an ominous voice echoed from within. What do you mean you don't have the money? If you can't pay, then sell your house to settle the debt. In the small courtyard of the 2-story building ahead, a group of young delinquents were shouting at a haggard-looking middle-aged woman. The woman, her face etched with distress, implored, Please, gentlemen, have mercy. We truly have no money left. If you could grant us a few more days, I promise to repay you once I recover and can earn again. Cough, cough, she coughed several times, clearly suffering from a cold. Not a chance. Today is the final deadline. If you can't repay, you either sell the house or let your daughter serve as collateral, one of the thugs declared. A glint of interest flashed in his eyes as he mentioned the woman's daughter. That is impossible. I will never agree to that. The woman firmly rejected the notion of selling her house or offering her daughter as collateral. Oh, you refuse, do you? Then it's time to settle your debt. The young delinquent shouted menacingly as he took a step towards the woman. This sight instilled fear in her, causing her to back away, yet she remained resolute. Well then, if you refuse to pay, let us see how I teach you a lesson. With that, the thug lunged at the woman. Mom! Don T. At that moment, Li Ting Ting's voice rang out from the doorway, and she rushed forward, embracing her mother while tearfully asking, Mom, did they hurt you? Are you injured? Cough, cough, I'm fine. The woman replied, shaking her head in resignation as she saw her daughter return, wondering why she had come back at such a critical moment. The thug, who had been poised to strike, noticed Li Ting Ting's arrival and his eyes lit up with a predatory gleam, causing him to lower his raised hand. Little sister, I have a proposition for you. why don't you come with us?
The thug was planning to use her family's plight to intimidate her into submission, for their leader had had his eye on her for quite some time.
Ting Ting, don't go with them.
The mother quickly grasped her daughter's hand, shaking her head. She had realized that these individuals had been harassing them daily because they were after her daughter.
Get out of the way, old hag.
Seeing the mother's interference, the thug swung his hand towards her.
However, just as his hand was raised, it suddenly froze in midair, immobile as if held by an unseen force. This strange occurrence left the thug in shock as he wondered what was happening. He tried to lift his other arm, but it too remained suspended in the air, causing him to panic. Meanwhile, Li Tingting and her mother exchanged puzzled glances, confused by the thug's bizarre behavior. Slap yourself, came a light, airy voice.
Suddenly, the thug's own arms began to uncontrollably strike his face.
What is going on? Why am I slapping my own face? Stop, please stop.
The thug was horrified, unable to halt the actions of his own limbs. As everyone stood bewildered, Yi Chang strolled through the doorway with an air of nonchalance, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding thugs.
Ting Ting, are these the ones pressuring you for debt?
Yi Chang inquired as he approached her. As he passed by the thug who was slapping himself, he waved his hand dismissively and commanded, "Get lost." In an instant, a wave of crimson energy erupted from Yi Chang's palm, sweeping the thug away in the blink of an eye.
Ting Ting, are you all right?
Yi Chang asked with concern as he turned to Li Tingting.
I'm fine, she replied, shaking her head, her gaze filled with gratitude towards him. And who is this?
Li Tingting's mother asked, her brow furrowed in confusion as she regarded Yi Chang, sensing an air of mystery about him.
The earlier scene left her questioning how he had accomplished such a feat. Mom, this is my classmate, Yi Chang, Li Tingting explained, though she refrained from disclosing her endearment for him, fearing her mother's reprimand. Hello, Auntie.
I am a classmate of Tingting's, Yi Chang greeted the woman politely.
Hello, hello.
But just as the mother spoke, the thug who had been sent flying got back on his feet, shaking his head as he yelled at Yi Chang, "You little brat, who exactly are you?" He was utterly clueless as to how he had been thrown out, and the red energy had appeared in an instant, leaving them bewildered.
Chapter 90. An ordinary person. Me, just an ordinary person, Yi Chang remarked, gesturing to himself with a hint of jest. Even if he were to proclaim his name, they might not recognize it. Do you even know who we are? A young man swaggered over to Yi Chang, his demeanor brimming with arrogance.
Apologies, but I truly do not, Yi Chang shrugged nonchalantly. He was indifferent to who they were. Anyone who dared to provoke him would be dealt with swiftly.
Listen up, kid, I am from the East City Debt Collection Agency. If you have any sense, you should get lost. This is none of your business, the young man declared loudly, convinced that his affiliation would instill fear. However, Yi Chang remained unfazed, replying calmly, I'm sorry, but I haven't heard of your agency, and besides, this is my classmate's home. What concern is it of yours whether I leave or not? Actually, it is you who should leave, do you understand?
With that, Yi Chang's demeanor shifted sharply, a palpable aura of menace enveloping him, causing the young man to tremble involuntarily.
He wondered what was happening. Why did he suddenly feel as though he could scarcely breathe?
We're not here to bully anyone. We're simply here to collect a debt. As long as they pay up, we will leave, the young man stammered, perhaps intimidated by Yi Chang's imposing presence, his tone softening considerably.
Oh? And how much is that?
Yi Chang inquired, already having heard from Li Tingting that the amount was 300,000.
Why do you ask so many questions? Are you planning to pay it off for her? The young man replied, his impatience evident. Yes, I will pay it off. So, what is the amount?
Yi Chang nodded affirmatively.
500,000, do you have that kind of money?
The youth raised 5 fingers, emphasizing the sum.
500,000, I thought it was 300,000?
At that moment, Li Tingting, who had been silently listening, interjected with a puzzled expression.
The 300,000 is just the principal. Did you think there would be no interest?
The young man shot a greedy glance at Li Tingting before continuing.
What interest? 20,000.
Li Tingting's mother exclaimed, her face a portrait of shock.
How could they demand 20,000 in less than a month? They might as well rob someone. This was hardly better than theft.
Humph, if you can't pay, then sell the house as interest, and let your daughter accompany us as collateral.
As long as she returns the money, we will let her go. Oh, so that is your true intention.
Yi Chang observed the young man with a knowing smile. It was clear now that the youth had a scheme, aiming to ensnare Li Tingting's father by fabricating a debt. Yi Chang had seen enough similar plots on television to recognize the pattern. He had anticipated this scenario, and hearing the young man's words only solidified his suspicions.
What are you talking about?
We have no ulterior motives. If they can't repay the debt, they must come with us as collateral to work off the amount. It's all in the contract. The young man brandished a contract, waving it in front of Yi Chang. Whether Yi Chang had actually read it was of no concern to him.
Very well, but if I have the money to help her, then what? Yi Chang asked, thinking that if money could resolve the issue, he would use it.
If not, he would resort to physical means.
What do you mean you have the money? I'll remind you, this is 500,000, not 50. Are you sure you have that?
The young man seemed skeptical of Yi Chang's claim.
Why would I deceive you? Ting Ting, come here and hand me your bag.
Yi Chang instructed, and without hesitation, Li Tingting complied, handing over her bag, as the money was rightfully his. With a dramatic flourish, Yi Chang emptied the bag before the astonished youth, revealing 30,000 in cash.
Here is 30,000. Count it yourself.
Yi Chang stated, his tone steady.
Why yes, good.
The young man was momentarily taken aback by Yi Chang's audacity, instinctively nodding before he dropped to the floor to count the pile of bills. You lot, hurry up and help me count this, he shouted at his bewildered lackeys, who only then began to react, surrounding the money to tally it.
Ting Ting, what on earth is happening? How do you have so much money in your bag?
Li Tingting's mother, finally regaining her senses, pulled her daughter aside to whisper urgently she feared her daughter might have done something questionable to acquire such a sum.
It's nothing, Mom.
This money isn't mine, Li Tingting replied, casting a glance at Yi Chang.
If it's not yours, then whose is it? Li Tingting's mother asked instinctively.
It's money I lent to Tingting, Yi Chang interjected with a smile as he approached them. Although their conversation had been quiet, he had heard every word clearly.
You lent her money?
Li Tingting's mother was now even more perplexed. Why would someone with no ties to them lend money to her daughter? Was there a hidden motive? Suddenly, a thought struck her. She leaned closer to her daughter, whispering a question that made Li Tingting's face flush with embarrassment. She nervously glanced at Yi Chang and stammered, "No way, Mom.
Don't say such things."
After speaking, she looked back at Yi Chang, anxious that he might have overheard, yet Yi Chang simply smiled at her, causing her to shyly lower her gaze.
Rest assured, Auntie, there is no misunderstanding.
I have no ulterior motives in lending her money. She can repay me once she starts earning, Yi Chang reassured her.
Thank you so much. By the way, Auntie still doesn't know your name.
Li Tingting's mother, now convinced, accepted Yi Chang's kindness, realizing the urgency of their situation and their need for funds. She understood the harsh realities of life. Having someone willing to lend them money was a blessing. Besides, he had mentioned repayment could wait until her daughter found a job. Such generosity was rare.
Auntie, I am Yi Chang. Oh, so you are Yi Chang.
From now on, I will call you Xiao Chang. Rest assured, once my daughter graduates from university and finds a job, she will surely repay you.
Yes, that's fine, there is no rush for repayment.
Take your time, Yi Chang replied amiably. After all, he had already considered Li Tingting as a sister, so her mother calling him Xiao Chang felt perfectly acceptable.
Kid, this is only 30,000. What about the remaining 200,000?
Just then, the youth who had finished counting the money shouted.
What are you in such a hurry for? Didn't I already mention there was 30,000 here?
I'll go get the remaining 200,000 shortly, Yi Chang retorted without hesitation. Chapter 91. Today, my daughter seems a bit odd. Alright, I shall accompany you. Thus, the young man, concerned that Yi Chang might slip away, insisted on following him. Yi Chang, indifferent to the matter, allowed it. However, upon noticing Yi Chang's departure, Li Tingting expressed her anxiety and also requested to join him. Seeing her mother acquiesce, Yi Chang had no objections and permitted her to accompany them. Consequently, this group of young men, gathered at Li Tingting's residence, followed Yi Chang. Meanwhile, Li Tingting's mother observed her daughter walking alongside Yi Chang with a curious gaze, pondering the nature of their relationship. As someone with life experience, she could not help but feel that their connection was more than mere classmates. A flicker of concern stirred within her heart. At that moment, Yi Chang had already led Li Tingting and the group of young men to a nearby bank.
You all wait here. I shall retrieve the money.
Yi Chang halted at the entrance, turning to address the young men.
Enough already, just get the money and stop dawdling,
the leader of the group retorted impatiently. In truth, he was reluctant for Yi Chang to withdraw any funds, for his intentions were not solely about the money.
His gaze then shifted, deliberately or not, towards Li Tingting. Ha!
Yi Chang caught the young man's glance and smirked coldly, thinking to himself how some habits die hard. He then took Li Tingting's hand and led her into the ATM area, leaving the group outside.
As they entered, one of the young men inquired, "Is Leopard really going to get the money?" Who cares, it would be best if he couldn't, then I'd have an excuse, the man known as Leopard replied with a chilling laugh. An excuse? However, his subordinate, lacking in understanding, remained oblivious to their true motives. Inside the bank, Li Tingting, feeling somewhat anxious, asked, "Brother, are you really going to give them money?" "Indeed, if I give them money, they will cease their harassment," Yi Chang reassured her while inputting his password, gently stroking her head and hair. Li Tingting, shyly lowering her gaze, felt warmth from his words. "Thank you," she whispered, biting her lip, having expressed her gratitude to Yi Chang more than once. "Foolish girl, why thank me? Am I not your brother?" Yi Chang chuckled, finding Li Tingting increasingly endearing, and couldn't resist patting her head once more. Hearing his words, Li Tingting's heart swelled with warmth, yet she wondered if he could only be her brother. "Hey, kid, enough with the flirtation. Have you gotten the money yet?" Just then, a shout from outside interrupted them. It was Leopard's voice. "Brother, there!" Li Tingting, hearing the shout, tensed and clutched Yi Chang's shirt tightly. "Tingting, pay them no mind," Yi Chang smiled reassuringly, dismissing the raucous barking of the mad dogs outside. Approximately 2 minutes later, Yi Chang withdrew the final 200,000 and tossed it to Leopard, saying, "Here's the last 200,000, I hope you'll stop bothering her. Otherwise, you know the consequences." His tone grew stern toward the end. "Humph, once we receive the money, we won't trouble her again, brothers, let us go." Leopard accepted the cash without counting it, carelessly tossing it to his subordinate, casting a glance at Li Tingting and then coldly at Yi Chang before departing with his crew. Now that Yi Chang had given him the money, Leopard had no reason to linger. Moreover, he felt a twinge of unease toward Yi Chang, recalling how he had been unexpectedly hurled away by an unknown force earlier at Li Tingting's home, convinced it was Yi Chang's doing. Thus, he returned to his company with the money. After Leopard and his gang left, Yi Chang took Li Tingting for a brief stroll before escorting her home. "Tingting, I want to be going in. Make sure to sleep early," Yi Chang said as he dropped her off at her doorstep. "Good night, brother," she nodded in agreement, though a hint of hesitation and nervousness crept in. "Well then, I shall take my leave," Yi Chang replied, nodding before turning to depart. Just then, Li Tingting called out, "Brother." She quickly stood on her tiptoes and pecked him on the cheek, her face flushing crimson as she turned and dashed back inside. While Yi Chang stood there, stunned, pondering if this could be considered an unexpected kiss. He shook his head with a wry smile and left, contemplating whether he should return the gesture next time. After all, it seemed a bit unfair otherwise. Once Yi Chang had departed, Li Tingting opened the door again to check if he had truly left. Only when she confirmed his absence did she close the door, leaning against it with a relieved expression. She mused to herself, reflecting on her boldness. Had she, perhaps, become a little daring? "Tingting, why are you still standing at the door so late?" At that moment, Li Tingting's mother emerged, perplexed by her daughter's anxious demeanor. "Ah! Mom!" Li Tingting, startled, had been lost in thought. "What's wrong? Did seeing me frighten you?" her mother inquired, bemused, thinking it odd that her daughter would be startled by her presence. "By the way, where's that classmate of yours?" Li Tingting's mother glanced around, noticing Yi Chang had not entered, and expressed her curiosity. "It's late. Naturally, he would have returned home." Li Tingting replied, linking her arm with her mother's. "Oh, he has gone, I wanted to thank him." Zhang Xiujuan lamented slightly. "No need, Mom, I've already expressed my gratitude." Li Tingting recalled the warmth of Yi Chang's words when she thanked him, making her heart flutter with sweetness. "Why are you smiling so sweetly? You two aren't?" Zhang Xiujuan's thoughts turned to whether her daughter and Yi Chang were in a romantic relationship, causing her to feel a pang of anxiety. After all, Li Tingting was still in high school, and early romance could affect her studies. "Mom, where are you going with this? We've established that we are just classmates. Please, don't overthink it," Li Tingting insisted. "Alright then, I'm heading to bed," she said hastily as she slipped into her room, still too shy to disclose her newfound relationship with Yi Chang to her mother. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiujuan couldn't shake the feeling that her daughter was acting strangely today. After retreating to her room, Li Tingting paused to listen to the sounds outside, waiting until her mother had left before she sighed in relief. Chapter 92. Why have you just returned? He thought to himself. Fortunately, Mother did not pursue him inside to interrogate him, otherwise it would have been troublesome if the secrets within his heart were revealed. In her mind, Yi Chang was far more than just a simple brother. As the night deepened, within the premises of a security company in East City, Hua Bao was reporting to a corpulent middle-aged man dressed in a suit about the debt collection of the day. "Boss, we have retrieved all the debts today," Hua Bao respectfully conveyed to the middle-aged man while placing 50,000 yuan in cash on the table.
However, upon hearing Hua Bao's words, the middle-aged man instantly became enraged, flinging his cigar aside and berating Hua Bao. How many times must I tell you, do not call me boss, refer to me as general manager, understood? After scolding,
Yes, I understand, general manager.
Hua Bao hastily corrected himself. The middle-aged man then nodded in satisfaction.
By the way, where is this money from?
The middle-aged man inquired after taking another puff from his cigar.
Reporting to the general manager, this is from Li Wei's family. Li Wei? Isn't he the one with the beautiful daughter? Why did he return the money?
The middle-aged man asked, frowning slightly. Yes, general manager, his family has returned the money. Hua Bao replied nervously. As expected, the worry he had anticipated soon transpired.
Damn!
The middle-aged man exclaimed, throwing his cigar to the ground, standing up angrily and rebuking Hua Bao. I told you to lure his daughter, why are you collecting money from him?
Are you an idiot?
Boss, please calm down, I didn't want to either, but a rather peculiar young man showed up, and he insisted on giving us the money. We had no choice.
Hua Bao quickly explained. What peculiar young man?
The man's mood slightly eased as he relit his cigar.
Hua Bao then detailed the encounter with Yi Chang that evening, including how he was momentarily controlled by an invisible force and subsequently thrown out. Martial artist.
Just then, before the middle-aged man could express his thoughts, a small, thin man who had been seated on the sofa rose to his feet. His eyes gleamed like those of a venomous snake. Hua Bao felt a chill run down his spine, thinking to himself how fearsome this man still appeared.
Oh, Uncle Eagle, do you know him?
The middle-aged man asked, looking curiously at the thin man. I do not know him, but based on his words, I suspect he may be a martial artist. The thin man's voice was slightly hoarse as he spoke.
A martial artist? Could it be them?
The middle-aged man responded with curiosity. While martial artists might be unknown to the average person, someone of his stature was well aware of what a martial artist entailed. They were individuals with capabilities far surpassing those of ordinary men. The man referred to as Uncle Eagle was also a martial artist, and he was a powerful one at that. However, Hua Bao remained perplexed, unsure of what a martial artist truly was, yet the middle-aged man did not offer any explanations. Of the thin man then inquired with interest, where did you see that martial artist? Reporting to Uncle Eagle, he was at the residence where I went to collect the debt.
Hua Bao replied nervously.
Despite having seen this man many times before, Hua Bao always felt an inexplicable tension in his presence.
Is he still there now?
The middle-aged man asked.
He should be gone by now.
Hua Bao pondered and shook his head, recalling that the person was merely a classmate of that girl, and it was quite late, so they should have returned home.
Ha!
I never imagined that a mere small town like Mengcheng would give rise to a martial artist. Excellent, my iron claws have not tasted blood in quite some time. At that moment, the thin man let out a chilling laugh, and suddenly, 2 iron claws emerged from his arms, radiating a sinister gleam. Xiao Bao, I give you 3 days to investigate who that person is and where he resides. After his sinister laughter, the thin man commanded Hua Bao. General manager, this. Hua Bao hesitated to comply immediately and glanced at the middle-aged man.
What is it? Do as Uncle Eagle instructs, and hurry.
The middle-aged man scolded Hua Bao sharply.
Yes, I will go investigate right away. Hua Bao replied as he hastily exited the office. The presence of Uncle Eagle always left him feeling oppressed.
After Hua Bao departed, the middle-aged man approached the thin man and asked, Uncle Eagle, what do you wish to find that young man for? Although the middle-aged man felt that Yi Chang had thwarted his plans, he was somewhat curious as to why Uncle Eagle sought him out without prior instruction. You need not concern yourself with that. Besides, do you not wish for me to assist you in teaching him a lesson? It just so happens that you have brought it up, the thin man replied, his voice still hoarse. Ha, very well, I shall not pry into your affairs, Uncle Eagle. The middle-aged man wisely refrained from pressing further, for he understood that confronting a martial artist was not a matter to be taken lightly. At that moment, the man referred to as Uncle Eagle contemplated, I hope your strength does not disappoint me. His lips curved into a cryptic smile. Unbeknownst to Yi Chang, he had attracted the attention of certain individuals. At that moment, he had just returned to Zhao Shaoyan's home. Initially, he thought that the cold beauty named Ren Feifei had already departed, but to his surprise, she was still present. Yet, upon Yi Chang's return, she did not spare him a glance, seemingly treating him as if he were invisible. Why Yi Chang, in turn, chose to ignore her, thinking, if you disregard me, then I shall also make no effort to acknowledge you. Xiao Chang, why have you returned so late? Li Xiaoyan, freshly out of her shower, inquired upon seeing Yi Chang's arrival. I was out having fun with friends, so I returned late. Yi Chang leaned against the sofa and explained.
Oh, you went out to have fun? But remember not to stay out too late next time. You are still a student, and your studies should take precedence, understood?
Zhao Xiaoyan then sat beside Yi Chang, speaking earnestly. I understand, Sister Xiaoyan, Yi Chang nodded in response.
But what about Sister Xiaoyan? Is she not leaving?
Yi Chang then pointed towards Ren Feifei, who had also glanced at him before returning to her phone, ignoring him entirely. Zhao Xiaoyan explained, Feifei has just returned from abroad and will be staying here for the next few days, so Xiao Chang, please be understanding. Zhao Xiaoyan was concerned that Yi Chang might feel uncomfortable or fearful due to the presence of a stranger, hence her explanation.
Chapter 93 Where I reside. Oh, I see. That's alright, but where will I be staying next?
Yi Chang inquired, having anticipated that he might share a room with Sister Xiaoyan that evening. However, it now appeared that such a possibility had evaporated with the unexpected presence of Ren Feifei. Rest assured, Xiao Cheng, I have already procured a small bed for you. You shall sleep in the living room, Zhao Xiaoyan assured him, as she presented a foldable cot for Yi Cheng's inspection. Observing the diminutive bed, Yi Cheng couldn't help but internally lament, would I be reduced to sleeping on such a tiny cot from now on? If given the choice, I would prefer to share a bed with Sister Xiaoyan indefinitely. Nevertheless, despite his inner grievances, he maintained a facade of gratitude, expressing, thank you, Sister Xiaoyan, you are truly kind to me. With that, Yi Cheng deliberately grasped Zhao Xiaoyan's hand. This scene did not escape Ren Feifei's notice, who silently muttered to herself, what a rogue.
It's quite alright. You are my student, and this is what I ought to do, Zhao Xiaoyan replied, seemingly unfazed by Yi Cheng's handholding, perhaps attributing it to his excitement. After setting up the less than a meter-long cot for Yi Cheng, Zhao Xiaoyan retreated to the room with Ren Feifei, leaving Yi Cheng alone in the living room. Gazing at the monotonous and diminutive cot, he felt a twinge of grievance, contemplating that this would be his bed from now on. Yet, the thought of two beautiful women in the adjacent room sparked a flicker of hope within him. Who knew what enchanting occurrences might unfold? Despite Ren Feifei's somewhat icy demeanor, she was undeniably a stunning beauty. That night, Yi Cheng fell into a deep and pleasant slumber, indulging in a plethora of sweet dreams. However, he was abruptly roused the following morning by a sharp kick. Pervert! Ren Feifei exclaimed, her face twisted in disgust as she glared at Yi Cheng, for she had inadvertently caught an unsightly glimpse of his private parts. Her disdain for him had already been considerable, and this new revelation only intensified her aversion. The memory of seeing him bare the previous night was almost too much to bear, and she felt an overwhelming urge to kick him again. What the hell was that for? Yi Cheng retorted, rubbing his backside as he lifted himself from the floor, casting a bewildered look at Ren Feifei. Were she not a girl and a friend of Sister Xiaoyan, he might have retaliated. After all, he was the formidable blood king of the underworld, who dared to provoke him, let alone kick him without cause? It seemed Ren Feifei was the first to do so. Keep that thing away from me, or I'll make sure to cut it off. Ren Feifei warned coldly, her gaze fixed on Yi Cheng's lower half, a glint of menace in her eyes, as if she might genuinely follow through. Cut what? Yi Cheng queried, following her line of sight only to find that his floral-patterned underwear was indeed protruding in an unseemly manner. A wave of embarrassment washed over Yi Cheng, but he refused to show weakness before Ren Feifei, declaring, this is merely a physiological reaction. If you don't want to see it, then don't look. With that, he thrust his hips forward defiantly. I'll cut you. Ren Feifei retorted sharply, her demeanor suddenly turning icy, as she brandished a flash of cold steel from her palm, swiftly aiming it towards Yi Cheng's vulnerable area. Whoa! Yi Cheng gasped, startled by her audacity. Not only did he realize she was serious, but he also sensed the subtle surge of internal energy within her as she attacked. I didn't expect this girl to be a martial artist, he mused, instinctively sidestepping her strike. After deftly avoiding Ren Feifei's assault, Yi Cheng seized her arm, pulling her body towards him. It was then that he noticed the sharp dagger in her hand. Had he been caught off guard, his little brother would surely have been in grave danger. Let me go, you scoundrel! Ren Feifei protested, struggling against Yi Cheng's grip. However, her attempts were futile. The more she writhed, the more she inadvertently pressed against him, igniting a flush of humiliation that turned her cheeks crimson, leaving her unsure whether it was anger or embarrassment. I refuse to let go. You brought this upon yourself by attempting to attack me and plotting against my little brother, Yi Cheng insisted, feeling justified in his actions. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoyan, having heard the commotion, entered to find Yi Cheng and Ren Feifei entangled in an embrace. Her expression morphed into one of confusion as she wondered what they were up to so early in the morning. However, it was evident that Zhao Xiaoyan had misconstrued the situation. Ah! Sister Xiaoyan!
Startled by her voice, Yi Cheng immediately released Rin Feifei, who stumbled back, nursing her reddened hand.
What's going on here?
Zhao Xiaoyan demanded, her brow furrowing in concern.
You two aren't. My heavens!
You didn't do this behind my back, did you? She gasped, her gaze darting to Yi Cheng's exposed state, which was still quite prominent, and recalling the compromising position he had shared with Rin Feifei, leading her to suspect the worst.
Sister Xiaoyan, what are you saying?
You should hurry and get rid of this pervert. Ouch, that hurt. Ren Feifei exclaimed, massaging her sore hand as she glared at Yi Cheng. Don't listen to her, she's the real pervert, kicking me first thing in the morning and threatening me.
Yi Cheng hurriedly interjected, desperate to clear his name. He couldn't let Ren Feifei gain the upper hand.
You are the pervert, you filthy degenerate. Ren Feifei shot back, her temper flaring as she lashed out at him.
Enough, stop the bickering, what on earth is happening here?
Zhao Xiaoyan interjected, unable to suppress her curiosity.
Were they truly engaged in such behavior, or was there more to the story?
Sister Xiaoyan, Yi Cheng began, but Ren Feifei interrupted, you'd better not let this pervert stay here.
He was thinking of some unsavory things first thing in the morning.
She cast a disgusted glance at Yi Cheng as she spoke.
Hey, don't say things that aren't true, I wasn't thinking anything inappropriate. What are you even talking about?
Yi Cheng nearly shouted, exasperated by the morning's events and the unjust accusations being hurled at him. Chapter 94, the senior disciple of the Flying Swallow sect. Enough of your chatter.
Feifei, what has happened to Xiao Cheng?
Zhao Xiaoyan furrowed her brow as she turned to Ren Feifei and inquired. Ren Feifei then pointed toward Yi Cheng and remarked, Xiaoyan, look at that part of him, standing erect this early in the morning.
Do you not think he is contemplating something inappropriate?
With that, she cast a disdainful glance at Yi Cheng, wishing she could sever the offending object that soiled her vision.
Zhao
Xiaoyan instinctively glanced at a specific part of Yi Cheng before quickly averting her gaze, pulling Ren Feifei closer, her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson.
Feifei, you are mistaken. That is a normal physiological reaction, have you not learned this in your studies?
Zhao Xiaoyan regarded Ren Feifei with a hint of confusion, thinking this was basic knowledge she ought to possess.
Ren Feifei, however, appeared perplexed. Is that so?
She mused, realizing her master had never discussed such matters with her.
Of course it is.
Zhao Xiaoyan, somewhat exasperated, replied to Ren Feifei before turning her attention to Yi Cheng, though avoiding his particular area.
Xiao Cheng, you should quickly put on some long pants.
Once Yi Cheng was appropriately dressed, Zhao Xiaoyan brought both him and Ren Feifei before her, stating, let us consider today's incident resolved. Xiao Cheng, refrain from sleeping without pants in the future, be mindful of the impression you create, and Feifei, do not be so rash, do not strike others without understanding the situation, do you comprehend?
After a moment's hesitation, Ren Feifei nodded and replied, yes. Understood.
Yet, she still felt a twinge of resentment towards Yi Cheng. However, her discontent stemmed not from having seen Yi Cheng's condition, but rather from having lost to him earlier. Indeed, she had even employed a modicum of internal energy, yet he had managed to counter her effortlessly, leaving her utterly humiliated. She could not fathom how the foremost disciple of the Flying Swallow sect could be bested by an ordinary disciple, fearing it would become a source of mockery. Although she initially suspected Yi Cheng might be a martial artist, the recent encounter had led her to conclude he was merely an ordinary individual. Little did she realize that had Yi Cheng been an ordinary person, he could not have evaded her with such speed and force.
Ah Cheng, what about you? Zhao Xiaoyan, noticing Ren Feifei's agreement, turned to the ever-silent Yi Cheng. Ah.
I understand now, Yi Cheng quickly responded, having been lost in thought about Ren Feifei's identity and why Zhao Xiaoyan knew a martial artist, yet, from the current scene, it seemed Zhao Xiaoyan was unaware of the other's true capabilities.
Alright then, you two should shake hands and make amends.
Zhao Xiaoyan declared, grabbing both their hands and forcing them together. Ren Feifei, however, wore a look of distaste, while Yi Cheng feigned a similar expression of disdain. He thought to himself, what are you pretending for, little girl, I can do that too.
Boss, why do you look so unwell? Has something happened?
In the classroom, the chubby student observed Yi Cheng with curiosity as he sat beside him, his head propped on one hand, wearing a troubled expression.
Don't mention it.
This early morning, I had an unpleasant encounter with a foul-mouthed girl, Yi Cheng replied, rolling his eyes at the chubby student. In truth, his thoughts were consumed by the incident involving Ren Feifei. He pondered what kind of background she possessed. A martial artist appearing out of nowhere could not be a trivial matter. Could it be that those individuals had discovered him? Who the hell dares to provoke the boss? If you don't tell me, I'll go teach them a lesson," the chubby student declared, rolling up his sleeves as if ready to fight.
"Save your energy,"
Yi Chang retorted with another eye roll, thinking to himself that he would be surprised if the chubby student could even hold his own against that girl.
"Why, boss, do you look down on me?" "I've secretly practiced a couple of moves," the chubby student boasted, demonstrating a few gestures in front of Yi Chang, who did not even bother to glance at him. Before long, Zhao Xiaoyan entered the classroom with a beaming smile, clutching a stack of test papers. The moment she stepped in, the students immediately sensed that something positive had occurred. Sure enough, after Zhao Xiaoyan announced that Class 3 of their senior year had achieved the highest score in the entire grade, the classroom erupted in excitement. This meant they would go on a camping trip, an enticing prospect amidst the dreary monotony of their senior year. "Next, I have another announcement," Zhao Xiaoyan said, quieting the class before casting a cheerful glance at Yi Chang. "What is it, teacher?" "Hurry and tell us," some students eagerly urged. "I would like to commend a student who achieved the highest score in class," Zhao Xiaoyan said, her eyes sparkling as she directed her gaze toward Yi Chang. "The highest in class." Upon hearing those words, nearly all eyes turned toward Liang Xiaoting and some even toward Li Jun, as they were the most likely candidates for the top spot. "Just wait to be embarrassed, kid," Li Jun thought, convinced he would be the one recognized for the top score, thus casting a mocking look at Yi Chang. Unfortunately for him, Yi Chang was too preoccupied with his own thoughts to notice, wondering if he might actually be the one to receive the accolade. Otherwise, why would Zhao Xiaoyan keep looking at him? But he had intentionally held back. Could it be that he still ranked first? As everyone pondered who the top student might be, Zhao Xiaoyan's cheerful voice rang out, "I hereby announce that the top student in our class, and indeed the entire school, is Yi Chang. Let us give him a round of applause." However, rather than the expected applause, a wave of disbelief rippled through the room, with many questioning whether they had misheard. "Excuse me, teacher, who did you say came in first?" Li Jun asked, standing up with a furrowed brow, unable to accept this unexpected outcome. He had assumed he would be recognized, not Yi Chang, the very person he held in disdain. "All right, I will repeat myself. The student who achieved the highest score in our class and the entire school is Yi Chang." With this announcement, thunderous applause finally erupted from the students. "Wow, this is quite the spectacle," Yi Chang thought, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the attention. He had intended to maintain a low profile, yet here he was, thrust into the spotlight. "Boss, you're incredible." Once the applause subsided, the chubby student exclaimed, giving Yi Chang a thumbs up, as if he himself had won the top prize. Meanwhile, Liang Xiaoting regarded Yi Chang with a mixture of astonishment and intrigue. Pondering how he had become so remarkable, she resolved to ask him about it in the near future. Conversely, Li Jun felt a surge of resentment toward Yi Chang, harboring thoughts of jealousy akin to "Why must there be a shining star alongside me? Yi Chang, just you wait." 90 Chapter. Martial artists engaging in combat does not interest me. After announcing Yi Chang's achievement, Zhao Xiaoyan proceeded to discuss the upcoming camping trip organized by the school, which was, after all, the matter of greatest concern to the students. This camping trip involved 3 classes: Class 3, Class 2, and Class 1, all of which ranked among the top 3 in the school. The class hour passed swiftly, and as Zhao Xiaoyan concluded her announcements regarding the camping trip, the bell rang for the end of class. "Boss, I'm heading to the restroom," the chubby student said. However, upon exiting, they encountered a group of students clad in taekwondo uniforms blocking their path. "Are you Yi Chang?" a tall student, approximately 1.9 meters, inquired, eyeing Yi Chang. "And who might you be?" The chubby student, emboldened by Yi Chang's presence, stepped forward to confront the taller student. "Step aside, fatty." Yi Chang pushed the chubby student aside and addressed the tall student. "Yes, that's me." "What do you want?" "I've heard you are quite skilled in fighting. How about we have a match?" the tall student sneered, disregarding the chubby student altogether. "Sorry, I'm not interested," Yi Chang replied, turning to leave with the chubby student. "You don't get to decide," the tall student shouted, lunging forward and attempting to grab Yi Chang's shoulder. In an instant, Yi Chang's shoulder twitched, and a force surged forth, effortlessly shaking off the taller student's hand. The latter, taken aback, stared at Yi Chang in disbelief, realizing that Yi Chang actually possessed the strength to repel him. It seems Feng was correct. He indeed has some skill, Li Wenjie thought to himself. However, Yi Chang paid no further attention to Li Wenjie and continued walking away with the chubby student. "Take this!" Li Wenjie shouted again, throwing a punch aimed at Yi Chang's back. "Get lost!" Sensing the incoming punch, Yi Chang swiftly turned around and slapped Li Wenjie's fist away with a sharp retort.
A dull thud echoed as Li Wenjie's punch never reached Yi Chang, being deflected instead. Although Yi Chang had not exerted his full strength, he had also shown no mercy. After having tolerated the taller student's provocations, he felt no obligation to hold back any longer. After sending Li Wenjie flying, Yi Chang didn't even glance back as he left with the chubby student, wishing to avoid drawing too much attention in front of the growing crowd. "Are you alright, Jie?" a companion asked, concerned. "What about that kid?" Li Wenjie, still reeling from the unexpected slap, demanded. "He has gone," another student, shorter than Li Wenjie, replied. "What? You let him go, why didn't you stop him?" Li Wenjie exploded with anger. "But Jie, if we can't even handle you, how could we possibly confront him?" the student lamented. "You're all so useless." Li Wenjie cursed, his frustration boiling over. Just then, his phone rang. "Hello, who is it?" he answered impatiently, without even looking at the caller ID. "Xiao Jie, it's Zhang Feng," came the voice from the other end. "Oh, Feng Ge, why are you calling me at this time?" Li Wenjie was momentarily surprised. "You must have lost to that kid, right?" Zhang Feng inquired. "Ah. How did you know?" Li Wenjie responded, astonished. "Ha, did you forget I'm also a master?" Zhang Feng scoffed. "I'm sorry, Feng Ge, I messed up," Li Wenjie admitted, his face falling. Initially, he had dismissed Zhang Feng's warnings about Yi Chang's prowess, but after their brief encounter, he found himself humiliated. "You're lucky you didn't get hurt. Even Wei Gu and I couldn't defeat him, what made you think you could?" Zhang Feng's voice dripped with disdain. "Boss, you were amazing just now, when can you teach me some moves?" the chubby student said excitedly after leaving. "There's a killing intent." Suddenly, Yi Chang furrowed his brow, coming to a halt. "Boss, what's wrong?" the chubby student asked, puzzled. "Stay here and don't come over," Yi Chang instructed, leaving the chubby student behind as he dashed toward a nearby grove, eager to uncover who dared to commit violence on campus. Did they not realize he was there to protect it? Before long, Yi Chang tracked the source of the killing intent to a narrow path in the grove, where he spotted a small, slender figure with its back turned to him. "At last, you have arrived," the slender figure remarked without turning, as if he had been waiting for Yi Chang for quite some time. "You know me?" Yi Chang inquired, stopping 3 meters behind the figure, furrowing his brow. Initially, he had thought a disturbance was afoot, only to realize this killing intent seemed specifically directed at him. "I do not know you," the slender figure replied, still facing away. "Then why did you call for me?" Yi Chang asked, remaining calm as he scrutinized the figure. To his surprise, he recognized that this individual was a peak martial artist, at the 9th level of the postnatal stage, perhaps even at its pinnacle. In the mundane city, encountering such a skilled fighter was rare, especially in a small town like Mengchang. Yet, regardless of this person's prowess, in Yi Chang's eyes, they still fell short. However, he remained unaware of the individual's true intentions. "A duel," the figure stated succinctly. "Ha, a duel? Sorry, but I'm not interested." Upon hearing the proposition for a duel, Yi Chang's interest waned instantly. He had no desire to engage with someone he deemed beneath him. "Don't worry, it won't take long." The slender figure turned, revealing himself to be a man known as Eagle Uncle from the security company. Yi Chang examined him closely as he turned, but unfortunately, he did not recognize him.